Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 197 to Chapter 244. To be able to analyze a mere Jushi realm cultivator so thoroughly, this Miss Zhang's understanding of cultivation far surpasses mine. She has long reached the realm of illumination. After listening for a moment longer, Lu Ling couldn't help but say. Understanding the affairs of the world is knowledge, understanding the emotions of others is writing. Illumination is the realm where one's cultivation has reached Xianxia realm. Only when one's cultivation reaches Xianxia realm will one be able to form their own school of cultivation. Could it be that this Zhang Xian has already reached Xianxia realm? Xianxia found it hard to believe. Illumination isn't something that only Xianxia realm experts can achieve. Some incredible teachers, through their understanding and study of cultivation, can form their own school of cultivation. By imparting such theories to their students, they are able to gain enlightenment and benefit greatly from it. This kind of teacher is one in a million. To think that this Zhang Laosher is one of them. At this point, Lu Ling's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He couldn't help but exclaim, she is truly an unpolished jade. Indeed. Putting aside these students, even I have gained new insights into cultivation after hearing such theories. To be able to explain a complicated cultivation theory in the simplest of words, allowing anyone to understand it, this level of proficiency is truly admirable. Xianxia nodded his head. If one were to cultivate using such theories, the rate of improvement would surely be swift. In less than a year, one would be able to break through Fighter 1 Dan Jushi realm. Xing Fei said. However, it is a pity that we are only listening from the side. We are only qualified to listen to Miss Zhang's simplest explanations. If we were able to receive her personal tutelage, we would have long broken through. Just as they were lamenting over the matter, the conversation continued. Listening from the side? These two are only listening from the side? The three master teachers stared at one another in shock. Under a teacher's tutelage, there are three types: listening from the side, lecturing from the side, and being a direct disciple. Initially, they thought that the cultivation method they were discussing was the purest and most profound of theories. However, upon hearing the word listening from the side, they realized that it was only the most basic. Just by listening from the side, what kind of level would a direct disciple and a direct disciple reach? Indeed. When younger sister Wang Ying first started school, she was only at Jushi realm primary stage. After receiving Miss Zhang's personal tutelage, in just 10 short days, her cultivation rose by leaps and bounds. Last night, she even successfully reached Dan Tian realm. I'm really envious of you. Why was I so foolish back then, wanting to become Lu Laosher's disciple? If I had joined Miss Zhang's tutelage, I would have surely achieved a breakthrough. The voice continued to talk, its tone filled with envy. He broke through from Jushi realm 1 Dan primary stage to Dan Tian realm in 10 days? Hearing the conversation between the duo, the three master teachers felt as though they had been struck by a sledgehammer, and they were on the verge of losing their minds. The fighter realm was a kind of Jushi realm, where spiritual energy would gather and circulate throughout the entire body. Without the nourishment of spiritual energy, it would be impossible for the meridians in the body to break through to the Dan Tian realm. In other words, one could only advance step by step in this realm. Therefore, it would be very difficult to break through this realm without several years of hard work. Even if they were to personally guide him, it would be almost impossible without at least half a year. Breakthrough in 10 days, the three master teachers stared at one another in disbelief. If this was true, didn't it mean that Zhang Xian's teaching level was higher than theirs? How was this possible? Boom boom boom. Just as Zhang Xian was perplexed, the ground rumbled. It's Yuan Tao. That fellow is probably knocking against the wall. Let's go and take a look. Wang Tao's voice rang out. Then, the two of them walked away. Yuan Tao? Is he the fellow who scored last in the entrance examination? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. On the way here, they had asked around and found out that this Miss Zhang had accepted 5 students. As the one who scored last in the entrance examination, Yuan Tao was a unique individual, and it was easy to remember him. Yes, let's go and take a look. Lu Ling gestured and the 3 master teachers followed behind him, heading in the direction of the sound. They were all half-Xianxia experts, so it was impossible for the 2 students to notice them even if they were to follow them. After walking for dozens of meters, they turned around a corner and stopped. A few figures appeared before them. A fatty was currently knocking against the wall in front of him viciously. Every time he knocked against the wall, the ground trembled. What a powerful defense! With such incredible defensive prowess, even a fighter 6 Dan Pishiwe realm expert would find it hard to break through it. Upon seeing the fatty's actions, the three master teachers were shocked. Wang Tao and the others had poor eyesight, so they were unable to tell how strong Yuan Tao's defense was. However, as master teachers, they were able to tell with a single glance that even they would have to expend quite a bit of effort to breach the defense of this fatty. The fellow who scored last in the entrance examination actually became so formidable all of a sudden. The three master teachers felt their heads spinning and their minds were unable to process the situation. Look over there. Xianxia suddenly spoke. Following the direction of his finger, Lu Ling and Xianxia immediately saw a 16 to 17-year-old little girl kicking a wooden stick as thick as the rim of a bull with her legs as though an arrow being shot from a bow. Gotcha, the wooden stick was broken into two. What a powerful leg technique. The strength of this kick is at least 400 kilograms. Furthermore, turning, kicking, exerting strength, and twisting of the hips. All of these movements were executed in one go. This means that this girl has practiced leg techniques for at least 7 to 8 years. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be so formidable. Lu Ling exclaimed in admiration. Even though it was just a simple kick to break the wooden stick, it showed that the girl had a good foundation. Without many years of hard work, it would be difficult for her to achieve such a feat. Is she Xianxia's student as well? Why haven't we heard of any female students who specialize in leg techniques? Xianxia asked. This Miss Zhang only had a total of 5 students and it was easy to find out what each of them specialized in. However, they had never heard of a female student who specialized in leg techniques. Wang Ying, to think that not only did your leg recover, it became so formidable. The two youths who had just walked over couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Wang Ying? She is the Wang Ying who had an injury to her leg? Lu Ling nearly fell to the ground. Wang Ying was the daughter of the head of the Wang clan, Wang Hong. It wasn't a secret that her leg was injured, and they knew about it as well. But, how could she exert such great strength with an injury to her leg? Just a moment ago, he confidently said that the other party had practiced leg techniques for at least 7 to 8 years. In the end, she was tortured by her illness and had just recovered from it. The heck? To possess such frightening strength upon recovery, breaking the wooden stick with a single kick, why does it feel like a dream? Lu Ling felt a stinging sensation on his face and he was on the verge of going berserk. However, while he felt embarrassed, the other two master teachers didn't have the time to bother with him. At this moment, they were staring in another direction with widened eyes. Lu Shi. Due to excessive nervousness, Xianxia's voice trembled slightly. What's wrong? Seeing that his two friends didn't hold a grudge against his previous misjudgment, Lu Ling heaved a sigh of relief and asked doubtfully. Look over there. As he spoke, Xianxia pointed. Doubtfully, Lu Ling lifted his head to take a look. The direction the other party was pointing at was a young man. At this moment, he was holding onto a spear and standing motionlessly on the spot, as though a statue. What's wrong? He was perplexed. This was a technique that spear practitioners often used to comprehend the spear. As long as one liked to practice the spear, they would hold the spear in such a manner to comprehend the connection between the spear and their body. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything strange about this. It's not his movements, but... Just as Xianxia was about to explain, before he could finish his words, the spear-wielding young man suddenly moved. From stillness to movement, there wasn't the slightest hesitation. As though a serpent soaring into the sky, a dazzling radiance burst forth from him. In an instant, the young man who was as still as a painting a moment ago seemed to have transformed into a different person. He became a sharp spear that seemed as though it could pierce through the heavens. This is... Lu Ling retreated 2 steps and his face warped. His eyes narrowed to the size of a needle. Spear intent? To comprehend spear intent in his teens? As a master teacher, he naturally knew of spear intent and had seen others execute it before. However, those who were able to execute it were all above 40 years old. Yet, a young man in his teens actually managed to comprehend spear intent with a single thrust of his spear. Even though it was the most basic one, but it was still spear intent. How did he do it? Lu Ling felt a chill run down his spine. This person should be the student who specialized in the spear, Xingyang. Back then, even Wang Chao Laosher didn't think highly of him. Putting aside spear intent, he should only be proficient in the basics of the spear. Yet, in just 10 short days, he managed to become a spear master who could execute spear intent. This was no longer a good teacher, it was a miracle. Lifting his head to look at his two old friends, he saw Xianxia and Jing Fei standing dumbfounded on the spot. The same thought appeared in the minds of the trio simultaneously. This Xianxian Laosher. What kind of person is he? Rubbing his glabella, Xianxian heaved a sigh of relief. After 2 consecutive days of hard work, the problems of those who had paid for the examination had been resolved. Thus, he was finally able to relax. Most of them were unable to achieve a breakthrough while a portion of them were suffering from terminal illnesses. Combining the flaws that the Library of Heaven's Path had found and the knowledge in the Kingdom's book collection vault, he was able to resolve most of their problems. The teacher evaluation will be the day after tomorrow. I wonder how those brats are doing. Stretching his back, Xianxian sneaked out of the residence. He had been busy over the past 2 days and didn't have the time to return to the academy to take a look. The teacher evaluation would be the day after tomorrow. If Xiaoye and the others didn't follow his instructions, it would be troublesome for them to achieve victory. As for Lu Sun and Wang Chao, who had been waiting at the entrance, he couldn't be bothered with them either. After waiting for an entire day, the duo knew that they had offended this master teacher and becoming his apprentice had become a dream. Thus, they could only return resentfully. After finding a secluded spot, Zhang Xian removed his disguise and reverted back to his original appearance as Zhang Xian. Then, he walked toward the academy. Master Zhang. Just as he reached the entrance of the academy, he heard a familiar voice calling him. Turning around, he saw Huang Yu and Bai Sun walking over. We were on our way to the academy to look for you. Since you're here, it'll save us some trouble. Walking up to him, Huang Yu said with a smile. Looking for me? Zhang Xian looked at her doubtfully. Didn't these 2 fellows already complete the painting examination? They had already delivered the money for the previous painting, so why are they looking for me? If they still want to buy another painting, I don't mind painting another one to earn some extra money. We might have something to trouble you with. Huang Yu said embarrassedly. What is it? I'll try my best to help you. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Huang Yu had helped him before, so it wasn't appropriate for him to reject her request. However, he didn't make it too clear. If there was something that he couldn't do, it wasn't too late for him to change his mind. Master Zhang, you should know that we went to Master Lu Chen's house to beg for the ink daylily canvas. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Zhang Xian had long known about this matter. It seems that the reason why he requested this painting was so that he could gift it to someone else. In the end, even though he had painted a 5th-level painting, the 2 of them didn't want it. This caused him to feel a little awkward, and he felt that he had let down Master Lu Chen. The reason why we are requesting for the ink daylily canvas is to offer a birthday present to someone. The painting that you gave us is just right as a birthday present. However, at this point, Huang Yu hesitated for a moment before continuing. I'm afraid that Elder Tian might want to meet the painter after seeing the painting, and that would be troublesome. Thus, I would like to invite you to attend the birthday banquet with us. Birthday wishes? Attend the birthday banquet? Zhang Xian suddenly understood. Previously, Huang Yu had said that she was going to give the ink daylily painting to someone. So it was for a birthday celebration. I'm not interested in attending birthday banquets, so forget it. Zhang Xian shook his head. No matter whose birthday it was, it had nothing to do with him, so he couldn't be bothered to flatter others. Seeing Zhang Xian shake his head, Bai Sun hurriedly said, Master Zhang, you should just go. Old man Tian is a good person. Even Emperor Shenjue wants to pay him a visit personally. Emperor Shenjue is going as well? Zhang Xian was perplexed. He thought that this so-called birthday banquet was only for nobles and officials. Since Emperor Shenjue was going as well, it probably wasn't that simple. Indeed. Not only is Emperor Xianxia going, our teacher is going as well. To tell you the truth, the one who invited you to the birthday banquet isn't us, but my teacher, Master Teacher Lu Ling. Huang Yu hesitated for a moment before replying. Lu Ling is your teacher? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in bewilderment. He knows of me? As an assistant master teacher, it was easy for Huang Yu to think of the existence of a master teacher. Just that, his current identity was Zhang Xian, not Yang Shi. How could Master Teacher Lu know of his identity? Furthermore, he even sent someone over to invite him. Could it be that his identity had been exposed? Zhang Xian immediately became wary. If his identity was exposed, putting aside the fact that impersonating a master teacher was a huge crime, how could an insignificant figure like him, who wasn't even 20 yet, know so much? How could he possess such a formidable eye of discernment? He must have made use of some kind of formidable artifact. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Just this fact alone was enough to make countless people jealous, consigning them to eternal damnation. Not only Lu Shi, even Xianxia and Jingshi know of it. When I told them that you were able to paint a 5th-level painting yesterday, they were so excited that they nearly leaped up. Bai Sun continued. Recalling the matter yesterday, he still found it inconceivable. His teacher knew that he and Huang Yu were acquainted with Master Zhang, so he called them over to ask them about it. When they heard that Miss Zhang, who wasn't much older than them, was able to paint a 5th-level painting, their faces flushed in agitation. Then, they gave them a strict order to bring her to the birthday banquet today. Master Zhang, this is a good opportunity. I have never seen my teacher so interested in a person before. Once he takes a liking to you, it won't be long before you become an assistant master teacher. Huang Yu's eyes were filled with envy. Furthermore, you have a supporting occupation. With the identity of an assistant master teacher, you can even take the master teacher examination directly. As a teacher, their greatest wish was to become a master teacher. Now that a master teacher is interested in you, this is the best opportunity for you. Supporting occupation? Take the master teacher examination directly? What do you mean? Zhang Xian was perplexed. You don't know the requirements for taking the master teacher examination? Huang Yu looked at him in bewilderment. There were no master teachers in Tianxian Kingdom, and there were no books that recorded the requirements for taking the master teacher examination. Furthermore, Zhang Xian had just transmigrated over not too long ago, so how could he possibly know these? Not only are master teachers able to offer guidance on cultivation, they can also offer guidance on other occupations. Thus, not only must one possess a vast amount of knowledge, more importantly, one must possess a certain level of supporting occupation. Seeing that Zhang Xian really didn't understand, Huang Yu explained, to put it simply, if one is proficient in one supporting occupation, one is qualified to take the 1-star master teacher examination. If one is proficient in 2 supporting occupations, one is qualified to take the 2-star master teacher examination, and so on and so forth. Of course, the requirements for supporting occupations also increase gradually. The higher one's rank, the higher the requirements. If one is only interested in taking the 1-star master teacher examination, a painter is more than sufficient. That is to say, as long as you possess the occupation of a painter and the identity of an assistant master teacher, you will be qualified to take the 1-star master teacher examination. Even though I don't know whether you will pass or not, at least you will be able to take the examination. As for me, even though I am also an assistant master teacher, I am not qualified. At this point, Huang Yu smiled bitterly. This is the reason why the master teacher examination is so rare and difficult. There are many different occupations, and every single one of them requires an immense amount of effort to master. Just from how Master Lu Chen was only able to produce a painting of the 4th level after his entire life of research, it is clear how difficult it is. There are some who, due to their lack of supporting occupations, are unable to take the examination even after being an apprentice for their entire life. Yet, not only is the person before her skilled in teaching, he has even reached the level of a grandmaster painter. Once he becomes an assistant master teacher, he will be able to take the master teacher examination easily. His starting point is much higher than hers. She couldn't understand how the other party, who isn't that much older than her, managed to achieve such a feat. That is the theory behind it. After hearing the explanation, Xianxia came to a realization. It is no wonder why master teachers are able to offer guidance on any occupation. In order to pass the examination, one must possess a supporting occupation. The higher one's rank, the more supporting occupations one needs to possess. This is precisely the reason why the higher the rank of a master teacher, the more formidable and rare they are. Their knowledge is also frightening. It is no wonder why Huan Yu, despite being an apprentice of a master teacher, would work so hard to learn painting and respect Master Lu Chen so much. It seems like she intends to become a painter as a supporting occupation so as to obtain the qualifications to take the master teacher examination. If I have a one-star apothecary as my occupation, doesn't that mean that as long as I become an apprentice, I will be qualified to take the master teacher examination? Xianxia's eyes lit up. After the past few days of disguise, he knew how fearsome the identity of a master teacher is. With this identity, not only will he be respected wherever he goes, no one will dare to find trouble with him. If it was in the past, with the Library of Heaven's Path, he wouldn't care whether he is a master teacher or not. However, it is different now. The black aura hidden in his body means that someone is plotting to kill him. With the protection of his identity as a master teacher and the teacher guild, the other party will have to think twice before making a move. Besides, with such a formidable Library of Heaven's Path, he can't possibly be trapped in Tianxian Kingdom for the rest of his life. As long as he is out, his strength is a part of it, and so is his identity. With the backing of his identity as a master teacher, many things will become much more convenient and easier. It is just like how only by becoming a true apothecary can one enter the unique book collection vault of the Apothecary Guild and purchase pills at a cheaper price. Without this identity, it is impossible for one to enter. Looks like I have to take the master teacher examination as soon as possible. Xianxia made up his mind. With a heaven-defying artifact like the Library of Heaven's Path, it would be a waste if he doesn't become a master teacher. As long as he executes a punch, he will be able to see through the flaws of his opponent. Just based on this, all master teachers and experts. Before him, they are all trash. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the heavens? Before the heavens, there is no place to hide. Even the heavens are incomplete, so how can a human be without flaws? If there is a flaw, he will be able to compile a book and see through it. Only by becoming a true master teacher can he use this ability without fear and achieve victory. Otherwise, given his current identity, it is impossible for him to gather enough books to create the Heaven's Path divine art, needless to say, improve rapidly. You want me to acknowledge one of them as my teacher? In order to become a master teacher, one must first become an assistant teacher or an apprentice. And to become an apprentice, one must acknowledge a true master teacher as his teacher and let him be his guide. You want me to acknowledge Lu Ling, Shuangxian, or Zhengfei as my teacher? Why does it seem so unreliable? In the past 2 days, the three of them have been coming to the residence frequently, and from time to time, they would express their intentions to acknowledge him as their teacher. However, he felt that his identity as Xianxia would disappear soon, so he didn't agree to it. However, from the looks of it, it seems like they won't give up anytime soon. If Xianxia were to acknowledge one of the three as his teacher with his identity as Xianxia, and if they were to acknowledge Xianxia as their teacher, that would be a huge problem. In other words, as Xianxia, he would be his grand disciple, and as Xianxia, he would be his grand disciple, he would be his grand disciple, and he would be his grand disciple. More importantly, he couldn't allow the two of them to meet. Otherwise, he would be exposed. The heck, what the heck is this? Just the thought of it makes me feel stifled. That won't do, Xianxia quickly shook his head. If that were to happen, he might soon suffer from schizophrenia. However, if Xianxia didn't acknowledge one of them as his teacher, he wouldn't be able to become an assistant master teacher, and he wouldn't be able to take the master teacher examination. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. However, it would be good for me to meet the three master teachers using Xianxia's identity. Firstly, I can familiarize myself with them. Secondly, I can also ask them about the poison aura in my body. After a moment of hesitation, he made a decision. Although the black aura in his body was not dangerous for the time being, it had to be removed. If Xianxia went to ask about it, it would be unbecoming of him as an expert. If Lu Sun, Wang Chao, and the others were to know of his thoughts, they would definitely cry themselves to death. Seeing that it was impossible for them to acknowledge Xianxia as their teacher, they specially paid a visit to the three master teachers yesterday, but in the end they didn't even manage to meet them. Yet, this fellow, despite the three master teachers wanting to meet him, he still had to consider the matter, and he had a look of reluctance on his face. Would you die if you didn't act cool? When is the birthday banquet you mentioned? Who is that elder Tian that even the three master teachers and Emperor Xianxia went to pay a visit? Xianxia was still a little puzzled. To be able to make the three great master teachers and Emperor Xianxia congratulate him personally, this elder Tian is definitely not a simple character. If he is truly a formidable figure, Xianxia's previous self should have known of him. Why doesn't he have any impression of him at all? The birthday banquet is today. We can still make it if we rush over now. Upon hearing Xianxia's question, Huang Yu knew that Xianxia had made up his mind. Heaving a sigh of relief, she explained, Elder Tian was once a teacher in Beiwu Academy. Lu Shi, Zhuangshi, and Jingshi have all learned from him. Even though he doesn't direct his cultivation, he is still half a teacher to them. Since the three master teachers are in Tianxian Kingdom for his 90th birthday, I must go and congratulate him. Even though this elder Tian was a citizen of Tianxian Kingdom, he had once taught in Beiwu Academy. The three master teachers had once studied under him, and they could be considered half a teacher to one another. The reason why Lu Shi had Huang Yu return first was so that she could attend the birthday banquet. In the end, due to Shen Hong's matter, the three master teachers gathered together. Since they are all in Tianxian Kingdom, naturally, they have to attend the birthday banquet. Since they are going to attend, how can Emperor Xianxia not attend as well? As for Beiwu Academy, it was the largest academy in Beiwu Kingdom. Huang Yu and Bai Sun were both students there. Zhang Xian had flipped through the entire kingdom's book collection vault. With just a thought, he was able to understand these simple geographical divisions. Beiwu Kingdom was a Tier 2 kingdom close to Tianxian Kingdom, and the master teachers in charge of it were Lu Ling and Zhuangxian. Kingdoms are divided into Conferred Kingdom, Tier 1 Kingdom, Tier 2 Kingdom, as well as Tianxian Kingdom. The higher the level of a kingdom and the more developed it was, the more abundant the trading resources would be, and the higher the level of martial artists would be. If this elder Tian doesn't teach others how to cultivate, is he also a teacher? Zhang Xian was puzzled. All of the teachers in Hongtian Academy are responsible for imparting cultivation. Even Wang Chao Laoshi, who is famous for his spearmanship, not only imparts spearmanship to his students, he is also responsible for guiding them on their cultivation. What else could he teach if not cultivation? How could he be a teacher? Beiwu Academy is much larger than Hongtian Academy, and there are many different types of teachers there. Cultivation is just one of them, and there are also many teachers who teach special occupations. For example, an apothecary teacher teaches pill forging, a painter teacher teaches painting. For these occupations, students can treat it as their lifelong goal, and they can also supplement it to increase their knowledge and relax their mental state. In order to take the master teacher examination, Lu Shi and the others only studied for a short period of time, so they aren't considered as true students. Thus, they are only half teachers. Huang Yu explained patiently. If a teacher only imparts cultivation to one's students, how can apothecaries, blacksmiths, and the other occupations be passed down? It can't be possible for a master teacher to do all of them for them. If so, wouldn't a master teacher die of exhaustion? Clearly, there are teachers who specialize in such occupations. This elder Tian was once a teacher of such a special occupation. Then what does he teach? Coming to a realization, Zhang Xian nodded his head. This was similar to the schools in his previous life. There were teachers who taught physical education, English, mathematics, and physics. It was impossible for a teacher to be all-round, and naturally, he couldn't teach every subject. What Elder Tian teaches is the way of tea, and he is an official tea master. Huang Yu smiled. Tea master? There was an introduction on tea master in the kingdom's book collection vault. It was an occupation of the lower 9 paths, and it didn't sound impressive. However, it was highly sought after in some kingdoms. Brewing tea could relax one's state of mind, allowing one to calm down. Some formidable tea masters were even able to brew tea that could soothe one's state of mind, allowing one to relax after drinking it. It was extremely beneficial to one's cultivation, and its effects weren't inferior to the tranquil heart pill. More importantly, the way of tea was much easier to learn than pill forging, smithing, painting, and the like. Even though it was difficult to become an official tea master, it was extremely easy to get started. In some high-tier kingdoms, there were many scions, nobles, generals, and ministers who knew a thing or two about it. Alright, I will go with you. After clarifying what was going on, Xianxia didn't delay any further. Since the birthday banquet was about to begin, he followed behind Huang Yu and Bai Sun and boarded the carriage. Elder Tian resided in the suburbs of the capital, a distance away from Hongtian Academy. After traveling for nearly 2 hours, the carriage stopped in front of a massive manor. Stepping out of the carriage, Zhang Xian saw a huge crowd in the surroundings. Elder Tian was once a teacher in Beiwu Academy, and he had guided many master teachers. Just this fact alone was enough to attract the attention of countless major powers. Master Zhang, follow me. Alighting from the carriage, Huang Yu led the way to the entrance, took out her name scroll, and easily entered the residence. As expected of a residence that even the 3 master teachers had to pay a visit to, it was vast and filled with countless alleys. Those who had never been here before might even get lost. Lucier and the others shouldn't be here yet. We can wait for them in the side hall here. Huang Yu seemed to have been here before, and she was extremely familiar with the area. The 3 of them proceeded forward, and soon, they arrived at a vast hall. Even before he entered, he could already see a huge crowd. There were already quite a few people here. Xiaoyu, you're finally here. As soon as they walked through the doors of the hall, they heard a delighted voice. Following which, a young man walked up to them with a delighted expression. This young man seemed to be around 23 to 24 years old. Dressed in white, he was extremely handsome, and even Zhang Xian paled in comparison to him. Upon seeing this person, Bai Sun's face darkened, and he immediately stood in front of Huang Yu. Bai Sun, what are you trying to do? The corners of the young man's lips curled up. How dare you call her Xiaoyu? I advise you to stay away from her. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting nasty. Bai Sun glared at the other party furiously. Nasty? It's not like we haven't fought before. Have you ever defeated me? Facing his threat, the young man paid no heed to it. Besides, this is my home. Since Xiaoyu is here as a guest, I should be the host. Are you going to interfere in this? Bai Xiaowangya, aren't you interfering too much? You. Bai Sun's eyebrows shot up, and he prepared to make a move. Enough. As though knowing that the 2 of them would quarrel, Huang Yu frowned and looked at them. We're here to offer our blessings to Elder Tian. If you want to fight, do it later. Xiaoyu, don't worry. I can't be bothered to stoop to his level. He's just a martial artist who only knows how to fight. After which, the young man chuckled lightly. Xiaoyu, I've just learned a tea brewing technique. Let's go, I'll bring you to taste it. It will definitely calm your mind. Drink it a few more times, and I guarantee that you'll reach Heart of Tranquil Water soon. It's fine, I still have to wait for Lucier here. Huang Yu didn't mind the other party's enthusiasm and waved her hands to reject him. It's fine even if you don't want to go. I also want to pay my respects to Lucier, so I'll wait here with you. The young man didn't mind her rejection at all. Instead, he smiled. Since he refused to leave, there was nothing Huang Yu could do. Shameless. Bai Sun flew into a rage, but he didn't bring up the matter of making a move. It seemed like he wasn't a match for this fellow. Otherwise, given his temper, he wouldn't have cared about offering his blessings. Knowing the temper of this little Xianxia, the young man couldn't be bothered with him. Only then did he notice Zhang Xian. Puzzled, he asked, Xiaoyu, this is... Oh, let me introduce him to you. Huang Yu turned to look at him. Master Zhang, this is Tian Long, the owner of this place, the only grandson of Elder Tian. Tian Long, this is Hongtian Academy's Zhangxian Laosher. Zhangxian? This name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Upon hearing the name, the young man Tian Long frowned. After pondering for a moment, his eyes lit up, Hongtian Academy. You are the one who challenged Lu Sun Laosher, Zhangxian of the teacher evaluation? The teacher evaluation had caused a huge commotion, so it was hard not to know about it. Lu Sun is the most formidable star teacher in Hongtian Academy. To dare challenge him in a teacher evaluation, you sure are gutsy. I am impressed. Even though the other party said that he was impressed, there wasn't the slightest hint of admiration on his face. Instead, he was gloating. Lu Sun had been famous for many years. Furthermore, as the son of Master Lu Chen, he was extremely famous. Almost everyone thought that this duel would be a one-sided one. Seeing his reaction, Xianxia shook his head. He was just another arrogant nobody. Tianlong, what do you mean by that? Bai Sun couldn't stand it anymore. Nothing much. It's important to know one's own limitations. Overestimating one's capabilities will only make one's life more tiring. Tianlong shook his head. Speak clearly. Who is overestimating himself? Master Zhang is just trying to keep a low profile. Bai Sun said furiously. Even though he knew of Lu Sun, he wasn't familiar with him. Thus, Zhang Xian was filled with admiration for him. Upon hearing the other party's words, he immediately flew into a rage. Master? What master? Do you think the title of master is something that can be casually addressed? Tianlong sneered. Flinging his hands, he said haughtily, that is a title given to those who have reached a certain level in their occupation. Take my grandfather for example. Only those who have reached the pinnacle of the way of tea are qualified to be addressed as Master Tea Master. For a 20-year-old teacher of Hongtian Academy to address him as teacher, it is already a show of respect. Yet, you dare to address him as master? You really don't know your place. Sneering coldly, Tianlong was just about to continue speaking when an elder walked over. He immediately shut his mouth and clasped his hands respectfully. Tianlong pays respect to Master Yuanyu. The one who came was the #1 physician of Tianxian Kingdom, Yuanyu. In response to his respect, Master Yuanyu nodded his head calmly. Just as he was about to continue walking forward, he suddenly caught sight of Zhang Xian. His eyes lit up and he immediately rushed over with a passionate look. Master Zhang, you are here as well. Long time no see. Quack? When Tianlong, who had a respectful expression on his face, saw this scene, his body stiffened as if someone had smashed him in the head with a club. What should she call him, master? Who was Master Yuanyu? A true master physician, an existence on the same level as his grandfather, Elder Tian. He is respected wherever he goes, and even Emperor Shenjue has to treat him with respect. Even a genius like him, a famous figure in the younger generation, would have to be very careful when speaking to him, and not dare to raise his voice for fear of offending him. Yet, someone like that, was actually respectfully running up to this young man who was even younger than him, and calling him, Grandmaster. His attitude was as if he had met his idol. Damn, what's going on? More importantly, he had just questioned how this fellow was qualified to be addressed as a master when Master Yuanyu immediately rushed over. This was a slap to his face. Tianlong felt his face contorting and his lips burning. However, that wasn't the end of the matter. Initially, he thought that given Master Yuanyu's esteemed status, this lad would definitely feel honored and gleeful. Yet, the other party frowned and asked, did we just meet a few days ago? Frown, what the hell are you frowning for? The corners of Tianlong's mouth twitched. The other party was an elder, and it was only out of politeness for him to say that he had not seen him for a long time. Yet, this fellow actually exposed him right in front of his face. Zhang Xian thought that Master Yuanyu would be infuriated by this, but instead, he slapped his forehead in realization. Yes. It's mainly because I hung the master's painting in my room and looked at it every day. The more I looked at it, the more I felt that there was a huge gap between our standards. That's why I forgot that we just met a few days ago. It's just a painting, what's there to look at? If you really want to learn, I can teach you. Zhang Xian nodded. Alright, thank you very much then. Master Yuanyu was so agitated that his beard curled upwards. Thump, Tianlong swayed and felt as if there was thunder in front of him. Yuanyu. Are you still a master? Why did he look like a primary school student now? Learn from this kid. What the hell was he learning? Does he have the qualifications? He, unable to hold himself back any longer, he turned to look at Bai Sun. Miss Zhang is a true master painter. Even Master Lu Chen is impressed by him. If he isn't worthy of the title of master, who else is worthy of it? Bai Sun is gleeful as he looks at Zhang Xian in disdain. Who asked you to act tough? This time, he was speechless. Look at how arrogant you were just now. Don't you know the immensity of heaven and earth? You're the one who doesn't. A master painter? Only then did Tianlong recall that not only was Master Yuanyu skilled in the way of medicine, he was also skilled in painting. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand what kind of level this teacher of the academy, who wasn't even 20 years old, had reached. Even a true master painter like Yuanyu would praise him so highly. Although painting was not as popular as the way of tea, it was still one of the 9 paths professions. It was very difficult to master it. Perhaps it is because he has copied the works of some predecessors that he has gained some fame. Master is just a respectful title. Otherwise, given his age, even if he were to learn painting from birth, it is impossible for him to reach the level of a master. The way of tea was similar to painting. He knew how difficult it was. He had been learning the tea ceremony since he was 7 years old. It had been 18 years since then, but he had only reached the 2nd level of the tea ceremony, restoration to simplicity. In terms of alchemist ranking, he was equivalent to a high-tier apprentice alchemist. There was still a long way to go before he could become an official alchemist. The other party was younger than him, so how could he have reached the level of a master? Master was a title given to an official occupation. Just like how an official apothecary could be addressed as a master apothecary, an official painter, or a painter who could produce a painting of the 4th level could be addressed as such as well. A lad who wasn't even 20 could produce a painting of the 4th level. That was no different from saying that he could brew a tea of the 4th level. You must be joking. Not knowing that Tianlong didn't believe his words, Xianxia noticed that Master Yuanyu had attracted a lot of attention when he came to look for him. Thus, he waved his hands and said, "You should get busy first. If you really wish to learn, you can look for me when you are free." The reason why he came here was to meet the 3 master teachers and ask them about the black aura in his body. He didn't want to stand out too much. After all, it was important to keep a low profile. If this fellow were to follow him, how could he keep a low profile? It wasn't in line with his character and requirements. Yes, I will head over there first. When I am free, I will look for Master Zhang to learn from him. Master Yuanyu knew that his identity was too eye-catching. If he were to continue staying here, he would definitely attract unnecessary trouble. Thus, he clasped his fist and left. Those who reached the pinnacle were the teachers. Even though the other party was young, he was able to produce a painting of the 5th level. Just based on this, he was worthy of his respect and learning. Too engrossed in shock and anger, he didn't hear the conversation between the two clearly. When he looked at Zhang Xian Laosher once more, not only was he not impressed by him, he was even angrier. It wasn't a secret that he liked Huang Yu. This was also the reason why he had always been at odds with Bai Sun. Knowing that Huang Yu would be attending his grandfather's birthday banquet, he specially learned a tea brewing technique to show off. However, before he could do so, he was slapped in the face by this fellow. Not to mention, it was a painful slap at that. It was already impressive that he didn't retaliate. Even if he isn't a true master, to be able to get Master Yuanyu to pay him a visit personally, he must be extraordinary. Even though he was angry, he didn't lose his composure. Just as he was thinking about how he could humiliate this fellow as well, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Right, they are here today as well. Someone reported to me just now. I was too focused on waiting for Xiaoyu that I didn't have the time to meet them. It will definitely be interesting to meet them. At this point, he stepped forward and said, "Miss Zhang, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that you are skilled in painting and I hope that you can forgive me for my offense." Even though he said that he was sorry, there wasn't the slightest hint of embarrassment on his face. Towards this kind of two-faced fellow, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to hold it against him. Thus, he waved his hands casually and said, "I'll let it go this time, but don't do it again." You. Hearing that the other party was lecturing him like a teacher scolding a student despite his polite words, Tianlong felt stifled once more and he nearly exploded. Can't we still have a proper conversation? I heard that those who are skilled in painting are usually cultured and refined. How can this fellow anger me to death with just a few words? Is he really a master painter? Tianlong clenched his fists so tightly that they nearly exploded. However, the more furious he was, the more he couldn't show it on his face. A cold glint flashed across his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Yes, I will take note of it in the future. We don't know when Lucier and the others will arrive. Why don't we wait for them upstairs? As long as they arrive, they will definitely see us. If those who were familiar with him were to see his expression, they would know that someone was going to be in trouble. This. Huang Yu hesitated for a moment before turning to look at the young man beside her. Even though she was an assistant master teacher, Xianxia was a peer of Master Lu Chen. Thus, she wasn't willing to make the decision on her own. Xianxia nodded his head. Previously, when Master Yuanyu paid a visit to Xianxia, many people had already noticed him. To him, it was the same for him to wait upstairs. In any case, he was already delayed for the day, so there was no need for him to rush. All right. Seeing him agree to it, Huang Yu agreed to it. Upon seeing this sight, Tianlong felt even more frenzied. He didn't know the relationship between Xianxia and Huang Yu. Thus, he thought that the two of them were exchanging flirtatious glances with one another. Intense jealousy caused his face to twitch, ready to explode at any moment. The second floor of the main hall was where guests were entertained. Guests could drink tea or sit by the window to admire the scenery. From here, one could overlook the entire manor. It was as though a massive garden, and it was extremely pleasing to the eye. Following the staircase, the four of them headed up. The second floor was filled with private seats. Many people were already seated, drinking tea and chatting merrily. Those who were able to attend Elder Tian's birthday banquet were all famous figures in Tianxian Kingdom. Their standing wasn't low, and they had their own personal maids to serve them. These maids seemed to have specially trained themselves in the way of tea. Their movements in brewing tea were fluid, and they exuded a unique sense of beauty. This way. Tianlong led the way. As he walked, he glanced left and right, seemingly looking for someone. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he stopped. Brother Lu, Brother Wang, why didn't you inform me that you were coming? I didn't even know that you were here. Following the direction of his voice, he saw two people seated not too far away. They were the star teachers of Hongtian Academy, Lu Sun and Wang Chao. They were here to attend Elder Tian's birthday banquet as well. Tianlong, are you doing this on purpose? Seeing how this fellow brought them here, how could Huang Yu not know the other party's motive? Her face darkened. Everyone knew that Zhongxian Laosher was going to compete with Lu Sun Laosher, and the two of them were like fire and water. To bring them here, it was clear that Tianlong harbored ill intentions. Xiaoyu, what are you saying? Didn't I just see Brother Lu and Brother Wang? Since we know each other, why don't we sit down and drink some tea together? At the same time, you can also try out my cooking. The corners of Tianlong's lips curled up as he sneaked a glance at Zhongxian. Brat, weren't you very arrogant a moment ago? Don't do it again? Next time your head, now that Lu Sun Laosher is here, what master, what expert? Let's see how you can continue acting. Lu Sun and Wang Chao didn't expect to meet Zhongxian here either. Wang Chao frowned and turned to look at Tianlong. Brother Tian, didn't you check the invitations for Elder Tian's birthday banquet? Why is it that anyone can enter? Hearing those words, Tianlong nearly leaped up in excitement. He had long heard that Wang Chao had an impatient personality, but he didn't expect him to be so formidable. He was still worried about how he could bring a conflict over, but this fellow immediately went straight to the point. Even though Tianlong was overjoyed, he intentionally put on a troubled expression. I have definitely checked the invitations. Assistant Master Teacher Huang Yu and Bai Xiao Wangya were personally invited by me. As for this, Miss Zhang, even though I didn't invite her, since she is their guest, it isn't my place to say anything. Guest? A low-level teacher can be considered as a guest? Wang Chao sneered. Zhongxian was only a low-level teacher in the academy. He wasn't even a high-ranking teacher, needless to say, a star teacher. In terms of standing, he was indeed not qualified to attend Elder Tian's birthday banquet. Enough, Wang Chao. Lu Sun waved his hands, interrupting his good friend's sarcasm. Glancing at Xianxia, he said calmly, "My apologies, Miss Zhang. Wang Chao has always been a straightforward person, and he doesn't follow the rules. However, this isn't a place where you should be. Hurry up and return. Don't let Huang Yu Xiaojie get scolded because of you, and don't let Hongtian Academy's reputation be tarnished." "Lu Sun, what do you mean by that?" Upon hearing those words, Huang Yu couldn't hold it in any longer. "What do you mean by being scolded? What do you mean by losing my reputation?" Miss Zhang was invited by the 3 master teachers to the birthday banquet. "Why did it become an embarrassment in your words?" "I don't mean anything. You should go to a certain place based on your identity. Huang Yu Xiaojia, I know that you are an assistant teacher and you are deeply trusted and doted on by Lu Shi. However, you mustn't act recklessly. This is Elder Tian's birthday banquet, so it's best for you to be careful." "Who is Elder Tian?" "He was once Lu Shi's teacher, and he is half a teacher to you. If you bring a disreputable low-level teacher here and incur the displeasure of Lu Shi, you will be in trouble." Lu Sun shook his head. There was no sarcasm or anger on his face. It was as though he was stating the simplest of facts. In his eyes, it didn't matter whether Zhang Xian scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination or not. That fellow was just a low-level teacher. He didn't have the right to participate in such a high-class birthday banquet. If he were to forcefully bring him here, it would only lower his standing. This was like bringing a beggar to a restaurant. No matter how beautiful the beggar was, if he were to be dragged down by his companions, he would become a joke. A dragon is a dragon when it is with a phoenix. If it is with a pig, it is a dog. You. Upon hearing those words, Huang Yu was about to say something when Zhang Xian waved his hands, walked to the table, and sat down. He casually picked up a teacup and poured a bowl of tea. Then, he lifted his head to look at the 2 arrogant star teachers. "In the end, I am just a disreputable low-level teacher. Since that's the case. Great Lu Laoshi, why do you want to compete with me in the teacher evaluation? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to your reputation of being wise and mighty?" Initially, he couldn't be bothered with these 2 fellows acting cool. Who knew? Didn't I give you face? So what if I'm unhappy if you don't step on me? Upon hearing those words, Huang Yu and Bai Sun glanced at one another. At the same time, they were impressed. As expected of Master Zhang, his words were vicious. "Right, didn't you say that he would drag me down? Since that's the case, as a star teacher, why do you want to compete with him? Aren't you slapping your own face?" "You?" Lu Sun smiled lightly, not showing any signs of being slapped in the face. He raised his eyelids and said, "You're just a stepping stone for me to climb up. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck for bumping into me." "Springboard?" "That's right. The teacher evaluation tomorrow will definitely attract Xianxia and the other 3 master teachers. At that time, Brother Lu will display the results of his teaching. At that time, the 4 master teachers will surely view him in a different light. Brother Lu will be able to leap through the dragon gate and become a true assistant master teacher. On the other hand, you are just an accessory." Wang Chao smiled gently and looked at him with a pitiful expression. He was just a stepping stone. Did he really think that he was someone important? To be honest, it's your honor to be able to trample on you. You should feel honored. Are you sure you can win? It was only at this moment that Zhang Xian realized the other party's intentions, and he shook his head. He didn't know the thoughts of the 3 master teachers, but Xianxia definitely wouldn't come and watch. Furthermore, it was impossible for him to accept Lu Sun as his apprentice. "Actually, it doesn't matter whether we win or not. There might be something else that you don't know about." Just as Wang Chao and Lu Sun were about to continue speaking, Tianlong laughed. "What?" Wang Chao turned to look at him. Tianlong smiled confidently. "One of the reasons why Lu Shi came to the capital is to celebrate my grandfather's birthday. The main reason is to accept Brother Lu as his assistant master teacher. This matter is supposed to be a secret, but Lu Shi mentioned it in his letter to the old master. I happened to see it and know about it." "Oh? Really?" Lu Sun's eyes lit up. "Of course. With Brother Lu's reputation, it's normal for a master teacher to recognize you. Lu Shi is my grandfather's student, so he didn't dare to hide anything from him. Thus, he wrote about it in detail in his letter. It's precisely because of this that I decided to send you an invitation. I intend to introduce you to him so that he can acknowledge you as his teacher and accept you as his disciple on the spot. This will become a legend. Tianlong said. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Tian. Hearing the other party's confirmation, Lu Sun stood up excitedly. Knowing that there was no hope on Xianxia's side, he turned his attention to the three master teachers. However, the three master teachers seemed to be absent for the past 2 days, and he couldn't pay them a visit. This made him anxious. He thought that he would fail like Xianxia. Never in his dreams did he expect that Lu Shi had already taken a liking to him. This is great. Looks like we're going to be fellow apprentices in the future. Smiling happily, Lu Sun turned to Huang Yu and revealed a kind smile. Who's going to be fellow apprentice with you? Huang Yu harumphed coldly. She had no idea what Lu Shi was thinking, but since Tianlong dared to say such words, he must be confident. Could it be that she was really going to be fellow apprentice with this fellow? Huang Yu was conflicted. This fellow's arrogant expression made her extremely displeased. However, to be honest, this fellow was indeed capable. Even she was impressed by him. To be able to thrive in Tianxian Kingdom without the guidance of a master teacher, he must have a deep understanding of teaching. Did you hear that? Brother Lu is going to be a master teacher apprentice soon. Do you still have the face to remain here? Upon receiving such good news, Wang Chao was delighted as well. He glanced at the nonchalant Xianxia and felt even more disgusted. Going to be? Didn't you say that you haven't accepted him yet? Xianxia couldn't be bothered with their happiness. He didn't expect that Lu Shi had already taken a liking to Lu Sun. He couldn't help but consider whether he should use his identity as Xianxia to persuade him. After all, if Xianxia were to accept Lu Ling as his student, Lu Sun would be his grand disciple. This fellow was so arrogant and pretentious. He didn't want such a grand disciple, he really didn't want it. Let's see if you can still keep up the act later. Seeing how this fellow refused to shed a tear even in the face of the coffin, the two men who desperately wanted to become his grand disciple looked at him with disdain. They had seen arrogant people before, but this was the first time they had seen such an arrogant person. As long as the three master teachers arrived, Lu Sun would immediately become an assistant master teacher. Yet, he still had the cheek to remain here. How could he be so shameless? Furthermore, he was still sitting on the spot, pouring tea for himself. How could he possibly drink this tea? If it was me, I would have jumped off the building in embarrassment. Hee, Brother Wang, you can't say that. I just heard Xiaoyu and by Xiao Wangye addressing this Miss Zhang as Master Zhang. I heard that he is a master painter, and he is an awe-inspiring figure. Seeing that Zhang Xian's skin was unimaginably thick, Tianlong said with an impassive smile. Master painter? Lu Sun placed his hands behind his back and glanced at Tianlong with disdain. Master painter? Don't you find it laughable? There should be a limit to your bragging. Even though he hadn't returned home for many years, how could he not know how difficult it was to become a master painter? It was one thing for a famous trash teacher in the academy to strike up a relationship with Huang Yu, but the more he acted, the more he got addicted to it. Indeed, Brother Tian must have heard wrongly. Brother Lu was born in a family of painters, and his father, Master Lu Chen, is the most formidable master painter in Tianxian Kingdom. Even Emperor Xianxia learned from him. Brother Lu has come into contact with painting ever since he was young. How could he not know whether there are any master painters in the kingdom? Wang Chao shook his head with a smile. With the two of you speaking up, I am relieved. I really thought that it was true. After all, Yuanyu. Just as Tianlong was about to tell them about Master Yuanyu's attitude, a commotion broke out downstairs. Hurry up, the three master teachers are here. And Emperor Xianxia, hurry up and welcome them. Discussions broke out. The three master teachers and Emperor Xianxia are here? Hearing the commotion below, Tianlong immediately fell silent. He turned to Lu Sun and Wang Chao and said, Brother Lu, Brother Wang, let's go down and welcome them as well. All right. With the arrival of the three master teachers, the people in the room could no longer sit still and hurried down the stairs. Senior Huang Yu, let's go and welcome our teacher. Lu Xun chuckled. Who are you calling your senior? Huang Yu harumphed and glanced at Xianxia. Let's go down. Knowing that Huang Yu, as a student, had to welcome her teacher, Xianxia nodded his head. Besides, he was here to meet the three master teachers. Since he was here, he might as well go and take a look. Walala, the few of them walked out in a single file. At this moment, there was no one on the first floor. Walking out of the hall, they saw a few figures walking along the corridor ahead. They were Lu Ling, Zhuang Xian, Jing Fei, and Emperor Shen Jue. Even though they were respectful before Yangshi, they still carried an imposing aura here. Paying respect to Lu Shi, Zhuangshi, Jingshi, and His Majesty. There was no lack of clan heads and elders who came to attend the birthday banquet. At this moment, all of them lowered their heads. Just like you, we are here to offer our blessings to Elder Tian. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Emperor Shen Jue chuckled. Even though he spoke casually, no one dared to do so. Thus, all of them smiled apologetically, not daring to speak a word. Let's go over. Upon seeing the three master teachers and Emperor Shen Jue walking over, Tian Long smiled and led Lu Xun and Wang Chao forward to welcome them. As a master-teacher apprentice, how could Huang Yu fall behind? Thus, she walked alongside Bai Sun and Zhang Xian. Teacher. Upon arriving, Huang Yu and Bai Sun bowed. Did you manage to invite him? Upon seeing the duo, Lu Ling, Zhuang Xian, and Jing Fei's eyes lit up. For the past 2 days, they had been waiting in Hantian Academy, waiting for Zhang Xian to return so that they could find an opportunity to take him in as their apprentice. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that fellow to never return. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Even Emperor Shen Jue was unable to find a trace of him. Left with no choice, they could only send Huang Yu and Bai Sun to look for him. Initially, they didn't hold much hope for him. However, upon seeing that there wasn't the slightest hint of dejection on the duo's faces, their hearts jolted. We managed to invite him. He's the one beside me. Just as Huang Yu was about to introduce him, Lu Xun interrupted her and clasped his fist in agitation. I am Lu Xun. Paying respect to Lu Shi, Zhuangshi, Jingshi. After introducing himself, he thought that the three master teachers would immediately greet him warmly and accept him as their apprentice. However, the three of them ignored him, as though they didn't see him at all. Instead, they walked up to Tian Long and surrounded him with smiles on their faces. You must be Xianxian Laoshi. We have finally met you in person. It took us so long to find you. Ah? Tian Long was stunned. Tian Long froze on the spot. Looking at the fawning smiles on the faces of the three master teachers, he was bewildered. He wanted to say something, but no words came out of his mouth. What was going on? By the side, Zhang Xian was even more bewildered. It had only been a few days since they last met. Why did these three fools turn dumb? Putting aside the fact that I am Zhang Xian, why are you all looking at me with such excited gazes? It seems like the one who scammed your money is Yangshi. It has nothing to do with me. Every grievance has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Cough cough, Lu Shi, he isn't Miss Zhang. He is Elder Tian's grandson, Tian Long. Huang Yu couldn't hold it in any longer and hurriedly said. Ah? He isn't? If he isn't, then why are you feigning ignorance? You made me happy for nothing. Glaring at Tian Long, Jing Fei harumphed coldly. If he could, he would have slapped him. Looking at his ferocious gaze, Tian Long's tears flowed down. I'm not feigning ignorance, but the moment you all rushed over, you immediately assumed that I am Xianxian Laoshi. I didn't even have a chance to refute you, I was scared out of my wits. It was no wonder the three master teachers would mistake him for someone else. Regardless of whether it was in terms of height or appearance, Tian Long was much better than Zhang Xian. Huang Yu only said that he was by her side. Before she could say whether he was by her left or right, Lu Xun interrupted her. With a single glance, he assumed that the tall and handsome man was the person he was looking for. If he isn't, then where is Miss Zhang? Lu Ling turned to look at Tian Long. I am Zhang Xian. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to avoid him, Zhang Xian could only bite the bullet. You are Miss Zhang? You are indeed a dashing and talented man. Lu Ling stepped forward and smiled. That's right. He's so handsome, elegant, and outstanding. I recognized him at a glance, Master Zhuang also said. As expected of the role model of the teachers in Tianqian Kingdom. Not bad, not bad. Xing Fei followed up. Black lines streaked across Zhang Xian's face. I'm tall, handsome, talented, outstanding, handsome, and charismatic. Since that's the case, how can you all mistake me for someone else? You think Tianlong is me? Who would have thought that a master teacher would lie through his teeth? And in such a confident manner at that. Where's your shame? What about his identity? May I know why the three master teachers are looking for me? Seeing that their gazes were getting more and more fervent, Zhang Xian couldn't help but speak up. Oh, there are many people here. We can find a place to talk. Lu Ling said. With so many people watching, he couldn't possibly say that he had heard of Zhang Xian's deeds, and that he had specially visited the academy to take Zhang Xian in as his apprentice. If they really said that, not only would others think that they were crazy, but Zhang Xian would also be scared away. How could a master teacher be so proactive when recruiting apprentices? All right. Zhang Xian nodded. Judging from the other party's attitude, it was likely that they didn't know that he was Yang Xian. Otherwise, they would have long made a move on him. In that case, he also wanted to ask about the black gas, so he might as well agree. Let's go. Seeing that this Miss Zhang was so easy to talk to, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. They surrounded her in the middle and walked forward as if afraid that she would run away. While everyone was perplexed, Lu Sun's heart was on the verge of breaking down. Initially, he thought that as long as he revealed his identity, he would be recognized by the three master teachers and become Lu Shi's apprentice. Then, his name would spread far and wide. But what was the situation before him? After hearing his name, he didn't even bother with it. Instead, he rushed toward Zhang Xian, whom he had been looking down on, with a friendly attitude. Didn't they say that he was a master teacher apprentice? This Zhang Xian was only a low-level teacher, and his reputation was terrible as well. Why were they surrounding him? Gritting his teeth, he walked forward. Lu Shi. I am Lu Sun, Hongtian Academy star teacher Lu Sun. Oh, I know. We met at the royal palace previously. Lu Ling nodded his head and pushed him aside. All right, move aside. I have something to discuss with Miss Zhang. Move to the side, don't get in the way. Lu Sun staggered, only to see Lu Shi walking into the distance. At this moment, his entire body stiffened, and he even felt like dying. No matter what, I am a star teacher, the #1 teacher in Tianqian Kingdom. Shouldn't I ask a few questions? Furthermore, he pushed me aside, saying that I was in the way. Towards that Zhang Xian, he was afraid that he would get lost, so the three of them surrounded him. As for him, Lu Sun felt stifled. Can someone tell me what is going on? Suppressing the urge to vomit blood, he turned to look at Tianlong. Don't you have insider news? Didn't you say that Lu Shi wrote a letter saying that he wanted to take me in as his apprentice? Who in the world has ever seen an apprentice whose teacher doesn't even spare a glance at them? Seeing the other party's gaze, Tianlong felt frenzied. I really read the letter, but I don't know what is going on either. While the two of them were conflicted, Wang Chao felt as though his face had been slapped red. Previously, he was the one who said that Zhang Xian was the most enthusiastic, and he thought that Lu Sun's identity as a master teacher apprentice was already set in stone. Yet, in the end, he realized that he was being slapped in public, and the worst kind at that. He said that the other party was a foil and a stepping stone. Why did it feel like Lu Sun was the foil and stepping stone instead? He even thought that the other party was shameless and should jump off a building. The one who should be jumping off a building should be him, perhaps. Wang Chao, Lu Sun, and Tianlong turned to look at Huang Yu and Bai Sun. If there was anyone who knew what was going on, it would definitely be the two of them. One of them was Lu Shi's apprentice while the other was Zhuang Shi's student. Furthermore, they were the ones who invited Zhang Xian over. We don't know either. Huang Yu hurriedly shook her head. The three master teachers only told them that they were looking for Zhang Xian, but they didn't say what they were going to do. Even at this moment, their heads were filled with question marks. Regardless of whether it was Lu Shi or Zhuang Shi, they were both solemn and lofty figures. Yet, at this moment, they were crowding around Xianxia as though they were chasing after a celebrity. Even though they were witnessing it personally, they still found it hard to believe. Should we go over to take a look? Unable to comprehend what was going on, they couldn't hold themselves back any longer and hurried over. This was especially so for Lu Sun. If he didn't know the answer today, he might even die from anger. A moment ago, he was still acting haughtily, thinking that it was beneath him to be associated with Xianxia. Yet now, the three master teachers were crowding around the other party. And he was thrown to the corner. What was so good about this fellow? To think that the three master teachers wouldn't even look at me. Your Majesty, Lushi, Xianxia, upon learning of your arrival, the old master instructed me to welcome you. Before they could get far, an elder walked up to them. The butler of the Tian residence, Tian Gang. Lushi nodded his head. Even though he wanted to tell Xianxia that he was interested in taking him in as his apprentice right now, this was Elder Tian's birthday banquet after all. This way please, the old master is already waiting for you in the main hall. Tian Gang led the way. Miss Zhang, let's go together. Elder Tian was once my teacher in the way of tea, and he is a kind person. Lu Ling explained with a smile. Seeing the friendly attitude of the three master teachers, Xianxia could only nod his head in agreement. After walking a few steps, Emperor Xianxia walked up to him and looked at him with a smile. Xianxia, I have long heard of your name. You are indeed a young hero. In the future, you will surely shine brightly and your name will spread far and wide. In the future, if you have any requests, feel free to look for me. Even though Tianxian Kingdom isn't a powerful kingdom, it doesn't lack resources. As long as it is within our means, we will do our best to help you. Hearing the other party's promise, a bizarre expression appeared on Xianxia's face. Naturally, he could tell that Emperor Xianxia was expressing goodwill to him. However, as an ordinary teacher of an academy, what right did he have for the emperor to express goodwill to him? Besides, what you have heard previously is my reputation as a trash, right? Why did these fellows seem to have changed after a few days of absence? Why did their attitude change so much? He had been disguising himself as Xianxia for the past few days and didn't appear as Miss Zhang. Xianxia was perplexed as to what had happened for these people to change their attitude in such a manner. However, this was good as well. Previously, he thought that given their high standing, it would be difficult for him to approach them given his identity as Xianxia. However, from the looks of it now, he was overthinking it. After not appearing for a few days, he didn't know that the name Xianxia had become so incredible. Even an emperor and a master teacher would try to curry favor with him. Seeing that Emperor Xianxia was expressing goodwill, the young man nodded his head slightly and fell silent. Emperor Xianxia sighed. As expected of a person whom the three master teachers thought highly of. Just his mental fortitude alone was incredible. If it was any other young man, after receiving a few words of praise from His Majesty and making such a promise, he would definitely be immensely pleased with himself and think highly of himself. But look at His Majesty, he was calm and unmoved. This calmness that would not change even in the face of a landslide was admirable. Emperor Xianxia was impressed. However, he didn't know that the person in question, Xianxia, wasn't calm. Instead, he was distracted. Besides, he had gotten used to disguising as Xianxia over the past few days. Naturally, he was able to relax. The few of them followed behind the butler, and soon, they arrived at a vast hall. Upon entering, the fragrance of tea assaulted their nostrils, refreshing them. You're here, sit. An elder sat at the very center of the hall. An exquisite tea set was placed before him, and the steam formed from the hot water rose into the air. This was where the fragrance of the tea came from. Xianxia, Lu Ling, Zhuangxian, Xingfei, pays respect to Elder Tian. The few of them stepped forward. Following behind him, Xianxia gazed at the elder before him. Even though it was his 90th birthday, he looked no different from his 70th. His snow-white beard made him look like a sage from afar. The elder casually waved his hands without lifting his head. Picking up the teacup, he slowly poured the boiling water into it. In an instant, the tea leaves exuded a light fragrance. Caressing it lightly, the tea set seemed to have grown arms and legs, and the boiling hot tea was poured straight into the teacup. His movements were smooth and fluid, giving one a unique sense of beauty. Even before drinking the tea, one was already in awe, unable to tear their eyes away from it. It was a complete enjoyment. This is the way of tea? Incredible. Previously, Xianxia thought that the way of tea couldn't be compared to pill forging. However, upon seeing the elder's movements, he realized that the occupation of one of the 9 paths was indeed extraordinary. Please. The elder gestured, and a few maids walked over to serve the teacups to Emperor Xianxia and the 3 master teachers. There was a total of 6 cups. 4 of them had been served, leaving 2. After serving the tea, the elder wiped his hands and lifted his head to look at the crowd. Only then did he notice Xianxia, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. This is. Reporting to Tian Laosher, this is Xianxia, an outstanding young teacher of Hongtian Academy. Lu Ling introduced. Even though Elder Tian was no longer teaching him, he was still used to addressing him as teacher. A teacher for a day, a father for life. In this world, the dignity of a teacher was extremely strict. Even master teachers didn't dare to go against it. Xianxia? Elder Tian shook his head. With a calm expression, he asked doubtfully, isn't the outstanding teacher of Hongtian Academy Lu Sun? Lu Laosher is outstanding as well, but Miss Zhang isn't any weaker than him. In fact, she might even surpass him. Recalling the scenes he had seen in Hongtian Academy over the past 2 days, Lu Ling couldn't help but praise. He had casually taught his students for 10 days, slacking off every single day. In the end, every single one of his students had advanced by leaps and bounds. Putting aside ordinary teachers, even the 3 of them would find it hard to achieve such a feat surpass him? A glint flashed across Elder Tian's eyes. To be able to receive such praise from you, she is indeed capable and qualified to sit here. However, it isn't that easy to drink my tea. She has to pass a test. Test? Xianxia looked at him. I am only accompanying Laosher and the others here, not to drink tea. Besides, is your tea God's nectar? One has to pass a test to drink it. Just as Xianxia was about to reject him, Lu Ling's eyes lit up and he looked at him excitedly. Great! Xianxia Laosher, this is a good opportunity. You must make use of it. Opportunity? It's just a cup of tea, what kind of opportunity is there? To be able to drink Tian Laosher's tea is the dream of countless cultivators. Seeing his confusion, Lu Ling explained with a smile, you might not know this, but Tian Laosher's tea is very particular in terms of tea leaves and brewing method. The tea on the table right now is called spirit calming tea. There are less than 3 tea trees in the entire Tianxian kingdom, and they grow on the snowy peak of White Pearl Peak. Every day, the sunlight lasts for 16 hours. This is precisely the reason why the tea leaves are so fragrant when it is brewed. It's fine if there are only a few tea trees, but the leaves we pick cannot be young or old. They can only be picked 6 hours after the tea tree has bloomed. The tea leaves at this time of the year contain a faint floral fragrance. Combined with the coldness of the White Pearl Peak, it will be more enjoyable if it is steeped in boiling water. A single tea tree doesn't have many leaves to begin with, and given how strict the requirements are, it's easy to imagine how much tea leaves it produces. To tell you the truth, the entire Tianxian kingdom only produces around 3 taels of tea leaves a year. Xianxia was speechless. It was no wonder why the other party was so serious. Just the rarity of the tea leaves made it worth it. Of course, there are very few of them. It's just that these tea leaves are precious. For cultivators, it's up to them whether they want to drink it or not. It's not an opportunity. Cultivators paid the most attention to their own cultivation. No matter how delicious the tea was, not drinking it wouldn't make a difference. There was no need to pay such a huge price for the sake of food. The reason why it's important is because of the effects of the tea. Spirit calming tea has the effect of calming one's mind. If an ordinary person were to consume it, they would be able to sleep better, recover their spirit, and increase their stamina significantly. On the other hand, if a fighter were to consume it, they would be able to reach the heart of tranquil water realm within a short period of time. Even though it's only for a short period of time and one will automatically exit after a short period of time, It allows one to experience the profoundness of the state of mind in advance. It will be of great help to one's future improvement. Lucier continued, of course, just the tea alone isn't able to achieve such an effect. Tian Laoshir's superb way of tea is required to achieve such an effect. It can allow one to reach the heart of tranquil water realm within a short period of time. Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. Only by reaching the heart of tranquil water realm would one be able to focus and not be affected by other emotions. Just like the two apothecaries, Meng Yan and Xianxia, he met during the pill debate. When forging a calming pill like the tranquil heart pill, it was easy for one to be affected by one's emotions and body, causing the pill to mutate and lose its original effect. The reason why such a situation occurred was due to the lack of a breakthrough in one's state of mind. As long as one reaches the second state of heart of tranquil water, one would be able to maintain a calm state of mind even if one were to be affected by negative emotions, thus forging a perfect tranquil heart pill. The guild leader of the blacksmith guild, Luo Chong, had reached this state. However, due to eating the dragon-scaled prawn, he was unable to calm his heart whenever he forged, resulting in him being unable to forge even a single weapon. Many cultivators don't pay much attention to their state of mind, thinking that it's useless. However, that isn't the case. For a fighter to break through Xianxia and become a Fighter 8 Dan expert, one has to reach Soul Depth 2 Dan. Otherwise, if one's state of mind isn't pure, no matter how one tries to break through, it will be difficult for one to grasp the essence and state of mind of a Xianxia. Not only do fighters have this requirement, there are many occupations that have it as well. For example, if one hasn't reached the heart of tranquil water realm, one isn't qualified to take the examination. Afraid that Xianxia wouldn't understand, Lu Ling explained once more. Xianxia nodded his head. There were some records regarding the state of mind in the kingdom's book collection vault. With just a thought, Xianxia was able to read through most of them, and it wasn't much of a secret. It was precisely because of this that he understood how difficult it was to raise one's state of mind. To be able to enter a state of mind just by drinking a cup of tea, even though it was only for a short period of time, it was already an incredible feat. Even the tranquil heart pill wasn't able to achieve such a feat. It was no wonder why the way of tea was so popular in the kingdom, even surpassing painting. This was the main reason. In other words, if Meng Yan and Xianxia, the two apothecaries, were able to forge a flawless tranquil heart pill by drinking a cup of tea before forging the pill, Xianxia wouldn't have won the pill debate so easily. Even if I were to come here every single time, I might not be able to taste such an effective tea. It is all thanks to the three master teachers today. Since Elder Tian has agreed to give you this opportunity, it is definitely a priceless opportunity. Emperor Shenzhui smiled. May I know what kind of test it is? Xianxia was moved and he turned to look at Elder Tian. Even though he had reached the heart of tranquil water realm, it was only at the elementary level. If this tea was effective, he might be able to reach the intermediate level or even higher. Elder Tian didn't reply. Instead, he gestured, "Invite them in." The butler, Tian Gang, nodded his head and left. Not too long later, a few people walked in. They were Tian Long, Lu Sun, Wang Chao, Huang Yu, Bai Sun, and the others. Lu Sun pays respect to Elder Tian. Upon entering the room, Lu Sun stepped forward, clasped his hands, and bowed. Take a seat. You and Miss Zhang are both outstanding teachers of Hongtian Academy. However, it is a pity that there is only one cup of tea. Thus, we can only test you. How about this? I will give you a test. The two of you will compete, and the one who wins will be qualified to drink the tea. Lu Ling, what do you think? After getting Lu Sun and the others to sit down, Elder Tian turned to look at Lucier. Even though he said tea, as long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to understand what was going on. So, this old fellow's test is fake. He is trying to create an opportunity for Lu Sun. At this point, how could Xianxia still not understand what was going on? Even though he didn't understand why Lucier and the others would suddenly be so courteous to him, he could roughly guess the reason. Elder Tian must be intending to accept him as his apprentice. Otherwise, why would the three great master teachers waste time with a low-level teacher like him? As the owner of the Tian clan's matter, it was impossible for Elder Tian to be unaware of this matter. Thus, the so-called tea was fake. Elder Tian was probably trying to make things difficult for him so that Lu Xun could perform well and win back Lu Shi's favor. Xianxia didn't intend to become Lu Shi's apprentice. However, the other party's move still left him displeased. He felt as though he had been fooled by the other party. However, he couldn't reject him now. Ever since the teacher evaluation, he had been compared to Lu Xun. On the surface, it seemed as though he was competing for a cup of tea, but in reality, he was competing for the qualifications to become Lu Shi's apprentice. If he were to reject him, he would be labeled as a coward. This Lu Xun would definitely be even more smug. Since Xianxia understood the meaning behind Elder Tian's words, Lu Ling naturally understood as well. Frowning, his complexion turned awful. Clearly, Elder Tian's decision was something that even he didn't expect. However, since Tian Laoshi had spoken, he could only nod his head in agreement. All right. Lu Shi and Xianxia were displeased. Actually, Elder Tian was frustrated as well. Previously, Lu Shi did mention Lu Xun in his letter, and it was clear that he intended to accept Lu Xun as his apprentice. This was also the reason why Elder Tian specially invited Lu Xun over and prepared an extra cup of tea for him. He pretended to be testing Lu Xun's apprentice, but in reality, it was to facilitate the introduction. Who knew that instead of Lu Xun, Xianxia came first? Furthermore, judging from Lu Shi's attitude, he seemed to have taken a liking to Miss Zhang and gave up on Lu Xun. Naturally, he was displeased that Elder Tian had failed in his preparations. Thus, he came up with this test at the last minute. Otherwise, if he were to inform Lu Xun beforehand and he were to fail to become his apprentice, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Lu Xun will listen to Elder Tian's arrangements. Understanding the other party's intentions, Lu Xun clasped his hands in delight. Since it's a test, there should be a content to it. May I know what it is? Knowing that he couldn't reject it, Xianxia didn't hesitate any further. Since you are here to drink tea, of course we have to discuss the way of tea. Tian Long harumphed. Way of tea? Xianxia frowned. Miss Zhang has never come into contact with the way of tea. Isn't it a little biased to test the way of tea? Huang Yu couldn't hold it in any longer and spoke up. She had interacted with this Miss Zhang a lot. The other party was a master painter, but he knew nothing about the way of tea. In fact, before she spoke with him today, she hadn't even heard of it. Testing a person who knows nothing about the way of tea, wasn't he intentionally making things difficult for her? Furthermore, based on what she knew, Lu Xun specialized in the way of tea. Even though he wasn't a match for Tian Long, he had listened to Elder Tian's teachings and was able to brew tea of the first level. Even a blind man could tell that this test was unfair. To become a master teacher apprentice, one should be knowledgeable in all occupations. As one of the 9 paths, the way of tea is a popular occupation in the entire kingdom. How can one not know it? If Miss Zhang really doesn't know anything, then I'm sorry, but I have no choice but to drink this cup of tea. Lu Xun chuckled lightly. Confidence gleamed in his eyes, and his face was filled with elegance. Little fellow, how dare you challenge me? Let's see if I can't kill you. Indeed. If you don't even know the way of tea, how can you be a master teacher apprentice? You should just admit defeat and save yourself the embarrassment. Wang Chao spoke up. He had lost face a moment ago, so he immediately found an opportunity to exact vengeance. All right. Even though I have only heard of the way of tea today, I can learn it now. Let's begin the test. Seeing the other party's smug expression, Xianxia shook his head. Since someone wanted to slap his face, he would give him a good slap. Even though he had only heard of the way of tea today, there were 7 to 8 rows of books on the way of tea in the kingdom's book collection vault. Previously, he had only kept them in the library of Heaven's Path, but now it was time for him to take a look. Learn it now? Hearing Xianxia's words, Lu Xun, Tian Long, and the others sneered. You must be joking, learn it now? Do you think that the way of tea is the handiwork of a roadside craftsman? Learn it just like that, this is an occupation. Even if one were to study it day in and day out, it would be impossible for one to improve without several years of hard work. To think that you can pass the test now. Will you die if you don't act so pretentiously? But that's fine as well. You won't be able to lift your head up high later on. Lu Xun harumphed coldly. Seeing the other party's excitement, Huang Yu nearly burst into tears. She hurriedly sent a telepathic message to dissuade him, "You mustn't agree to it. Lu Sun has specially learned the way of tea, and he is extremely proficient in it. You don't even know the way of tea, yet you want to compete with an expert in the way of tea? Aren't you joking?" She had seen reckless people, but she had never seen someone as reckless as you. "It's fine." Knowing that the other party's concern was sincere, Xianxia smiled and consoled her. Seeing that the other party had already made up his mind, Huang Yu panicked, but there was nothing she could do. Humph. Seeing how frivolous Miss Zhang was, Elder Tian's complexion darkened. The way of tea was a skill that he had spent all of his effort on, yet this fellow actually dared to say that he wanted to learn it now. Learn what? How? Do you think that this is a game? Learn it with a single glance. You must be joking. Even the three master teachers stared at one another with a frown on their faces. They had only heard of Miss Zhang's feats, but this was the first time they were seeing her in person. They didn't expect her to be so reckless and frivolous. With such a personality, no matter how good she was at teaching, they would have to consider whether they should accept her as their apprentice or not. Let's begin then. Suppressing his displeasure, Elder Tian gestured, "The test is simple. Longer, brew a pot of tea, and Lu Laosher and Miss Zhang, whoever is able to say what brewing technique is used and what level of tea fragrance it reaches will do." Just like pill forging, the way of tea had been passed down for countless years, and there were many different styles and brewing techniques. Different brewing techniques resulted in different flavors, and colors of tea. This was precisely the reason why there was no right or wrong way in brewing tea. There was only one requirement: good, better, and the best. A good tea brewing technique could allow the same tea leaves to display their fragrance to the extreme. The person who drank the tea would have their essence, energy, and spirit greatly nourished. Yes. The corner of Tian Long's mouth curled up. He glanced at Zhang Xian and took the tea set from Tian Gang. The boiling water flowed slowly, warming up the tea set. With a grab, a few tea leaves appeared in the teapot. As the boiling water flowed down, the tea fragrance exploded like firecrackers. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with a rich fragrance. Amazing! I didn't expect Tian Long to have such an admirable understanding of the tea ceremony at such a young age. It seems like he has inherited Tian Laosher's teachings. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a formidable tea master. Upon seeing Tian Long's actions, the three master teachers nodded their heads in approval. They had all learned the way of tea from Elder Tian. Although they had not reached the level of an official tea ceremony master, they had been immersed in it for many years. Their standards were not low, and they could naturally tell that Tian Long's skills were extraordinary. The way of tea is also divided into 4 stages, namely, perfect color and fragrance, returning to simplicity, divine intent, and pervading fragrance. The 4 stages correspond to reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intent, and breathtaking verisimilitude in painting. Even though Tian Long isn't much of a person, his skills in the way of tea are undeniable. Judging from his technique, he has already reached the 2nd stage, returning to simplicity. Afraid that Zhang Xian wouldn't understand, Huang Yu sent a telepathic message to him. The 1st stage, perfect color and fragrance, refers to the quality of the tea brewed. Regardless of whether it's the color or the fragrance, the tea brewed has reached a certain level, making it pleasing to the eye. Don't underestimate this stage. The tea brewer has to have a deep understanding of the water, the amount of tea leaves, and the state of the tea set. Without several years of hard work, it will be difficult to achieve this level. The 2nd stage, which is the current stage that Tian Long is at, is called returning to simplicity. At this stage, brewing tea is no longer just about showing off one's skills. Instead, one has to fuse the skill into one's bones and blood, allowing one to bring out the most intrinsic flavor of the tea leaves, allowing one to taste the purest tea fragrance. The 3rd stage, divine intent, is similar to infused intent in painting. The tea brewer has comprehended the true way of tea and is able to infuse one's conception into the tea. Through tasting the tea, one can experience the emotions of the tea brewer. Upon reaching this stage, one can take the examination to become a true way of tea master. The 4th stage, pervading fragrance, refers to the tea brewer being able to allow the fragrance of the tea to spread, causing the fragrance within a radius of several thousand meters to assail one's nostrils. At the same time, one can also control the fragrance of the tea so that it won't dissipate for a long time, allowing one to taste it as though it is a divine brew. Elder Tian has already reached this level. Look at the tea he pours, the steam lingers at the top of the cup without dissipating. With this skill, not only will the fragrance of the tea not go to waste, it will also remain boiling hot regardless of when one drinks it. The tea won't turn cold due to the passage of time, thus affecting the taste. Huang Yu had a deep understanding of the way of tea as well, and she spoke frankly with assurance. Knowing that the other party was trying to allow him to understand the way of tea more directly, Xianxia nodded his head in gratitude. Hearing her words, the way of tea was indeed not simple. Just these 4 stages alone would take countless years of one's time. While they were speaking, Tianlong's tea was already done. He poured it out slowly, reminiscent of a flowing mountain spring. Knocking against the walls of the teacup, a cheerful sound reminiscent of a musical instrument sounded. I've embarrassed myself. After Tianlong poured the tea, the true fragrance of the tea spread out, giving off a refreshing feeling. Tianlong smiled lightly, full of pride. To be able to comprehend the second level of the way of tea at his age, he could already be considered as a genius among geniuses. After a moment of excitement, he turned to look at Huang Yu. He thought that she would be in awe of Yojia, but she didn't even look at him. Instead, she was whispering to Xianxia. His face immediately darkened, and he felt as though he was about to explode. It wasn't easy for him to learn a set of techniques and perform it so perfectly. All he wanted to do was to put on a good performance before a beauty. Yet, such was the outcome. Xianxia's rage was directed toward Xianxia once more. Seeing his furious gaze, Xianxia blinked his eyes. He didn't seem to have offended him, but there was something wrong with this fellow's head. The tea is ready. Who wants to go first? Elder Tian scanned the surroundings. Allow me. Lu Sun stood up, his eyes brimming with confidence. Brother Tian's technique is called Roots of Fallen Leaves, and it originates from Master Chong Feng 100 years ago. He observed the growth of tea leaves for 3 years before coming up with this technique. Roots of fallen leaves refers to placing every single tea leaf into the tea set according to the order in which they grow. The order in which they are soaked is also the same. Just like humans, tea leaves have their own meridians. By soaking them according to the order in which they grow, it's similar to soaking them from the root to the tip of a tree. This technique allows one to bring out the essence of the tea leaves, allowing one to reach the second level of the way of tea, restoration of purity. At this point, Lu Sun flung his sleeves and chuckled lightly. Brother Tian, may I know if my words are correct? Brother Lu is a genius. There isn't a single mistake in your words, Tianlong replied. Now that I'm done talking about the technique, let's talk about the fragrance of the tea. Lu Sun stood on the spot and took a deep breath. With a smile, he said, the fragrance lingers in the air, making one feel as though one is in a tea garden. If I'm not wrong, it should be at the 4th level. In order to ascertain the quality and taste of tea, some formidable tea masters categorized the aroma of tea into 9 levels, from low to high. 1st level tea aroma, stimulating saliva in the mouth. 2nd level tea aroma, enticing one's mind. 4th level tea aroma, captivating one's dreams. 9th level tea aroma, attracting hundreds of birds. Tianlong's 2nd level of the way of tea had already reached the 4th level, captivating one's dreams. In other words, this aroma was sufficient to make one unable to forget it even after drinking it once. Hearing Lu Sun's reply, Elder Tian nodded his head in satisfaction. As expected of Lu Sun Laosher, his words were spot on. I'm done. Xianxia Laosher, it's your turn now. Smiling faintly, Lu Sun turned to look at Xianxia. Me? Since you're done, what else do you want me to say? Xianxia was speechless. Wasn't this fellow too shameless? He had already spoken on the other party's brewing technique and the quality of the tea aroma. What else was he supposed to say? If his words were the same, the other party could just say that he was imitating. Brother Lu only spoke of the name of the brewing technique. The way of tea is broad and profound. If he wanted to speak, there should be a lot more he could say. Miss Zhang, it can't be that you don't know what the brewing technique is and can't say anything at all. Tianlong looked at Xianxia with a smile. If that's the case, I advise you to admit defeat, lest everyone feels awkward. Admit defeat? That's not my style. If I were to admit defeat, it would be the other party. Xianxia shook his head. At this point, the corners of his lips curled up, and he looked at Tianlong playfully. Are you sure you want me to say it? Stop putting on an act. Tianlong flung his sleeves. All right then. Xianxia stood up. Lu Laoshi is right. Tianlong has indeed used the root of the fallen leaves technique. This is an incredible technique that can brew a third-level tea, but, in his hands, it seems like it's right but it's actually wrong. It's a failure. You. Tianlong nearly leaped up. There's no need for you to be in such a hurry to deny it. Xianxia smiled faintly. He walked up to Tianlong, casually picked up the teacup, and slid his finger across it. There's no need for me to elaborate on the teacup, TC, and tea set. Even if the ones in Elder Tian's residence aren't the best, they aren't too far off. Let's start from your brewing technique. The root of the fallen leaves technique is a gradual process. The hot water permeates through the veins, just like how the tea leaves absorb water. There's no problem with the order in which the tea leaves are placed, but it's a pity that you neglected the unique characteristics of the tea leaves. The tea leaves you brewed are called 9 years of spring. From the moment the tea leaves are formed to the moment they are plucked and roasted, the best period is 9 years. The fragrance is also the strongest there. I'm not wrong about this, am I? Xianxia looked at Tianlong. Why, you're right. Tianlong nodded. 9 years of spring was a rare tea leaf. There weren't many of it, and it had never been popular in the world. Even their Tian residents had to search for it for a long time before they could find a few tales of it. How did this fellow, who didn't even know anything about the way of tea, know of it? Ordinary tea leaves can be consumed in a year, but this one requires 9 years. This shows that it's special and needs to be soaked for a longer period of time in order to make its fragrance more pure and lasting. However, you only took 3 breaths to finish steeping all of the tea leaves after boiling them. Due to how fast you were, the fragrance of the 9-year spring wasn't fully brought out, resulting in your first failure. 9-year spring is grown in a humid place, so there is a lot of moisture in the tea leaves. Before steeping, it needs to be washed with light salt water in order to activate the veins of the leaves, allowing the tea leaves to release a better fragrance. Not only did you not wash it, you even dry-soaked it. Not only did it affect the taste, it even caused 9-year spring to drop a grade. This is a second failure. Before brewing the tea, it's not a problem to heat up the tea set. However, it's a pity that I overestimated my skills and placed the tea leaves into the tea set before heating it up completely. Furthermore, the tea leaves are still in their normal state, causing the heat to dissipate, greatly reducing the effect. This is the third failure. Fallen leaves return to their roots. When it comes to dividing the tea, it should be done within 3 breaths to ensure that each cup tastes the same. But you dragged it out for 7 breaths. The difference between the first cup of tea and the 5th cup of tea is nearly a grade apart in terms of taste. You can test it. The first cup reached level 4, and the last cup is at most level 3. It's the same pot of tea, but there are 2 different flavors. The 17th failure. Xianxia did not stop and pointed out 17 mistakes in a row. He looked at Tianlong again with a face full of sympathy. A good returning to the root of the fallen leaves technique, a good 9-year spring tea, has been soaked like this by you. Isn't it bullshit tea? You, Tianlong's face was pale as if he had seen a ghost. He wanted to retort, but he couldn't utter a single word. He had just learned this technique, so it was normal for him to have many flaws. Logically speaking, it was not a big deal, but how did the other party see through it? Didn't he not know how to make tea? After all, what the other party said was exactly the same as what his grandfather had taught him. In fact, it was even more. Grandpa had only mentioned 4 or 5 places, but he had mentioned 17 places in one go. Could it be that his research on the tea ceremony was even better than his grandfather's? How was this possible? He was not the only one who had gone mad. The entire hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Xianxia as if they were looking at a monster. This was especially so for Lu Sun. His eyes were about to pop out of his sockets, and he was on the verge of going insane. It was just a moment ago that he was able to point out the technique that the other party used and the quality of the tea, and he was already feeling proud of himself. Yet, not only was the other party able to see through all of that, he was even able to point out the flaws in the brewing of the tea and the flaws in his technique. Instantly, he felt as if his face had been ruthlessly slapped by someone. It was burning hot and felt like it was about to be torn apart. What was going on? To be able to say so much in one go and have such a deep understanding of 9 years of spring. Are you AF** king tea seller? Elder Tian, am I right? Paying no heed to the astonishment of the crowd, Xianxia chuckled softly as he looked at Elder Tian. A tea master brewing tea is similar to a cultivator practicing a fist technique. A book can be compiled to record the flaws of a tea master. This Tianlong did not provoke him, nor could he be bothered with him. Thus, Tianlong gave him a way out of this embarrassing situation. From the very start, Tianlong had been looking for trouble with him and even helped Lu Sun. Of course, this was also because Xianxia had gone easy on the other party. He had only pointed out a portion of the flaws in the way of tea. If Xianxia were to point out all of them, this fellow would probably end up in the same state as Apothecary by Ming back then. The conviction that he had built up over the years would crumble, resulting in him being unable to advance any further in the way of tea. What you said, honestly speaking, he wasn't sure whether the other party was right or not, but he was certain that the other half was correct. Furthermore, as for the other half that he didn't know, regardless of whether it was the attribute of the tea leaves or the brewing technique, there shouldn't be any problems. Just by looking at the brewing of tea, the other party was able to point out so many problems. Is he the way of tea master or am I? Elder Tian looked as though he had seen a ghost. After hesitating for a long moment, he said, everything is correct. Everything is correct? Miss Zhang is correct? Upon hearing his judgment, a commotion broke out in the hall. This was especially so for Huang Yu and Bai Sun. They stared at one another, and they could see the frenzy in the other's eyes. On the way here, Miss Zhang had been asking about the way of tea. She was a complete noob, so it was impossible for her to know what the way of tea was. She was still worried that she would lose to Lu Sun. Never in her dreams did she expect such an outcome to occur. Brother, can you not play with my heart like that? If you are so knowledgeable about the way of tea, why are you feigning ignorance? He must be doing it on purpose. Recalling how she was still explaining the 4 levels of the way of tea to him out of goodwill, Huang Yu couldn't help but spurt blood. That fellow was probably laughing at her ignorance in his heart, it seems like. Master Zhang was like that before he started painting as well. Just as she was cursing in her heart, Bai Sun's confused voice sounded by her ears. Hearing those words, Huang Yu also recalled it. It seemed like, this Master Zhang was like an idiot before he started painting as well, knowing nothing at all. Yet, after reading a few books and drawing a few strokes, he was able to create a painting of the 5th level. What was wrong with this fellow? How could there be such a weird person in the world? Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia returned to his seat and looked at Elder Tian impassively. Since everything is correct, do you think I have passed your test? Wait a moment. Before Elder Tian could say anything, Wang Chao suddenly stood up and said, Elder Tian's question is, between Xianxia and Brother Lu, whoever is able to say what technique was used and what level of tea fragrance is it will be the victor. Brother Lu spoke of the root of the fallen leaves technique and said that the tea fragrance is at the 4th level. His answer was impeccable and pertinent to the question. As for Miss Zhang, despite saying so much, she didn't reveal the most crucial point. Speaking of which, she gave the wrong answer. I think that Brother Lu should be the victor. Indeed. Just because Brother Lu didn't say the latter part doesn't mean that he doesn't know how to do it. He just answered the question correctly. Tianlong's eyes lit up and he gritted his teeth. If this fellow were to win and become Lu Shi's apprentice, wouldn't he be with Huang Yu every single day? What does that have to do with me? Thus, I mustn't allow him to succeed. Furthermore, he was scolded as though he was a grandson. How can I let go of such a good opportunity? Hearing the other party's words, Xianxia was taken aback. He thought that he was shameless enough, but to think that these 2 fellows were even more shameless than him. Didn't answer the question correctly? Speaking of which, he did answer the question incorrectly, just that, Lu Laoshir's first answer has already revealed the answer. If Miss Zhang didn't say so, are you going to repeat his answer? Huang Yu couldn't hold it in any longer and stood up. You must be joking, you have already said the answer, so how are the others supposed to reply? If you say that it's the same as yours, they will definitely say that you are repeating it. If you say that it's different, they will say that you didn't answer the question correctly. You are already a star teacher, can you at least be more shameless? Alright, stop arguing. Seeing that both sides were getting angry, Elder Tian waved his hands. I was careless in coming up with this question, so let's forget about it. Forget about it? Xianxia looked over. He knew that the other party was helping Lu Sun. He couldn't be blamed. He was a loner and he didn't even know who this Elder Tian was. Naturally, the other party would help Lu Sun, who he was more familiar with. Tian Laosher, hearing those words, Lu Ling frowned. Isn't this favoritism a little too blatant? Alright, you don't have to say any more. It's my carelessness. Let's just come up with another question. There's no need to argue here. Interrupting Lu Shi's words, Elder Tian said calmly. Yes. Since his teacher had already said so, Lu Ling didn't dare to refute him. Thus, he could only look at Xianxia apologetically. I was careless in the way of tea test. However, I can tell that the both of you are well versed in the way of tea. If we were to fight to the death, it would only harm the harmony between the two of you. How about this, other than the way of tea, I have some knowledge in painting as well. Furthermore, it just so happens that I have obtained a painting. With just a single glance, I was stunned by it. Since the both of you are teachers, you should have some understanding of painting as well. Why don't I take it out for you to appraise? Whoever is more accurate will be the victor. After a moment of hesitation, Elder Tian stroked his beard and said. Painting test? Hearing the other party's words, Xianxia was taken aback. He nearly burst into laughter. If it were any other test, he might have to browse through the books in the Library of Heaven's Path and study them bit by bit. However, painting was completely unnecessary. To be able to produce a painting of the 5th level, one has already reached the level of a Grandmaster painter, comparable to a 2-star painter. Are you sure that Lu Sun will be able to defeat me? However, after giving it some thought, Xianxia came to a realization. Through the previous incident, Elder Tian could tell that Xianxia was well versed in the way of tea. If they were to compete, Lu Sun would lose as well. Since the both of them were acquainted with one another, Elder Tian naturally knew that Lu Sun's family was well versed in the way of tea. His father, Lu Chen, was an official master painter. Thus, he came up with a painting test. This was equivalent to comparing Lu Sun's strengths with his. However, it was a pity that he didn't expect that even Lu Sun's father, Master Lu Chen, would have to address him respectfully as a master. May I know if the both of you have any objections? After which, Elder Tian turned to look at Lu Sun. Elder Tian's arrangement is something that Lu Sun wouldn't dare to object to. Lu Sun clasped his fist, looking as though an obedient child. However, he was actually overjoyed. Even though Tian Long had said that Xianxia could possibly be a master painter, he thought that it was a lie and didn't pay it much heed. Furthermore, compared to the way of tea, he was much more proficient in painting. Mo Chenzi, Yuanyu, his father, Lu Chen, and the other master painters flashed through his mind. The books that he had learned since he was young flashed through his mind, and a confident look appeared on his face. What a joke! He had only dabbled in the way of tea, but painting was a family heirloom. As long as the other party wasn't a master painter, it was impossible for him to defeat him. Lu Sun had absolute confidence in himself. What about Miss Zhang? Seeing him agree to it, Elder Tian nodded his head and turned to look at Xianxia. I agree as well. Xianxia nodded his head. Competing in the appreciation of painting? The 3 master teachers, Huang Yu, Bai Sun, and the others stared at one another in shock. A moment later, they turned to look at Lu Sun with pity in their eyes. The way of tea wasn't a huge blow to them. After all, they weren't professionals, so they didn't feel disheartened even if they lost. However, if they were to compete in painting, this fellow would probably cry himself to death. Sigh, what a pitiful child. Honestly speaking, Lu Sun, you really found the wrong person to compete in painting. Initially, Lu Ling wanted to warn Elder Tian. However, upon recalling how the other party interrupted him, he was afraid that he might incur the other party's displeasure. Since the both of you are fine with it, Tian Gang, bring that painting over. After which, Elder Tian gestured. Yes, not too long later, Tian Gang walked over with a narrow box in his hands. This is the painting that Lucier gave me. It is perfect, and every time I look at it, I am filled with praises for it. You two are truly fortunate to be able to witness a painting of this level. Elder Tian smiled as he took the painting out from the box. I really hope that I can meet such a master painter in my lifetime and witness his extraordinary skills. Elder Tian stroked the painting in his hands with a devout gaze. There were many similarities between the way of tea and painting. As such, he was extremely fond of painting. Even though he hadn't reached the level of a master yet, he had a deep understanding of the art. Alright, I'll show it to you now. Xianxia and Jingfei, you two are skilled in painting as well, so I'll give you some pointers. Elder Tian carefully opened the painting scroll and an ink painting appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a field of grass, and on it stood a wild deer, vigilantly grazing on the grass. The surroundings were filled with wildflowers, giving off a fragrant scent. Even though it was just a flat painting, it felt as though the wild deer would run out at any moment. This is a painting of the 5th level? With just a single glance, Lu Sun's eyes narrowed and his breathing hastened. As a member of a painter clan, he had a deep understanding of painting. With a single glance, he could tell how profound this painting was. Clearly, it had surpassed Terpsichore and reached an even higher level. Even in Tianxian Kingdom, a painting of this level was extremely rare. For Elder Tian to be able to obtain one and allow them to appraise it, he had definitely profited greatly. Even a master of his father's level had never seen it before. Indeed, it is a painting of the 5th level. However, it is a pity that the painter didn't leave his name or the name of the painting. Otherwise, I would surely pay him a visit personally. Elder Tian shook his head. Alright, since we are here to appraise it, let's begin. Observe the painting and comment on it. Whoever's comment is the most accurate and realistic will be the victor. The 3 master teachers and I will be the judges, so there's no need to doubt our fairness. This time, Miss Zhang will be the one to speak first. Lu Sun was the one who spoke first. For the sake of fairness, Zhang Xian should be the one to speak first. After Elder Tian finished speaking, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Xian, who was standing not far away. However, he saw Zhang Xian staring blankly at the painting in front of him. His expression was one of absent-mindedness. Elder Tian frowned at the sight of Zhang Xian's reaction. A painting of the 5th level was too superb. Some layman who did not understand painting could easily get lost in it, unable to differentiate between reality and painting. Clearly, this Miss Zhang was such a case. How could a fellow who couldn't even tell the difference between painting and reality understand painting? It seemed like he had made the right choice in the painting competition. This Miss Zhang was far from being a match for Lu Sun. That's what you get for acting cool. With this level of skill, you call yourself a master painter? Are you kidding me? Tian Long saw him lose his composure and sneered. If the way Yuanyu had addressed him previously had made him suspicious, his suspicions were immediately calmed down after seeing Yuanyu's current state. How could a true master painter possibly see a painting of the 5th level reduced to such a state? He must have been too shocked and lost himself. Miss Zhang, Elder Tian said. Only then did Zhang Xian recover from his daze. With a bizarre expression on his face, he said, "There's no need for that. Lu Laosher should go first. I just need to listen." Alright, I won't stand on ceremony then. However, I hope that you won't find any excuses after you lose. Seeing that the other party didn't even have the courage to speak first, Lu Sun said disdainfully. This fellow must have thought that the painting before him was too profound and he didn't know how to appreciate it. That's why he allowed him to speak first. When the time comes, all he had to do was to imitate it. However, he could use this move previously. Now that he was prepared for it, how could he possibly let him succeed? Flinging his sleeves, Lu Sun walked to the center of the hall with confidence on his face. A painting of the 5th level was left behind by a grandmaster painter, so I don't dare to comment too much on it. If there is anything wrong with it later on, I hope that everyone can point out my flaws. Just treat it as an exchange of pointers. Walking up to the painting, Lu Sun's eyes glowed with the elegance of a master painter. To appreciate such a high-level painting, one has to start from afar, from shallow to deep. Since that's the case, allow me to talk about the overall layout of this painting. Previously, during the ceremony of tea, he had only revealed the name of the tea and the tea's aroma, giving the other party an opportunity to exploit. This time, he was prepared to reveal everything he knew. As long as he revealed everything, he would like to see what the other party would say later on. Walk the path of greatness, I'll leave you with nowhere else to go. Even though the painter didn't leave behind the name of this painting, the concept behind it is profound. With just a glance, one would feel as though a vast grassland is rushing toward them. The wild deer leisurely grazed on the grass, and the flowers were fighting for their fragrance. I guess that when this grandmaster was painting, he must have stood on the wide grass and felt the magnificence and tranquility in front of him. He was in a good mood, so he splashed ink and left behind this immortal painting. If I really have to give it a name, I think it should be Painting of the Clear Skies. Lu Sun said. Painting of the Clear Skies? Not bad, what a majestic name. It speaks of the painter's vengeance, and a majestic aura surges through the clouds. Tianlong praised. Did you see that? This was a true expert painter. He was able to describe the charm of the painting right from the start, leaving one's imagination running wild. After saying the name, I'll continue to talk about the content and the painting technique. It's obvious that this painting uses the double hook painting technique. First, the outline of the object is outlined, and then a grand artistic conception is drawn. Flowers, grass, and wild deer are embellished within it. Only this kind of painting technique can display such a grand layout and contain such a powerful artistic conception. Lu Sun's eyes glowed. Double hook technique? Can it not be dual traversing dragons? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Dual traversing dragons? Do you know what this term means? Before Lu Sun could speak, Tianlong burst into laughter. Traversing dragons is a technique used by roadside craftsmen who are in a hurry. It's just like printing, drawing the same piece of work every day. After a long period of time, practice makes perfect. You said that a painting of the 5th level was created using such a technique? Haha, do you know anything about painting? Not only did Tianlong look at Xianxia in disdain, even Elder Tian couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Xianxia. Drawing a painting of the 5th level with dual traversing dragons? It's just like executing the 18 subduing dragon palms with Taizu's long fist. Are you sure you're here to appreciate it and not to joke around? You sure are daring. Lu Sun sneered coldly. The disdain in his eyes deepened, and the corners of his lips curled up. Ignoring the ignorant fellow, he turned his attention back to the painting. I was talking about the overall composition of the painting. Now, let's talk about the details. This grandmaster has done it extremely vividly. Looking at the flowers, I can clearly see the veins on their veins. As for the wild deer, I can even see the fur on its body. From this, it's clear that this painting wasn't completed in a single stroke. Even a grandmaster would have to spend at least 2 to 3 days on it. Only with such a long period of meticulous work can the details of a painting be brought out perfectly. It's such that the viewer won't be able to find any flaws in it. I have to say that this master's mental fortitude and endurance are truly extraordinary. Admiration flashed across Lu Sun's eyes. He circled around the painting once before continuing. Lastly, this painting has an ancient artistic conception. Even though the name of the painter isn't written on it, based on my many years of experience, I'm able to guess who it is. Oh? You're able to guess it? Who is it? By the side, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. The bizarre glint in his eyes deepened. Placing his hands behind his back, Lu Sun raised his head proudly, and with an air of superiority and confidence in painting, he said, in the past 100 years, there have only been 7 painters with such breadth of mind and charm in the surrounding 10 kingdoms. Of them, 4 of their works rarely involve such scenes. As for the remaining 3, they have created similar works in the past. The 3 of them are Beiwu Kingdom's elder Jin Mantang, Hanwu Kingdom's elder Wu Jieqiao, and Divine Wind Kingdom's elder Yun Xiaoqing. Elder Jean Mantang once left behind a masterpiece in the Zhang Plains, and the pine tree he drew was filled with vigor, reminiscent of the ancient times. Coincidentally, it's similar to the scene of the wild deer in the grassland. Thus, he was the most suspicious candidate. However, Elder Jean Mantang passed away 80 years ago. If he really left behind this painting, there should have been people who knew about it long ago. Thus, it's impossible for it to be him. Elder Wu Jieqiao specialized in drawing animals. It's said that he once drew a white goose prostrating on the ground, which provoked a real goose to approach it. Thinking that its companion had died, it cried out in sorrow and died of depression. Probably, only someone of his caliber could have drawn this wild deer. However, he only specialized in drawing animals, not flowers. To be able to draw both of them so well, probably only Elder Yun Shaoqing is capable of such a feat in the vicinity of the 10 kingdoms. More importantly, of the 3 grandmasters, he's the only one who's still alive. Thus, I'm guessing that this painting was left behind by him. After which, Lu Sun stood proudly, standing out from the crowd. Good, your analysis is very good, penetrating to the heart. Elder Tian clapped his hands in admiration. Did you see that? What is professionalism? This is it. Not only was he able to analyze the painting logically, he was even able to deduce the identity of the painter. As expected of Master Lu Chen's son. Just with this level of insight, he was bound to emerge victorious in this test. Alright, Miss Zhang, it's your turn now. After praising Zhang Xian, Elder Tian turned to look at Zhang Xian. It's my turn now? Are you sure that you want me to say it? Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Xian. Of course. Why? Are you saying that I've already said everything you wanted to say, and now, you're at a loss for words? A hint of mockery flashed across Lu Sun's eyes. No. Actually, I can't think of any words to describe this painting. After much thought, I can only think of 4 words. Zhang Xian said. 4 words? Elder Tian and Lu Sun turned to look at him. Zhang Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. If I'm not mistaken, I am the one who drew this painting. You drew it? The room fell silent. Following which, a commotion broke out. You said that you were the one who drew this painting of the 5th level? Zhang Xian, you sure are cracking me up. Even if you can't appraise it, just admit defeat. There's no need to act so pretentiously. You sure are shameless. There should be a limit to your acting. Since you drew it, why don't you say that you're Grandmaster Yun Shaoqing? Ignorant fool, do you know the significance of a painting of the 5th level? And you said that you drew it? You must be joking. Tianlong, Lu Sun, and Wang Chao sneered coldly. They stared at Zhang Xian as though he was a fool. What did a painting of the 5th level mean? There wasn't a single person in the entire Tianxian kingdom who could draw it. Even Lu Sun's father, the emperor's tutor, Master Lu Chen, was unable to do so. For an academy teacher, a lad who wasn't even 20 years of age to say that he could do it, isn't this a joke? Lu Ling, is this the person whom you want to take in as your apprentice? Arrogant and boastful, how can such a person be a teacher? Elder Tian flung his sleeves and his face darkened. Lu Shi had sent this painting over as a birthday gift, and he had been hanging it in his room all day long. Studying it carefully, he was amazed by its beauty. He had always thought that it was a painting left behind by a grandmaster painter, and he had always admired it. Yet, this fellow said that it was his painting. This was an insult to a famous painting. Tian Laosher, this painting. Hearing his teacher's question, Lu Ling's face was conflicted. It is really Zhang Xian Laosher's painting. Why, you admit that he is arrogant. What did you say? Elder Tian didn't hear it clearly and muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly realized something and nearly fainted. His lips trembled. He painted it? Yes, this painting was personally drawn by Miss Zhang a few days ago. Lu Ling smiled bitterly. Back then, when Huang Yu passed this painting to him as a birthday gift, he was dumbfounded as well. A painting of the 5th level, even in Beiwu Tier 2 Kingdom, was a treasure that one could only dream of. To think that it would come from the hands of a teacher from Hongtian Academy. Even though he had heard it personally, he felt his head spinning. He found it hard to believe. This. Elder Tian's eyes narrowed and his face flushed red. He wished that there was a hole in the ground that he could crawl into. As a master teacher, it was impossible for Lu Ling to lie. This meant that this painting was really drawn by Miss Zhang. He had always said that he admired Yojia and wanted to meet him in his lifetime. Yet, when he finally met him, he still doubted the other party. I don't believe it. Even if he started learning painting in his mother's womb, it's impossible for him to produce such a formidable painting. Hearing Lu Shi admit to it, Lu Xun gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Shi. It was just a moment ago that Xianxia had praised the painter to the heavens, praising him for his skills and brushwork. Then, he praised this master and that grandmaster, and he wished that he could kneel down and lick his boots. But in the end, it turned out to be the person whom he had been wanting to go against all this while. I don't believe it either. Don't be fooled by him, Lu Shi, Wang Chao also roared. However, before the two of them could finish shouting, they saw that Zhang Xian had already arrived in front of the painting, and his palm lightly touched it. Buzz, with a clear cry, the wild deer in the painting immediately seemed to come to life. It turned its head and rushed over, disappearing into the air a moment later. This is origin spirit transmutation? Only the creator of a painting possesses origin spirit transmutation? A painting contains the painstaking effort of the creator, and it is able to resonate perfectly with his spirit, energy, and spirit. For a painting of the 5th level, as long as the creator touches it, it will automatically become a spirit. This is really his painting. For a painting that has reached the origin spirit transmutation realm, it is extremely easy to tell who the creator is. As long as the creator touches it, the painting will automatically display the effects of the origin spirit transmutation. Seeing the wild deer running, the aura of the painting flowing in harmony with Xianxia Lao Shi. Even a fool would know that he is the creator of the painting. How is this possible? Lu Xun staggered and fell to the ground. He was on the verge of tears. Just a moment ago, he confidently said that the creator of the painting was Master Yun Shaoqing, and that he used the double hook painting technique. Yet, reality slapped him hard in the face. Brother, if I knew that you are a grandmaster painter, why would I compete with you? Aren't I asking for a beating? By the side, Wang Chao and Tian Long felt their bodies convulsing, and they were on the verge of fainting. This was especially so for Tian Long. At this moment, he finally understood why Master Yuanyu treated this fellow so respectfully, even wanting to learn from him. A grandmaster painter who could produce a painting of the 5th level was worthy of his respect. Grandmaster Zhang Xian, I apologize for my blindness. Please forgive me. Elder Tian also stood up and clasped his fist with an awful complexion. In an instant, he seemed to have aged a decade. He had spent his entire life teaching and enjoying a great reputation. Yet, he had suffered a setback here. To have Lu Xun compete with a grandmaster painter, could there be anything more exciting than this? He wanted to help Lu Xun acknowledge him as his teacher, but just like that, he fell into a pit. Furthermore, it was a pit that he fell into. It was no wonder why Lu Ling and the others were so desperate to take him in as their apprentice, disregarding his identity as a master teacher. Once a grandmaster painter who could produce a painting of the 5th level became an apprentice, he would immediately be qualified to take the master teacher examination. If he were to succeed, his name as a teacher would resound throughout the kingdom. Ignoring Elder Tian's words, Zhang Xian stood quietly before the painting and gazed at it. I painted this painting a few days ago at Master Lu Chen's residence. I didn't stand on the grassland, and I didn't use the double hook brush technique. Instead, I used the left and right traversing dragon technique. I spent a total of 47 breaths to complete it, not 2 to 3 days. Left and right traversing dragon? 47 breaths? The corner of Lu Xun's mouth twitched. Just a moment ago, he had confidently said that even if the painter was a grandmaster, it would take him at least 2 to 3 days to complete the painting. Furthermore, the painter was standing on the grassland. Yet, never in his dreams did he expect that the other party would be able to complete it in such a short period of time. What was even more ridiculous was that he used the printing techniques of street craftsmen to create a painting of the 5th level. This was way too heaven-defying. Hearing those words, Tianlong was on the verge of tears. Just a moment ago, when the other party spoke of this technique, he had even berated him harshly. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it was proven that it was true. Even a painting technique as fast as the left and right traversing dragon could produce such an incredible painting. Miss Zhang, what level have you reached? Ignoring the attitude of the duo, Xianxia flicked his finger on the painting and asked, "May I know if there is a brush and ink here?" "Yes, there is." Elder Tian gestured and Tian Gang immediately rushed out. Not too long later, he returned with the brush and ink. Due to his agitation, he nearly tripped when he entered the room. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know that this Miss Zhang would definitely leave her name behind for this painting. The value of a painting would differ greatly if it were to leave a name behind or not. Often, the difference could be dozens of times greater. This was especially so for Miss Zhang to become a grandmaster painter at such a young age. If she were to become a master teacher in a few more years, her name would resound throughout the surrounding kingdoms. The value of the painting that left her name behind would surely skyrocket. Of course, the value of the painting was secondary. More importantly, it was an honor to be able to witness a grandmaster painter raise his brush and write. Picking up the brush and dipping it in ink, Xianxia stood before the painting and without any hesitation, he began to move the brush. This painting doesn't have the grandeur of a painting, nor does it have the profound concept that Lu Laoshi spoke of. The name painting of the blue skies is definitely unworthy of it. Schwa schwa schwa, 2 large words immediately appeared on the painting. Wild deer? Seeing the name he wrote, everyone was taken aback. They thought that it would be an incredible name, but wasn't wild deer a little too casual? To be able to express one's inner thoughts, this is the true realm of a grandmaster painter. After a moment of silence, Elder Tian spoke. Yes, the most important thing in this painting is the wild deer. Everything else is just a foil. The so-called temperament and the so-called artistic conception are all brought by it. It's called wild deer. It sounds simple and doesn't have any imposing manner, but it's the same as showing the main content of the painting, raising the whole painting to another level. Lu Ling sighed. As expected of Miss Zhang, to become a grandmaster painter at such a young age. Even though it was just a simple name, it brought the quality of the painting to a whole new level. Not only so, if this painting was called Painting of the Blue Skies, those who look at it would be affected by its grandeur, unable to comprehend anything else. Yet, calling it wild deer is indeed simple, but it doesn't limit one's thoughts. Everyone who looks at the painting would have their imagination run wild, making the painting even more profound and profound. Xianxia said. Indeed, it's a stroke of genius, a stroke of genius. Xingfei nodded his head. Just as he was about to speak of his own introduction, he suddenly froze. He pointed forward and said, "Look." Everyone looked over, only to see the wild deer darting out from the painting. It looked at Xianxia longingly and rubbed against his arm a few times before slowly dissipating. This is spiritual wisdom? A spiritual wisdom painting? No, it hasn't reached that level yet. If it had, this wild deer would have been able to stay in the outside world for a much longer period of time. Even though it isn't, it's almost there. Adding a name to it has raised the painting by a whole level, bringing it infinitely close to the 6th level. Seeing the appearance of the wild deer, everyone was stunned. Their faces flushed in agitation. The first 4 levels of painting were reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intentions, and breathtaking verisimilitude. The 5th level was spirit creation. Above spirit creation was the 6th level, which was the spiritual wisdom they spoke of earlier. It was said that when a painting reached this level, the animals in the painting would possess their own sentience. In fact, they would even be able to absorb spiritual energy to maintain their form for a short period of time. Everyone thought that it was a legend, but never in their dreams did they expect to see it with their own eyes. Even though the wild deer in the painting wasn't able to absorb spiritual energy to maintain its form for a short period of time, the fact that it was able to show sentience to the painter meant that it was on the verge of attaining spiritual wisdom. If it was placed in a place with sufficient spiritual energy for 100 years, it might just become a true 6th level painting, Just a single name was enough to raise the entire painting by a whole level. The two words wild deer were definitely worth 10,000 taels of gold. At this moment, everyone was staring at the young man before them with fiery eyes. This was especially so for Huang Yu, Bai Sun, and the others. Their bodies were trembling in agitation. Ignoring the agitation of the crowd, Xianxia placed his brush down and scanned the surroundings. I'm done appraising the painting. Does this test count as my victory? Today is the day I explode. Seeking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Everyone, give Laowa motivation. Let Laowa go crazy once more. Upon hearing those words, everyone suddenly recalled that the test between him and Lu Sun hadn't ended yet. Their gazes immediately turned to Elder Tian. You win. Elder Tian sighed, his face filled with bitterness. Competing with the painter in terms of appreciation, what a joke. Even if he wanted to say that he had lost, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Furthermore, the fact that he had written his name on it raised the painting by a whole level. Miss Zhang, this is your spirit-calming tea. Zhang Xian was victorious. Tian Gang passed the teacup over. Steam floated in the air, and a fragrance assaulted one's nose. Even before drinking it, one could already feel refreshed. Taking the teacup, just as everyone thought that the young man would drink it and enjoy the fragrance, he flipped his palm and slowly poured the tea onto the floor. Walala, the fragrance permeated the surroundings. Miss Zhang. Seeing such a precious cup of tea being poured away, Lu Ling, Huang Yu, and the others were shocked. Looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. This was spirit-calming tea. Countless people wished to drink it, but they couldn't. Even a master-teacher apprentice like Huang Yu wasn't qualified to pour it away. What a waste of a treasure. Looks of pity appeared on everyone's faces. Zhang Xian, my grandfather invited you to drink such a precious tea out of goodwill, yet you poured it away. What do you mean by this? Tian Long abruptly stood up. Someone offered you tea, yet you poured it away right in front of him. This was clearly not giving him face. Furthermore, even he wasn't qualified to drink this tea. Yet, this lad wasted it. This was unforgivable. Regardless of whether the other party was a grandmaster painter or not, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. What a pity. Ignoring the other party's roar, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back. Gazing at the lush greenery outside the hall, he sighed. Stop putting on an act. You were the one who poured the tea, and now you're saying that it's a pity. Do you really think that there's no one in my Tian clan capable of doing so? Tian Long raged. You were the one who poured the tea, and now you're saying that it's a pity? What are you trying to do? Are you doing it on purpose? The others were confused as well. They couldn't figure out what Miss Zhang was up to. Lu Ling, Xianxia, and the others looked at one another in bewilderment. As master teachers, they possessed incredible eye of discernment, allowing them to see through many things. However, when it came to the young man before them, they realized that their eye of discernment was completely ineffective. He was unable to see through the other party's cultivation, what he was thinking, and what he was intending to do next. It was as if this guy was wrapped in a mystery. Not to mention, to pour away the tea and offend Elder Tian. What in the world was he up to? If there was really no room for maneuver later, should he step forward and dissuade them? Just as everyone was confused, Zhang Xian turned around and looked at Elder Tian. Tranquil tea, the mind is clear and tranquil. It grows at the summit of Mount Han and is plucked after the flower has bloomed. Originally, when brewed well, it can allow one to maintain a heart as tranquil as water for 100 breaths. This cup, however, can only maintain it for 12 breaths. Such good tea leaves are wasted. If that's not a pity, what is it? You. How did you know that this tea can only maintain heart of tranquil water for 12 breaths? Upon hearing those words, Elder Tian, who was infuriated, couldn't help but be taken aback. According to the books, the effects of the tranquil tea could be maintained for 100 breaths. However, no matter how he brewed it, he could only maintain it for around 12 breaths. Initially, he thought that the records were nonsense. However, upon hearing the casual words of Miss Zhang, he was astonished. Didn't you not drink it? You didn't drink it, and yet you know the effects of my tea? You used the water from the well in the Three Gardens platform and placed it under the sun for 2 days before boiling it for an hour to brew the tea. Then, you used 7 hearts coiling hands to brew the tea. The teapot and tea set were made by master ceramist Wu Qingzi personally. In order to brew this pot of tea, you bathed and changed your clothes in advance. You ate a vegetarian diet for 7 days and adjusted your state of mind to the state of tranquil water. You strived for perfection in everything, fearing that you would make a mistake. However, the tranquil tea that you brewed didn't reach its maximum effect. In fact, it could even be said to be a defective product. Xianxia waved his hands casually. You. As though he had seen a ghost, Elder Tian didn't even realize that the teacup in his hand had fallen onto the table. The other party's words couldn't be more accurate. The water used to brew the tea was indeed the water from the well in the Three Gardens platform. Xianxia had also used the 7 hearts coiling hands to brew the tea, and the tea set was made by the Green Lantern. He bathed and changed his clothes before brewing the tea, and he ate a vegetarian diet for 7 days. These were all his secrets. Even Lu Shi and the others weren't aware of them, and even Tian Long wasn't aware of them. How did this Miss Zhang know of them, furthermore? How could she explain everything so clearly? It was said that a true grandmaster of the way of tea was able to discern the flaws and problems in a tea just by looking, smelling, and tasting, thus guiding one to improve. Could it be that he wasn't just a grandmaster painter, he was a grandmaster of the way of tea as well? If that was the case, wouldn't it be possible for him to break through the final bottleneck and reach a higher realm? Elder Tian's body trembled in agitation, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Just as he was about to ask the other party about it carefully, Tian Long suddenly bellowed furiously. How dare you say that grandfather's tea is defective? Who do you think you are? Do you believe that I won't teach you a lesson right now? Hearing those words, Elder Tian's eyebrows shot up, and he nearly fainted on the spot. He had already reached a bottleneck in the way of tea, and he had been unable to achieve a breakthrough even after so many years. Yet, the other party was able to point out the situation of brewing the spirit-calming tea. If he were to offer some guidance, he might just be able to achieve a breakthrough. Yet, this fellow interrupted him. Wasn't he just messing around? Furthermore, you want to teach a grandmaster of the way of tea a lesson. You bastard who cheated your grandpa. If not for you picking on this Miss Zhang, I wouldn't have been so prejudiced against her. If I could have befriended her, I wouldn't have offended her. Damn it, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His beard curled up. Shut up. Ah? Grandfather. Tian Long didn't expect his grandfather to berate him in such a manner. He froze on the spot with a dumbfounded look on his face. Scram to the side, don't get in the way. Waving his hands grandly, Elder Tian hurriedly stood up and walked up to Xianxia. Clasping his fist, he bowed respectfully, as though a student. Miss Zhang is right. The tea that I brewed is indeed defective. It doesn't bring out the true effects of the spirit-calming tea. He had no choice but to admit it. There was nothing wrong with the other party's words. He must have seen through something. If he were to deny it now, he would incur the other party's disgust. If so, he might just miss out on an opportunity to improve himself. The spirit-calming tea can allow one to maintain heart of tranquil water for 100 breaths. Hearing Elder Tian admit to it, the crowd burst into an uproar. They stared at the young man as though he was a monster. This was especially so for Huang Yu and Bai Sun. They tugged on their hair furiously, feeling as though they were on the verge of losing their minds. Didn't this Miss Zhang know nothing about the way of tea when she first arrived? How could she be able to see through all of this with a single glance, even making Elder Tian lower himself and admit his mistake? By the side, Lu Sun and Wang Chao were even more frenzied. Isn't this fellow a trash? To be able to produce a painting of the 5th level, to be able to win Elder Tian's respect for the way of tea. Who in the world has ever seen such an incredible trash? I beseech Miss Zhang to point out where I went wrong so that I can correct it and not waste such valuable tea leaves. Admitting that he was unable to bring out the effects of the spirit-calming tea, Elder Tian looked at Xianxia respectfully. I came to your Tian clan as a guest, and I was invited by the 3 master teachers. Yet, I ended up being looked down on by them. At this point, Xianxia shook his head. Turning to the elder before him, he asked, "Do you think that treating a grandmaster painter like this is the proper way to treat a guest?" Elder Tian felt awkward. It was one thing if the other party was an ordinary person. However, he was a grandmaster painter, and there was a high chance that he was a grandmaster in the way of tea as well. It was one thing for him to not respect such a person, but to even test him. This was blatant disdain. Master teachers couldn't be humiliated, and the same went for grandmasters as well. Regardless of which occupation it was, those who had reached the level of a grandmaster were existences that transcended countless living beings. Even in a conferred kingdom, they were respected existences. Yet, he actually made such a foolish mistake. Honestly speaking, I didn't want to say too much. However, since you are sincerely seeking my guidance, I can give you a word of advice. Xianxia glanced at him impassively. Fine wine in a luminous wine cup. Even fine wine requires specialized tools, needless to say, famous tea. Spirit-calming tea is used to calm one's mind. Even though the green lantern is a treasure left behind by a master, it is clearly of the fire attribute. Fire represents heat, so how can one calm one's mind? This is the first reason. The way of tea is the way to calm one's mind. Bathing and changing one's clothes, abstaining from vegetarianism for 7 days, is a form of respect for one's actions. However, if one is to calm one's mind, how can there be a birthday banquet? With so many people, one's mind is already disturbed, so how can one brew the most perfect spirit-calming tea? This is the second reason. Take a good look at these 2 points. Perhaps they might be beneficial to your way of tea. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't be staying any longer. Farewell. Zhang Xian waved his hands and walked out. Miss Zhang, please wait a moment. Before he could take 2 steps, Elder Tian hurriedly rushed forward. Miss Zhang, the 2 pieces of advice you have given me have enlightened me. This is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. After which, with a wave of his hand, a box appeared in his palm. Opening it lightly, a rich aroma of tea gushed out. Spirit-calming tea leaves? This should be 2 taels, right? Tianxian Kingdom only produces 3 taels a year, yet you are giving away 2 taels at once? Upon smelling the fragrance, the eyebrows of Lu Ling and the others twitched in shock. This was definitely a huge gift. One must know that spirit-calming tea was something that even Emperor Shen Shui rarely got to drink. Thus, it was clear how precious it was. For Elder Tian to give away 2 taels of tea leaves at once, enough to brew it more than a dozen times. Wasn't he being a little too generous? Looks like. Miss Zhang's 2 suggestions might sound ordinary, but they must have been of great help to Tian Laosher. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so generous. While he was shocked, he also understood that the gift wasn't given for free. For Elder Tian to take out so many tea leaves at once, it meant that the other party had pointed out the crux of the matter, and Elder Tian had benefited greatly from it. Without even drinking the tea, with just a glance, she was able to point out the crux of the matter, causing Elder Tian to willingly give away the tea. How many surprises did this Miss Zhang have in store? Were there any that they didn't know? The 2nd chapter is here. Laowa will continue writing the 3rd chapter. How much of an outburst I can achieve today will depend on how much support you all have. Even though our monthly votes have risen to 6th place, there isn't much of a difference between us and 7th place. Everyone, please continue to support me. Laowa is responsible for the outburst, so let's try our best to reach the climax of the teacher evaluation today. Please. Receiving the tea leaves, Zhang Xian left. He didn't intend to attend this birthday banquet. If not for Huan Yu and the others, as well as the fact that he wanted to meet the 3 master teachers and ask them about the poison, he wouldn't have bothered with Elder Tian. Even if it was a funeral, he wouldn't have bothered to take a look. Even though he hadn't asked the 3 master teachers about it yet, they would surely look for him soon. It wouldn't be too late for him to ask them then. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to remain. As for why he was able to see through the flaws in Elder Tian's tea brewing technique, it was simple. When he entered, the other party was brewing the tea, and the Library of Heaven's Path had generated a book on it. If not for the fact that this fellow intentionally brought up Lu Sun's duel with him and tried to trip him up so that he would lose, he wouldn't have bothered with the other party. You want to use Lu Sun to slap my face? You must be joking. Those who tried to slap my face were all slapped back by me. Regardless of whether you are Elder Tian or someone else, there is no exception. Elder Tian, Your Majesty, Lushi, Xianxia, and Jingshi will be taking our leave as well. Seeing Xianxia leave, Huang Yu and Bai Sun clasped their fists and left as well. Since they brought Miss Zhang here, they felt embarrassed to remain behind. After the few of them left, the room fell silent. Grandfather, that is the spirit calming tea. You. Why did you give so much? Tian Long was indignant. Even if the other party had guided grandfather, surely he shouldn't be so generous. They had spent an innumerable amount of money to get someone to pick and roast these 2 tails of tea leaves. If converted to gold coins, it would be hard to buy them even with tens of millions of gold coins. Even grandfather couldn't bear to take a single sip of it. Yet, he gave it away so casually. Just the thought of it made his heart ache. Much? It isn't much at all. Glancing at his grandson, Elder Tian shook his head. He seemed to be a smart person, and he had once given him hope. However, from the looks of it now, regardless of whether it was his temperament or bearing, he was still lacking. Elder Tian is right. 2 taels of spirit calming tea isn't much at all. Putting aside the fact that he has guided Tian Laoshi, just the 2 words on the painting are already hard to buy. Emperor Xianxia said. The simple words wild deer made the painting increase by almost 1 realm. Just these 2 words alone were priceless. Not to mention 2 taels of calming spirit tea, even if the entire Tian family's tea leaves were taken away, it would not be a loss. Not to mention, he had even managed to befriend a grandmaster painter, thus easing the tension between the 2 of them. I benefited a lot from Miss Zhang's guidance. Tian Long, Tian Gang, you guys make the arrangements for today's birthday banquet. I want to go into seclusion to digest the information. Perhaps I can take another step in the way of tea. Elder Tian nodded and said no more. Then we won't disturb Teacher Tian any further. Lu Ling knew that the other party was asking him to leave, so he immediately walked out with Emperor Xianxia and the others. Your Majesty, we still have matters to attend to, so we won't be returning to the palace with you for now. Walking out of the Tian manor, the 3 of them bid farewell to Emperor Xianxia and left in a hurry. Needless to say, he must have gone to look for Miss Zhang. A dragon among men. Seeing that the 3 master teachers were bowed down to Miss Zhang, Emperor Xianxia exclaimed. He turned to the eunuch not too far away and said, Go and make preparations. I want to watch the teacher evaluation tomorrow. Yes. The eunuch replied. After the 3 master teachers and Emperor Xianxia left the Tian manor, Lu Sun and Wang Chao walked out as well. The moment they left the area, rage and indignation filled their eyes. He is just a low-level teacher. How dare he? How dare he? How dare he? Lu Sun roared furiously. The hatred in his eyes couldn't be washed away even by the rivers. He thought that he would be able to achieve a huge breakthrough during Elder Tian's birthday banquet and become Lushi's apprentice. Never in his dreams did he expect that such an outcome would occur. The lad whom he looked down on all this while had slapped his face consecutively. He was so furious that he was about to spurt blood. The intense humiliation drove him mad. He, Lu Sun, the son of the emperor's tutor, had always been the one slapping the faces of others. When had he ever received such treatment? That lad must have spent all of his energy on studying painting and the way of tea. I don't think that he is capable of imparting knowledge. As long as you can win the teacher evaluation tomorrow, you will be able to wash away your humiliation. Wang Chao said. Even if Xianxia was talented, it was impossible for him to be talented in everything. Even if he was talented in everything, there was a limit to his energy. He spent most of his time studying painting and the way of tea. The 2 of them were confident in their ability to impart knowledge. They didn't believe that they would be unable to win. I must win tomorrow's teacher evaluation. Hearing his words, Lu Sun nodded his head. He had already been slapped in the face consecutively. He couldn't afford to lose again. Wang Chao, don't you know that apothecary? I would like to buy a few pills to try. Clenching his fists tightly, Lu Xun turned around. Buy pills? Do you intend to? Recalling something, Wang Chao's face changed. He hurriedly shook his head and said, that won't do, that won't do. Even though this can raise one's cultivation in a short period of time, it is too harmful to the student. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for the student to improve in the future. I can't care about that anymore. I have to win tomorrow. There's no turning back. As long as I win and become an apprentice, I will definitely become a master teacher within 10 years. At that time, I will help them get rid of their afflictions. Even giving them a lifetime of riches isn't a big deal. Lu Xun clenched his teeth tightly. This? Wang Chao hesitated. He knew of his good friend's talent. He was only a step away from becoming a true painter. Once he stepped into that step, he would be qualified to take the master teacher examination. Furthermore, with his years of teaching experience and study of master teachers, it was a given that he would pass the master teacher examination within 10 years. If he were to become a master teacher, it would be much easier for him to compensate those people. A lifetime of riches wasn't an issue. It wasn't impossible for him to get rid of the afflictions as well. Alright, we don't have time to waste. I borrowed 3 million from His Majesty when I visited Xianxia, and I haven't returned it yet. It's enough to buy 5 pills. Go and buy them now. Tomorrow, I will make them shine. Not only will I win, I will let everyone know that in Hongtian Academy. I, Lu Xun, am invincible. Flinging his sleeves, Lu Xun bellowed. Alright, I'll go and take a look now. Seeing that his good friend had already made up his mind, Wang Chao knew that it was impossible for him to dissuade him. Thus, he nodded his head. The other party was right. There was no turning back now. After offending Xianxia in the royal palace, it would be difficult for them to become his apprentice. The 3 master teachers were focused on Zhang Xian. If they were to lose, it would be impossible for them to become his apprentice anymore. Their only hope was to win the teacher evaluation tomorrow and let everyone know that Lu Xun was the true star teacher, the #1 teacher in Hongtian Academy, and even the entire Tianxian kingdom. As for that Zhang Xian, what did he think he was, to compete with them? He wasn't worthy. Weren't you the one who wanted to give that painting to Elder Tian? Why did it become Lu Shi's gift? Zhang Xian hadn't gone far when Huang Yu and Bai Sun caught up with him. Sitting on the carriage, Zhang Xian recalled the previous matter and asked. Back then, Huang Yu and Bai Sun competed over the ink daylily canvas. After he produced a 5th-level painting, the both of them bought it as a gift. Why did it become Lu Shi's congratulatory gift? Furthermore, where's Bai Sun's painting? Actually, the reason why I asked for the ink daylily canvas back then was to prepare a congratulatory gift for Lu Shi. It's only right for me to give it to him. Huang Yu said. I'm just a junior. Even if I'm attending Elder Tian's birthday banquet, there's no need for me to give him such a valuable gift. Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. Indeed. Huang Yu was just a junior. Even if she wanted to pay a visit to Elder Tian, she could have just prepared something novel. There was no need for her to prepare something as valuable as the ink daylily canvas. Naturally, she prepared it for Lu Shi. After which, when Lu Shi obtained the painting, it was only natural for him to give it to Elder Tian as a gift. What about you? You're just Xianxia's student. There's no need for you to prepare a gift for him, right? Bai Sun was different from Huang Yu. The latter was a master teacher apprentice while Bai Sun was just Xianxia's student. The difference between the two of them was huge. There was no comparison. Huang Yu could find a congratulatory gift for Lu Shi, but as a student, there was no need for you to do so. Actually, Bai Sun scratched his head embarrassedly. Xiaoyu was the one who wanted the ink daylily canvas, so I said that I wanted it. That way, I would have a reason to be with her. As for the painting that I bought from Master Zhang, I left it for my father. He likes it very much. Zhang Xian was speechless. So, the reason why this fellow wanted the ink daylily canvas was to flirt with girls. Just thinking about it made Zhang Xian speechless. However, the other party's decision wasn't wrong. Only by competing with Huang Yu would he be able to meet her daily. It was only natural for him to pursue her. However, from the looks of it, Prince Xiang was dreaming, but the goddess was not. This fellow was destined to fail. Baisun was just Zhuangxi's student, so there was no need for him to give a 5th-level painting to him. It wasn't difficult for Bai Xiaowanye to find another gift. Thus, Elder Tian only had the painting of a wild deer. He didn't have the painting that he sold. Master Zhang, didn't you say that you don't know anything about the way of tea? Why? After traveling for a while longer, Hongtian Academy was right before their eyes. Huang Yu couldn't help but ask. This fellow didn't seem to be lying when he said that he didn't know anything about the way of tea. Why was he able to point out the flaws in Tianlong and Elder Tian's tea brewing technique and convince them so easily? Indeed, I don't know anything about the way of tea, Xianxia nodded his head. Even though there were plenty of books on the way of tea in his mind, he hadn't studied them carefully. To be honest, he didn't know anything about it. Then, Huang Yu and Baisun were stunned. It couldn't be that you were so confident that they couldn't even speak a single word, you must be lying. I just happened to read a few books on the way of tea and spoke casually. To think that I would guess correctly. Zhang Xian replied casually. Spoke casually? Baisun and Huang Yu stared at one another speechlessly. Brother, it's fine if you don't want to say it. Aren't you being a little too perfunctory? Do we really look that gullible to you? We've arrived at the academy, farewell. Seeing the looks of disbelief on the duo's faces, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to explain himself. Smiling, he walked down from the carriage. He had arrived at Hongtian Academy. It had been a few days since he last saw Xiaoya and the others. He wondered how far they had progressed in their cultivation. 3rd watch. Laowa continues to write the 4th watch. At this moment, the entire Hongtian Academy was in an uproar. The freshman tournament was about to begin. After half a month of studying, it was time for the results of the 10,000 freshmen to be tested. Who do you think will get first place in this tournament? I think that it will still be that fellow who got first place previously. He had already reached Fighter 2 Dan right after entering the academy, so he must be even stronger now. The freshman tournament isn't based on one's strength. Besides, just because he was strong before entering the academy doesn't mean that he is strong now. I heard that the few freshmen under Lu Laoshi who participated in the teacher evaluation have also reached Fighter 2 Dan. Furthermore, they even received Lu Laoshi's direct teachings. It is hard to say whether they will be able to defeat them. He seems to be Lu Laoshi's student as well. Even if that fellow doesn't get first place, it will be someone under Lu Laoshi's tutelage. Of course. Of the top 500 in the entrance examination, at least 300 of them are under Lu Laoshi's tutelage. Even if he wants to get second place, he must have a worthy opponent. Between Zhangxian Laoshi and Lu Laoshi, who do you think will win the teacher evaluation? Win? Are you a fool? Is there a need to ask? What right does Zhangxian Laoshi have to compete with Lu Laoshi? Even if the Education Bureau intentionally made things difficult for him, causing him to fail the teacher evaluation, he shouldn't have produced any results after teaching for a year. That's true. Then that's it. I'll tell you the truth. I heard that this fellow intentionally provoked Lu Laoshi in order to make a name for himself. After causing Lu Laoshi's cultivation to go berserk, he still has the cheek to propose a teacher evaluation. I really don't know how he can be so thick-skinned. Why is it that the news I heard isn't like that? I heard that this Zhangxian Laoshi is a noble person and has reached Pixue realm a long time ago. However, in order to protect the reputation of the academy, he chose to keep it a secret all this while. I heard that as well. It is said that he intentionally caused that student's cultivation to go berserk so that he could break through the shackles of innate sealed meridians. That fellow's name is Zhao Yanfeng. I have met him a few times before. Not only did Miss Zhang remove his innate sealed meridians, she even helped him break through it. Right now, he is already a Fighter 2 Dan expert. Out of gratitude, he wishes to return under Miss Zhang's tutelage once more. This is the reason why Lu Laoshi's request to propose a teacher evaluation. Is that so? Is that for real? Of course it's true. I got this news from a close friend. It's absolutely true. There were voices of discussion everywhere. Some said that Xianxia had overestimated himself, while others said that he had been forced to accept the challenge and was truly helpless. After Yao Han intentionally spread the news, the matter regarding the Education Bureau finally blew up. Almost everyone in the academy knew about it. However, most of the students chose not to believe it. After all, Lu Sun's reputation in the academy is simply too great. Even though Xianxia has cleared his name of scoring a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, it is still difficult for him to establish a lofty image in the hearts of so many students in such a short period of time. Xianxia did not care about this. In any case, the results of the teacher evaluation would be revealed tomorrow. Rather than wasting time here, he might as well raise the strength of his students. Soon, he arrived at his classroom. Miss Zhang, Xiaoya and the others were all present. All of them were brimming with spiritual energy and displayed powerful auras. Not bad. Seeing their state, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, his efforts were not in vain. Regardless of whether it was Xiaoya, Jingyang, Wang Ying, Lu Yang, or Yuan Tao, the 5 of them had undergone a qualitative leap in their cultivation. It was as though they had become completely different people from half a month ago. Not only so, even the auditing students, Wang Tao, Wang Yan, Zhao Yanfeng, and the others, had improved significantly. Even though he didn't lecture much, every single word of his pointed to the core of cultivation. Under his tutelage, they were able to comprehend more and more about cultivation and thus, it was natural for them to improve. What is that? After praising them, Xianxia was just about to conduct a private lesson with them so that they could improve further when suddenly, his eyes landed on a corner of the classroom. There were a few basins placed by the side. It was pitch black and he couldn't tell what was inside. He clearly remembered that there wasn't such a thing in the classroom previously. Miss Zhang, it's ink. Wang Ying's face reddened as he said softly. Ink? Xianxia was perplexed. Why would there be such a thing in the classroom? He was teaching cultivation, not culture. There was no need to paint or copy calligraphy, so why would there be such a thing? Upon hearing his question, the students immediately fell silent with an awkward expression. What's wrong? Is there a reason? Yuan Tao, tell us. Seeing the weird attitude of the crowd, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Not expecting Miss Zhang to call him out, Yuan Tao's face turned bitter. After hesitating for a moment, he said, it's like this. After Zhao Xiaojia's purine body awakened, she became even more beautiful. Many students want to date her. Only then did Xianxia notice that after awakening her purine body, Xiaoya had indeed undergone a complete transformation. Regardless of whether it was her appearance or disposition, she was no longer the arrogant young mistress from before. Instead, she was an absolute beauty. Her appearance was even more stunning than Shenbairu's. It was no wonder that other students admired her and secretly approached her. If someone came to look for her, why would there be ink? Xianxia was even more perplexed. Even if Xiaoya had become more beautiful, if other male students came to harass her, all they had to do was chase them away. He believed that they wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the academy. Besides, the strength of these students had increased significantly. If anyone dared to cause trouble, they would have already been chased away. Xingyang, Lu Yang, and Yuan Tao didn't seem to be easy to deal with. If others were to come knocking on their door, how could they possibly reason with them? We have chased away most of the students, but... Yuan Tao scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. However, for the past 2 days, there have been 3 wretched old men loitering around the academy. Judging from their movements, we definitely wouldn't be able to defeat them. Thus, we prepared some ink and planned to splash them all over. I heard that ink is used to eradicate obscenity. Since they are old, they wouldn't dare to remain here after being stained with it. Wretched old men? Xianxia was perplexed. Are you sure that they aren't teachers of the academy? No, I know all of the teachers in the academy, and there are definitely none of them. Just by looking at their wretched appearance, I can tell that they are up to no good. This time, the one who spoke was Xingyang. For the past 2 days, I have seen them hiding by the side, pointing at Xiaoya and Wang Ying. From time to time, they would nod and smile. With just a look, I can tell that they aren't good people. Pointing at Xiaoya and the others? When did such shameless fellows come to the academy? Seeing how his students were speaking so confidently, it didn't seem like they were lying. Xianxia frowned. Old men pointing at 16 or 17-year-old girls. They were indeed wretched. How about this? After hearing their words, Xianxia also felt that these old men were up to no good. Nodding his head, he said, "You all be careful. Xiaoya and Wang Ying, don't go out alone for the next few days. If you meet those 3 old men again, you can splash them with ink." Since they were old men, they were bound to have some status. It was already embarrassing for them to stalk and peek at young girls in public. If they were to be splashed with ink again, they would probably know how embarrassing it was and leave on their own accord. Of course, he would be in the academy for the next 2 days. If these fellows dared to come over again, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Long live Miss Zhang. I knew that Miss Zhang is a righteous person. She wouldn't blame us. Upon hearing his agreement, the students cheered loudly. Alright, let's cut the crap. Yuan Tao, come over here first. I want to see how your cultivation has improved recently. The teacher evaluation would be tomorrow, so he had to have a good understanding of his students today. At the same time, he could offer some individual pointers to them so that they could improve further. Even if the improvement was insignificant, it could increase his chances of victory in a battle. Walking into the small classroom and closing the door, Xianxia gestured, "Show me a battle technique." Yes. Yuan Tao nodded his head and threw a punch. The wind whistled and the momentum was astounding. Even though his cultivation didn't improve by much, still at Fighter 1 Dan Jiushi Realm Intermediate Stage, his strength was extremely powerful. His punch created a sonic boom in the air. This strength, Xianxia was astonished. To be able to create a sonic boom in a single punch, it showed that his strength and defense had reached an extremely high level. Even a Fighter 3 Dan Jiushi Realm expert might not be able to withstand his punch, needless to say, a cultivator of the same level as him. As expected of the Emperor's bloodline. Even though it has only awakened 10%, it is still extremely fearsome. For a unique constitution to be so famous, it was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Yuan Tao's cultivation was still the weakest among the 5 students. However, his offensive and defensive prowess were definitely frightening. Your cultivation is still too weak. In your cultivation, when you gather spiritual energy, you focus too much on the absorption of spiritual energy. You aren't able to match it with your physical condition. I will teach you a formula now. As long as you memorize it, it won't be difficult for you to reach Jiushi Realm Advanced Stage by today. After looking at it for a moment, Xianxia said. While the other party was executing the battle technique, a new book had already appeared in his mind. After reading through the contents, he already knew the other party's problems and flaws. Yes. Yuan Tao hurriedly nodded his head and focused on memorizing the formula. Soon, he memorized the formula. Alright, call Xiaoya over. After instructing Yuan Tao, Xianxia waved his hands. Not too long later, Xiaoya walked over. It had to be said that the purine body was indeed fearsome. Once it was awakened, it immediately exuded an aura that made one feel as though a fairy from the 9 heavens had descended to the mortal world. Xiaoya was a beauty to begin with, and at this moment, she was even more beautiful. Every single action of hers carried an aura of elegance. With this appearance and aura, if she were to meet a male student, she would probably admit defeat just by smiling at him. The heavens were indeed unfair. With Xiaoya's appearance, if she were to face a male student, he might not even dare to make a move. Give me a punch and see. Yes. Xiaoya nodded her head. Clenching her fist tightly, she threw a punch. Hoo, the sound of wind whistling filled the room. Your strength, a book was formed in his mind. Xianxia flipped it open and his eyes widened in disbelief. This? How is this possible? What are you all doing? Audacious. Voila. Boom, just as he was about to speak, a loud explosion sounded from the classroom outside. Following which, a violent roar sounded. What's going on? Frowning, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to say anything else and walked out of the classroom. At this moment, it was already a mess outside. Xingyang wielded his spear, while Wang Ying and the others looked as if they were facing a great enemy. As for Yuan Tao, he was hugging the table and stool in the room, his face filled with killing intent. At the front of the room, ink was splattered all over the floor. 3 black-skinned fellows were standing at the entrance with frenzied looks on their faces. Clearly, when they tried to enter, their disciples splashed ink on them, causing them to be pitch black. Miss Zhang, it's these 3 shameless fellows who come to peep on us every day. To peep on female students at your age, aren't you ashamed? Upon seeing Zhang Xian, Yuan Tao and Lu Yang hurriedly called out to him, as though fawning over him. However, before they could finish their words, they saw the usually calm Miss Zhang's mouth twitching. Her body swayed, and she was about to fall to the ground. Lu Shi, Xianxia, Xingshi. Why are you all here? Zhang Xian was on the verge of tears. Previously, when the disciple said that there were 3 perverted old men, he had been observing them for the past few days and thought that they were perverted men. Never in his dreams did he expect them to be the 3 master teachers. Master teachers. You could have just come to look for me openly. Why did you wear casual clothes and hide by the side? What the heck are you up to, now? I was splashed with ink right in front of my face. Not only so, I was even scolded for being shameless and perverted. Lu Shi? Xianxia? Xingshi? Hearing Miss Zhang's words, Xingyang, Xiaoya, and the others staggered. News of the arrival of the 3 master teachers in the capital had spread far and wide. Naturally, they knew how to address them. They thought that the fellows who came to peep on them were perverted men who coveted Xiaoya's beauty. Never in their dreams did they expect them to be the 3 renowned master teachers of the kingdom. Weren't master teachers supposed to be lofty figures who were difficult to meet? Why were they here and stalking them? Teacher Zhang, did you get the wrong person? Which master teacher would be so perverted as to wear such clothes and hide by the side, fearing that we would notice you? Xingyang couldn't hold himself back anymore. Apologize? Zhang Xian almost choked on his own saliva. Damn it, what the hell did he teach them? Other people would scam their fathers, grandfathers, and at worst, their grandchildren. Yet, all of you came here to scam your teacher. The other party was a master teacher. With just a stomp of his feet, even Emperor Shenxue would tremble in fear. Yet, not only did the few of you splash ink on them, you didn't even apologize, and you even said that they were vulgar. Wretched your sister, to be honest, I really wanted to admit my mistake. That way, everything would be fine. How do you expect me to resolve this situation? Zhang Xian was so stifled that he was on the verge of tears. On the other hand, the 3 master teachers were on the verge of going berserk. Their mouths were twitching uncontrollably, and they felt like committing suicide. As soon as Zhang Xian left Elder Tian Manor, he rushed straight to the academy, found his classroom, and pushed open the door. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by the sight of pitch-black ink gushing toward him. He didn't even have the time to react or dodge it. What the hell is going on? We are master teachers, esteemed and respected existences no matter where we go. Why would we be splashed with ink here? As a pervert, if word were to spread, how could we still be alive? Miss Zhang, I am certain that it is the 3 of them. They have been loitering around the area for the past 2 days, spying on us. If they aren't up to no good, what else could they be? Afraid that Miss Zhang wouldn't believe Xingyang's words, Wang Ying spoke up as well. I am also certain that even if they were reduced to ashes, I would be able to recognize them. Lu Yang said confidently. All of you, shut up. Seeing how these fellows were getting more and more unreliable with their words, Zhang Xian couldn't hold himself back any longer. After berating them, he braced himself and walked forward. Master teachers, I have failed in disciplining them and brought you trouble. I will teach them a lesson later and give you a satisfactory answer. It's fine, it's fine. The ignorant are not to be blamed, forget it, we were in the wrong in the first place. Lu Ling, Xianxia, and Jing Fei squeezed out a smile that was on the verge of tears. Yuan Tao and Xingyang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and buy some clothes for the 3 master teachers to change into. Seeing that they had no intention of flying into a rage, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He kicked Yuan Tao and Xingyang on their buttocks, sending them flying far away. Yes, yes. At this moment, they finally understood that these 3 wretched-looking old men might really be master teachers. Their faces turned green from fright. Anyone would know how fearsome master teachers were. They actually splashed ink on the faces of 3 master teachers, causing them to end up in such a state. Just the thought of it made them want to cry. But, they really didn't do it on purpose. Who would have thought that master teachers would wear casual clothes and sneak around their classroom to observe and even point fingers at them? Master teachers, have you been around the classroom for the past few days? After finding a towel for them to wipe the ink off their faces, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. As master teachers, what are you doing here instead of enjoying the service of others in the royal palace? Even if you want to take me in as your apprentice, knowing that I'm not around, you don't have to go so far as to point fingers at my students. Hearing his direct question, Lucier and the others opened their mouths in shock. They were so embarrassed that they couldn't say a word. What should they say? That we heard of your deeds and wanted to sneak over to check on you, spying on your students, discreetly gathering information, and fearing that it would be discovered. If they were to say such words, what would become of the dignity of master teachers? I have an old friend in Hongtian Academy. Since I have nothing to do these few days, I came over to visit him. Your environment here is pretty good, so we decided to stay a little longer. Xingfei reacted quickly and replied with a smile. Environment here is pretty good? Xianxia looked at them with a perplexed expression. He had seen people lying through their teeth, but he had never seen someone lying through their teeth so confidently. My classroom is the furthest corner of the academy, the worst place. How inexperienced must you 3 master teachers be to think that the environment here is pretty good? Furthermore, you have friends in Hongtian Academy, why haven't I heard of it before? If you did, you would have been here long ago. Oh, so that's the case. My students are inexperienced and thought that you are bad people. Please don't take it to heart. Knowing that the other party was unwilling to reveal the truth, Xianxia didn't say anything. Soon, Yuan Tao and the others returned with new clothes. After changing into them, the 3 master teachers felt much more comfortable. Miss Zhang, you should know why we are here to look for you, right? Regaining his disposition, Lu Ling looked at the young man before him with a smile. After observing them for the past few days, regardless of whether it was Miss Zhang or his students, he was extremely satisfied with them. If he could take them in as his apprentice, he would have profited greatly. Xiaoya knew that the 3 of them were master teachers. Thus, she pricked up her ears, curious to hear what was going on. I've guessed it as well. The 3 master teachers wished to take me in as their apprentice, right? Knowing that it was impossible for him to avoid it, Xianxia spoke up. Take an apprentice? The 3 master teachers wished to take in Miss Zhang as their apprentice? If Miss Zhang were to agree to it, she would become a master teacher apprentice? Upon hearing those words, Xiaoya and the others flushed in agitation. As a teacher, their greatest dream was to become a master teacher. Master teacher apprentice was an insurmountable hurdle. Only by becoming a master teacher apprentice would they have the chance to become one. Yet, the 3 master teachers chose to look for Miss Zhang instead of Lu Sun Laosher. How could they not be agitated? That's right. The 3 of us have the same thoughts. You can join any of our tutelage. Seeing that he understood, Lu Ling nodded his head in satisfaction. I can join any of our tutelage? His disciples were so excited that they were about to jump in joy. If that was the case, didn't it mean that the 3 master teachers had set their eyes on their Miss Zhang? Xianxia scratched his head in embarrassment. Can I reject it? Putong, Xiaoya and the others fell to the ground. A master teacher personally invited you to become his apprentice, but you rejected him? Did we hear wrongly? Reject? Lu Ling and the others were in disbelief and they were taken aback. Yes. Xianxia nodded his head. With the Library of Heaven's path in his possession, he was destined to walk further down the path. Honestly speaking, Lu Ling and the others were still far from being his teachers. I know that we were a little rash on this matter, but there's no need to be anxious. How about this? I'll give you some time to consider. It won't be too late for you to reply to us tomorrow. Not expecting the other party to be so certain, Lu Ling knew that he had been a little rash. He smiled awkwardly. Tomorrow is fine too. Think about it carefully today. You must know that without the identity of a master teacher apprentice and the recommendation of a master teacher, it is impossible for one to take the master-teacher examination. Xianxia spoke up. Indeed. With your aptitude in teaching and talent, it would be a waste if you don't take the master-teacher examination. Jing Fei added. Oh. I'll consider it carefully then. Zhang Xian nodded his head. He had to take the master-teacher examination. However, acknowledging these three fellows as his teachers was truly a headache for him. There was no other reason. It was because these three fellows had always wanted to become Xianxia's students. They had always wanted to become his student, and now, they even wanted to accept him as their student. What in the world was going on? Alright, we'll come over tomorrow. Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't reject them, the three master teachers heaved a sigh of relief. Right, Lushi, Xuanshi, and Jingshi, I have something I would like to ask you all. Seeing that the other party wasn't hesitating on this matter, Zhang Xian recalled the poison aura in his body and asked. Oh? What is it? Feel free to speak your mind. As long as we know something, we will tell you everything we know. Lu Ling stroked his beard. It's like this. I would like to ask, where can I find books on poison? The more the merrier? Zhang Xian asked. As he had never seen the poison aura in his body before, he wasn't able to tell what it was. Even if he were to ask about it, it would be impossible for him to do so. On the contrary, if he were to ask about it, he might as well ask for books. In any case, as long as he had sufficient books and the Library of Heaven's Path, he would be able to find out what kind of poison it was. Books on poison? Not expecting the young man before them to ask such a question, the three master teachers glanced at one another. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ling said with a grim expression, the one who knows the most about poison is the Poison Temple. Poison Temple? Zhang Xian was perplexed. There were many books on poison in Tianxian Kingdom's book collection vault, but this place had never been mentioned. This was the first time he had heard of it. It's the Poison Temple. Lu Ling nodded his head. End of 5 chapters. Explosion, seeking monthly votes. The Poison Temple is actually the Poison Master Guild. Poison Master Guild? Zhang Xian blinked his eyes. Since it was a guild, it should be similar to the Apothecary Guild, Blacksmith Guild, and Teacher Guild. Why would it be called the Poison Temple? It sounded eerie. Are you thinking that since it is a guild, it should be open and above board? Why would it be called the Poison Temple? Seeing through the other party's doubts, Lu Ling explained. This is also related to the unique identity of poison masters. Poison masters specialize in the use of poison, making it impossible for one to guard against them. As such, they are regarded as a lower 9 paths occupation, and due to their fearsome prowess, they were banished by countless experts of the continent. Back then, the guild was destroyed, and countless poison masters died in the calamity. Even though their heritage was passed down, they didn't dare to appear before the eyes of the world out of fear of repeating the same mistake. Thus, they secretly established the Poison Temple and hid in the mountains and rivers, biding their time. This is precisely the reason why even though this occupation exists in the kingdom, it is extremely rare. If one were to name a place with the most books on poison, it would definitely be this place. Just that, even I am unable to find its exact location. Lu Ling shook his head. Ah. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. It seems like I have wasted my words. What I am looking for now is books on poison. If I can't find the Poison Temple, what's the point of talking so much? Poison is an incomparably dangerous thing. In order to concoct more potent poison, poison masters often use their own bodies to test the poison. As such, most of them don't have long lifespans. Why would Miss Zhang want to know about such books? The trio was perplexed. Poison allows one to kill those beyond their cultivation realm. Unless there is a deep grudge between them that they are unable to exact vengeance for their entire life, only then would they choose to do so. Even if they don't test their poison, they would be exposed to poison all the time. Most poison masters don't have long lifespans, and as such, their personalities are a little weird. It could be said that this occupation is something that countless people are unwilling to come into contact with. Yet, this Miss Zhang chose to ask about it instead of being an apprentice master teacher. The trio couldn't help but feel perplexed. I was just curious, so I asked casually. Xianxia smiled. There was no way he could reveal the matter of him being poisoned. Otherwise, why didn't the poison act up, and why was his Xianxia so pure? If he continued asking about it, the Library of Heaven's path would be exposed. It was his biggest secret, and he would never tell anyone. Seeing that he was unwilling to speak, Lu Ling decided not to probe any further. After pondering for a moment, he continued, "Actually, I do not know the exact location of the Poison Temple. However, I heard that there is a branch of the Poison Temple in the Red Lotus Mountain Range in the northwest of Tianwu Kingdom. Most of the poison masters in the kingdom originate from there. Of course, this is just a rumor." "A first-tier Tianwu Kingdom?" Xianxia nodded. A geography book appeared in his mind. If a country had a one-star great teacher, it would be judged as a second-grade kingdom. Tianxian Kingdom doesn't have any master teachers, and it can only be considered as one of the unranked kingdoms. On the other hand, Tianwu Kingdom was the strongest of the surrounding kingdoms. It had already reached the first tier, a tier higher than Beiwu Kingdom, where Lu Ling came from. It was said that there was a two-star great teacher in the capital. This kingdom wasn't too far away from Tianxian Kingdom. In fact, they could even be considered as close neighbors. This was because the boundary between them was the Red Lotus Mountain Range. Other than the Poison Temple, Mingshi Tang also has many books on various occupations. There are quite a few books on poison as well. Even though it can't be compared to the former, it is still much better than the book collection of some kingdoms. If you wish to understand the occupation, you can head to Mingshi Tang to browse through it. Of course, to enter Mingshi Tang, you have to pass the master teacher examination first. Xianxia said with a smile. It seemed like he hadn't given up on the idea of having the young man before him acknowledge him as his teacher. Mingshi Tang? Even though master teachers are nominally under the jurisdiction of the teacher guild, due to their esteemed standing, the guild is powerless to interfere. Thus, in order to maintain order and ensure their rights, the guild established Mingshi Tang. Xianxia explained. The master teacher pavilion is similar to other guilds. The treasures and secret manuals within are only accessible to master teachers. The master teacher pavilion's book collection vault encompasses countless occupations, so there should be quite a few books regarding poison. Oh. Xianxia nodded his head. It seemed like if he couldn't find the Poison Temple, becoming a master teacher and entering Mingshi Tang might solve his current problem. Alright, you should reconsider the intentions of the three of us. Given your talent, as long as you study hard, it is only a matter of time before you become a master teacher. You shouldn't think too much about other things. The few of them chatted for a moment longer. Seeing that the young man wasn't too interested in becoming their apprentice, Lu Ling spoke once more before bidding farewell to the other two. They knew that for a talented teacher like Xianxia, it was best not to push him too hard. Perhaps, he might come around after a few days. If they kept pressing him, it might just backfire. After the three master teachers left, the students crowded around Miss Zhang. Their gazes were filled with admiration. Look, if other teachers were to hear that a master teacher wanted to take them in as their apprentice, they would be so excited that they would forget their surnames. Yet, our Miss Zhang rejected them directly. This was way too ferocious. Don't look at me like that. I haven't settled the score with you for the previous matter. Xianxia's face darkened. This bunch of brats actually dared to say that the three master teachers were perverted and peeping. It was fortunate that it was just ink splashing, so they didn't pursue the matter. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to protect himself. After reprimanding the few of them and giving them some pointers, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It must be said that even though these fellows were stubborn and unreliable, they were extremely serious in their cultivation. They didn't slack off in the slightest. Other than Yuan Tao, all of his disciples had actually reached Fighter 2 Dan Tian realm. Xianxia thought that the one who improved the most would be Xingyang. Never in his dreams did he expect that it would be the weak-looking Wang Ying. In just a few days, not only did she break through Fighter 2 Dan, she advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching Dantian Realm Intermediate Stage Pinnacle. She was just a step away from Advanced Stage. This rate of improvement could only be described as astonishing. Even though this last seemed a little silly on the surface and would blush whenever she spoke, her heart was actually exceptionally firm. Even Xiaoya might not be able to match up to her in terms of decisiveness. As for the others, their progress was also remarkable. Thinking about it, it made sense. After imparting them the cultivation technique manuals and battle techniques compiled by the library, it would be embarrassing if they still didn't improve by leaps and bounds. Through the library, Xianxia also noticed something strange. His 5 disciples seemed to be secretly practicing a joint offensive formation. Taking a look at it, this formation didn't seem to be harmful at all. On the contrary, it would increase the fighting prowess of the few of them. As long as they weren't fooling around, he couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter. Nurturing students wasn't like planting flowers or rearing savage beasts. What he imparted to them was their train of thought and cultivation techniques. Otherwise, if they were to be restricted in everything, they would lose their versatility and become no different from puppets. It was just like the exam-oriented education in his previous life. It stifled the creativity of many children, turning them into monsters with high scores but low ability. Xianxia would leave after his lecture. Sometimes, he would even skip classes. It wasn't that he was being irresponsible, but he was afraid that he would impose too many restrictions on these fellows, making it difficult for them to walk down the path of true experts. Yet, he didn't place any restrictions on them. This was the true way of a teacher. If I want to take the master teacher examination, I have to become an apprentice. But I don't want to acknowledge Lu Ling and the others as my teacher. After guiding them, Xianxia fell into a dilemma once more. Apprentice, master teacher, apprentice. This was like an endless cycle, giving him a headache. Right, I don't need to be their apprentice. I can be my own. After struggling for an unknown period of time, a thought suddenly appeared in Xianxia's mind. Not only did he have the identity of Xianxia, he was also Yangshi. In the hearts of everyone, Yangshi was a master teacher as well. If he were to become his apprentice, wouldn't he be qualified to take the master teacher examination as well? Even if he was unable to take the examination, it should be easy for him to get Lu Ling and the others to recommend him. Would he dare to disobey Yangshi? Let's do it then. Chuckling lightly, Xianxia left the academy and headed back to his residence. If he wanted to become Yangshi's apprentice, he had to wait for Yangshi to say the word. After leaving the academy, Lu Ling and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly at the thought of their failure in accepting a student. Putting aside a lowly country like Tianqian Kingdom, even in Beiwu Kingdom and Hanwu Kingdom, as long as they had the intention to accept apprentices, countless star teachers would rush to their doors and vie for the position. Yet, this fellow actually rejected them even after stating his intentions clearly. It was truly a wonder what was going through his mind. To be able to master painting, apothecary, and the way of tea at such a young age, it is normal for a genius like him to be arrogant. Recalling the incredible feats the other party had done, Lu Ling couldn't help but comment. Indeed. There's no need to be anxious. Tomorrow is the teacher evaluation between him and Lu Sun. Perhaps, he intends to achieve victory in a single go so as to come under our tutelage. Xianxia thought of something and guessed. That's possible. The duo nodded their heads simultaneously. The reason why he rejected the offer might not be because he didn't want to. Rather, he might have considered this matter. Otherwise, even if he didn't want to become their student, would he be willing to take the master teacher examination? This was the goal of every single teacher, just like how cultivators yearn to become top-notch experts. It was impossible for them to reject such an offer. We must come over to watch the competition tomorrow. However, before that, shouldn't we attend to our own matters first? Lu Ling suddenly said. You mean to acknowledge Yangshi as our teacher? Xianxia's eyes lit up. It was impossible for a person to only have a single teacher in their lifetime. This was the same for master teachers as well. If they met a higher-ranked master teacher, they could acknowledge him as their teacher. Indeed, Yangshi was able to help Shenhong and Jingfei achieve breakthroughs so easily. Regardless of whether it is in terms of discernment or means, he is far superior to us. If we could acknowledge him as our teacher, we might be able to break through our bottlenecks and become qualified to take the 2-star master teacher examination. In fact, We might even succeed in a single go. The more Lu Ling spoke, the brighter his eyes became. Having a good teacher would be of great help to one's future development. After the previous few incidents, Xianxia had already displayed extraordinary capabilities. If they could acknowledge him as their teacher, they might be able to advance by leaps and bounds. They might be able to reach a level that they had always dreamed of but never dared to dream of. I'm tired from yesterday's outburst and haven't been able to find my state of mind today. Apologies for updating late. In order to take the 2-star examination, other than the 2 supporting occupations, one's cultivation must at least reach Xianxia realm. Given our current age and state of cultivation, we have visited many people, but none of them succeeded. Our only hope is Xianxia. Xianxia nodded as well. After becoming an ancestor, one's lifespan would increase. This was a temptation that no one would be able to resist. They had been stuck at the half-step ancestor realm for an unknown period of time and had even paid a visit to a 2-star great teacher. Sadly, none of them were able to break through. A few days ago, when he saw Xianxia successfully saving the dying Shenhong and reaching Xianxia realm, he could no longer sit still. If Shenhong could do it, they could definitely do it. However, the prerequisite was that Xianxia was willing to teach him. No matter what, let's try again. Maybe we'll succeed, Xing Fei said. Back when the other party helped him reach Xianxia, Zhang Xian had intended to acknowledge him as his teacher. However, he didn't agree to it and didn't force the issue. Now that even Lu Shi and Xianxia were tempted, Zhang Xian was unwilling to fall behind. Alright, let's go take a look. With such thoughts in mind, the 3 master teachers no longer hesitated. They began walking toward the residence. Brother Lu, the medicine is here. Do you want to reconsider? Are you really going to use it? In Lu Sun's classroom, Wang Chao looked at his good friend worriedly. Although these pills could allow a person's strength to increase explosively in a short period of time, it was also very harmful to the body. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Receiving the pill, Lu Sun hesitated for a moment before instructing. Not too long later, a few students walked over. They were the ones on the name list for the teacher evaluation. Zhu Hong, Mo Xiao, Du Lei, Bai Chao, Kong Jia. Teacher. Standing on the spot, the few of them exuded a dense aura. In just half a month of cultivation, just like Xingyang and the others, they had all reached Fighter 2 Dan Dan Tian realm. Even though there aren't many shortcuts in Fighter 1 Dan Jushi realm, the few of them are different from Wang Ying and the others. Before they acknowledged Zhang Xian as their teacher, their cultivation had already reached Fighter 1 Dan Pinnacle, and they were just a step away from achieving a breakthrough. Even though Kong Jia was slightly weaker, with the help of all kinds of resources, he was able to advance smoothly. Here is a pill. After consuming it, it will expand your Dantian and allow you to break through to Fighter 3 Dan Jinchi realm tonight. This way, the teacher evaluation will be a surefire victory. Raising the pill in his hand, Lu Sun scanned the surroundings and revealed the flaws of the pill. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Even though it can allow one to achieve breakthroughs quickly, there is still a hidden danger. After reaching Jinchi realm, one's cultivation speed will slow down to only 70% of what it was before. As long as I become a master teacher, I'll help you resolve this problem. I'll even accept you as my direct disciples and guide you in your cultivation. Of course, the choice is up to you. I won't force you. If you really lose, it will only mean that our teacher-student relationship has come to an end. After saying that, he put down the pill and looked around. Although he had already made his decision, and had even bought the pill, it was still up to the student to make the choice. Forcing the student to consume the pill was something he couldn't do, no matter how much he wanted to win. A teacher had a bottom line. Teachers had their own dignity. After teaching for so many years, he was still unable to achieve victory by fair or foul means. I believe in Lu Laoshi. After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Hong stepped forward. If one were to cultivate normally, it would take at least 2 to 3 years to reach Jinchi realm. However, this pill could allow one to do so in a single night. So what if his cultivation would be affected in the future? Who could guarantee that his cultivation would be smooth sailing? Furthermore, once he became a direct disciple, this problem wouldn't be a problem anymore. Even though they were all students, there was still a huge difference between a direct disciple and a direct disciple. A direct disciple would have to face several hundred people simultaneously. Thus, it was impossible for them to provide guidance on their own cultivation. Thus, they had to grope their way forward by themselves. It was just like a huge pot of food with the same seasoning, but the taste would only go down the throat. However, a direct disciple was different. It was just like cooking in a small pot. A teacher would guide them from time to time, ensuring that their cultivation wouldn't be biased. Even if the problem with the pill caused their cultivation to slow down, with such guidance, their future would be brighter. At this point, Zhu Hong was the first to express his stance. He took the pill and swallowed it. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it melted, forming a unique energy that surged through his body. Seeing him make up his mind so quickly, Lu Xun nodded his head in satisfaction. Placing his palm on the other party's back, he infused Xianxia into the other party's body to guide the energy. After an unknown period of time, a loud explosion sounded. Zhu Hong abruptly stood up and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Fighter 3 Dan, Xianxia realm, just like what Lu Xun said before, consuming this pill allowed his cultivation to rise by an entire realm. Incredible. I want to give it a try. Seeing that he had succeeded, Mo Xiao, Du Lei, Bai Chao, Kong Jia, and the others couldn't hold themselves back any longer and they stepped forward. Since Zhu Hong had thought it through, the others also came to a realization. If Lu Laoshi were to become a master teacher, as a direct disciple, they would surely soar to greater heights. This was a choice, and there was nothing for them to be conflicted about. Not too long later, they all achieved breakthroughs as well. Good, good. Seeing that all 5 of his students had reached Fighter 3 Danjinchi realm, Lu Xun's eyes glowed. Putting aside the freshmen, even among the older students who had been in the academy for 2 to 3 years, they would be able to stand at the forefront. Tomorrow will be the day when I, Lu Xun, perform. At that time, I will shock the entire academy and silence all those who have been gossiping behind my back. Clenching his fists tightly, Lu Xun's confidence, which had been shattered during the day, was restored once more. So what if I am a grandmaster painter and proficient in the way of tea? In terms of teaching, I, Lu Xun, am not inferior to anyone. 3 master teachers, I will prove to you that I am the best choice for an apprentice. Old master, the 3 master teachers have been waiting for a long time. Upon returning to the residence, Sun Chang walked up to him. They are here? Zhang Xian was still considering whether he should send someone to look for them later on, but to think that the 3 fellows were even more enthusiastic than him. He chuckled lightly. Walking into the lounge, he saw the 3 master teachers seated within. Upon seeing him, their eyes glowed with excitement. Lu Ling, Xianxia, Xing Fei, pays respect to Xianxia. The 3 of them hurriedly bowed. May I know why the 3 of you are looking for me at such a late hour? Zhang Xian sat down and instructed someone to brew him a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he looked at them impassively. After a trip to the Tian residence and a trip back to the academy, the sky had already darkened. It was getting late. Xianxia, the 3 of us sincerely wish to acknowledge you as our teacher. We hope that you can accept us. Lu Ling and the others hurriedly stood up, clasped their fists, bowed deeply, and looked at Xianxia anxiously. Even though they were much older than Xianxia, it was clear that the other party was much more formidable than them. Age was not the only factor that mattered in choosing a teacher. You wish to acknowledge me as your teacher? Picking up the teacup and wiping off the floating tea leaves, Zhang Xian's expression didn't change in the slightest. With the experience of disguising himself over the past few days, he was no longer a brat whose flaws could be easily seen through. His every movement carried an air of elegance and authority. The atmosphere in the room turned heavy. Yes, even though the 3 of us aren't talented, we are able to serve you and help you resolve your problems. The breathing of Lu Ling and the others hastened. Even though they had expressed their intentions to acknowledge Xianxia as their teacher the previous few times, they didn't say it outright. This time around, if they were to be rejected, there would be no turning back. If I'm not wrong, the reason why you wish to acknowledge me as your teacher is because you have reached a bottleneck in your cultivation. If you were to become my student, you might be able to break through this bottleneck and advance a step further. Without lifting his head, Zhang Xian's voice was as calm as ice. Air. Yes. Having their intentions seen through, Lu Ling and the others flushed. At least you're honest. Seeing that they didn't deny it, Xianxia nodded his head. I hope that Xianxia will grant our request. Lu Ling and the others gritted their teeth. Xianxia didn't reply. Instead, he slowly put down his teacup, stood up, and walked to the center of the lounge. Just when the three master teachers were wondering what he was up to, a calm voice sounded. I, Xianxian, have always preferred a quiet environment when I travel around the various kingdoms. I have never revealed my identity, so I believe that you have never heard of my name before. Yes. When they heard the name Xianxian, they had investigated the matter and confirmed that there was no such person in the surrounding kingdoms. Initially, they thought that Xianxia was using an alias. However, from the looks of it now, it seems like Xianxia is just keeping a low profile. If I don't want others to know that I am a master teacher, no one will know that I am one. Even if you go to Mingshi Tang to investigate, you won't be able to find anything. Zhang Xian continued, but in Tianxian Kingdom, I revealed my identity and even offered pointers to others. Do you know why? He said this to warn the other party. Yang Xian is a fake, so it is impossible to find anything even if you go to Mingshi Tang to investigate. However, with this foreshadowing, not only will they not think that Yang Xian is a fake, they will even revere him. If even Mingshi Tang is unable to find anything, how incredible must he be? How ignorant are we? Lu Ling and the others turned to look at Zhang Xian. Actually, they were perplexed by this as well. If such an incredible master teacher didn't want to get involved with the secular world, who would know of it? Yet, everyone in Tianxian Kingdom knew of it. While I was traveling around, I happened to meet a talented junior. Delighted, I decided to accept him as my direct disciple. However, I won't be staying here for too long, and I was afraid that he would be wronged. Thus, I intentionally revealed my identity and gave him a title. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian stood at the center of the lounge, as though a towering mountain. A talented junior? Accept him as his direct disciple? Lu Ling and the others stared at one another. Suddenly, a thought struck them and their eyes narrowed. Could it be that Yangshi's direct disciple is Hongtian Academy's Zhangxian Laoshi? If that was the case, it would make sense. For a low-level teacher from a remote kingdom to be able to come up with such incredible theories, be a grandmaster painter, and be proficient in the way of tea. Yet, he was unwilling to accept the offer of their three master teachers. Probably, only Yangshi's direct disciple would possess such capability. Seeing that the other party had reacted faster than he had expected, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction, saving him the trouble of trying to persuade the other party. Zhang Xian is my direct disciple. If you all wish to come under my tutelage, he will be your senior. Eldest senior? The mouths of the three master teachers twitched, and their bodies swayed. This change was way too fast. They were intending to accept the other party as their apprentice, but in the blink of an eye, the other party had become their eldest senior. To address a fellow who wasn't even 20 as their eldest senior, the three master teachers felt lightheaded. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't help but feel that it was a little bizarre. However, the bizarre expression on their faces disappeared in an instant, replaced by agitation and excitement. Does Yangshi mean that he is willing to accept us? Lu Ling came to a realization and trembled in agitation. His face, which could squeeze a mosquito to death, was filled with wrinkles, making him look like a chrysanthemum. Yangshi wanted them to address Zhang Xian as their eldest senior. Wasn't that equivalent to accepting them as his students? Thank you, Yangshi. Zhuangxian and Jingfei were even more direct. They immediately kneeled on the floor and kowtowed. Even though the other party didn't say it explicitly, his attitude showed that he didn't object to it. If they didn't make a move, wouldn't they cry themselves to death? These two fellows. Seeing that his old friend had acted so quickly, Lu Ling hurriedly followed and kowtowed. Without turning back, Zhang Xian said calmly, "Become my disciple, and I will help you raise your cultivation. However, I am used to living a carefree life, and I won't be staying here for too long. Even though Zhang Xian has received my direct teachings, he is still too young and his cultivation is too shallow. I will need you to take care of him for a while." Teacher, rest assured. Since we have joined the sect, we will naturally abide by the rules. Xianxia is our eldest senior, and as long as it is within our capabilities, we will do our best. Lu Ling and the others expressed their stance. Master teachers had to abide by certain rules when accepting disciples. Personal disciples were considered to be of a higher rank. In other words, no matter how young a personal disciple was, he would be the senior of a teacher. Even though it sounded weird, there were plenty of such situations in Mingshi Tang. Since they had decided to become Yangshi's disciple, they had to abide by the rules. Xianxia was the senior, and as his junior, he wouldn't be stingy with his help. Let's begin. After confirming their master-disciple relationship, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. Yes. Knowing that Yangshi was intending to offer them pointers, the three of them stood up excitedly. In an instant, a gust of wind blew in the room, and the three of them began executing their battle techniques. After an unknown period of time, the trio clasped their fists and bade farewell. Even though their cultivation was still at half-Zhongsher, there was an irrepressible excitement on their faces. In fact, Xianxia could help the three of them break through directly. However, once he did that, his pure Zhenqi would be exposed. Even if his cultivation was not high, he would still be exposed. It was a small matter if he could not become an expert, but trouble would definitely follow. After thinking about it, he only pointed out the flaws in their cultivation. In his words, pointing out the flaws and finding a way to break through was also a test for them. As a one-star great teacher, Xianxia knew all of this. If Xianxia was still unable to achieve a breakthrough, it would mean that there was a problem with his talent. He was considering whether he should take Xianxia in as his student. Upon hearing those words, how could the three master teachers dare to say anything else? They carefully memorized the flaws Xianxia had pointed out, fearing that they would make a mistake. However, with their knowledge and understanding of cultivation, it was only a matter of time before they broke through to the next realm. Old Master, Emperor Xianxia is waiting outside. After making arrangements for the three master teachers, Xianxia was just about to rest when Sun Cheng walked up to him. He's here? Could it be? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Let him in. Yangshi. Not too long later, Emperor Xianxia walked in. He clasped his fist and bowed. Looking at the middle-aged man before him, his eyes were filled with passion and admiration. Even though the old ancestor was on the verge of death, he was able to save him and even achieve a breakthrough. Even a two-star master teacher would find it hard to accomplish such a feat perhaps. The person before him was a 3-star master teacher, or perhaps even higher. Putting aside the fact that he was the king of an unranked kingdom, even the emperor of a Tier 1 kingdom wouldn't be able to meet such a person easily. Reporting to Yangshi, I have gathered most of the Tongxian realm secret manuals you asked me to find. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The condition for treating Shenhong was for him to gather books. It had been a few days, and given the influence of the royal family, it shouldn't be difficult for him to gather several thousand books. Yangshi, please take a look. With a flick of his palm, several thousand books were placed neatly before him, forming a huge pile. It seemed like the other party knew that he needed them, so he brought them all over. Casually picking up a few books, Xianxia swiftly flipped through them. After which, he put them down and continued flipping through them. Initially, Emperor Xianxia was perplexed as to why such a formidable master teacher would want Tongxian realm secret manuals. However, upon seeing this sight, he was even more perplexed. If he were to flip through them, he could understand it as studying them. Yet, this person didn't even flip through them and instead, used his hands to pull them aside. What was he doing? Even though he was perplexed, he didn't dare to say anything. Thus, he stood obediently on the spot. Walala, Xianxia didn't stop to rest. In just a moment, he finished flipping through the several thousand secret manuals. Even though these secret manuals were extremely ordinary among the Tongxian realm cultivation technique manuals, there was a huge amount of them. To Xianxia, who possessed the Library of Heaven's Path, it couldn't be any better. Compile. With a jolt of his mind, a book appeared in his mind. Tongxian realm Heaven's Path Divine Art. Alright, you can take them away. Xianxia waved his hands casually. The Library of Heaven's Path had already recorded all of these books. This. Emperor Xianxia was taken aback. He had paid a hefty price to gather these secret manuals. He thought that Xianxia would at least flip through them once, but in the end, he just casually flipped through them. Could it be that these secret manuals are too crude and unsightly? If that's the case, I can look for more. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but ask. There's no need for that. I have already finished reading these books, so I can take them back. Xianxia waved his hands. Finished. Finished reading? Emperor Xianxia nearly fell to the ground. You. What did you read? You just casually flipped through these books. Do your eyes grow on your hands? Yes. Emperor Xianxia felt so stifled that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he didn't dare to ask any further. Instead, he kept the books on the floor into his storage ring before clasping his hands. Then, I'll be taking my leave. Xianxia waved his hands. After leaving the residence, Xianxia returned straight to the royal palace. You passed the books to Xianxia? Royal Elder Shen Hong walked up to him. I did, but he didn't want them, so he took them back. Emperor Xianxia still had a bizarre expression on his face. He took them back? Is Xianxia dissatisfied? That's not it. Then, has he finished reading them? He didn't read them either. He didn't read them? Then what did he want those books for? Shen Hong was confused. He just plucked them a little. Plucked? Shen Hong blinked his eyes. I can understand if you want a few beauties to pluck them a little, but why would you pluck a few books? We really don't understand the actions of experts. After a long while, the duo came to a conclusion with flushed faces. After Emperor Xianxia left, Xianxia informed Sun Chang that he wasn't going to meet him before returning to his room. Cultivate. Flipping open the newly formed 7-Dan Heaven's Path Divine Art, Xianxia began reading through it. Opening the acupoints, connecting the meridians in the body, allowing Xinqi to flow freely. This is the Tongxian realm. Lines of words appeared in his mind. After collecting thousands of secret manuals, the Heaven's Path Divine Art that was formed was the same as the previous one. Xianxia read through it while cultivating. Pure Xinqi circulated in his body according to the unique cultivation method recorded in the manual. Boom, with just a single circulation, the bottleneck of Pishui realm was broken in an instant. Immense spiritual energy from the world gushed into his body, and the Xinqi and strength in his body rose rapidly. Tongxian realm primary stage, Tongxian realm intermediate stage. Not too long later, his strength returned to its peak, and his cultivation reached Tongxian realm pinnacle. Along with the increase in my cultivation, my rate of improvement has indeed slowed. Sensing that his strength had reached its peak, and he was unable to advance any further, Xianxia stopped. Due to the fact that he had to deduce the acupoints one by one in Pishui realm, it took him a lot of time. However, when he was at Dingli realm, he cultivated the complete Heaven's Path Divine Art. Back then, he only took 2 hours, but now 10 minutes more. Looks like the further I go, the more difficult it gets. Xianxia sighed seriously. If others were to know of his thoughts, they would probably strangle him to death. 10 minutes more, and you call it getting harder, for others to cultivate from Tongxian realm primary stage to pinnacle, even if they were top-notch geniuses with the support of countless treasures, it would still be impossible for them to do so without 10 years of hard work. Yet, you feel that your rate of cultivation has slowed down. The heck, why don't you go and die? Let's see how much strength I have now. After sighing, Xianxia walked up to the strength-measuring rock pillar and punched it. Wang, a number slowly appeared, 600 ding. Xianxia's face lit up in delight. When he was at Pishui realm pinnacle, he had opened 108 acupoints, increasing his strength by 108 ding. Adding the 20 ding from before, he had a total of 128 ding of Xinqi strength. Now that he had broken through, his strength had increased by several folds. A normal Tongxian realm primary stage would possess 100 ding, intermediate stage 200 ding, advanced stage 300 ding, and pinnacle 400 ding. 600 ding was already comparable to a half Xianxia. Xianxia realm experts possessed immense strength, and they could exert a strength of 1,000 ding with a wave of their hand. Those who possessed strength between 400 ding to 1,000 ding could be considered as half Xianxia. 600 ding, along with the 90 ding from his physical body, would be close to 700 ding of strength. Even among half Xianxia, he would be considered as one of the strongest. I should be able to protect myself now. With such immense strength, coupled with the fact that the Library of Heaven's path was able to see through his flaws, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since he discovered the poison aura in his body, the shadow of someone trying to kill him had been lingering in his mind. Without strength, even if the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to retaliate. Only now that his strength was comparable to that of a half Xianxia did he calm down slightly. After reinforcing his cultivation and adapting to the strength he had just obtained, he walked out of the room. Unknowingly, a night had passed. Outside, the sun slowly rose from the east, and its rays shone down on the surroundings, creating a serene atmosphere. The sky has actually brightened. Looking at the rising sun, Xianxia knew that the freshman tournament, the teacher evaluation, which he had waited half a month for, it was finally here. Xianxia was Pavilion Elder Qian's son. Since he had nothing to do today, he decided to laze around and rest. However, he was dragged over by his father early in the morning. "Father, you only need to find someone to report the results of the teacher evaluation. There is no need for you to come here personally." Xianxiao's face was filled with resentment. "No matter what, you are one of the people whom His Majesty values the most. You didn't even attend the duel between the Marquis of Huainan and the Swift General. What is there to watch in a duel between students?" He couldn't understand what was wrong with his father. As a pavilion elder, he didn't even need to bow to the emperor. Instead, he chose to watch a duel between students instead of attending a duel between grade 1 officials in the royal court. Even though the teacher evaluation involved the prestige of a teacher, it was actually just a fight between students. For a matter of this level, any servant could have just reported it to the emperor. Was there a need for an intelligence officer like you to attend personally? Wasn't he afraid of scaring others? This is a 3-star incident, I have to be there personally. Pavilion Elder Qian waved his hands. I know that it is a 3-star incident, and the academy will automatically add a star to it. Lu Sun Laosher is a star teacher, so adding another star to it is just a 1-star incident. Xianxiao pouted. Under normal circumstances, a 1-star incident was something that could be reported. Wouldn't he die of exhaustion if he were to attend such a matter personally? It isn't that simple. Pavilion Elder Qian harumphed. How complicated can it be? I don't believe that a duel between students can be more complicated than the duel between the Marquis of Huainan and the Swift General. You should know that in that competition, there were a total of 12 officials who were 2nd grade and above. It was definitely one of the most prestigious competitions of the year. Xianxiao didn't think much of it. Marquis of Huainan and the Swift General were both grade 1 officials in the kingdom, and the news of the duel had been announced in advance. Many experts came to spectate the duel, but this father of his refused to attend, saying that his star wasn't high enough. Yet, he came to watch a duel between students. This made Xianxiao wonder if he had gone senile. This morning, I received news that the head of the Wang clan of the 4 great clans, Wang Hong, has arrived at the academy. The head of the Bai clan, Bai Ming, has also arrived. For the heads of the 2 great clans to come personally shows how much importance they place on this competition. Do you think I should come personally? Pavilion Elder Qian said. Clan head Wang Hong is a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert, and his strength is ranked amongst the top in the entire capital. Even though clan head Bai Ming isn't a match for him, he is a true apothecary, and his standing is esteemed. They came to the academy to spectate a few duels? Xianxiao didn't believe it. Although these 2 clan leaders did not have any official positions, their true status was no lower than that of a first-rank official in the imperial court. How could such powerful people come to watch a group of students compete? See for yourself, the 2 of them turned a corner and arrived at the dueling ring of Hongtian Academy. At this moment, the spectator stands were already filled with people. Pavilion Elder Qian casually pointed. I don't think there will be many people in the main seats. Huh? Xianxia muttered under his breath as he turned to look at the main seat on the dueling ring. What he saw immediately caused his body to stiffen. Clan head Wang Hong and clan head Bai Ming actually came. Is that guild leader Ouyang? Why did President Ouyang of the Alchemist Guild also come? And Apothecary Meng Yan, Apothecary Lin Mu, Apothecary Jin Chen. How is this possible? Initially, he thought that a duel between a group of students wouldn't attract much attention. However, he realized that not only were 2 clan heads of the 4 great clans here, close to 10 apothecaries and even the guild leader had come. What was going on? As one of the top occupations in the upper 9 paths, apothecary was an extremely prestigious occupation. Even Emperor Xianxia might not be able to meet a person like guild leader Ouyang. Yet, he came here today to watch a group of children compete. Xianxiao's head spun in disbelief. They aren't the only ones. Look over there. Before he could recover from his shock, Pavilion Elder Qian pointed once more. Turning his gaze over, Xianxiao trembled once more. He found himself at a loss for words. The kingdom's #1 physician, Master Yuanyu? That is Elder Tian? He didn't even attend His Majesty's birthday banquet, and he even made up an excuse to decline. How could he? He thought that his father was making a mountain out of a molehill, but in the end, he nearly fainted from shock. Master Yuanyu was a formidable figure whom even the emperor dared not ask for too much from. As for Elder Tian, even His Majesty couldn't drink his tea. Just how incredible must he be? Yet, these 2 incredible figures were sitting motionlessly on the spectator stand, as though waiting for something. Can anyone tell me what is going on? Are you for real? Who are those people? Why are so many people giving up their seats to them? I don't know either. Perhaps they are of high standing. Just as Xianxiao was on the verge of death from shock, he heard the exclamations of a student not too far away. Lifting his head to take a look, he staggered once more. 3 great master teachers? They are here as well? The ones who appeared before him were 3 elders. If those who appeared before him were only shocked, the ones who appeared before him right now were even more astounded. They were the 3 great master teachers, putting aside him. Even if his father, Pavilion Elder Qian, were to pay them a visit, it was likely that he wouldn't even pay them any heed. To think that these people would be sitting in the spectator stand just like the others. However, his shock wasn't over yet. Following which, he saw 2 middle-aged men sitting down as well. It's Emperor Xianxia and Baiyu City Lord Zhao Feng? Xianxiao's throat went dry. He thought that it was beneath his father's status to be here, but to think that even His Majesty and City Lord Zhao Feng would be here personally. Baiyu City was the 2nd largest city in Tianxian Kingdom, and the city lord's standing was second only to the emperor. Is this really a duel between students? Even a duel between princes wouldn't be so grand. Actually, the one with the highest standing here isn't His Majesty and the 3 master teachers, but that person. Seeing his son so frightened, Pavilion Elder Qian spoke up. Xianxiao hurriedly turned his gaze over and saw an inconspicuous fatty. He is. Knowing that his father had many sources of information, Xianxiao couldn't help but ask. He is Yangshi's butler, Sun Chong. He is here to represent Yangshi. Pavilion Elder Qian said slowly. He is here to represent Yangshi? Xianxiao swallowed his saliva. The Yangshi who even Emperor Xianxia blocked at the entrance? He had long heard of Yangshi's affairs. Lu Shi and the others were willing to pay a visit to admit that they were inferior to him, and Emperor Xianxia blocked the queue outside the entrance. For such an incredible master teacher to send his butler over, Xianxiao's body trembled. He couldn't understand what kind of duel this was. Is this really a 3-star incident? It was judged to be a 3-star incident previously, but from the looks of it now, it's probably a 5-star incident. Pavilion Elder Qian's face turned grim. Perhaps only a 5-star event would have such a huge impact and attract so many powerhouses. Could it be Lu Sun Laoshi? After pondering for a moment, Xianxiao couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice. Lu Sun was a star teacher, and his name resounded throughout the entire kingdom. Could it be that his duel had attracted so many people here, to forcefully turn a 3-star incident into a 5-star incident? Him? Even now, I am still perplexed. Even though he is famous, I don't think that he is qualified. Right now, I am wondering if he is that Xianxia Laosher. Pavilion Elder Qian hesitated for a moment before saying. It was true that Lu Sun was famous, but at the very most, he could only provoke Wan Hong, Bai Ming, and the others. It was impossible for guild leader Ouyang and the other apothecaries to come here. Furthermore, there was Emperor Shen Jue, Elder Tian, and Yang Shi's butler, Sun Chong. Since it wasn't him, then the only one left was the other party. That person was the infamous Miss Zhang. Zhang Xian. Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Qianchao was stunned. If his father's guess was right, to be able to attract so many experts here personally, how did this fellow do it? He wasn't the only one who was on the verge of going insane. Many of the teachers in the academy were tugging at their hair in frenzy. Are you sure that this isn't a duel between the principal and someone else? Otherwise, why would the emperor, the three master teachers, Elder Tian, Master Yuanyu, all these powerful figures be here? Reverting back to his original appearance, Zhang Xian led Xiaoya and the others to the dueling ring. Upon seeing the crowd on the main stand, as well as the excited faces of Emperor Shen Jue and the others, a bizarre expression appeared on his face. Lu Sun and I are conducting a teacher evaluation. What are these fools doing here? On the spectator stand. A hint of frustration and anxiety appeared on Shen Bairu's flawless face. After the Enlightenment Will trial, she left Tianxian Royal City to attend to some matters. She only returned yesterday, and the moment she heard of the teacher evaluation, she nearly fainted from fright. Is this Zhang Xian insane? Who is Lu Sun? He is the symbol of Hongtian Academy, a true star teacher. To compete with him. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Furthermore, this fellow even poached many students from other academies to counter Xiaoya and the others. How can he be so reckless? Gritting her teeth, Shen Bairu recalled the events of yesterday and felt even more frustrated. After hearing the news, she wanted to stop him, but that fellow wasn't around. She ran to the other party's dormitory and waited for him for an entire night. Yet, he didn't return. The duel is tomorrow, and it is said that Lu Sun has been teaching his students the entire night. Yet, you abandoned your students and didn't return. Is this how you prepare for a duel? Aren't you being too ambitious? Did you give up on your own accord after realizing that there was no hope of victory? Through the Compendium Pavilion, Hongtian Pavilion, and the Enlightenment Will trial, she thought that this Miss Zhang was just a person with a bad reputation. However, from the looks of it now. What kind of person is that, who has ever seen a person disappearing for a few days before a duel? What are you thinking about? Why are you so distracted the moment you return? Just as she was fuming inside, a beautiful face appeared before her. It was the other beautiful teacher of the academy, Han Qiong. Han Qiong was also a rare beauty. In terms of appearance, she was only slightly inferior to Shen Bairu. However, she was in her mid-20s, the prime of a woman's life. In terms of figure and charm, the latter paled in comparison. As such, there were more people who were infatuated with Han Qiong Laosher, even more so than Shen Bairu. Being both beautiful teachers, the two of them shared a good relationship, and they could be considered as best friends. It's all because of that Zhang Xian. I really don't know what's going through his mind. He had just cleared his name, but he insisted on competing with Lu Sun Laosher. Shen Bairu harumphed angrily. If he were to lose, no one would believe what he had said previously. The Enlightenment Will trial had proven that the Education Bureau was the one who framed you. If you were to lose the duel, all kinds of rumors would swarm in, and no one would believe what you say in the future. Looks like you care about him a lot. Han Qiong smiled with a sly look in her eyes. Who cares about him? He's just an arrogant fellow. Shen Bairu harumphed. It's good that you don't care. I thought our great beauty Shen had fallen for him. Han Qiong stretched her back lazily, revealing a startling curve. She did not want to dwell on this topic any longer. Instead, she asked curiously, right, who do you think will win the duel between the two of them? Of the 5 students of Zhang Xian, Xiaoya, Xingyang, and the others aren't too bad. However, Lu Sun Laosher has specially arranged for Mo Xiao and the others to counter them. I fear that they will lose right from the start. Speaking of who will emerge victorious, Shen Bairu no longer feels frustrated and angry. Instead, her eyes are filled with calmness and wisdom. As a teacher of the academy, she was well aware of the situation of the students. When she heard of the duel, she had investigated the situation and found out about Lu Xun's arrangements. This fellow's actions were really childish, but to be honest, this was also the embodiment of an outstanding teacher. No matter what kind of opponent he faced, he would give it his all and strive for the most advantageous conditions. This was the basic quality that a teacher and cultivator should possess. Unless. At this point, Shenbairu paused for a moment. A glint flashed across her eyes and she continued, Xiaoye and the others have reached Fighter 2 Dan. Given their superior cultivation realm, they might be able to put up a fight. The students that Lu Xun found are specially designed to counter Xiaoye and the others. Unless they achieve a breakthrough, it is impossible for them to win. Indeed. Han Qiong nodded her head in agreement. Look, Miss Zhang and the others are here. What a powerful aura. Xiaoye and the others have actually reached Fighter 2 Dan? That's impossible, right? Reaching Fighter 2 Dan in just half a month? Just as the two of them were worrying, they heard a commotion from the crowd. Following which, they saw Zhang Xian walking over with Xiaoye and the others. At this moment, Xiaoye, Jingyang, Wang Ying and the others were exuding a sharp aura. Every single movement of theirs exuded a powerful aura. Fighter 2 Dan, other than the weakest, Yuan Tao, who was only at Jiushi realm advanced stage, the others had actually reached Dantian realm. The eyes of Shenbairu and Han Qiong lit up. Looks like even though this Zhangxian Laosher seems unreliable, he is actually quite formidable. Han Qiong chuckled. Currently, only Yuan Tao is slightly weaker. The others still have a chance of winning. Shenbairu nodded her head. Just as she was about to continue speaking, her face suddenly paled. What's wrong? Seeing her good friend's expression, Han Qiong was perplexed. It's Lu Laosher and his students are here. Shenbairu clenched her fists tightly. Lu Laosher? So what if they are here? Xiaoye and the others are all at Fighter 2 Dan, their chances of winning are very high. Han Qiong smiled. Just as she was about to continue speaking, she saw Lu Xun, Zhu Hong, and Mo Xiao and the others walking over. Her mouth twitched and she froze on the spot. Fighter 3 Dan? His students have actually reached Fighter 3 Dan? Fighter 3 Dan Jinqi realm. Able to utilize Jinqi with a strength exceeding 300 kilograms. How can they win? The bodies of the duo froze. Fighter 2 Dan and 3 Dan were two different realms. At 1 Dan Jiushi, spiritual energy would flow through one's body, turning an ordinary person into a fighter, allowing one to cultivate. At 2 Dan Dantian, one would accumulate spiritual energy within one's body and expand one's Dantian. At 3 Dan Jinqi, one would be able to circulate Jinqi within one's body. Regardless of whether it was physical body, reaction speed or strength, they were far superior to those of the previous 2 Dan. Upon reaching Jinqi realm, one could say that one's level of existence had risen significantly. If one was an ordinary person in the past, one would be comparable to a tiger or a wolf now. How could one defeat them? When they saw that Xiaoye and the others had reached Fighter 2 Dan, they thought that victory was within their grasp. But from the looks of it now, there was no chance of victory at all. To win. Unless a miracle appears. Shenbairu smiled bitterly. Previously, she was still harboring hope for Miss Zhang, thinking that she might be able to win. But at this moment, that hope was gone. The two beauties were shocked beyond belief. The other spectating teachers were also dumbfounded. Silence filled the room as they stared at Zhang Xian with pitiful gazes. To compete with Lu Xun Laosher. Indeed, he was asking for it. Fighter 2 Dan versus Fighter 3 Dan? Apothecary Zhang is in danger. Just like the other teachers, guild leader Ouyang and Apothecary Du Man stared at one another and shook their heads simultaneously. Indeed, the difference in their level of existence makes it impossible for them to win. Looks like Apothecary Zhang is bound to lose. Many apothecaries came to a conclusion at the same time and sighed. The moment Zhang Xian and Lu Xun stepped onto the stage, many people had already made up their minds. The scale of victory had already tilted towards Lu Xun's side. Today is the freshman tournament. However, before that, there is a bet between the teachers. The teacher evaluation between Lu Sun Laoshi and Xianxia Laoshi. Seeing that the two main characters had arrived, the principal, who hadn't appeared for a long time, stood on the dueling stage and his voice resounded across the entire academy. Hearing the voice, as the main characters, Zhang Xian and Lu Sun, led their students onto the dueling stage and sat on one side of it. The teacher evaluation was a duel between students. Teachers were only allowed to spectate by the side and not interfere. Of course, the duel was only a part of the evaluation. There were also examination papers and potential tests. However, fighters valued strength. If they couldn't win the duel, even if they were to win the subsequent examinations, it wouldn't bring them any glory. Who will go first? Zhang Xian paid no heed to the discussions of others. He looked at his 5 students calmly. I'll go. Yuan Tao stepped forward. Zhang Xian nodded his head. The activation of his emperor's bloodline wasn't a problem for him. Kong Jia, go and defeat the last place fellow. Seeing him send out the last place fellow in the entrance examination, Lu Sun sneered coldly. After a night of personal guidance, the 5 students had already reinforced their Fighter 3 Dan primary stage cultivation and were able to utilize their Xinqi well. With such strength, it was easy for them to defeat a few Fighter 2 Dan experts. When you suffer a crushing defeat later on, what right do you have to be the apprentice of the 3 master teachers? A glint flashed across Lu Sun's eyes and he sneered coldly. All of his efforts were for this day. When his students defeat Zhang Xian in public, he would like to see how that fellow would be able to continue being the apprentice of the 3 master teachers. At that time everyone would know that he, Lu Sun, was the most invincible existence in Hongtian Academy. Senior Kong, please go easy on me. Looking at the opponent before him, Yuan Tao put on a pitiful expression. Look at how fat I am, my cultivation is only at Fighter 1 Dan. Go easy? The edges of Kong Jia's lips curled up and disdain appeared in his eyes. I never go easy on you? Either admit defeat, or get knocked off the dueling stage by me. Make your choice. Admit defeat? If I were to admit defeat, Miss Zhang will beat me to death. Yuan Tao walked forward indignantly. If you don't want to admit defeat, just wait to be knocked off the dueling stage. It's simple. Ignoring the other party's show of weakness, Kong Jia sneered coldly. Before the battle even started, this fellow was already showing weakness and begging for mercy. What a weirdo. However, from this, it could be seen that Miss Zhang didn't have much capability. Lu Laoshi was bound to win. How about this? In any case, I can't defeat you. Later on, I'll pretend to spar with you for a while before admitting defeat. This way, Zhang Laoshi won't blame me. As long as you cooperate with me, I'll give you 1,000. No, 500, 300 gold coins as compensation. Walking up to the other party, Yuan Tao lowered his voice. 300 gold coins? Pretend to fight? Kong Jia was taken aback. Do you have so many gold coins? I do, look. Yuan Tao reached into his pocket with his left hand and took a look. Kong Jia couldn't help but lower his head to take a look. However, before he could see the so-called gold coins, he saw a fist flying toward him. I fell for it. Only at this moment did he realize that he had been fooled by the other party. Showing weakness, acting pitiful, then bribing and launching a sneak attack. The heck, do you have to be so shameless? With so many students watching, how can you be considered a hero? He felt frustrated, but it was already too late. His eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming force gushed toward him. Before he could react, he felt an intense pain on his face. He was sent flying and fell outside the dueling ring. The main seats were reserved for the teachers. Wang Chao sat in the middle with his back ramrod straight. His expression was proud, as though a spear that could pierce through the heavens. Looks like this Zhang Xian is going for broke. Usually, in a duel, they would send out their strongest opponent so as to boost the confidence of the person behind them. Yet, he chose to send out such a lousy opponent right from the start. If this isn't as good as admitting defeat, what else can he do? Elder Hong Hao stroked his beard in excitement. After Zhang Xian exposed the fraud of his Hongtian pavilion, his business fell and it was close to closing down. He couldn't wait to skin that fellow alive. If not for the fear that the academy would find out about his actions, he would have long made a move on Xianxia. A fighter 1 Dan advanced stage lad against a fighter 3 Dan. There is no comparison at all. Wang Chao raised his head proudly. Besides, Kong Jia has been cultivating the steel palm since young. His offensive prowess is exceptional and he is considered as a frenzied attacking genius. If he were to make a move, this Yuan Tao would probably not even last 10 breaths before falling off the stage. A Jushi realm advanced stage cultivator possesses around 90 kilograms of strength, whereas a Xinqi realm primary stage cultivator possesses around 300 kilograms of strength. The difference is more than 3 times and they are on completely different levels. Not to mention 10 breaths, even 3 breaths is hard to say. Elder Hong Hao chuckled. That's right. If Kong Jia were to make a move from the start, that fellow would have been insta-killed in a single punch. Wang Chao nodded his head. Looks like there is no suspense in the first round. Indeed. Putting aside the first round, I think that there is no suspense in the other 5 rounds as well. This time, Lu Laoshi will definitely win and destroy Zhang Xian's reputation. Elder Hong Hao harumphed coldly. After causing his business to fail, he had long wanted to destroy the other party's reputation. Previously, he had specially looked for Lu Sun. If not for him adding fuel to the fire, the teacher evaluation wouldn't have happened today. As long as this Zhang Xian were to lose, he had many ways to make him regret everything that he had done at Hongtian Pavilion. It's starting. Oblivious to the other party's thoughts, Wang Chao nodded his head. He was very confident in Kong Jia. After helping Lu Sun the entire night, he knew how fearsome the 5 freshmen were despite their young age. A bunch of Dantian realm fellows actually want to win, wasn't this a dream? Overjoyed, he turned his gaze to the dueling ring, only to see 2 freshmen walking toward it. Senior Kong, please be merciful. In the next moment, Yuan Tao's pleading voice echoed in the air. Hearing those words, the duo nearly spurted out saliva and fainted from laughter. Yuan Tao's voice wasn't loud, but they were all experts. Their ears were sharp and they heard it clearly. If you're scared before you even make a move, what's the point of competing? To subdue the enemy without a fight, Lu Laoshi's students are indeed formidable. Elder Hong Hao's eyes lit up. Do you see that? The highest level of teaching isn't about how powerful the students are in battle. Rather, it's about how the other party's students are scared witless as soon as they appear on stage. This was a true expert. This was a real star teacher. As a low-level teacher, you are still miles away from that. Looks like this guy will admit defeat. Huh? Hearing the conversation between the two, Wang Chao nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly felt as if someone was grabbing him by the neck. His voice was stuck in his throat, and he felt as if he was suffocating. What's wrong? In his glee, Elder Hong Hao didn't notice the situation on the stage. At this moment, hearing the bizarre voice, he hurriedly raised his head, and with a single glance, he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Yuan Tao, whom they thought would lose without a doubt, was standing on the stage. Dusting off his clothes, he looked like an invincible hero. On the other hand, the powerful Kong Jia was already lying below the stage. His eyes were rolled back, and he had already fainted. What's going on? In a duel, as long as one of them fell off the stage, it meant that they had lost. Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? Why did this Xinqi realm rookie, who was intending to show off his might, end up being beaten to the point where his eyes rolled back? It was true that the duel ended in less than 3 breaths, but how could it end in such a manner? Elder Hong Hao felt as if he was going insane. That fool, dumbfounded, Wang Chao roared furiously. If he could, he would have smacked that Kong Jia to death. Given your powerful fighting prowess, why did you have to waste your breath on him? Why didn't you just make a move? Yet, before you could even execute your iron palm, you ended up being beaten to the point where even your own father wouldn't recognize you. Sneak attack. Shameless. Zhu Hong roared. How could there be such a duel? It was just a moment ago that the other party was saying that he was going to admit defeat, but in the next moment, he threw a punch at him. Wasn't that a little too unbecoming of an expert? However, recalling how he ended up being beaten up when he delivered the letter back then, his lips twitched uncontrollably. It seemed like none of the students under Miss Zhang's tutelage had the bearing of an expert. Sneak attack? The duel has already begun, and anyone can attack. How can that be called a sneak attack? If he wants to make a move on me, I don't mind either. Ignoring the other party's ramblings, Yuan Tao flung his sleeves, and with the disposition of an expert, disdain in his eyes, he said, if there's anyone to blame, he can only blame himself. He couldn't even withstand a single punch from me. Too weak. Too weak? No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to withstand such a sneak attack. To make a sneak attack sound so righteous, how can he be so shameless? Hearing the other party's confident words, the mouths of the spectators twitched. If anyone else were to win in a sneak attack, they would feel guilty. Yet, this fellow spoke so confidently. The heck, where's your face? Teacher, does this count as my victory? With his hands behind his back, Yuan Tao turned to look at the referee. You're the victor. The teacher turned around to take a look and realized that Kong Jia had been struck in the head, so he wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Thus, he could only nod his head speechlessly. He had been in charge of the freshman tournament for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. If it was a sneak attack, the duel had already begun. You were the one who didn't notice it, so you can't blame anyone for your loss. Even if it wasn't a sneak attack, it was clear that this wasn't a normal battle. Humph. Seeing his first student, who should have been confident of victory, being knocked out of the dueling ring, Lu Sun nearly died from anger. He had spent an entire 3 million on pills to raise his cultivation. He had spent an entire night to help him achieve a breakthrough to Xianxia realm, yet, it was futile. If you were a coward, you should have just given him a punch. If you were truly weaker than the other party, I would have admitted defeat. But before I could even make a move, you were already knocked out. Lu Sun clutched his chest as his vision darkened. If not for his strong willpower, he would have already convulsed by now. Lu Laosher, you lost the first round. What should we do? Zhu Hong couldn't help but ask. Mo Xiao, you're up. Suppressing the stifled feeling in his heart, Lu Sun gestured grandly. Yes. Mo Xiao nodded. Wielding his spear, he walked over. Xingyang, you're up. Seeing that the other party had sent him out, Zhang Xian instructed. Xingyang nodded his head. Wielding his spear, he walked up as well. The two good friends faced each other once more. Ignoring Xingyang, who was fighting, Zhang Xian glanced at Yuan Tao, who was walking over, and nodded his head in satisfaction. It wasn't that he approved of the sneak attack, but that Yuan Tao was only at Jiushi realm advanced stage whereas the other party was at Jinshi realm. Regardless of how strong one's defense was, one's offensive prowess wasn't weak either. One had to land a blow on the other party. If one couldn't land a blow, it would be a waste of effort. Yuan Tao clearly knew his own weakness. Since he couldn't keep up with the other party in terms of speed, he intentionally feigned weakness before launching a sneak attack. To be honest, he couldn't blame anyone for his loss. It's Mo Xiao. He'll definitely win this round. After suppressing the stifled feeling in his heart, Wang Chao's eyes lit up upon seeing Mo Xiao walking up the stage. Seeing how certain Wang Chao was, Elder Han Hao turned to look at him in bewilderment. Mo Xiao specializes in spear arts, and he was once my student. Wang Chao nodded his head. Not only has he reached Jinshi realm, his understanding of spear arts is incredible as well. More importantly, I imparted the 3rd, 7th, and 18th forms of the Wang clan spear art to him. Cold glint, afterglow of the setting sun, returning birds to the forest? Elder Han Hao's eyes lit up in disbelief. Even though these 3 forms aren't the strongest in the Wang clan spear art, they possess incredible offensive and defensive capabilities. You actually imparted such precious spear arts to him? The Wang clan spear art was the most profound spear art in Tianxian Kingdom. There was no one who didn't want to learn it, and Wang Chong and Wang Chao had never imparted it to outsiders either. This was precisely the reason why the spear art was so valuable, and countless people went crazy over it. Usually, if one could learn a single move, he would be invincible among his peers. Yet, he imparted 3 such powerful moves to him in a single breath. Indeed. Thus, Mo Xiao is bound to win. Not only did the confidence on Wang Chao's face recover completely, it even became stronger. It was as though the previous loss had no effect on him. It was no wonder. Kong Jia wasn't his student, so he only knew that the other party wasn't weak. As for his personality, he wasn't too sure. Mo Xiao was different. After learning from him, he had a tenacious personality and refused to admit defeat. Even if Xingyang wanted to launch a sneak attack on him, it was impossible for him to succeed. On top of that, he had received Wang Chao's direct teachings, so it was impossible for him to lose. More importantly, back then, Xingyang had wanted to acknowledge him as his teacher, but he had seen Wang Chao's moves. His spear art was too soft, and he didn't have the disposition to charge forward. As such, he was rejected. For such a person, no matter how much he improved in just half a month, it was impossible for him to be a match for Mo Xiao. A month of stick, a year of saber, a lifetime of spear. If his spear art could improve in such a short period of time, their Wang clan wouldn't be known as the #1 spear clan in Tianxian Kingdom. Lu Xun knew this as well, which was why he sent Mo Xiao up. He hoped that the latter could win beautifully and turn the tables around. Mo Xiao, we meet again. On the dueling platform, Xingyang raised his spear vertically, forming a straight line with his body. Indeed, we meet again. Mo Xiao nodded his head and raised his spear as well. The two of them had been good friends since young. They didn't expect to meet again on the dueling platform, not to mention under such circumstances. Let's do it. Knowing that it would be difficult for his good friend to make a move on him, Xingyang spoke first. Wait a moment, let me warm up first. Mo Xiao shook his head and retreated a few steps. Driving the Xianxia in his body, he executed the 3 spear arts he learned from Wang Chao. Woo woo woo, spear might burst forth like a hurricane, causing one's hair to stand on end. What is that fellow doing? To execute the 3 spear arts, isn't that equivalent to telling the other party that he knows the Wang clan spear art? Once the other party is prepared for it, how is he supposed to fight? Seeing how Mo Xiao didn't make a move right away but chose to warm up instead, Elder Hong Hao was perplexed. In a battle, it was best not to reveal one's trump card. If one were to reveal one's trump card before the battle, wouldn't one be waiting for the other party to take precautions against it? Hee, don't worry. Wang Chao chuckled proudly. It's impossible to decipher the Wang clan spear art. Many people have tried to imitate it, but who has been able to decipher it? Mo shouted the right thing. He intentionally allowed the other party to see it so as to create pressure in his heart. After which, he executed the move to spread the name of our Wang clan spear art. That's true. Elder Hong Hao nodded his head. The Wang clan spear art had been passed down for a long time, but it was a pity that no one knew how to drive their Xianxia. More importantly, it was impossible to decipher it. If it was possible to decipher it, Wang Chong wouldn't have become so famous. On the dueling platform, Mo Xiao had already completed his warm-up and executed the 3 Wang clan spear arts perfectly. Alright, it's time for him to display the Wang clan spear art. Wang Chao chuckled. Just as he was about to compliment Mo Xiao on seeing Xingyang being utterly defeated, Dang Lang, the spear in Mo Xiao's hands fell to the ground, and he sighed deeply. Even if I were to reach Xianxia realm, I wouldn't be able to decipher your spear art. I admit defeat. What? Wang Chao's body swayed. You haven't fought yet, right? Why the heck are you admitting defeat? Even if you were to lose, it should be the other party admitting defeat. Alright, the heck, what is going on? Lu Xun staggered, and he was on the verge of tears. Even though Zhang Xian's reputation wasn't too good in the past, the reason why Lu Xun was able to rise to where he was today wasn't solely due to his talent and strength. More importantly, it was due to his mental fortitude. No matter what he encountered, he would deal with it calmly, without the slightest bit of arrogance or pride. In order to confirm the name list for the duel, Wang Chong specially investigated Zhang Xian's students and selected the best lineup from the entire school. Based on the investigation, it was revealed that Xingyang and Mo Xiao had grown up together and practiced the spear at the same time. The latter's talent was clearly superior to the former, and Mo Xiao had won every single one of their battles. This was precisely the reason why Wang Chong poached him from his good friend and had him impart the Wang clan spear to him. Wang Chong thought that he had a high chance of winning, but before the duel even started, he threw his spear away and admitted defeat. Lu Xun felt his entire body trembling, and he was on the verge of going insane. Just a moment ago, I managed to dupe that Kong Jia with just a few words and knocked him out with a single punch. At most, I would have just spent 600,000 gold coins, 3 million divided among 5 people. But you. What is wrong with you? I have seen scammers, but I have never seen such a scammer. You know that I stayed up the entire night to raise your cultivation so that I can win. Yet, after raising my cultivation and spending money, you admit defeat without even fighting. What is going on? Of the two Xianxia realm students, the first was sent flying with a single punch, and the second admitted defeat? What is going on? Wang Chao and Lu Xun weren't the only ones who were frenzied. The students and teachers watching the duel were also confused. When they saw Lu Laoshi bringing a Xianxia realm student over, they thought that it would be a one-sided fight. Yet, it was indeed a one-sided fight. However, it was the other side. Actually, not only was the crowd bewildered, even the person in question, Xianxia, was perplexed. When Mo Xiao and Xingyang fought, he was at Master Lu Chen's residence. As such, he didn't know that the two of them had crossed blows before. As such, he couldn't understand why Mo Xiao admitted defeat before the duel even started. The reason why I admitted defeat is because we had a private duel a few days ago. Xingyang defeated me with a single move. In fact, he could even kill me easily. Before Xiaoya and the others could answer, Mo Xiao's voice sounded from the stage. His tone was frank, without the slightest frustration or regret. Instead, it carried a trace of confidence. For the past few days, I've been trying to think of a way to resolve it. Initially, I thought that I would be able to resolve it with my immense strength after breaking through to the Xianxia realm. After trying it out, he realized that he was still unable to block it. The moves that Xingyang learned from Miss Zhang reach the true meaning of Spear Dao. I'm afraid that I won't be able to understand it even if I study it for my entire life, much less block it. Since I know that I will still be defeated by his spear if I continue to compete, I might as well admit defeat. Speaking up to this point, Mo Xiao cupped his fists at his good friend and smiled lightly. Xingyang, you have a good teacher. You must cherish it. After that, he picked up the spear, turned around and walked back. His voice resounded throughout the surroundings, and almost everyone heard it. Mo Xiao said that the moves that Miss Zhang imparted to him can't be deciphered even after studying them for a lifetime? Doesn't that mean that it's even stronger than the Wang clan spear? How is that possible? It's a duel, so logically speaking, he shouldn't have lied. Otherwise, wouldn't Lu Laoshi have beaten him to death? Everyone widened their eyes in shock. The Wang clan spear was simply too famous in Tianqian Kingdom. Many people were able to recognize its moves, and it was the epitome of invincibility in spear arts. Yet, Mo Xiao said that he wasn't a match for the other party at all. This caused everyone to explode. Looks like Xianxia Laoshi isn't as weak as the rumors make him out to be. On the contrary, he is extremely formidable. Indeed. There were a total of 5 duels, and he has already won 2 consecutive victories. Could it be that Lu Laoshi is going to lose? No one knows for sure. Let's just hope that Lu Laoshi can rise up in the future. Discussions could be heard in the surroundings. On the stage, Lu Xun's chest rose and fell, and his face turned greener and greener. What the heck did he teach all of you? This isn't how you should scam a teacher, right? What do you mean by that last sentence of yours? Xingyang has a good teacher. Don't you have a good teacher as well? I spent 3 million to buy pills for you all, expending Xianxia to raise your cultivation, and in the end, this is what I get. Even though he was infuriated, he knew that this wasn't the time to flare up. If he were to lose his temper, the prestige that he had built up over the years would crumble. He glanced at the surroundings. There were only 3 people who hadn't fought yet. Bai Chao, Du Lei, and Zhu Hong. Bai Chao specialized in fist techniques, and he specialized in countering Lu Yang, who had a problem with the meridians in his right hand. Du Lei's leg technique was formidable, and his speed was incredible. On top of that, he had imparted a powerful movement technique to him, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Wang Ying. As for Zhu Hong, he was facing Zhao Ying. After losing 2 consecutive rounds, he had to win the next one. Otherwise, the more he fought, the more embarrassing it would be. Du Lei, you go. After much consideration, he decided to send Du Lei over. Based on his investigations, Wang Ying had a weak personality. As long as Du Lei attacked swiftly, she would definitely be intimidated. Besides, even if Du Lei wasn't able to win, he would still be able to escape safely with his movement technique. At the very least, he wouldn't be defeated like the previous 2 rounds. Du Lei nodded his head and walked onto the stage. Wang Ying. Seeing the other party send out their representative, Xianxia waved his hands. Wang Ying replied. With a reddened face, she walked up. On the main spectator stand. As expected of Lu Laoshi. After losing 2 consecutive rounds, he managed to see through Zhang Xian's flaws. Shen Bairu frowned worriedly. Flaws? What flaws? Han Qiang was perplexed. This Wang Ying is the only daughter of clan head Wang Hong, one of the 4 great clans. She has a weak personality and an innocent personality. She trusts others easily. Of the 5 students of Zhangxian Laoshi, she is the one who is the easiest to defeat. Shen Bairu said. If that's the case, then it is indeed Zhangxian's flaws. Han Qiang nodded her head. Cultivators were born to defy the heavens. If they were to have a weak personality, they would be at a disadvantage in a battle. Not only so, this Wang Ying was injured when she was young, causing her leg to be crippled. She is able to walk normally, but in a battle, her leg defect would appear. For this matter, clan head Wang Hong had invited all of the famous physicians in the capital. Even Master Yuan Yu had tried to treat her, but they were all helpless before her. Shen Bairu had a detailed understanding of Wang Ying's affairs. That is to say, this Wang Ying's leg is unable to fight. Ah? Han Qiang was taken aback. Clearly, she didn't expect such a situation to occur. As for this Du Lei, he was once Chenhong Laoshi's student. Chenhong Laoshi? The academy's Chenhong Laoshi who specializes in movement techniques. That's him. Du Lei possesses the best movement technique among all of the students, and his speed is extremely fast. To use such a person to deal with Wang Ying, who has an injured leg, if this isn't a flaw, what else can it be? At this point, Shen Bairu shakes her head, looks like Wang Ying is bound to lose this duel. Please. I look forward to your guidance. On the stage, Wang Ying's face reddened as she clasped her hands toward Du Lei. I don't dare to offer guidance. If you want to fight, let's begin. Knowing that he had to win this duel, Du Lei's eyebrows shot up. Stepping on the ground, he charged forward. His speed was as fast as an arrow released from a bow. So fast. Is he really a fighter 3 Dan? Even a 4 Dan Pika realm expert wouldn't possess such speed, right? This move is called Illusory Shadow's 9 Celestial Steps. It is Lu Laoshi's famed ultimate technique. To think that Lu Laoshi would be so generous to impart this move to Du Lei. Illusory Shadow's 9 Celestial Steps? Hongtian Academy's highest movement technique? One of the top techniques in Tianqian Kingdom? That's right. I have dreamed of this move. If only I could learn it. That Wang Ying would probably be in for a tough fight. Many of the students recognized Du Lei's movement technique and they were astonished. Illusory Shadow's 9 Celestial Steps was an extremely formidable movement technique. Lu Laoshi had used this movement technique to defeat many experts. No one could have imagined that he would impart it to Du Lei. Even though Du Lei had only learned the simplest part of it, it was still an ability that no expert of the same cultivation realm could match up to. Not to mention, Wang Ying's legs were flawed and her cultivation realm was only at Dantian realm. Contrary to the astonishment of the crowd, upon seeing Du Lei's swift attack, Wang Ying gritted her teeth and twisted her body, dodging the attack. Hee, I would like to see how many of my moves you can dodge. Seeing that she was able to dodge his swift attack, Du Lei was perplexed. However, he paid it no heed. Sneering coldly, he drove the Xianxia in his body and his speed increased. After images seemed to appear on the stage. Illusory Shadow's 9 Celestial Steps allowed one to create 9 after images, making it difficult for one to differentiate between the real and the fake. Even though Du Lei was still far from reaching the level of 9 after images, his movements were still illusory, making it difficult for one to discern the real from the fake. Too powerful. With such speed, how can one fight against him when one can't even see him? The mouths of the students twitched. Putting themselves in Du Lei's shoes, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Given their strength, how could they fight when they couldn't even see him? Du Lei is bound to win. Wang Chao chuckled. The 2 consecutive slaps on his face had left a shadow in his heart. However, seeing that Du Lei wasn't as easily fooled as Kong Jia and wasn't as unreliable as Mo Xiao, Wang Chao heaved a sigh of relief. As a Xianxia realm expert, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't even defeat a Dantian realm lass with a problem in her leg. Indeed, with such speed, even if I were to suppress my cultivation realm, it would be difficult for me to deal with him. Needless to say, this lass. Stroking his beard, Elder Hong Hao suddenly chuckled. Look, that Wang Ying is about to make a move. Wang Chao turned his gaze over and saw Wang Ying raising her right leg hesitantly, seemingly unsure of how to attack. Haha, against such a swift movement technique, one should use their hands. After all, the hands are more nimble than the legs. Even though her leg is injured, she still wants to use her leg. What a fool, it would be a miracle if she could land a kick. Sneering coldly, Wang Chao was just about to continue mocking her when the young lady kicked the illusory figure before her. Pong! Before Wang Chao could smile mockingly, the illusory figure before him suddenly stopped. With a reddened face, Du Lei was sent flying a dozen meters back before crashing heavily onto the ground. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted from his mouth. This Du Lei. I'm sorry, I tried my best to control myself, but I still used too much force. Wang Ying panicked. With an apologetic look, she was so embarrassed that she was on the verge of tears. Everyone can follow Lao's Weibo and WeChat accounts and search for Sweeping the World. Yesterday, I posted a picture of Wang Ying. It was created by a reader, and she looks extremely beautiful and adorable. Everyone can leave a comment or 2 on her. Silence. The entire place was silent. Everyone's jaws dropped. They were all dumbfounded. Shen Bairu, who had just said that Wang Ying would definitely lose, also feels as though she has been slapped in the face. Her jet black eyes are about to fall to the ground. One kick sent Du Lei flying? How does she know which is the phantom and which is the real one? Du Lei's speed was so fast that even an expert of the same level might not be able to distinguish it clearly. This Wang Ying, however, with a casual kick, he sent Du Lei flying as if he was kicking a sack. Not only does she have to distinguish the phantoms, the speed of her kick has to be much faster than Du Lei's. Otherwise, if she can't even catch up to him, how can she injure him? Han Qiong's expression was solemn. It seems that not only has this Wang Ying's leg injury been healed, he has also learned a very powerful leg technique and movement technique. Yes. Shen Bairu also came to a realization. Not only was he able to see through the other party's silhouette, but without sufficient coordination, how could he send the other party flying with a single kick? This? Wang Chao scratched his head. After scolding the other party for being a fool, he sent Du Lei flying with a kick. You can't play like this, you'll kill me. Elder Hong Hao also felt like he had been slapped in the face, and he was on the verge of tears. Initially, he had come here to see Xianxia get slapped in the face and lose all standing and reputation. Why was it that as things went on, his reputation was getting better and better while Lu Sun was getting slapped instead? Cough cough cough. On the other side of the dueling ring, Lu Sun choked on his saliva and nearly fell to the ground. Elder Hong Hao cried, and he cried even harder. What was going on? This was the illusory Shadow 9 Palace steps, and Du Lei had executed it without the slightest mistake. Although he was still a distance away from him, to be able to display such a level in the true Qi realm, he could already be considered to be extremely talented. How could such a powerful footwork be sent flying with a single kick? Most importantly, the eyes of the little girl on the stage reddened as she apologized profusely, saying that she had used too much force. Heavy your sister, could it be that you were hesitating not because you didn't know how to attack, but because you didn't know how to attack with the least amount of force? Even if it wasn't heavy, it could send a person flying more than 10 meters with a single kick. Once it was heavy, wouldn't he die on the spot? The spectators all seemed to have gone crazy. On the stage, Du Lei finally struggled to get up. Looking at the apologetic girl in front of him, he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Are you all right? I really didn't do it on purpose. I just learned a battle technique, so I can't control my strength, so I used too much force. Wang Ying's eyes reddened. Big your sister. With a roar, Du Lei fiercely pounced over. He was truly enraged. It's one thing for you to send me flying with a kick, but why are you apologizing? Are you here to humiliate me because you think I'm not as good as you, and you keep emphasizing that you use too much strength? Do you think I'm too weak? Can't stand when you use all your strength? Ah? Wang Ying didn't expect that his sincere apology would cause the other party to charge at him like a madman. He was so scared that his face paled. Although her cultivation was higher than Xingyang, Lu Yang, and the others, she didn't have the slightest bit of combat experience, and her personality was too kind. When she saw the other party charging at her, she was so scared that her face turned pale. In a moment of desperation, he turned around. Whoosh, with a flash, he was already more than 10 meters away. What? Covering a distance of more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye? What kind of movement technique is that? That's way too fast. How is that possible? The crowd fell silent for a moment before an explosion of voices sounded. Everyone thought that Du Lei's illusory Shadow 9 celestial steps was the most incredible movement technique. Never in their dreams did they expect that Wang Ying's movement technique was even more frightening. In less than half a breath, she had already covered a distance of more than 10 meters. This couldn't be described as a movement technique anymore, but as a specter. Putting aside Dantian realm cultivators, even Pishue realm cultivators wouldn't be able to do it so quickly. How did she do it? The Wang clan definitely doesn't have such a movement technique. If they did, they would have long made a name for themselves, indeed, but if it isn't the Wang clan, who did she learn it from? It must be Miss Zhang. Didn't Xingyang learn his incredible spear art from Miss Zhang? How can she impart such an incredible movement technique so easily? I want to withdraw from her lessons and acknowledge Miss Zhang as my disciple. You aren't the only one, I want to. Beneath the stage, everyone's eyes burned with passion. Spear art wasn't something that everyone could learn, and it wasn't something that could move one's heart. However, movement techniques were different. They could be used to protect one's life in battle, and one's greatest trump card for victory. If one could learn it, even if one were to meet with danger in the future, they would have more means to protect themselves. Who wouldn't want to learn such an incredible battle technique? I want you to lose. Seeing Wang Ying flashing more than 10 meters away, Du Lei felt a little dizzy. However, at this moment, anger had clouded his mind. Without caring about anything else, he charged forward once more. Seeing the other party's ferocious expression and the blood at the corner of his mouth, Wang Ying exclaimed in fright. With a sway of her body, she fled once more. One chased after the other. Her personality is indeed too weak. Looks like she has to temper herself properly in the future. Seeing this scene, Xianxia shook his head. Given the current situation, putting aside Xingyang, Lu Yang, and Yuan Tao, even if Xiaoyu were to face him, she would surely be able to send Du Lei flying with a single kick. Even if he didn't die, he would never be able to stand up again. On the other hand, Wang Ying was being chased around the entire stage. She had an adorable and gentle personality, which led to this situation. It seemed like what she lacked wasn't battle technique or cultivation, but battle experience. Heaven's Path movement art is extremely taxing on one's stamina. It's fine for 1 or 2 uses, but it's impossible for me to use it more than that. Heaven's Path movement art was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, one could cover a distance of more than 10 meters. It seemed formidable, but there was a flaw to it. That was that it was extremely taxing on one's stamina. Wang Ying could still escape once or twice, but if she were to do so a few more times, she would definitely be caught by the other party. As expected, before he could finish this thought, he saw Wang Ying panting heavily and perspiring profusely. She couldn't run anymore. At this moment, she was forced to the edge of the stage. Voila, Du Lei walked up to her and grabbed her arm. Even if I can't win, I won't let you win either. After roaring, he leaped off the stage. Wang Ying didn't expect this fellow to be so shameless, wanting to pull her off the stage. In a moment of desperation, she couldn't care less and kicked him again. As though a rubber ball, Du Lei was sent flying. He somersaulted several times in the air before landing 30 meters away. Pudong, however, after kicking the other party, she had exhausted all of her stamina and fell off the stage. Both of them had fallen off the stage at around the same time, so there was only one conclusion to this, a draw. Du Lei knew that he couldn't win against Wang Ying, so he intentionally acted fiercely to pull her down. However, in a moment of desperation, Wang Ying retaliated fiercely. She was sent flying 30 meters away. Even if she didn't die, she would be bedridden for at least 2 months. This is cheating. Shameless, he clearly isn't a match for her, but he still pulled her off the stage. Serves him right for being sent flying. How can he be so shameless? He's even more shameless than Yuan Tao. A commotion broke out below the stage. Everyone could also tell that Du Lei was acting shamelessly. Since it was a competition, it was clear that his movement technique and leg art were inferior to the other parties. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party was a lady, he pulled her down with sheer strength. That was truly shameless of him. As for being sent flying, he deserved it. No one sympathized with him. Hearing the scolding, Yuan Tao was speechless. Why did he get implicated without saying anything? Who's the shameless one here? You're the shameless ones, your entire family is shameless, both of you fell to the ground at the same time, it's a draw. Hearing the argument, the referee felt a headache coming on. However, he still nodded and announced the result. Even though Du Lei was a little shameless, it was true that both of them fell to the ground at the same time, so it could only be considered a draw. Teacher, hearing the result, Wang Ying's lips curled. She walked up to Xianxia with an apologetic expression. Miss Zhang trusted her so much. Not only did she treat her leg, she even imparted her leg art and movement technique to her. In the end, she didn't win. This made her feel ashamed. It's fine, just take note of it next time, don't take it to heart. Xianxia nodded his head. I was careless. What you lack isn't your cultivation or movement technique, but your temperament. Thank you, teacher. Seeing that the other party didn't blame her and instead consoled her, Wang Ying felt even more embarrassed. However, the result was already decided and there was no way to change it. Thus, she could only walk to the back of the crowd unhappily. If Du Lei were to see her current expression, he would definitely go insane. I was already kicked to the ground, unable to move. Yet, you are still feeling depressed. I should be the one feeling depressed, alright? Miss Zhang has won 2 rounds consecutively and tied 1 round. She is already in an undefeatable position. Indeed, even if Lu Laoshi were to win the next 2 rounds, it would only be a draw. Let's see how the rest of the competition goes. I think that Lu Laoshi's chances of winning aren't high. I think so too. I thought that Lu Laoshi would definitely win, but Miss Zhang won. What is going on? Even though they felt that Du Lei's actions were too shameless, they soon accepted the truth. Even though the rules were unfair, there was nothing they could do about it. Since both parties were in a draw, another problem arose. Of the 5 students, Miss Zhang had already won 2 rounds and tied 1 round. All of the pressure was on Lu Laoshi. If any of the students behind were to lose once more, there would be no need for the final round. On the other hand, if all of them were to win, the 2 of them would end up in a draw. Both parties wouldn't lose face, and this could be considered the best outcome. At this point, everyone's gazes fell on Lu Sun. They wanted to see who he would send this time and how he would fight. I can't lose anymore. The reason why I started the teacher evaluation was so that I could hold my head high. If I were to lose again, I wouldn't be able to face anyone anymore. Lu Sun gritted his teeth. Since others could understand the situation, naturally, he could as well. At this moment, he couldn't lose anymore. If he were to continue, not only would he not be able to raise his head in the academy, he wouldn't be able to do so in the future. Zhu Hong was once defeated by Xiaoya. Even though his cultivation has improved, he might still be traumatized by it. I can't guarantee 100% victory for him. Let's end by Chao. He specializes in fist techniques, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Lu Yang. In an instant, Lu Sun made his decision and beckoned. Bai Chao walked out from the crowd and walked to the dueling ring. It's my turn. Upon seeing him, Lu Yang chuckled lightly. Without waiting for Xianxia's instructions, he walked in as well. It's the end of the year, so Laowa isn't able to make a comeback. Also, you can follow Lao's official WeChat account. Search for Sweeping the World on WeChat and reply to Wang Ying to see a picture of younger sister Wang. It was created by a friend of mine, and it looks quite beautiful. Since it didn't work previously, you can try again now. In the future, I will gradually upload the pictures of Xiaoya and the others together. If there is a comeback, I will inform you beforehand. Also, do you still have monthly votes? Don't forget to vote for me. Thank you. On the spectator stand, Wang Chao and Elder Hong Hao stared at one another. Bai Chao specializes in fist arts. Lu Yang shouldn't be a match for him. Wang Chao hesitated for a moment. Even he didn't have much confidence in his words. Previously, the few of them were confident that they could win, but in the end, they all lost miserably. Based on what he had thought, Bai Chao should have been able to emerge victorious easily. However, Xianxia's students were simply too bizarre. Their consecutive wrong guesses had left him feeling unconfident. I also think that he should be able to win. Elder Hong Hao's face was also filled with sorrow. He wanted to see Miss Zhang's reputation go down the drain. From the looks of it now, it was impossible to do so. What he needed to do now was to prevent himself from being slapped. Bai Chao, don't hesitate. Use your strongest fist art right from the start. Don't give the other party an opportunity to retaliate. Gritting his teeth, Wang Chao bellowed at Bai Chao. There was no turning back now. If he were to lose this match, there would be no need for him to compete in the final match. Thus, he could only stake it all on this one move. Bai Chao specialized in fist arts. If he were to use his strongest attack right from the start to defeat the other party. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to return empty-handed. How would his good friend be able to acknowledge 3 master teachers as his teacher? How could he become an apprentice? Bai Chao nodded his head, and his eyes narrowed. He had watched the previous 3 matches, and he knew that even though Miss Zhang's students didn't possess high cultivation, their fighting prowess wasn't weak. He mustn't hesitate in the slightest. Otherwise, he would definitely repeat the same mistake as before. Clan head Wang Hong, do you think that Bai Chao can win? On the spectator stand, clan head Bai Ming turned to look at Wang Hong. Both of them were the clan heads of powerful clans, and they were Tongxian realm experts as well. As such, they had the right to speak. I don't think so. Miss Zhang has won 2 matches and a draw, and she has already established her standing. As long as Lu Yang isn't too shabby, it will be hard for him to turn the tables. Wang Hong shook his head. It was already halfway through the duel, and Lu Laoshir's student had been suppressed all this while. It wouldn't be easy for him to achieve victory. Besides, his daughter is under Miss Zhang's tutelage, so she knows how astounding Professor Zhang Xian's theories are. Otherwise, this foolish daughter of his wouldn't be able to send Fighter 3 Dan Du Lei flying with a single kick. Even she was so powerful, so Lu Yang definitely wouldn't be any worse. My point of view is different from yours. Clan leader Bai Ming's eyes were like lightning. Oh? Wang Hong looked over in confusion. This Bai Chao is a member of our Bai clan, but he's from a remote branch, so I didn't know about him. I asked someone to investigate just now, and he actually cultivated the iron armor skill. Clan leader Bai Ming's tone was filled with disbelief. Iron armor art? Could it be? Clan head Wang Hong was taken aback for a moment before his eyes narrowed. Could it be the cultivation technique that the armored old man practiced 70 years ago? Wasn't it lost long ago? How come your clansman knows it? Speaking of the iron armor skill, very few people knew of it. However, speaking of the armored old man, even among the younger generation, there were quite a few who knew of him. He was just a notorious bandit 70 years ago. Many people's faces paled at the mention of his name. He was one of the top evildoers in the history of Tianxian Kingdom. Because he had been too arrogant, the kingdom and the commoners had sent out many experts to attack him. It was a pity that these experts had all returned in low spirits. It could be said that no matter how many went, they would all die. Finally, there was one time when his whereabouts were exposed, and he was surrounded by dozens of experts in a valley. Knowing that he was formidable, they didn't approach him. Instead, they used crossbows to shoot him from afar. However, to their astonishment, a layer of animal scales appeared on the surface of his body, preventing arrows from piercing through it. In other words, crossbows and arrows were unable to deal any damage to him. Left with no choice, they could only charge forward and engage him in close combat. The other party's scales seemed to be invincible, and even swords were unable to pierce through it. That battle was a bloodbath, and the sun and moon lost their luster. In the end, even though the righteous side emerged victorious, they lost at least 30 Tongxian realm experts. As a result, the overall strength of Tianxian Kingdom fell significantly. Legend has it that the iron armor skill that allowed one to grow scales on one's body, 70 years ago, along with the death of the armored old man, wasn't it lost? Why would Bai Chao know of it? The iron armor skill is lost, and he doesn't cultivate the authentic iron armor skill. Bai Ming said calmly. Then, clan head Wang Hong blinked his eyes. The authentic iron armor skill allows one to cover one's entire body with scales, granting one an invincible defense. However, he has cultivated it to his fists. In other words, once he activates the skill, his fists will become as fearsome as steel, and he can even use them as weapons. Clan head Bai Ming revealed everything he knew, and at the end, he gave the reason why he said so. Lu Yang's right hand is injured, and that fellow's fists possess an invincible defense and astounding strength. Who do you think will emerge victorious? This. If it really is the iron armor skill, it will be difficult for him to emerge victorious. Clan head Wang Hong's face darkened. Knowing the history and how powerful the armored old man was, it was impossible for him to not know how fearsome the iron armor skill was. That was no longer the strength of a human, but the defense and strength of a savage beast. Putting aside the fact that Lu Yang had been injured before, even if he wasn't, how could he possibly defeat him? Actually, as long as Lu Yang isn't foolish enough to face him head-on, he might not lose completely. After a moment of contemplation, clan head Wang Hong said. The other party's fists were formidable, but they had their flaws as well. His defense and offense in other areas were relatively weaker. Since that was the case, as long as Lu Yang didn't face him head-on, he might not lose. Let's hope so. However, I'm afraid that Lu Yang might fall for his ploy. Clan head Bai Ming smiled bitterly. Even though Bai Chao was a member of his clan, he didn't have any feelings for him. In fact, he still hoped that apothecary Xianxia would emerge victorious. This. Just as clan head Wang Hong was about to refute him, he heard the conversation between the two youths on the dueling platform. Lu Yang, I know that the meridians in your right arm have been damaged. However, just like Wang Ying, it should have been treated by Miss Zhang, right? Bai Chao asked. That's right. Miss Zhang saw through the problem and personally went to the apothecary guild to look for the meridian rejuvenation pill. At this moment, my right arm is completely healed. Lu Yang nodded his head. Speaking of this matter, he was filled with pride and admiration. Only a selfless person like Miss Zhang would sacrifice so much for her student, disregarding the gains and losses. Since you've recovered, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you're interested. Let's skip the fancy duel and just face each other head-on. Whoever is unable to withstand it will be the loser. Bai Chao sneered coldly, don't tell me that you don't dare to, unless your Miss Zhang didn't treat your arm at all and you're just boasting. Let's face each other then, who's afraid of whom? Hearing that the other party doubted Miss Zhang, Lu Yang flew into a rage. That fool. Seeing that the other party had fallen for his trap, clan head Wang Hong's face darkened. The other party cultivated the steel armor art. Wasn't he courting death by agreeing to face him head-on? Tell Miss Zhang that Bai Chao cultivates the steel armor art and his fists are incomparably tough. She mustn't allow Lu Yang to face him. He hurriedly turned around and instructed a guard behind him. The guard nodded his head. He hurriedly walked up to Xianxia and told him what he wanted to say. I've heard of Miss Zhang's steel armor art before. It's a secret technique left behind by the steel armor elder. From a young age, she would soak her hands in the blood of a steel armor beast. As time passes, her hands would become as tough as steel. However, at the same time, it would lose the softness of an ordinary hand. As such, it would be hard to tell when one touches something. Xiaoya seemed to know a lot about the steel armor art. As tough as steel? Then what's the difference between that and wearing a metal glove? Xianxia was speechless. Cultivation is an evolution of one's level of existence. The stronger one is, the more demanding one would be on one's opponent, and the more sensitive one would be. Yet, this fellow trained his hands to be as tough as steel, losing even the most basic sense of touch. No matter how incredible the cultivation technique is, it is useless. He really can't imagine what kind of monster would come up with such a monstrous cultivation technique. Miss Zhang, the clan head told me to tell you to dissuade Lu Yang from facing him head-on. Seeing that the two of them were still in the mood to discuss the steel armor art, the guard hurriedly interjected. Dissuade him from facing him head-on? Why? Zhang Xian looked at her with a perplexed expression. I think that Lu Yang has agreed to it. Bai Chao is a fighter 3-dan expert and possesses the augmentation of Xinqi. Be it in terms of speed or reaction speed, he is much stronger than Lu Yang. If he were to flee if he can't defeat Lu Yang, it would be difficult to determine the victor. By standing on the spot and facing him head-on, he can conceal Lu Yang's many disadvantages. Why should I dissuade him? This is the same as the first match between Yuan Tao and Kong Jia. It is an undeniable fact that the cultivation of Lu Yang and the others is lower than the other party. If the other party were to use any fancy moves, they would really be helpless. Since they chose to face him head-on, isn't that what I want? This. The guard was frenzied. That isn't the case, alright, didn't I say it earlier? The other party cultivates the steel armor art, and his fists are as tough as steel. It is impossible for him to win against him. Just as the guard was about to explain, he saw figures moving on the dueling ring. The battle between the two had already begun. Even if he wanted to dissuade them, it was already too late. Since you've agreed to it, let's begin. Seeing that Lu Yang had fallen for his trap, Bai Chao roared in excitement. Taking 2 steps forward, he punched forward. Boom, the fist created a sonic boom in the air. Just as Bai Chao had said, the surface of his fist was covered in thin scales, as though it had become the claws of a savage beast. Come. Lu Yang frowned and raised his fist to meet the attack. It's over. Clan head Wang Hong's face paled, and his body swayed uncontrollably. Not expecting that the guards he sent out would be unable to stop the clash of fists between the two, his body swayed uncontrollably. How could the fist of a human be a match for the fist of a savage beast? Not to mention, in a situation where the other party's strength was far inferior, closing his eyes, clan head Bai Ming sighed. Just as he was about to lament the fact that Lu Yang's bones would be fractured and he would be sent out of the dueling ring in defeat, he heard clan head Bai Ming gasping in shock. This. Hearing that something was amiss, he hurriedly opened his eyes to take a look. With a single glance, clan head Wang Hong's body swayed and he nearly fainted on the spot. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? On the dueling ring, Lu Yang raised his fist expressionlessly. On the other hand, Bai Chao, who wielded a fist of steel, was kneeling on the floor with cold sweat trickling down his forehead. At this moment, his fist was fractured and twisted like a fried dough twist. It was as though he had suffered a heavy blow that he couldn't withstand. Don't you know? Steel armor art? Why are you so weak? Retracting his fist, Lu Yang looked at Bai Chao. Since Xiaoya wanted to compete with him, Yao Han had already investigated his opponent beforehand. He had also told him that this fellow knew the steel armor art and that his fist could transform into the claws of a savage beast. You know. Bai Chao's expression was as though he had seen a ghost. He thought that the other party had fallen for his provocation. Only then did he realize that the other party knew all along. He was the one who foolishly stepped forward. Of course I know. Lu Yang nodded his head. Then, with a perplexed expression, he asked, didn't you say that your steel armor art is incredible, capable of piercing through steel with a single punch? Why are you so weak? Weak? Bai Chao felt like crying. It's not that I'm weak, you're the one who is too strong. Alright, I have indeed pierced through steel before, but it was only half an inch. However, your fist should be able to pierce through 2 to 3 inches of steel, right? I know. You didn't use your full strength? Come, let's have another punch. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Yang's eyes lit up. After mastering the Heaven's Path Divine Fist, he had been practicing it by himself, so he didn't know how fearsome it was. When he fought with Xingyang and the others, he didn't dare to use his full strength, fearing that he would injure his classmates. It wasn't easy for him to meet someone with powerful fist strength, so how could he let this opportunity slip by? Besides, he was also doing it on purpose. You want to humiliate me? Then, I'll beat you until you don't dare to think of such a thing anymore. Nope. Before Bai Chao could say anything, the young man before him had already clenched his left hand into a fist and smashed it toward him. Gotcha, his left hand was fractured. Woo. Bai Chao even had thoughts of dying. He had practiced the steel armor art with his right hand, but he had never practiced it with his left hand. Besides, I've already said that I don't want to compete anymore. You picked up my fist and smashed it. What the hell? Overwhelmed with pain and rage, he intended to lash out at the other party, but before he could say anything, the voice of the young man before him sounded once more. Ah, did you master the steel armor art too? Let me try. Pooh. Hearing those words, he nearly spurted out a mouthful of blood. If his fist was fractured, it could still be treated. However, if his head was cracked open, he would really die. I've never trained before. Referee, I admit defeat, fearing that this fellow would really use his head as an experiment. Bai Chao was so scared that he kept retreating. He yelled crazily, hating that his parents didn't give birth to him with a mouth. Otherwise, he would have shouted even louder, admit defeat? The referee teacher walked forward. Yes, yes. Bai Chao nodded repeatedly. You have already lost 2 rounds and tied 1 round. If you were to lose once more, it would mean that you have failed the teacher evaluation, the referee said. I know, I admit defeat. Bai Chao hurriedly shouted. If he lost, then he lost. It was better than him dying, alright. Hearing his words, the referee teacher knew that the results of the teacher evaluation were out. He shook his head and announced, Bai Chao admits defeat. The teacher evaluation has ended. Xianxia is the victor. Miss Zhang won? Too powerful, his students are really too powerful. Indeed, other than Yuan Tao, the others are all incredible. Xingyang's spear art, Wang Ying's movement and leg art, and Xingyang's fists are all fearsome. Just like us, they are all freshmen. The reason why they are so incredible must be due to Miss Zhang's teachings. After the tournament ends, I will definitely acknowledge him as my teacher. Wait for me, I'll join you too. Hearing the referee announce the results of the teacher evaluation, everyone burst into an uproar. Under Yao Han's efforts, there were already quite a few people who had a good impression of Miss Zhang. Upon seeing the sight before them, their faces flushed in agitation. What is the purpose of coming to the academy? Isn't it just to find a good teacher? Yet, this Miss Zhang was able to crush Lu Sun Laoshi. How incredible is her teaching capability? Many students had already decided to learn from Miss Zhang after the freshman tournament. He won just like that? While the students were excited, Shen Bairu, who was seated on the main seat, blinked her eyes in disbelief. Ever since she entered the academy, she had set Lu Sun as her goal, thinking of how she could surpass him. In the end, before she could do it, she was crushed by a fellow who had always had a bad reputation. That was Lu Sun, and all of his students had reached Xinqi realm. Bairu, you sure have good eyes. I am also interested in this Miss Zhang now. Han Qiong's eyes gleamed. Mind your status, what are you interested in? Hearing her close friend's words, Shen Bairu frowned. Yes, yes. Do you think that if I were to look for this Zhang Laoshi at night to consult him on a problem, would he open the door and let me in? Han Qiong chuckled. There was an indescribable charm to her. I think that he would beat you to death. Shen Bairu scolded her for being shameless in her heart and harumphed. Honestly speaking, she was rendered speechless by her close friend. As a teacher, she actually dared to say such words. What kind of question can't he consult her during the day? Why must he ask her at night? Hee, I think that you would be the one who would beat me to death. Han Qiong chuckled. At the center of the main seat, the 2 ladies bickered. Do you see that? Lu Ling looked at the remaining 2. Lu Sun's students are participating in the tournament as though they are completing a mission. It doesn't matter whether they win or lose, as long as they don't get injured. Zhuang Xian's eyes gleamed with wisdom and judgment. From this, it can be seen that his relationship with his students is only at the level of a transaction. Even if he were to help them raise their cultivation, in their eyes, it is only an exchange of equal value, not gratitude. Indeed, his motive for helping his students raise their cultivation isn't pure. Naturally, he won't be able to win the support of his students. Xianxia shook his head. When a master teacher takes in a disciple, not only does it depend on one's talent and teaching standards, it also depends on how much the student cares for the teacher. Zhu Hong hadn't seen the performance of Lu Sun's 5 students yet, but from the attitude of Kong Jia, Mo Xiao, Du Lei, and Bai Chao, he could tell that something was amiss. When he was teaching, he was too utilitarian. He was only doing it to win the teacher evaluation, not for their development. This way, he could raise their cultivation within a short period of time, granting them the strength of a Xianxia realm cultivator. However, he didn't win their respect and sincerity. Who would respect a person who treated them as a tool? Xianxian's students are different. They truly love him and are willing to give up everything for him. Seeing that his 2 old friends were able to tell, Lu Ling nodded his head. If they were to look at this match alone, they might not be able to tell this much. However, considering their peeping for the past few days, they were able to deduce a lot. Xiaoya, Wang Ying, and the others didn't cultivate for the sake of cultivation, nor did they cultivate for the sake of raising their cultivation. Instead, they shared a common goal, that is, to win glory for Miss Zhang, to win glory for Miss Zhang. What they were thinking about was their teacher, not themselves. They were both cultivating and teaching, but one was thinking about the mission while the other was thinking about winning glory for their teacher so as to not disappoint him. There was a world of difference between them. It is no wonder Xianxia thinks highly of her. This Miss Zhang is truly a master teacher material. It probably won't be long before she can stand on equal footing with us. Lu Ling remarked. Indeed. His 2 old friends nodded their heads. Voila, just as the 3 of them were about to continue lamenting, they saw Lu Sun standing up from the other side of the stage. There were 2 paths for one to take after losing the teacher evaluation. First, apologize in front of everyone and compensate them according to the terms of the bet. Second, leave the academy and never return. What do you think Lu Laoshi will do? I don't know, but I think that he will probably apologize. Victory and defeat are common in military affairs. No one can guarantee that they will win. Indeed, it's fine if he lost. If he were to leave the academy, no matter how incredible a star teacher is, he would be no different from a fish without a source of water, a rootless wild grass. It is only a matter of time before he gets into trouble. Everyone in the surroundings spoke in hushed voices. It had been many years since the teacher evaluation had appeared. Lu Laoshi was the one who started it, and now that he had suffered such a crushing defeat, he must be feeling terrible. Everyone wanted to see how he would choose. If he were to just admit defeat and apologize, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, it would be a pity if he were to leave the academy. Only with a student could one be called a teacher. If he were to leave the academy and lose his students, how could he still be a teacher? Furthermore, with the experience of leaving the academy and losing the teacher evaluation, it was unlikely that the other academies would accept him. Xianxia Laoshi. Walking to the center of the stage, Lu Sun flung his sleeves and stood upright. Xianxia turned to look at him. I have lost the teacher evaluation. You are indeed skilled in teaching students, but in this world, one's own strength is the most important. No matter how well you teach, if you don't have the strength to back it up, it is useless. I would like to challenge you. Lu Sun clenched his fists tightly with determination. The acupoints on his body flickered, displaying the strength of a Pixue realm cultivator. At the same time, his deep voice resounded through the clouds. You. Do you dare to accept my challenge? He had put in so much effort and made such ample preparations, only to be defeated so thoroughly. He knew that he no longer had the face to remain in Hongtian Academy. Before leaving, he would teach this Xianxia a lesson. He would let him know that everything else was fake and true strength was the way to go. Challenge me? Not expecting the other party to make such a decision, Xianxia was just about to speak when Xiaoya stepped forward and blocked his path. She stood proudly on the stage, as though a fairy descending from the heavens. Since you insulted my teacher, I will challenge him to a battle. Who is willing to stand with me? Me. 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 4 voices sounded consecutively. Wang Ying, Xingyang, Lu Yang, and Yuan Tao stepped forward with unquestionable determination. Since you insulted my teacher, the 5 of us are willing to challenge you to a battle to bring honor to him. Lu Sun, do you dare to accept our challenge? The voices of the 5 resounded throughout the entire academy as though thunder. Bringing honor to one's teacher, humiliating one's teacher. Is this the highest level of teaching, the righteousness realm? Lu Ling's body trembled as he stood up abruptly. The climax is here. All of my preparations were for this scene. Where are the monthly votes? Also, if you continue to request for a WeChat official account, open your contact list, click Add New Friends, search for Sweeping the World, click on the Sweeping the World official account and you will see me. You can pay attention to it. I have already uploaded the photos of Xiaoya, Wang Ying, and Amo Xiao. All you have to do is reply to their names. These 3 names are simple, but why do I see replies to Forgotten Eagle, Internet Addiction, and Wang Ying? The heck, why is there a reply to nonsense? Are you sure you didn't enter the wrong room? Clear heart, righteousness, and conduct as one. As a teacher, I must first achieve these 8 words in order to win the respect and admiration of my students. Only then will they be willing to go through fire and water to fight for my honor, to clear my name, regardless of life or death. Xianxia's lips trembled in disbelief. Legend has it that only 4-star master teachers and above are capable of such a feat. He repeated he twice, only to realize that he was unable to say a single word. The matter before them was simply too shocking. All words that could be used to refine the situation seemed to have lost their luster. He has only taught these students for half a month, and we have even observed them carefully. During this period of time, he has been absent for at least 10 days. That is to say, he has only spent 4 to 5 days with his students. And yet, he is willing to clear his name? How did he do it? Xingfei swallowed a mouthful of saliva. To make a student willing to clear his name, how much trust does the student have in him? Looks like we have really underestimated this Xianxia Laosher. Lu Ling sighed. Indeed. When I heard that Yansher had accepted him as his disciple, I was disappointed. However, from the looks of it now, even if he were to acknowledge us as his teacher, we wouldn't be able to impart anything to him. Zhuangxian smiled bitterly. As a teacher of others, one must possess sufficient knowledge to impart to them. If one is inferior to his student, how can he possibly teach? Previously, they had thought that such a good seedling had been snatched away by Yansher, and they couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable about it. However, upon seeing how Zhang was willing to put his life on the line for a student whom he had only taught for half a month, they couldn't help but feel awkward. To be able to gain such trust from his students within such a short period of time, to the point that he was willing to challenge those of higher cultivation realms than him. It was fortunate that he had failed to take him in as his apprentice. Otherwise, if an apprentice were to be stronger than his teacher, it would definitely be embarrassing. While the 3 master teachers were embarrassed, a commotion broke out beneath the stage. Everyone was dumbfounded. For a student to challenge a teacher and even ask him if he dared to accept the challenge, this was a blatant provocation. This was especially so for Lu Sun. This was a huge slap to his face. He felt humiliated after failing the teacher evaluation, so he wanted to crush Miss Zhang in cultivation to regain some of his dignity. Yet, the other party's student said that he wasn't worthy of challenging his teacher and that he was only worthy of sparring with us. However, you are just students who have just joined the academy. Even if you have achieved some breakthroughs, you have only studied for half a month at the very most. To challenge the most famous star teacher of Hongtian Academy, a Pixue realm expert, how is it possible for you all to do so? Look at Xiaoya. Just as everyone was wondering if it was too risky for the students to do this, someone in the crowd shouted. Hearing the shout, everyone's eyes focused on this unbelievably beautiful girl. Her aura was like a sharp sword that could cut through the heavens, becoming stronger and sharper. Rumble, as her aura continued to increase, she seemed to have undergone some sort of transformation. She became even more beautiful and pure, like a fairy. She is breaking through. Dantian Realm Pinnacle, True Energy Realm, True Energy Realm Pinnacle, Piga Realm. Piga Realm Pinnacle? How is this possible? In just a few breaths of time, he broke through several levels in succession? How can a person advance so quickly? Could it be that she has been suppressing her cultivation on purpose all this while? Or perhaps she has been holding back from making a breakthrough all this while? Very likely. Look, he is already at Dingli Realm. Seeing Xiaoya on the stage, everyone felt as though they were going insane. She was breaking through frenziedly. This, Zhu Hong staggered and fell to the ground. His lips were pale from fright. Previously, he was thinking of breaking through to Xunqi realm so that he could exact vengeance for the previous time. Yet, he didn't get the chance to go on stage. Indignant, he planned to find an opportunity to beat up Xiaoya and the others. However, upon seeing this sight, he realized how childish and laughable his thoughts were. It was fortunate that it wasn't his turn to compete. Otherwise, looking at Xiaoya's situation, wouldn't she smash him into meat paste with a single slap? Too fearsome. How in the world did Miss Zhang teach her? How could she allow her students to improve so quickly? Finally, Xiaoya stopped at Dingli Realm Pinnacle. At this moment, she seemed even more ethereal. Every single movement of hers was as though a goddess from the 9 heavens, dazzling to the eyes. Is this the awakening of the purine body? City Lord Zhao Feng and Butler Yao Han widened their eyes and clenched their fists uncontrollably. Even though they knew that Xiaoya possessed such a constitution, and Miss Zhang had specially prepared an unraveling pill to aid her in her breakthrough, they didn't expect it to be so fearsome and astonishing. To raise her cultivation to Dingli Realm Pinnacle in an instant, Xiaoya has really met a good teacher. After recovering from his shock, City Lord Zhao Feng sighed. As a father, to be unaware of his daughter's purine body and not be able to tell that she was suffering all day, he had really neglected his duty. If not for meeting this Miss Zhang, not to mention achieving a breakthrough, he would have been tormented by this unique constitution to the point of being unable to advance his cultivation. I have long heard that once a unique constitution is awakened, one's cultivation will soar by leaps and bounds. I thought that it was just nonsense, but from the looks of it now, it seems to be true. City Lord Zhao, you have a good daughter. In the future, the rise of our Tianqian kingdom will depend on her. By the side, Emperor Shenzhui couldn't help but sigh. When Zhao Feng arrived at the capital, he learned of the matter regarding his daughter, Xiaoya, possessing the purine body. Initially, he thought that she would at most be slightly more talented than the average person. Never in his dreams did he expect that she would be so talented. In just half a month, she had advanced from Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm Pinnacle to Fighter 5 Dan Dingli Realm Pinnacle. This can no longer be described as monstrous, she is definitely heaven-defying. With such talent, it is only natural for her to become an influential figure in the future and protect the kingdom. Perhaps, the future Tianqian kingdom will depend on this girl to lead it to greater glory. You think that you can challenge me? Oblivious to the shock of the crowd, Lu Sun's face twitched upon seeing Zhang Xian, who wanted to challenge him, being blocked by his students. If he knew that this would happen, he would have kept his mouth shut. Now that he was blocked by these students, if he didn't make a move, others would say that he was afraid of them. If he were to make a move, he would be seen as a bully. More importantly, it would be dishonorable if he won, but it would be even more embarrassing if he lost. The intense frustration he felt was driving him insane. That's right. Even if we can't win, for the sake of Miss Zhang's honor, we have to do it. Xiaoya and the others revealed unwavering determination. In fact, even the weak-looking Wang Ying didn't back down in the slightest. Miss Zhang is the most sacred line of defense in their hearts. Why did they work so hard for the past few days? Isn't it to bring honor to him? Today, the culprit who tried to trample on his honor is here. Not a single step back is allowed. Miss Zhang, let us seek justice for you. Miss Zhang, let us clear your name of the other party's disdain and humiliation. These kids, seeing their actions, even though Zhang Xian's heart was as calm as still water, his eyes still reddened. The reason why he recruited these students was so that he wouldn't be expelled from the academy and resolve the first crisis he faced after his reincarnation. Never in his dreams did he expect that the seed he planted would be planted with a forest. He didn't have any good teaching methods, and he didn't intentionally make the other party feel grateful. All he did was try his best so as to not let anyone down. Yet, the outcome moved him. Thinking back to the past, he often considered whether it was worth it or not. But now, he realized that a person's heart couldn't be measured by money or material goods. Only when you are sincere to them will they be sincere to you. There is no such thing as worth it or not. It's no wonder why they chose to cultivate a collaborative formation. Even if Lu Xun didn't challenge me, they would have come to exact vengeance for me. Moved, Xianxia finally understood what was going on with the content he read in the library. He had been perplexed as to why these fellows chose to cultivate a collaborative formation. It seemed like it was for this very moment. Lu Xun challenged the teacher evaluation, forcing him into a pathetic state and damaging his reputation. They had seen all of this with their own eyes. Even if Lu Xun didn't provoke him today, they would have charged over to reason with him and challenged him. Even though they knew that they were no match for him, even though they knew that they were like moths flying into a flame, they would have done so without any hesitation. All of this was to prevent teacher from being humiliated. These fellows, to think that, trembling, Xianxia held back his tears. I can't let them take the risk. Just as Xianxia was about to stand up and dissuade them, his mind jolted. On the dark bookshelf of the Library of Heaven's Path, a golden book appeared once more. This book? Could it be related to the gratitude of the students? Seeing the formation of the golden book, Xianxia was taken aback. He had no idea when the golden book was formed, but at this moment, he saw it with his own eyes. His students were willing to sacrifice themselves for him. Could it be that the formation of the golden book was related to his students? This thought flashed across his mind, but he didn't think too much about it. This wasn't the time for him to be thinking about this matter. Standing up, Xianxia was just about to walk over and ask his students to back off when they suddenly turned around. Miss Zhang, this is a decision that we have made. We hope that you won't interfere in it. Xiaoya looked at Xianxia with clear eyes and smiled. Her voice reverberated in the surroundings, carrying an unwavering determination. You have done so much for us, so we just want to do something for you. At the same time, we would like to show off your efforts in guiding us so that everyone will know, your reputation cannot be sullied. Your dignity cannot be sullied. Looking at the determined gazes of these fellows, Xianxia's body tensed up, and he couldn't help but stop. Teacher, please grant me my wish. Xiaoya clasped her fist. Teacher, please grant me my wish. The other four also spoke up. All right, you all be careful. If you aren't a match for him, just admit defeat. Don't worry. With teacher standing here, no one will dare to sully him, and no one will be able to. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up, and his aura burst forth, soaring into the clouds. Under the powerful aura, the tables and chairs in the surroundings immediately exploded into dust. Tongxian Realm, Pinnacle? Exclamations of astonishment sounded. 1. Thanks to my book friend, Zhaodan 123, for her 140,000 gifts, becoming the 5th alliance leader. Thanks to my book friends, Yueyu, Yueyuan, and Shanyuanzi, for their 50,000 gifts, becoming the sect leader. In other words, I owe everyone 3 chapters. However, I have underestimated how busy I will be during the new year. I might not be able to make up for it in the near future, but I will surely make it up after the new year. 2. Continue to search for Sweeping the World's Edge on WeChat. Cough cough, yesterday, there was only Huanyu, but today, even Tomato, Third Young Master, Potato, Chendong, have appeared. The heck, this is one thing, but more importantly, there was also the World's Edge. Have you taken a nude photo of World's Edge? Hashtag yen%6 yen, you guys are too dirty. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone's eyes narrowed, and their faces paled. Wasn't Miss Zhang infamous for being trash? Didn't they say that his cultivation was lacking and that his teaching skills were poor? Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. Reaching Halfzongshire at any moment. With such strength, he could do whatever he wanted in Tianqian Kingdom. This is called lacking in cultivation? Are you toying with me? Looks like. The news from before is true. He is just keeping a low profile and doesn't want to reveal his true strength. I'm afraid that only this kind of strength can nurture students like Xiaoya and Xingyang. Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. Even the principal doesn't possess such strength. To think that such an expert would only be a low-level teacher. The academy is really blind. This is all because of Elder Xianxia and the others. Shameless, such people should be expelled. Upon seeing Xianxia's cultivation, everyone, be it on or off the stage, went into a frenzy. They thought that he was only at Pishui realm. Never in their dreams did they expect him to be at Tongxian realm pinnacle, the strongest fighting force in Tianxian kingdom. On the other side, Lu Xun's body stiffened, and his face paled. He had always prided himself on being an unparalleled genius. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that the fellow he had always wanted to provoke would reach Tongxian realm pinnacle before reaching 20. Was he still human? Why would he challenge such an expert to a duel? Was there something wrong with his head? Regardless of whether it was in terms of teaching or cultivation, he had already lost before the other party even made a move. Furthermore, it was a complete defeat. The student brings glory to the teacher, and the teacher supports the student. Teacher and student complement one another. This is the true relationship between a teacher and a student. This is the realm that we hope to reach. Xianxia is truly incredible. He has a discerning eye for talent. Upon seeing this sight, the three master teachers stood up, and their faces flushed in agitation. Students need good teachers, and teachers need good students. Could it be that the so-called good teacher and good student refer to one's talent and cultivation? No, it was a kind of trust, a kind of chemistry, and a kind of responsibility. The students before them were willing to give up everything for Miss Zhang. On the other hand, Miss Zhang was their backing. Regardless of what happened, she would be able to stand firm. This was the true relationship between a teacher and a student, the highest level of teaching. Yes. Seeing that their teacher was no longer trying to dissuade them and had even become their strongest backing, Xiaoya and the others excitedly turned around to look at Lu Xun once more. Lu Laoshi. Make your move. Sure, Lu Xun, won't take advantage of you. Let's go to the master dueling platform. Knowing that a duel was inevitable, Lu Xun placed his hands behind his back. There was a designated location for the duel between students and teachers, which was known as the teacher dueling platform. Here, the teacher could suppress his opponent to be of the same cultivation level as the student. Back then, the battle between Xingyang and Zhou Tian took place here. There's no need for that on the master battle platform. You don't have to suppress your cultivation. Yuan Tao smiled and took a step forward. Previously, when he was fighting with Kong Jia, he was just an ordinary wretched fellow. However, after taking a step forward, it was as though he had transformed into a completely different person. Even though his cultivation was still at Jiushi realm advanced stage, his disposition had undergone a tremendous change. It was as though he was a soaring dragon, soaring through the 9 heavens. Brothers, I'm going first. With a roar, Yuan Tao charged straight at Lu Xun. Without any moves, he charged straight at Lu Xun. Could it be that his cultivation is also an act? That's impossible. Half a month ago, when he participated in the examination, he barely reached Fighter 1 Dan Jiushi Realm primary stage. It is already frightening for him to reach Fighter 1 Dan Jiushi Realm advanced stage in such a short period of time. How could he possibly feign his cultivation? Even if he isn't feigning his cultivation, it is impossible for him to be at Jiushi Realm advanced stage. We were all fooled by his wretchedness previously. Honestly speaking, even if Kong Jia was careless, do you think that an ordinary Jiushi realm cultivator would be able to knock him out of the dueling platform with a single punch? Seeing how Yuan Tao was the first to charge forward and how his disposition had undergone such a drastic change, not showing the slightest fear toward the Pishui realm Lu Xun, everyone burst into an uproar. Previously, when this fellow fought with Kong Jia, everyone thought that he was just a despicable person without any strength. However, at this moment, they realized that that wasn't the case at all. That was a Pishui realm expert. Even Dingli realm cultivators would cower before him. Yet, he charged forward directly. How could he possibly be a simple person? Humph. Seeing that the first to charge forward was this fellow, Lu Xun's face darkened. He raised his palm and struck down. In order to prevent anyone from dying, he only used 1/10 of his strength. Even so, with his strength as a Pishui realm pinnacle, it was sufficient to shatter rocks and destroy a tree trunk as thick as a bowl with a single strike. However, such powerful strength. Pada. The strike landed on the fatty's body. Not only did it fail to stop him in the slightest, it even ignited the other party's bloodlust. He charged forward, his shoulder resting on Lu Xun's chest. It was neither leaning landslide nor lazy man leaning on a tree. It was just an ordinary strike, similar to that of a savage beast. Pung, a drum-like sound echoed. Lu Xun's face reddened and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What? His eyes narrowed. Others only knew that his Xianxia cultivation had reached Pishue realm, but they didn't know that he specialized in cultivating his physical body. Due to his infatuation, he once asked his father, Master Lu Chen, to make a copy of all of the physical body cultivation manuals in the kingdom's book collection vault and brought them back home. Just from this, it could be seen that his physical body cultivation wasn't simple. This was precisely the reason why he didn't move even though he could have dodged the other party's strike. He thought that the other party was just a brute with some brute strength. Never in his dreams did he expect the other party to be so fearsome. Even with his powerful physical body, that single strike still caused his face to redden and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. If he were to be struck like that a few more times, he probably wouldn't be able to continue the battle. Lu Laoshi was knocked back with a single strike? Isn't that fellow a little too fearsome? The crowd below the stage were all cultivators. Even though they didn't know the exact strength behind Yuan Tao's strike, they could tell that Lu Laoshi's face had changed. Their jaws dropped to the floor in shock. To make a Pishue realm pinnacle expert retreat, how much strength must one possess? Even an ordinary Dingli realm expert would probably die from the impact. Kong Jia, who was knocked out by Yuan Tao's punch, saw this sight the moment he woke up. He was so frightened that his face paled and he fainted once more. At the same time, he was thankful that the other party didn't use this move on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just fainted, he would have been paralyzed. I have underestimated you. Taking 2 steps back, Lu Xun steadied his breathing. Even so, he could still feel the pain in his chest. Narrowing his eyes, he stared coldly at the fatty before him. There was no longer the slightest hint of underestimation in his eyes. With just a single strike from the other party, he could tell that the fellow before him was stronger than him in terms of physical strength and physical defense. In other words, it wasn't difficult for the other party to kill a Dingli realm expert with just his physical body. When did Xianxia find such a monster? Hee, you still underestimate me. Seeing that his attack had succeeded, Yuan Tao chuckled lightly. Then, he charged forward once more. Humph. Seeing the other party using the same trick again, Lu Xun didn't dare to be careless. With a light wave of his palm, his Xianxia formed a circle in front of him. Upon contact with this energy, Yuan Tao, who was charging at him, immediately swayed 2 rounds as though a drunk fish in a whirlpool. He didn't even manage to touch the other party's skin. Coiling dragon hands. It's the coiling dragon hands. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. What is the coiling dragon hands? Someone asked doubtfully. It is a long-lost battle technique. It is said that when one reaches major accomplishment in it, one will be able to form a circle of Xianxia around one's body and block all attacks. I thought that it was just a legend, but to think that Lu Laoshi would actually be able to execute it. Disbelief filled the eyes of those who knew about it. Blocking all the attacks outside? This battle technique is way too heaven-defying. The person who spoke earlier was astonished. In a battle, to be able to block all attacks outside one's body was already an undefeatable feat. Fearsome. The crowd, who were initially shocked by Yuan Tao's strength, turned to look at Lu Xun once more with a grim expression. Indeed, Lu Xun lived up to his reputation in Hongtian Academy. He truly lived up to his reputation. Indeed. Those who knew about it nodded in agreement. If one were to block all attacks outside one's body, wouldn't that mean that no one would be able to break through it? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but ask. There is a way to counter any battle technique. Even though the coiling dragon hands is fearsome, it isn't invincible. It is said that as long as one's strength surpasses that of the user, one would be able to break through it easily. That is to say, if Lu Laoshi were to exert a strength of 45 ding, one would have to exert a strength of more than 45 ding in order to break through this technique. At this point, the person turned to look at Xiaoya and the others. Miss Zhang would definitely be able to break through it, but his students wouldn't be able to do so. Unless one of them were to comprehend weapon intent, they would be able to break through it as well. However, how could that be possible? At this point, he couldn't help but shake his head. Weapon intent was something that all cultivators yearned to achieve even in their dreams. Countless people struggled their entire lives to attain it, but they were unable to do so. There was no one in Xianxia Kingdom who had heard of it, so how could a few students achieve it? Indeed. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's right. These students were only at Fighter 2 Dan. No matter how strong they were, how could they possibly surpass a Pishue realm pinnacle expert in terms of strength? How could they possibly comprehend weapon intent? It seemed like the challenge was just a joke. Lu Sun Laoshir's coiling dragon hands was an invincible defense, making him invincible. Yuan Tao, you can't be the only one in the limelight. Watch me. Just as everyone was making up their minds, a loud roar sounded. Xingyang walked forward with widened strides. Without much movement, the spear in his hand leaped forward like a serpent and pierced forward. It was just a single move, but it was upright and direct, making it impossible for one to dodge or block. Woo-woo-woo, the spear was so fast that even the air seemed to be unable to withstand its weight, as though it would shatter at any moment. As the spear pierced forward, Xingyang's aura grew denser and denser. Even though he was only at Fighter 2 Dan Tian realm, it felt as though he had become one with the spear, as though he was the spear and the spear was him. Pung, the spear struck Lu Sun's Shinchi ring and a deafening sonic boom sounded. Dang 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 dang. Lu Sun's face paled and he retreated 4 steps. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Coiling dragon hands, broken. Spear intent? Is that spear intent? Wang Chao stood up abruptly. P.S. He is only 20 votes away from 5th place. Do you still have any monthly votes? Let's charge forward. If there was anyone in Hongtian Academy who was the most knowledgeable in spear arts, it would definitely be him. Ever since he could remember, he had been practicing the spear. Day after day, year after year, he had already integrated this weapon into his life, into his blood. But even so, it was still far from spear intent. Initially, he thought that this kind of concept was just an illusory legend that he would never be able to achieve in his lifetime. Never in his dreams did he expect that he would see it in the body of a teenager before him, even though the spear intent he'd condensed was only the most primitive and simplest embryonic form, and there was still a huge distance before it could truly reach the advanced stage, but it was like a seedling. As long as it was given enough time, it would absolutely be able to grow and become a towering tree. How did he do it? Previously, he had thought that Amo Zhao's act of admitting defeat was an insult to the Wang clan's spearmanship. But at this moment, he realized that with this move, the Wang clan's spearmanship and spearmanship experts were nothing more than trash. In the face of a move infused with spear intent, there was no way any other moves could block it. In fact, even if he were to suddenly encounter it, he wouldn't be able to contend against it. If this Xingyang's cultivation was similar to his, he could definitely kill him with a single spear strike. Could it be, this is the move that father learned? Shocked, Wang Chao suddenly thought of something. Not too long ago, his father, Wang Chong, had paid an astronomical price to learn a spear art from Wang Chong. Over the past few days, he had been in seclusion, intending to comprehend spear intent. All along, he had been wondering what kind of spear art would be worth so much money. However, upon seeing Xingyang's move, he finally understood. If this was really the case, not to mention 3 million gold coins, even if it was 10 million, 20 million, or even if he had to go bankrupt, it would still be worth it. Previously, the butler had said that the one who taught his father spearmanship seemed to be an apothecary. However, upon seeing guild leader Ouyang and the others saying that they wanted to watch apothecary Zhang Xian's duel, could it be that the person who taught him the spearmanship was Zhang Laoshir? His body swayed, and he felt an urge to vomit blood. Miss Zhang is half a teacher to me, and she has already imparted the spear art to me. In the future, when I see her, I will have to address her as grandmaster, or grandfather. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian was just about to toss aside this meaningless thought when he suddenly heard an authoritative voice. Following which, he saw his father walking over with widened strides. The teacher evaluation had caused such a huge commotion that even Wang Chong couldn't help but attend the duel. Grandmaster? Grandpa? With a pale face, Wang Chao burst into tears. He wasn't the only one who was behaving this way. The audience was also dead silent. The so-called insiders were even more dumbfounded, and their faces were filled with madness. Although he didn't recognize that it was spear intent, seeing that Xingyang had broken the coiling dragon hand with a single spear strike, he knew that Xingyang had definitely reached this level, a 16 or 17-year-old student comprehending weapon intent. How could there be such a perverted thing in the world, and how terrifying was the teacher who had imparted his spear art to him. Looks like Mo Xiao didn't admit defeat to give in to his friend, but he really couldn't hold on. Indeed. Putting aside Fighter 3 Dan, even a Fighter 4 Dan wouldn't be able to withstand this move. What a powerful move. Was it really taught by Miss Zhang? Miss Zhang. Not only are her movements, kicks, and punches formidable, but her spear is also formidable as well? All the students were dumbfounded. It's only been a few days, but he has improved again. Mo Xiao's body also trembled. He looked at Xianxia again, and he could no longer suppress the desire and yearning in his eyes. There was only one voice in his heart, he had to acknowledge him as his master, damn it. After the coiling dragon hand was broken by Xingyang's spear, Lu Xun felt a stifling sensation in his chest. A savage expression appeared on his face and he roared furiously. Just as he was about to deal with the exhausted Xingyang, he heard a dull sound. Not too far away, Lu Yang's fist was flying toward him. At the same time, Wang Ying appeared not too far away like a phantom and kicked at him. Sila, a fist and a kick tore through the air. Even before they arrived, one could already feel a chill running down one's spine. Even though the might of these two moves couldn't be compared to the previous spear strike, they couldn't be underestimated. If he were to be struck by them, even with his powerful physical body, he would probably suffer light injuries. Humph. With an awful expression, his body swayed and as though a butterfly, he retreated 2 steps. Battle technique: butterfly steps, fleeting phantasm, butterfly traversing flowers, dodging the fist and kick. Lu Xun was just about to counterattack when he felt a chill run through his body, as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. Following which, his vision blurred and an indescribably beautiful lady appeared in his vision. At the same time, a smooth and flawless hand appeared before his chest. Lu Xun's eyes narrowed. Even though he was nervous, he was still a Pixue realm pinnacle expert after all. With a flip of his hands, he formed a seal and charged forward. Battle technique: pagoda flipping seal, flipping a pagoda with a wave of his hand, causing the earth to tremble. Boom. The pagoda flipping seal collided with the other party's palm. Xiaoya's body trembled and she was sent flying. She was only at Dingli realm pinnacle, and there was a huge gap between her and Lu Xun. However, Lu Xun wasn't in a good state either. The Jinqi from Xiaoya's palm carried an extreme chill of purine, causing his body to tremble. Even after retreating 3 steps, he still felt a chill running down his spine. In fact, a surge of chilling Jinqi had seeped into his meridians, and it was difficult for him to expel it within a short period of time. 5 people, 6 attacks, and Lu Xun only managed to withstand a single blow before retreating 11 steps. The crowd was dumbfounded and speechless. That was Lu Xun Laosher, the #1 star teacher in Hongtian Academy. Putting aside the fact that his cultivation was the strongest in the academy, it was impossible for a Pixue realm cultivator to defeat him. Yet, he was forced to retreat by a few Fighter 2 Dan and Fighter 5 Dan fellows. If they hadn't witnessed it for themselves, they wouldn't have believed it. This is their joint attack formation? He knew that Xiaoya and the others were secretly practicing their collaborative formation, but he had never seen them execute it before. Seeing it now, a slight frown appeared on Zhang Xian's forehead. Very well. To be honest, I have underestimated you all. You do have the qualifications to challenge me if you work together. Adjusting his breathing, Lu Xun saw that he was forced to retreat continuously by a few juniors. Instead of looking down on them, a grave expression appeared on his face. We do have the qualifications, right? I think so too. Lu Laosher, look, we've crossed blows with you before, and we've already helped Zhang Laosher vent his anger. Why don't we just call it a draw and stop the battle? Otherwise, both sides might suffer great losses. Yuan Tao said with a grin, walking forward as he spoke. A draw? Lu Xun harumphed coldly. Even though your attacks were novel and I was fearful of them the first time you used them, they are useless now that they are exposed before me. He was right. Even though the attacks of the 5 of them weren't weak, they didn't have any follow-up moves to back them up. Thus, they were only able to use a single move each time. Against an ordinary expert of the same cultivation realm, it was sufficient. However, against a potential master teacher like Lu Xun, it was insufficient. After all, regardless of whether it was his eye of discernment or comprehension of battle techniques, the 5 of them were far inferior to him. You are right. How about this, why don't I negotiate with them and admit defeat? A conflicted expression appeared on Yuan Tao's face. He walked forward once more, and upon seeing that he was only a few steps away from Lu Xun, his eyebrows shot up and he charged forward. Humph, again? After the incident with Kong Jia, Lu Xun had been keeping an eye on this fellow. Upon seeing him charge at him once more, he harumphed coldly. The first time you collided with me, I was caught off guard and was forced to retreat 2 steps back. The second time, you were able to block it easily with your coiling dragon hands. Yet, you still don't know how to repent. Come the third time. You are looking down on me too much, a cold glint flashed across Lu Xun's eyes. Instead of dodging, he raised his palm, intending to deflect the other party's charge. However, before he could come into contact with the other party, Yuan Tao suddenly stopped, opened his arms, and rushed forward to hug him. He didn't expect the other party to change his move so quickly. Furthermore, even if he had thought of it, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Who in the world would run over to hug someone in the midst of a battle? Gotcha. In an instant, the fatty hugged him tightly, locking his hands together. You. Seeing a teacher being hugged by a student, Lu Xun's complexion turned awful. Twisting his body, he rammed into the fatty. Pung, a dull sound echoed. The strength of this collision was on par with his fist. Even an ordinary Pishui realm expert would spurt blood from the impact. Yet, the body of the fatty who was hugging him jolted, and his hands didn't loosen in the slightest. To think that he would be able to withstand such a powerful collision. What incredible defense. Lu Xun's eyes narrowed. At this moment, no matter how foolish he was, it was clear that the fatty's strength wasn't his ramming ability but his defense. He had overlooked this previously. Hurry up. Grabbing onto Lu Xun, Yuan Tao roared. Who, before he could finish shouting, a long spear whizzed over, piercing straight at him. Damn it. Seeing how ferocious the spear was, Lu Xun knew that he would be severely injured if he were to be struck by it. Roaring furiously, he stomped his feet on the ground. The powerful shockwave struck the ground and pulled Yuan Tao 3 feet into the air, dodging the sure kill attack. Come down. However, even though he had dodged the spear, he wasn't able to dodge Lu Yang's fist. Harumphing coldly, the Heaven's Path fist art struck his back. Pooh, a mouthful of blood spurted out. If this goes on, I might really die in the hands of these juniors. Spurting blood, Lu Xun's eyebrows twitched wildly, and he was on the verge of going insane. If he didn't find a way to break free from the fatty's embrace, he might really lose today. These 5 students didn't seem too old, and their cultivation realm wasn't high either. However, the battle techniques they practiced were simply too bizarre. Even he found it hard to withstand their blows. Let go of me. Roaring furiously, Lu Xun smashed his right elbow toward Yuan Tao, who was behind him. This time, he had used 100% of his strength. With his physical body and strength, even steel could be pierced through in an instant. Pung, a powerful elbow landed on Yuan Tao's chest. Pooh, Yuan Tao's face reddened. However, despite the excruciating pain on his body, he didn't let go. It was as if he had become a massive chain that bound the other party tightly, unwilling to let go even in death. You. Not expecting the other party to refuse to let go of such a powerful elbow strike, Lu Xun was infuriated but at the same time astonished. How was this a duel? This was a fight to the death. In this moment of distraction, a foot landed heavily on his chest. At the same time, a pair of flawless hands landed on his chest. Pung pung, with 2 crisp sounds, Lu Xun felt a stifling sensation on his chest, and he was sent flying. Happy Lunar New Year to everyone. Lu Xun was sent flying a dozen meters before crashing heavily into the ground. The powerful impact created a huge crater in the ground. Behind him, Yuan Tao suffered nearly 80% of the impact. Even so, he didn't let go and held on to Lu Xun tightly. What kind of fighting technique is this? Is he tired of living? He'll die like this. No, his defense is extremely strong. Even someone of Lu Xun Laoshir's strength will require a lot of time to break through it. Clearly, Xiaoya and the others won't give him the time to do so. Seeing Yuan Tao clinging onto Lu Xun so tightly, seemingly disregarding his own life, everyone's mouths twitched. It was just a duel. Was there a need for him to go all out? Under such circumstances, if Lu Xun were to go berserk, he might really be beaten to death. Pung pung pung. While everyone was in shock, Lu Xun didn't remain idle. His elbow struck Yuan Tao's chest with full force, causing Yuan Tao's face to turn paler and paler. Even though he possessed the emperor's bloodline, he had only activated a tenth of it. While it was sufficient to fend off Dingli realm experts, against a Pixue realm pinnacle expert like Lu Xun, who possessed an incomparably powerful physical body, he was still lacking. Hurry up! Enduring the intense pain, Yuan Tao gritted his teeth and roared. Boom! Before he could finish his words, a spear had already pierced through the air. Since Xingyang didn't manage to stab Xianxia previously, he decided to stake it all on this single strike. Executing the Heaven's Path spear art to its fullest, his spear, under the augmentation of his spear intent, moved like a shooting star, piercing straight toward Xianxia. Damn it! Narrowing his eyes, Lu Xun hurriedly retreated. Even so, fresh blood flowed from his chest. A wound had been inflicted by the spear. Stop right there! Following which, a figure blurred and Xiaoya appeared before him once more. With a flick of her palm, it felt as though the heavens were falling and the world was collapsing. Battle technique: falling heavens, concealing the surroundings and intimidating the surroundings. Of the 5 students of Xianxia, the one with the best cultivation wasn't Wang Ying but Xiaoya. Xianxian's father is the city lord of Baiyu City, an overlord whose standing is second only to Emperor Shenjue. He possesses all kinds of battle techniques and resources, and this skyfall is one of the strongest offensive techniques of Baiyu City. Previously, due to her low cultivation, she was unable to cultivate it. However, with the awakening of her purine body and her cultivation reaching Dingli realm pinnacle, she was much stronger than most teachers. Naturally, she was able to cultivate and execute this move. As expected of one of Baiyu City's most famous offensive moves. Before it even landed, the cold air had already frozen the surroundings. Humph. Lu Xun was unable to defend himself since his hands were being hugged by Yuan Tao. However, he wasn't in a hurry either. Driving his Xinqi furiously, he abruptly spun around on the spot. In that instant, Yuan Tao stood in front of him, acting as a meat shield. If Xiaoya continued to attack, Skyfall would definitely hit her companion. Lu Xun Laoshir is shameless. That's right, he actually used a student as a meat shield in a battle against a student. Shameless. Actually, from this, it can be seen that these students have placed him under a lot of pressure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disregarded his reputation to do such a thing. Lu Xun Laoshir is a Pixue realm pinnacle expert. Even among the elders of the academy, he is ranked first or second. To think that he would be forced into such a state by 5 freshmen who have only studied for half a month. This is too fearsome. It will be difficult for Xiaoya and the others to win. Using Yuan Tao as a meat shield, they dare not make a move. On the other hand, if Yuan Tao were to let go of Lu Laoshir, with his speed and movement technique, it would be impossible for them to catch up to him. Those with a discerning eye could see the crux of the problem. In consideration of his identity, Lu Laoshir wasn't able to use all of his means. Now that he was forced into a corner, he decided to use Yuan Tao as a meat shield. The other students were caught in a dilemma, and they fell into a disadvantageous position once more. Look, Xiaoya isn't stopping her attack. Just when everyone thought that there was no other way, Xiaoya's skyfall didn't stop at all. Instead, it landed on Yuan Tao. It was as though she had struck a straw or leather. There wasn't much of a sound, as though Xiaoya had retracted her strength at the very last moment. What landed on Yuan Tao was just a simple palm strike. It seems like she has retracted her strength. Otherwise, Yuan Tao would surely be unable to withstand the attacks from the front and back. One of them remarked. However, before he could finish his words, an exclamation sounded. Wait, look at Lu Sun Laosher. Everyone hurriedly turned to look at Lu Laosher. With a single glance, their eyes narrowed. Under Xiaoya's palm strike, Lu Laosher, who was in Yuan Tao's embrace, couldn't help but tremble, and his face paled. Clearly, the attack that landed on Lu Laosher had actually landed on him instead. It's the transformation of Skyfall, Skyfall. City Lord Jiaofeng abruptly stood up. Disbelief reflected in his eyes. Skyfall is able to injure one from a distance. However, it is extremely complicated to cultivate. Not only does one have to suffer from all kinds of pain, more importantly, one has to execute at least 100,000 attacks to master it. Xiaoya has awakened her unique constitution, and in just 4 days, she managed to master it. What kind of pain did she suffer in the past few days? It was extremely difficult to master the art of injuring one from a distance. Even if one was talented, one had to practice it day after day. Even by the most conservative estimate, one had to execute this move 100,000 times before one could master it. In just 4 days, she had practiced 100,000 times. What in the world did his daughter go through? What was it that made her persevere? After all, in such a short period of time, she had to repeat the same boring movements. Back then, even he nearly succumbed to it, needless to say, a 16 or 17-year-old girl. It's victory! Yao Han's eyes reddened as he exclaimed. He had seen the pain that his young mistress had gone through in the past few days, and he knew what she had been through. In the past, she didn't put in much effort in her cultivation. In fact, she was even a little half-hearted. Otherwise, given the city lord manner, with so many profound battle techniques and cultivation techniques under her guidance, even if it was difficult for her to improve due to her unique constitution, she wouldn't have only reached Fighter 1 Dan at 16 or 17. He thought that her young mistress would be unable to persevere in such a difficult battle technique like Skyfall. Yet, not only did she persevere, she even surpassed his expectations. Victory? City Lord Jiaofeng asked. That's right. She wants to achieve victory for Miss Zhang, because those children don't want to lose. Don't want to lose? Those 3 simple words caused City Lord Jiaofeng to look at the 5 of them with a grim expression. As a city lord and a cultivator, he knew how difficult it was to cultivate. Naturally, he also knew what kind of pain those 5 youths had to go through to be able to stand toe-to-toe with a star teacher, even forcing him to throw away his dignity. What kind of magic does this Miss Zhang possess to cause such a change in Xiaoya, to be able to make these students so united and trust one another? Turning to look at Miss Zhang, City Lord Jiaofeng's eyes were filled with respect. He knew his daughter well. For her to undergo such a change in just half a month, it was clearly due to Miss Zhang's efforts. Furthermore, even though the formation of his students was crude, they worked together seamlessly. Just take the previous instance, Xiaoya hadn't cultivated Skyfall to its pinnacle yet. As long as Yuan Tao had resisted, it was likely that he wouldn't have been able to injure Lu Sun. Just how much trust did one have to trust one another to not put up any defense against such a formidable attack? The crowd fell silent. Hiding behind Yuan Tao, Lu Sun's face turned green, and he felt frenzied. He thought that these fellows only had a single move, but never in his dreams did he expect them to know so many. Furthermore, they were willing to sacrifice their lives to defeat him. Suppressing the coldness in his body, Lu Sun retreated once more. Before he could even take 2 steps back, a figure blurred before him, and another lady appeared before him. Wang Ying. At this moment, Wang Ying no longer had the shyness he had when he fought against Du Lei. On the contrary, he was filled with determination and unwillingness to admit defeat. A kick came flying over. With Wang Ying in front of him and Xiaoya behind him, Lu Sun was unable to dodge. Driving his Xianxia, his muscles tensed up. Pong, the kick struck his chest, and Lu Sun felt a powerful force assaulting him. Feeling a stifling sensation in his chest, he was sent flying once more. The strength behind this kick had far surpassed his imagination. If not for experiencing it himself, he would have never believed that such a weak-looking lady would be able to exert such powerful might. It was no wonder why Du Lei was sent flying with a single kick. The leg art that this lass cultivated was indeed unparalleled. Pudong, falling to the ground once more, Lu Xun felt a stifling sensation in his chest. After being struck several times consecutively, even though he possessed incredible defense and incredible strength, he was still unable to withstand it. Pooh, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth, and his face turned ghastly pale. He thought that it was just a few students, but never in his dreams did he expect that he would be forced into such a miserable state. Let go of me. Knowing that the reason why he was unable to withstand the attacks he had been receiving for so long was because of Yuan Tao, Lu Xun was taken aback. Roaring furiously, he gathered his Xianxia above his head and smashed it against Yuan Tao. Pong, as their heads collided, Yuan Tao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and blood spurted from his forehead. Even though his defense was formidable, it could only withstand the attacks of a Dingli realm cultivator. The other party's Xianxia and physical body were in no way weaker than his, causing him to sustain severe injuries in an instant. Trying to break free from me? Dream on. Even if I die, I won't let go. Despite the dizziness and the blood staining his face, Yuan Tao became even more tenacious. Roaring furiously, not only did he not loosen his grip, he even tightened his grip on Lu Xun, leaving him breathless. Damn it, aren't you afraid of death? If you continue like this, you'll die. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to let go, Lu Xun was infuriated. With his overwhelming offensive prowess, even if the other party's defense wasn't weak, he would surely die if he were to continue ramming him. Was this fellow really not afraid of death? Lu Xun was shocked. Just as he was contemplating whether he should smash the other party to death, he heard the sound of a gust of wind cutting through his skin. A spear stopped right before Lu Xun's throat. Xingyang had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing that Lu Xun had lost his composure, the Heaven's Path spear art coupled with spear intent appeared before him in the blink of an eye, ready to pierce his throat at any moment. The spear was like an arrow, ready to be shot at any moment. Xingyang stood upright and his eyes were sharp as lightning. Lu Laoshi. You've lost. I have lost? It's still too early for that. Looking at the spear before him, Lu Xun felt a strong sense of humiliation. Roaring furiously, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. Not expecting Lu Xun to charge right at the tip of his spear, Xingyang was taken aback. He couldn't help but retract his arm. With this action, he lost the initiative. Lu Xun stomped on the ground and leaped up. Executing the illusory Shadow 9 celestial steps, he seemed to have turned into an illusion. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Xingyang and charged forward. He was currently being held tightly by Yuan Tao, and his hands were bound. Thus, he could only rely on this move. Pung. Pooh, not expecting the spear to land on the other party's neck, Lu Xun still dared to resist so shamelessly. Caught off guard, Xingyang was struck in the chest. His face reddened, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth. At the same time, he was sent flying. Too shameless. How can a star teacher of the academy do such a thing? Damn it. Seeing that Lu Xun was unwilling to admit defeat, the crowd burst into an uproar. Unforgivable. Seeing how Lu Xun still dared to retaliate even after losing, even injuring Xingyang, Xiaoya's face reddened in anger. Her figure flashed, and she appeared before Lu Xun. With a flick of her wrist, a sword appeared in her hand. She had been learning swordsmanship since young, and she specialized in swordsmanship. However, due to the encirclement of the others, she didn't take it out. At this moment, seeing the Lu Laoshi whom she once revered doing such a shameless thing, she couldn't hold herself back anymore. Wang, the sword floated in the air, as ethereal as a painting. Battle technique, setting sun swordsmanship, torrential river, setting sun. Heh. With his hands bound, Lu Xun harumphed coldly. Leaping forward, he kicked the sword. No matter how one looked at it, this reaction of his could be said to be at the pinnacle. However, he had underestimated Yuan Tao, who was hugging him from behind. Xingyang's injury had ignited his hot-bloodedness, and he roared furiously. Come down. Lu Xun's plump body seemed to have turned into a heavy rock. Just as Lu Xun was about to lift him up, he began falling. With this fall, not only would he not be able to kick the sword, but he would also lose his balance. If he was not careful, the sword might even pierce through his chest. Ah! Lu Sun clearly did not see this coming. His eyes narrowed, and it was already too late for him to dodge. Whoosh, just as the two of them were about to lose their lives, a figure suddenly appeared between the two of them and flicked his finger lightly. Wang, with a ringing sound, Xiaoya could no longer hold the sword in her hand. It flew straight out and stabbed into the ground not far away. Teacher. Having her sword knocked away, Xiaoya was just about to fly into a rage when she caught sight of the other party and clasped her fist. It was none other than Xianxia. He could tell that the two sides were already fighting furiously. If he didn't stop them now, something big might happen today. Removing Xiaoya's sword, Xianxia walked up to Xingyang and infused a surge of Jinqi into the latter's body. He found that the latter's injuries weren't too severe. As long as he continued cultivating and consuming pills, he should be able to recover within a short period of time. Heaving a sigh of relief, he turned to Yuan Tao and said, "You should come down as well." Yes. Only then did Yuan Tao let go of his clasped hands and sat on the floor. Even though he had been hugging the other party all this while, he was actually the most tired of the five of them. As such, his injuries were also the most severe. If not for his emperor's bloodline awakening, granting him invincible defense, he would have fainted on the spot. Teacher. After a moment of rest, the five of them recovered. Dragging their exhausted bodies, they walked up to Xianxia. Even though they were completely drained of energy, their eyes were gleaming with excitement. Before the battle, they didn't think that they would win. Yet, the outcome was unexpectedly good. To think that a star teacher would be so badly beaten up by them. No matter what, they still felt proud of themselves. They thought that they would be able to get a few compliments for venting their teacher's anger and displaying what they had learned in the past half a month. Yet, Miss Zhang's face was terrifyingly dark, and flames of fury were burning in her eyes. Teacher. Seeing his expression, Xingyang and the others were perplexed. Do you think that I should praise you all? Xianxia looked at them, and a storm seemed to be brewing in his eyes. We. The five of them scratched their heads. And here I thought that you would be practicing some kind of formidable collaborative formation behind my back. Come over here and tell me what that is. Xianxia bellowed furiously as a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Is this formation bad? This can be considered as one of the top-notch joint attack formations in Tianxian Kingdom, alright? Hearing the reason behind his anger, everyone was stunned. This joint attack formation was one of the top-notch joint attack formations in Tianxian Kingdom. After all, using this formation, a fighter 5 Dan and 4 fighter 2 Dan experts were able to defeat a Pixue realm pinnacle expert. This feat was truly heaven-defying. Yet, he was still unsatisfied. He said, "What the heck is this?" Lu Sun, who had finally managed to relax, felt a stifling sensation in his chest. He nearly failed to control his injuries and spurted a mouthful of blood. Are you for real? This joint attack formation nearly took his life. Yet, you still aren't satisfied? Why? You aren't satisfied? Alright, I will start from the first move then. Yuan Tao is charging toward Lu Laoshi. At this moment, Xingyang, if you were to strike from this position and use the spear art I taught you to block his attack, the might of your attack would be doubled. Lu Yang, if you were to strike from this position, your entire body would be 3 CUN lower. This is a perfect opening for Lu Laoshi to dodge. Also, Xiaoya and Wang Ying, are you two asleep? If you were to stand at those two positions, do you think that he would be able to escape? Ignoring everyone's shock, Xianxia flung his sleeves, drew the joint attack formation on the ground, and pointed at a few spots. Lu Sun was still doubtful when he saw the few spots that Xianxia pointed at. In an instant, his face turned ghastly pale. The other party was right. If the few of them had stood according to his instructions and struck at the same time, even he wouldn't have been able to dodge. At the very least, he would have been struck by 3 moves simultaneously. These few fellows were able to make him spurt blood in a single move. 3 moves consecutively. Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Ignoring Lu Sun's trembling body, Xianxia continued speaking. His finger continued pointing. For the second move, Yuan Tao was holding on to Lu Laoshi. That should have been the best opportunity. If Lu Yang were to attack here, Wang Ying would have made a move 3 breaths later, and Xiaoya wouldn't have hesitated either. By the seventh breath, she would have sealed off Lu Laoshir's path of retreat. If not a single one of you was injured, he would have admitted defeat. The more he spoke, the angrier Xianxia became. This bunch of fellows were too reckless. He thought that they had learned some formidable joint attack formation to reassure him. Who could have known that it was filled with flaws? What the heck was this? How could this be called a joint attack formation? If these fellows had sought his guidance in advance, none of them would have been injured today. Furthermore, they would have been able to pummel Lu Sun like a dead dog. How could they still have the energy to retaliate and refuse to admit defeat? Furthermore, it was impossible for a few of them to be injured, leaving them in such a pathetic state. Hearing his explanation, Lu Sun's entire body turned cold. Others might find it hard to believe what he had just said, but as someone who had fought with these students personally, he knew how fearsome his words were. If those students had really done so, the outcome would have been the same as what he had said. Not a single one of them would have been injured, and he would have been reduced to a pig's head. Could it be that this Xianxia knew how to use formations as well? To be able to see through the flaws of their joint attack formation with a single glance and make the best decision. Was this for real? How did he do it? Lu Sun's lips went dry, and his body trembled. Initially, when he fought with these students, he already thought that they were well coordinated. He didn't expect that there would be so many flaws in their formation. If these flaws were to be fixed, even with his Pishue realm cultivation, he wouldn't be able to stand against them. A formidable joint attack formation wasn't 1 + 1 = 2, but 3 = 4. Yuan Tao specialized in defense, making him the sturdiest shield. Xingyang's spear attack was the sharpest arrow. Xiaoya stood at the center, making use of all kinds of means. Wang Ying's movement technique was profound, shuttling back and forth. Lu Yang's fist strength was unparalleled, making him unstoppable. Based on the previous joint attack formation, the 5 of them would only be able to exert 70 to 80% of its strength. However, if they were to follow Miss Zhang's instructions, they would definitely be able to exert more than 10 or even 20% of its strength. Even a Tongxian realm primary stage cultivator might not be able to withstand such might. Needless to say, a Pishue realm pinnacle cultivator, fearsome. Incredible. Even though it was just a few words, it was able to grasp the essence of a formation. Could it be that this apothecary Zhang has a deep understanding of formations as well? Taking in all of Zhang Xian's pointers, Lu Ling was filled with disbelief. Formation masters and apothecaries were existences at the pinnacle of the upper 9 paths, and every single one of them possessed profound mysteries. It was already an incredible feat for one to become an apothecary at such a young age, let alone knowing formations as well. Do you understand everything that I have said? Ignoring the shocked silence in the surroundings, Zhang Xian berated the 5 students and scanned the surroundings. Yes. The 5 of them lowered their heads in shame. This joint attack formation was given to them by Xiaoya, and it was one of the best formations in Baiyu City. They thought that it was flawless and powerful, but never in their dreams did they expect it to have so many flaws. However, after Miss Zhang's pointers and the previous battle, they had gained a deep understanding of the formation. It was much easier for them to execute it now. It's good that you understand. After lecturing the 5 of them, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and slowly walked back. Since you have learned the formation, why don't we spar once more? Didn't Lu Laoshir refuse to admit defeat? Beat him until he admits defeat. Ah? Spar once more? The 5 students staggered at the same time, and they nearly spurted blood. He thought that he was vicious enough, but to think that Miss Zhang would be even more vicious, Lu Sun's vision darkened. The heck, you came here to stop the other party and guide them on the formation. In the end, it isn't because you think that they aren't good, but because you want to toy with me. Standing up, he was just about to speak when an anxious voice sounded from afar. Master Zhang, on my account, please spare this lad this once. Turning around, he saw Master Luchan walking over with widened strides. Father, seeing his father, who had always been aloof from worldly affairs, speak up for him at this moment, Lu Sun clenched his fists tightly and his face flushed red. The reason why he left home was to prove to his father that even without him, he could still make a name for himself. Never in his dreams did he expect that he would be seen in such a pathetic state. Bastard, kneel down. Master Luchan was exasperated. He pointed at Xianxia and said, "Why aren't you greeting your uncle yet?" "Call him uncle?" Both the teacher and the student felt as though their necks were being strangled. Lu Sun has to call Xianxia uncle. Where did this come from? Did I hear wrongly? Master Lu Chen is the emperor's tutor, a person of noble standing. For Lu Sun to call him uncle, doesn't that mean that Emperor Shinzhui has to call him uncle as well? Does it have to be so exciting? At this point, everyone turned to look at His Majesty, who was seated on the main seat. As expected, his complexion didn't look too good either. For the emperor, a middle-aged man in his 40s, to be a generation lower than a brat who isn't even 20 yet. No one would be happy about it. Call him uncle? Lu Sun was on the verge of tears. What in the world is this? He isn't even older than me, and he is just a low-level teacher. Call him uncle? He felt so stifled that he felt like spurting blood. Why? Do you find it hard to call him that? Master Zhang is my peer, and I call him brother. If you don't call him uncle, what should you call him? Slapping his son's head, Master Lu Chen bellowed furiously. What kind of plaything did he raise? To dare lay his hands on his uncle, he really doesn't know what's good for him. It is fortunate that Master Zhang is magnanimous. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to return home today. After struggling a few times, Lu Sun was on the verge of tears. He was unable to speak. You beast. Master Lu Chen was so furious that his beard stood up. Just as he was about to continue berating him, Miss Zhang stopped him. All right, Brother Lu. It's fine if the child doesn't understand the situation now. Just educate him properly in the future. It isn't good to hit him in public. Xianxia advised. Honestly speaking, he didn't care about seniority. However, he still had to give Master Lu Chen some face. Ever since he transmigrated to this world, Master Lu Chen had given him a lot of help. If not for that, he would have long beaten Lu Sun up for provoking him. Yes, Brother Zhang is right. Master Lu nodded his head. Then, he slapped his son once more. You beast, hurry up and thank Uncle Zhang for his magnanimity. Lu Sun went mad. He looked at Xianxia once more and felt as though he was going insane. Brother, isn't the speed at which you entered your identity is way too fast? The child was unable to understand. Whose King child am I? You're younger than me, yet you speak so matter-of-factly. Where did you get your confidence from? His heart was filled with endless grief, but in front of his father, he did not dare to speak nonsense. He was just sad, but he didn't know that someone had already fainted. It was his best friend, Wang Chao. This Miss Zhang was half a teacher to Wang Chong. In other words, even his father was a junior. If that was the case, he would have to address Xingyang and the others as uncle. Zhang. After a long moment of hesitation, Lu Sun gritted his teeth and stood up. Taking a deep breath, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Even though you have defeated me in the teacher evaluation, I'm afraid that you won't be able to become the apprentice of the 3 master teachers. The reason why he had embarrassed himself so badly today was all because of this fellow. Even though he addressed the other party as Uncle Zhang out of respect for his father, deep down, he didn't have the slightest bit of respect for the other party. Oh? Why do you say that? Xianxia looked at him in confusion. Knowing that the other party had intentionally addressed him as nephew, Lu Sun was so infuriated that he nearly spurted blood. His entire body swayed and he gritted his teeth. To become a master teacher apprentice, one must be certified as a star teacher by the Teacher Guild or a high-level teacher. You are only a low-level teacher, so you don't meet the requirements. Teachers were divided into low-level teachers, high-level teachers, and star teachers. To become a master teacher apprentice, one had to be a star teacher. Even the weakest of them had to be a high-level teacher. A low-level teacher like him didn't meet the requirements. So what if the 3 great master teachers acknowledge you as master teachers? They should abide by the rules of the Master Teacher Academy. Xianxia was taken aback. His previous self had always been a low-level teacher. After his reincarnation, due to the lack of time, he didn't have the time to take the high-level examination. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to take the examination in the future. Otherwise, just his identity alone would hinder him from becoming a master teacher. Master teacher, as the pinnacle of this world, was the most dazzling occupation. Every step of the way had to be done properly. Otherwise, if someone were to find out about it, even if it was embarrassing, all of his honor would be gone. Miss Zhang, we meet again. Just as he was considering when he should take the examination, he heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw Elder Mo from the Teacher Guild walking over. So it's Elder Mo. Zhang Xian had a good impression of this Elder Mo. He was a person who knew how to correct his mistakes. He didn't help his friends or protect his family. He was a selfless person. During the Enlightenment Will trial previously, if not for him, it would have been impossible for him to render Shan Chen and Shan Ben speechless. Miss Zhang, I am truly sorry that a scum like Shan Chen has appeared among the teachers, causing you quite a bit of trouble. That day, after I left, I reported the matter to the headquarters. It is only now that there is a decision. I apologize for the long wait. Elder Mo bowed. Oh? There's a decision? All right. Zhang Xian nodded his head. During the Enlightenment Will trial previously, Elder Mo only temporarily revoked Shan Chen's position as the head of the Education Bureau and cancelled Shan Ben Lauscher's lessons. He didn't pass any judgment on the matter, and the punishment from the Teacher Guild had yet to arrive even after half a month. Zhang Xian thought that the headquarters didn't intend to punish him, but to think that they would report this matter to the headquarters instead. The headquarters of the Teacher Guild was extremely far away from here. Even with the fastest means of communication, it would take at least half a month to report to a conferred kingdom and teleport back and forth. I will announce the decision of the headquarters now. Nodding his head, Mo Lauscher took out a scroll and opened it lightly. Voila, a ray of light shot into the clouds from the center of the dueling ring, illuminating the surroundings. It's the guild letter from the Teacher Guild. Guild letter? What's that? The conferred kingdom has all kinds of royal edicts, verbal decrees, and edicts. The Teacher Guild is one of the most powerful powers in the continent. This is the guild letter, used to punish teachers who have violated the rules or appoint branch leaders. Once it is announced, it will be recorded in the books of the Teacher Guild. Regardless of which branch it is, it can be checked. For the Teacher Guild to use a guild letter, it shows that they view this matter with great importance. Of course. Intentionally oppressing a genius, an existence who has the potential to become a master teacher, it would be a wonder if the Teacher Guild doesn't view this matter with importance. Indeed, it's Shang Chen's fault. He found the wrong person, serves him right. Upon seeing the letter, the teachers who were aware of the matter were shocked. The Teacher Guild letter isn't used easily. For it to be taken out now, it shows how important this matter is to them. Walala, when the guild letter appeared, all of the teachers, students, and even the 3 master teachers stood up respectfully. Tianxian Kingdom, Hongtian Academy's teacher, Shan Chen, as the head of the Education Bureau, made use of his position to oppress other teachers, going against the principles of the Teacher Guild. As such, he is stripped of his teaching license and will never be employed again. Light flickered and an authoritative voice sounded. Pudong, seated amidst the crowd, Elder Shang Chen's face warped and he fell to the floor with an ashen face. Never in his dreams did he expect that the outcome would be like this just because he helped his grandson to vent his anger. Stripped of his teaching license and will never be employed again meant that his current identity and standing would crumble, turning him from a prince to a commoner. Tianxian Kingdom, Hongtian Academy's teacher, Shang Ben, is unable to unite his colleagues and will be stripped of his teaching license for 3 years. Teacher, Chao Xiong, is stripped of his teaching license due to his jealousy and will never be employed by any academy. After which, the guild letter announced the punishments for Shang Ben and Chao Xiong. Stripped of his teaching license for 3 years meant that he would be unable to teach for 3 years. At the very least, he would be able to enter the academy after 3 years. On the other hand, his grandfather, Shang Chen, and Chao Xiong would never have the chance to do so. Especially Chao Xiong, no academy would be able to recruit him. Even if he were to work as a janitor, the entire academy would be sanctioned by the Teacher Guild. Tianxian Kingdom, Hongtian Academy's teacher, Zhang Xian, is a sincere person who cares about the big picture. He is willing to endure humiliation for the greater good. Furthermore, he is a model teacher and will be promoted to a star teacher. The guild letter came to an end and the light gradually faded. I am a star teacher just like that? Xianxia blinked his eyes. Initially, he thought that he would have to take the advanced examination before finding a way to be promoted. However, from the looks of it now, there was no need for that at all. A single letter from the teacher guild solved the problem completely. Miss Zhang, congratulations. Elder Mo looked over excitedly. He stroked his beard and smiled. Thank you for your help, Elder Mo. Xianxia bowed. He knew that Elder Mo must have played a part in this punishment and he was grateful for it. You are too polite. I am here to announce the teacher guild's decision. I won't disturb you any further. Farewell. After which, Elder Mo clasped his fist and left with a smile. The moment he left, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Lu Sun, who was standing in the middle. Didn't you just say that she wasn't qualified? Elder Mo walked up to them and announced the teacher guild's decision to make Miss Zhang a star teacher. This slapped to their faces. Honestly speaking, everyone felt the pain. Looking at Lu Sun, they saw his pale face, as though he was on the verge of death. Master Zhang, this lad has been spoiled by me since young. Please be magnanimous. Seeing this scene, Master Luchin shook his head. He wanted to ignore the matter, but eventually, he couldn't hold himself back and clasped his fist to Xianxia. Master Lu, there's no need for that. Xianxia smiled. He is just trying to become a master teacher apprentice, so I don't mind. Then, thank you. Seeing that the other party didn't pursue the matter, Luchin hurriedly clasped his fist in gratitude. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Right. Xianxia turned around to look at the three master teachers seated on the main seats. Lu Shi, Zhuangshi, Jingshi, even though Lu Sun's performance hasn't been too good recently, he isn't lacking in terms of his ability to guide students. If any of you are interested in taking in an apprentice, you can consider him. Lu Sun was so frustrated that he could die. Upon hearing those words, his face reddened and his eyes widened. The reason why he wanted to compete with Xianxia was because he wanted the opportunity to come under the tutelage of the three master teachers. Why? Even though Miss Zhang had won, she wanted to help him instead. Furthermore, what kind of attitude is this? The other party is a master teacher. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death for saying such words? Before he could recover from his shock, the three master teachers walked up to Xianxia and clasped their fists. Senior. Eldest. Eldest senior? Lu Shi and the others addressed Xianxia as eldest senior? He isn't even 20 yet, and the youngest of the three master teachers is around 60 to 70. Where the heck did this come from? I don't know, but from the looks of it, the three master teachers aren't faking it. Could it be that this Miss Zhang has some other identity? Everyone was struck by lightning once more. The shock they received today was like a tidal wave, coming wave after wave. They were on the verge of collapsing. Oh, it was their hearts that couldn't take it anymore. He is the eldest senior of Lu Shi and the others? Could it be? Emperor Shenjui's eyes narrowed. He seemed to have thought of something and his body trembled. The three master teachers lived in the royal palace and interacted with them every day. Thus, he knew what they were thinking. They wanted to acknowledge Xianxia as their teacher, and now that they addressed Xianxia as their eldest senior, it was clear to him. Xianxia Laoshi is Yangshi's student. Furthermore, he is Yangshi's direct disciple. His breathing hastened. For Xianxia to be able to help the dying Shenhong achieve a breakthrough, his means were truly admirable. Based on what Lu Shi and the others had said, he was probably a 3-star master teacher at the very least. Such a figure was like a divine dragon in the 9 heavens. Perhaps, he would disappear in a few days, and it would be impossible to find him again. Since Xianxia was his direct disciple, it would be easy for him to tie him to the war chariot of Tianqian Kingdom. Even if he couldn't tie him to the war chariot, Lu Shi and the others wouldn't be able to reject him now that they had successfully acknowledged him as their teacher. The rise of the kingdom was just a matter of time. If it was just a moment ago that he was embarrassed by the fact that he was of a lower generation, at this moment, his eyes were glowing and he felt honored. After acknowledging Xianxia as his teacher, it was just a matter of time before this Xianxia became a master teacher. So what if he addressed him as grandfather? As the monarch of a kingdom, he had already learned to look at things in terms of benefits. Identity and seniority were just a form of address. Moreover, Lu Shi and the others were originally of the same generation as their grandfather, Shenhong. This Xianxia was their eldest senior brother. Strictly speaking, even if they called him uncle, it was still a great advantage. Big. Senior brother? The eldest senior brother of the three masters? Just like everyone else, Lu Xun's lips quivered, and he found himself at a loss for words. The reason why he intentionally targeted Miss Zhang was so that he could vie for the opportunity to come under the tutelage of the three master teachers. Yet, not only did the other party not care about it, he was even the eldest senior of the three master teachers. For a moment, he felt like a clown. After causing such a ruckus for so long, the other party did not seem to care at all. Just by revealing his identity, he would be able to suppress Xianxia half to death. A grandmaster painter, a tea master, an official alchemist, with so many alchemists coming to the academy to help, both Wang Chao and him knew that Xianxia was an alchemist, his father's brother, his third master's senior brother. With just his identity alone, he could do whatever he wanted in Tianqian Kingdom. Yet, at this moment, all of them were gathered on an unremarkable teacher in the academy. Astonishment filled him with bewilderment. He had always thought of himself as a genius who would be able to make a name for himself without the help of his father. However, at this moment, he realized that his so-called talent was nothing compared to the other party. Honestly speaking, he was so shocked that he was starting to doubt his life. Just as he was at a loss as to what to do, Lu Shi's voice sounded by his ear. Lu Laoshi is indeed a dragon among men. I have heard of him back in Beiwu Kingdom, and I do intend to accept him as my apprentice. Since eldest senior has spoken. Lu Sun, are you willing to come under my tutelage and become my apprentice? Lu Ling asked with a smile. Even if he couldn't accept Xianxia, accepting Lu Sun as his apprentice was a huge gain for him. Besides, eldest senior seemed to be interested in resolving the conflict between them, and he was willing to help. I'm willing. Upon waking up, Lu Sun's body trembled in agitation. All of his hard work was for this. He thought that he had lost the evaluation and the duel, but never in his dreams did he expect it to come so suddenly. It's Xianxia, oh, no, Uncle Zhang. Teacher. However, he also knew that part of the reason why Lu Shi agreed to it without much consideration was because he had heard of his name. The main reason was because of Zhang Laoshi. Even so, the other party was willing to let bygones be bygones and introduce him to him in hopes that Lu Shi would accept him as his disciple. What kind of magnanimity was this? Clenching his fists tightly, Lu Sun's eyes reddened. This is the demeanor a teacher should have. Sooner, you must learn from Master Zhang in the future. By the side, Lu Chen sighed. From Huang Yu's words, he knew that this unfilial son of his had brought a lot of trouble to the other party. Yet, not only did the other party not reprimand him, he even introduced him as a master-teacher apprentice. Just this magnanimity alone was something that no ordinary person could possess. Yes. Lu Sun nodded. At this moment, he realized how laughable his previous hesitation and actions were. He was still thinking about how he could become the apprentice of the three master teachers, but the other party was already their senior. He was still thinking about how he could become a painter, but the other party was already a zongshi. He was still thinking about how he could break through Pixue realm, but the other party was already at Tongxian realm pinnacle. This was the disparity between them. Miss Zhang, I was foolish in the past. I hope that you can forgive me. It is a great virtue to repent. I hope that you can learn from Lu Shi in the future and become a true master teacher as soon as possible. Seeing him come to his senses, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. Actually, he didn't harbor much ill will toward Lu Sun. Based on the information his previous self knew, this fellow had taught many incredible students ever since he entered the academy, and he didn't have any misdeeds. However, due to his headstrong personality, he was determined to surpass his formidable father. As a result, he committed many mistakes. Yes. Lu Sun nodded his head. Then, he walked up to Lu Shi and said, Lu Shi, can I beg of you for a favor? Feel free to speak. Lu Shi stroked his beard and smiled. Seeing Lu Sun's sincerity and repentance, he was delighted. In order to help me achieve victory, my students consumed the insane demon breakthrough pill. There is a high chance that it will leave a hidden injury in them, so I hope that Lu Shi can resolve it. Lu Sun kneeled onto the floor. Teacher. Clenching their fists tightly, the eyes of Zhu Hong and the others reddened. If this matter were to be revealed, it would definitely affect Lu Laoshir's reputation. However, for the sake of their future, he still chose to be magnanimous. His heart was truly admirable. Mo Xiao, who had wanted to acknowledge Xianxia as his teacher previously, was moved by his actions. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to look at Lu Sun once more, and a new decision appeared in his mind. Formidable teachers choose their students, and talented students choose their teachers as well. The reason why he wanted to acknowledge Xianxia previously was because Lu Laoshir's recent performance had disappointed him. However, upon seeing this sight, he knew that the Lu Laoshir who had dominated the entire Hongtian Academy had returned. Only by being magnanimous can one be invincible. In an instant, his thoughts of acknowledging Xianxia as his teacher faded. Insane demon breakthrough pill? This was a forbidden medicine that forcibly increased one's cultivation. Although the user's strength would increase in a short period of time, the residual toxicity of the pill would settle in the meridians, causing the user's cultivation speed to become slower and slower, affecting their future progress. To consume such a pill in order to achieve victory is equivalent to ruining the future of these children. Lu Sun, you must be muddle-headed. Lu Ling was taken aback. Then, he shook his head. Yes, I know my mistake. I hope that Lu Shi can help me. Lu Sun said sincerely. He knew the consequences of consuming that pill, but after the slap on his face yesterday, he was too eager to win. Blinded by greed, he committed a mistake. The insane demon breakthrough pill forcefully raises one's potential. It is no different from overdrawing one's life force. Even I am helpless against it. Lu Ling sighed. If there was a way to resolve the side effects of such a pill, who wouldn't buy it to boost their cultivation? It was precisely because there was no solution that it became known as a forbidden pill. Even as a master teacher, he was helpless against it. Helpless? Lu Sun's face paled. He thought that as long as he became a master teacher, he would be able to resolve the problem. However, from the looks of it now, he was too naive. If even Lu Shi was helpless against it, didn't that mean that he had ruined the lives of several people for his own selfish desires? A strong sense of remorse welled up in his heart. You consumed the insane demon breakthrough pill? Hearing their conversation, Xingyang hurried to his good friend's side and looked at him anxiously. Yes. Mo Xiao nodded his head. You. Xingyang clenched his fists tightly. He had heard of the insane demon breakthrough pill before. Those who consumed it would raise their cultivation for a short period of time, but it would be difficult for them to advance further in the future. It was definitely a medicine that would spoil one's growth. This good friend of his had grown up together with him, and he shared the same obsession with cultivation as him. Seeing the other party's cultivation getting slower and slower, he found it hard to accept. Miss Zhang, I beg of you to save Mo Xiao. Gritting his teeth, he walked up to Xianxia and kneeled down. In his heart, Miss Zhang was omnipotent. Even if Lu Shi couldn't do it, he would surely be able to. Save him? Hearing his student speak up, Xianxia nodded his head. All right then. During the teacher evaluation, when Mo Xiao and the others executed battle techniques, he had already noticed the problem. The poison left behind by the insane demon breakthrough pill was the poison lingering in one's body. If it was anyone else, even a 4-star master teacher, they would be helpless against it. However, he was different. Heaven's path Xianxia was as clear as water. Even though the poison was formidable, as long as he infused his Xianxia into the body, he would be able to cleanse it easily. Since he was able to suppress even the poisonous aura that one could easily avoid, a mere pill poison was nothing to him. You can save him? Seeing the other party agree to it so quickly, Lu Shi and the others were taken aback. Without explaining anything, Xianxia had Mo Xiao walk up to the other party, and with a wave of his hand, a surge of Xianxia flowed into the other party's meridians. It didn't take long for the poison left behind by the pill to be cleansed. Sensing the changes in his body, Mo Xiao's body trembled in agitation. After consuming the pill, he could clearly feel that his body had been sealed by something. However, at this moment, the seal had vanished completely, and there were no longer any shackles on his cultivation. "Thank you, Miss Zhang, for resolving my affliction." Knowing that the side effects of the insane demon breakthrough pill had disappeared, Mo Xiao knelt down. "Resolved?" Lu Ling seemed to be in disbelief. He hurriedly walked over and infused his Xianxia into the other party's body. Taking a look, his eyes immediately widened in shock. It's real." Even he was unable to resolve the affliction, and yet, Miss Zhang was able to resolve it so easily. What kind of ability was that? It was no wonder why he was chosen by Xianxia and became their senior. His means were way too overpowered. Lu Sun also hurriedly looked over. A moment later, he kneeled down before Zhang Xian and said, "Uncle Zhang, please treat the others." This time, he addressed him as Uncle Zhang willingly without any hesitation. It didn't take too much effort to treat these people." Zhang Xian nodded his head. It didn't take long for the affliction to be resolved. Fortunately, Zhu Hong had to go through some trouble. He had to practice his punching technique once more before he was able to find the root of the affliction. Looking at the glowing faces of his students, Lu Sun turned to look at Zhang Laosher once more, and he felt heartfelt admiration for him. There is indeed a type of person in the world. Even though they have the same starting point as you, they are on a completely different level. They are destined to be people that you can only look up to and never catch up to. Clearly, this Miss Zhang is this kind of godlike man. Just as Zhang Xian was filled with admiration for Zhang Xian, thinking that he should make this his lifelong goal to catch up to this genius, he suddenly saw the godlike man looking at him with a smile. "That. Lu Laosher, do you have more of this insane demon breakthrough pill? Or where did you buy it? Can you help me buy a few of them? It can raise one's cultivation by a level within a short period of time. If I eat a few more of them, will my cultivation rise exponentially?" Lu Sun, Lu Ling and the others. 3,500 words chapter. Why did it have to be updated so early? Is there even a need to think about it? Laowa must have gone mad. To think that he would say that he is a godlike man. Why did he have to go on a rampage during the new year? Don't you think that it's infuriating? Honestly speaking, I am also infuriated. This person is too irresponsible. Who doesn't spend the new year with their family and friends, attend a gathering, or put on a show? Yet, he locked himself in his room to write for an entire day. To think that there would be such an infuriating fellow in the world. Damn it. What's even more infuriating is that he only goes on a rampage and doesn't even ask for monthly votes. Towards such a person, we should use monthly votes, recommendation votes, gifts, and official subscriptions to condemn him. We should let him die of shame on his conscience. Of course, Zhang Xian also knew that this was impossible. After becoming an alchemist, he knew that no matter how powerful a medicine was, one would develop a resistance to it after eating too much of it, not to mention this kind of pill that could directly raise one's cultivation. After resolving the problems of the few of them, as well as resolving the conflict between Zhang Xian and Lu Sun, everyone was delighted. Just as Zhang Xian was about to announce the start of the freshman tournament, countless students suddenly rushed forward. Their eyes reddened in agitation as they stared fixedly at Zhang Xian, as though starving wolves that had seen their prey. "Miss Zhang, I want to become your disciple. Can you accept me as your student? Please accept me. Not only am I talented, but I also know how to make the bed and do housework. Actually, I've always admired you. Even if I'm not an official student, I'd be happy to listen in. Teacher, my family has plenty of money. As long as you accept me as your student, you can ask for as much as you want. Money, money, your ass. Get lost. Is Miss Zhang a greedy person? If so, my family has a lot of money, please take me in as your student." Zhang Xian's stunning performance in the teacher evaluation, how he solved a problem that even the three master teachers were unable to solve, left all of the students in the room frenzied. Unable to hold themselves back any longer, they wanted to acknowledge him as their teacher on the spot. In an instant, the entire dueling platform was in a frenzy of people wanting to become his disciple. Their doubts from before had all vanished into thin air. Countless students fought to be the first, afraid that they would miss this opportunity. There were even some who were so regretful that they wanted to jump off a building. They wondered why they had been so blind back then to listen to the rumors and not acknowledge him as their master in advance. If they had done so as soon as school started, the ones who would be enjoying the limitless glory on the stage wouldn't be Xingyang and the others, but them. One must know that during the entrance test, Xingyang and the others did not stand out, especially Yuan Tao, who came in last. But now, the scene of Yuan Tao knocking Lu Laoshi back by 2 steps and clashing head-on with him was still fresh in their minds. Countless people were agitated. From the bottom, a fellow who barely managed to enroll into the academy, to a Pixue realm expert. In just half a month, he would have never believed it if he hadn't witnessed it personally. This? Xianxia was also shocked. Obviously, he did not expect these people to be so excited. Teacher is really proud and elated. When Zhaoye and the others saw this, they clenched their fists tightly. Ever since they found out that Lu Sun was going to challenge Miss Zhang, they had been holding back their anger. They wanted to bring honor and glory to their teacher, and now, they had finally done it. Zhang Laoshi's excellence was finally understood by others. A sense of pride welled up in him. It was as if he wanted to tell everyone, even in front of them, he wanted to say something proudly, "Look, this is my teacher. Xianxia, I already have 5 students, and I don't plan on accepting any more in the short term. However, since all of you are so enthusiastic, how about this? I can give you a lesson on the basics of cultivation. Perhaps it will be of some help to you." Knowing that he would die of exhaustion if he were to accept so many students, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before coming up with an idea. He was about to go bankrupt from teaching 5 students, and he was going a little crazy. With so many students, he wouldn't be able to feed them even if he begged for food. "You're not taking it? It's good that you can listen to a lesson." Seeing that he wasn't going to accept any more students, everyone was disappointed. However, upon hearing that he was going to conduct a lesson, their faces lit up in agitation. How could a lesson that could allow Xingyang and the others to advance by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time be simple? "This lesson will be held tomorrow afternoon, and the venue will be here. Those who wish to listen to it can come in advance. Today, everyone should focus on the freshman tournament." After instructing the crowd, Xianxia left the dueling ring. If he didn't leave now, he might be eaten alive by those frenzied students. Besides, the highlight of the day was the freshman tournament. The teacher evaluation was just an appetizer. He couldn't possibly steal the host's place. Leaving the dueling ring, the moment he returned to his classroom, he saw the 3 master teachers walking in. Eldest senior. The trio clasped their fists. Please take a seat. I happen to have something that I need to trouble you with." Xianxia smiled. "You are Yangshi's direct disciple, and we are only here to conduct lessons. As your senior, feel free to instruct us." "I don't dare to call it trouble," Lu Ling smiled awkwardly. As students of the same teacher, there was a difference in their standing. As a direct disciple, even if their cultivation realm was lower and they were younger, their students had to address them as senior. Naturally, they had to follow the instructions of their senior. "It's like this." Seeing that they agreed to it so quickly, Xianxia nodded his head and said, "You should know that Yangshi is a wanderer and doesn't bother himself with the affairs of the world. Even though he accepted me as his direct disciple, he only instructed me to study and didn't give me a suitable identity. Thus, I need to trouble the 3 of you to take the master-teacher examination." This was the reason why he accepted them as his students. Since it wasn't convenient for Yangshi to say it, he could only do so. "Oh, I was wondering what it was." "This is simple." Lu Ling smiled. To take the master-teacher examination, one has to be an assistant master-teacher. Yangshi has gone into seclusion, and it isn't convenient for him to reveal his identity. The 3 of us can do it in his stead. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, took out a jade token and passed it over. "This is an identity token that contains the aura of the 3 of us. As long as you hold it on you, it means that you are an assistant master teacher that we have tested and acknowledged. As long as you drip your blood on it, Mingshi Tang will be acknowledged no matter where you go, and you will be able to register for the master teacher examination." "Oh? So simple?" Taking the jade token, Xianxia couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that it would be complicated, but to think that it would be so easy. It's easy to become an assistant master teacher as long as a master teacher recognizes you. Even star teachers and advanced teachers are qualified. However, it's difficult to take the master teacher examination. Lu Ling said. Oh? Then, how can I take the master teacher examination? Xianxia asked as he put away the jade token with a drop of blood. There were no master teachers in Tianxian Kingdom, and there weren't any records of it in the library either. Even though he had been impersonating a master teacher for the past few days, he didn't even know how and where to take the examination. To take the master teacher examination, one has to fulfill the external and internal requirements. The external requirements are recommendation from a master teacher, the identity of an assistant master teacher, and at least one supporting occupation. Lu Ling explained. Xianxia nodded his head. He had heard of this before, so he wasn't surprised. There are only two internal requirements. Lu Ling continued, they are to reach the state of insight, heart of tranquil water, and Tongxian realm cultivation. State of insight? Xianxia looked at Lu Ling. He knew that the two-dan soul depth was heart of tranquil water, but what was the state of insight? Lu Ling said, the state of mind is something that every cultivator, and even every occupation, has to constantly cultivate. Heart of tranquil water is just a general term. It means that one is able to control one's state of mind, allowing one's mind to focus on a single task, unaffected by the external environment. Xianxia nodded his head. Xianxia was right. Apothecary Chen Xiao, Apothecary Meng Yan, and the others had not reached this level yet. Thus, when forging pills, they infused their negative emotions into the tranquil heart pill, causing the pill to lose its original effectiveness. If we were to categorize it in detail, heart of tranquil water can be divided into two. One is for master teachers, and the other is for fighters and other occupations. The reason for the categorization is simple. Master teachers have to reach heart of tranquil water, which is different from other occupations. This is also the reason why master teachers are so unique and respected. The heart of tranquil water for other occupations and fighters only requires one state of mind to remain as one, unmoving. On the other hand, master teachers have to be able to discern between truth and falsehood. Discern between truth and falsehood? Xianxia was bewildered. That's right. If it's hard to understand, it's easier to categorize it into two. The heart of tranquil water for ordinary people is known as the state of one. As long as one is able to focus on a single task, one will be able to do so. On the other hand, the heart of tranquil water for master teachers is known as the state of insight. It allows one to discern between objects and find the crux of the problem. Lu Ling said, that is to say, even though both of them have reached heart of tranquil water, master teachers are different from ordinary people. Only those who have reached the state of insight are qualified to take the master teacher examination. This is also the reason why there are apothecary teachers, way of tea, formation master, blacksmith teachers. Those who possess supporting occupations are qualified to take the master teacher examination. Elder Tian is a way of tea master as well as a teacher of Beiwu Academy. He had been wondering why he didn't take the master teacher examination, and it turned out that this was the reason. Without the state of insight, one isn't qualified to take the master teacher examination. Then, how can one cultivate the heart of tranquil water for the state of insight? After understanding so many secrets, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. How? Lu Ling, Xianxia, and the others glanced at one another and chuckled. This is something that can't be cultivated, it's talent. Those who possess the potential of a master teacher, as long as they reach the state of heart of tranquil water, will naturally be able to discern between truth and falsehood. This is similar to how an apothecary must possess a wood attribute constitution. Without this, no matter how hard one cultivates, it is useless. To put it simply, no matter how incredible a man is, even if he knows all the occupations in the world, he won't be able to bear children. Without talent, no matter how much he cultivates, it will all be for naught. Upon reaching the state of heart of tranquil water, one will naturally be able to discern between truth and falsehood. Getting, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He had long reached the state of heart of tranquil water, so why didn't he have such a feeling? The state of insight. What's the difference between it and the state of single-mindedness? Using the simplest example, when one reaches the state of insight, one's heart of tranquil water will be able to automatically analyze the logic and sequence of one's moves when one cultivates a battle technique. After which, one will be able to deduce how to cultivate the technique in order to achieve the best results. However, an ordinary heart of tranquil water is unable to do so. Lu Ling said, master teachers like to find star teachers as their apprentices. That's because they are able to make their students follow them willingly through their own capabilities. This shows that they possess such talent. Automatically analyze the logic and sequence of battle techniques? Xianxia's body trembled. The heck, it's the same heart of tranquil water? Why don't I feel that way? Could it be that he isn't suited to be a master teacher? If that's the case, he would be screwed. The second chapter has arrived. The author will be writing the third chapter. Not too long after his reincarnation, Xianxia managed to reach Heart of Tranquil Water after assimilating his previous body's soul. All along, he had been relying on the Library of Heaven's path to look for flaws and problems. Could it be that his Heart of Tranquil Water wasn't in the state of insight? If it wasn't, he wouldn't be able to take the Master Teacher examination. What was the use of having such an incredible library? This couldn't be real, right? At this point, Xianxia felt like crying. However, he soon came to a realization. When he saw others cultivating battle techniques, the Library of Heaven's path would automatically compile a book on them. No one would pay any heed to it. It was impossible to discern whether there was any order or sequence in the battle technique. How do I determine if one is in the state of insight or harmonization realm? At this point, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Oh, this is actually very simple. I have a stone of insight here. Just hold it in your palm and adjust your soul depth to reach Heart of Tranquil Water. If the number on it is displayed, it will be the state of insight. If not, it will be the harmonization realm. Lu Ling took out a light green stone. Its surface was filled with all kinds of inscriptions, causing one to feel dizzy just by looking at it. Of course, there are differences in the state of insight as well. The higher the number, the more talented one is. Usually, when one's soul depth reaches 3, one can take the 1-star Master Teacher examination. Senior, despite your young age, you are already able to teach so well. On top of that, you were chosen by Xianxia, so your soul depth has probably reached 4, 5, or even higher. You aren't someone that the few of us who have exhausted our potential can compare to. At this, Lu Ling and the others turned to look at Xianxia with envy in their eyes. The soul depth of the state of insight was the standard to judge a talented master teacher. The higher one's soul depth was, the deeper one's understanding of the world, and the greater their improvements would be. The few of them had barely reached that level. Even though they had cultivated diligently over the years, their potential had already been exhausted. Even if they were to become Xianxia, it was hard to say whether they would be able to pass the 2-star Master Teacher examination. To be able to catch Xianxia's eye, the young man before them was bound to possess boundless potential. In their view, the other party's soul depth was likely to be above 3. This was also the reason why they were willing to address him as Senior Xianxia without the slightest embarrassment. This stone of insight. Can you give it to me? This is the standard that master teachers use when accepting apprentices. It's similar to the strength measuring rock pillar. I have a few of them here. If Senior wishes to use them, feel free to take them. Lu Ling chuckled. However, given Senior Brother's age, I don't think he has reached the Heart of Tranquil Water state yet. There is no need to rush. You can take the test whenever you reach it. Grabbing the stone of insight, Xianxia lowered his head to take a look. The patterns on the surface were formed naturally. There were no signs of any crafting, and they gave off a unique charm. If one looked at them, they would be able to see the essence of everything and find the source. Right, where can I take the Master Teacher examination? Xianxia asked as he put away the stone vein. Naturally, the Master Teacher examination has to be conducted in Mingshi Tang. The branch closest to Tianqian Kingdom is Tianwu Tier 1 Kingdom. There is a 2-star Master Teacher stationed there, as well as a complete set of facilities. Putting aside 1-star Master Teachers, even 2-star Master Teachers are qualified to take the examination. Lu Ling said, Senior Martial Brother, when your mental state reaches heart like still water, you can come here to give it a try. As long as you meet the requirements, you can sign up. All right. Xianxia nodded his head. All right then. Senior, feel free to instruct us if you need anything in the future. We will be taking our leave first. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Ling and the others stood up and bade farewell. Upon seeing them leave, Xianxia flicked his wrist and the stone of insight appeared in his palm. Let me test if I have reached the state of insight, heart of tranquil water. In this world, only by becoming a master teacher would one possess an immortal status. It would be much more convenient for one to do anything, and it would also allow the Library of Heaven's path to display its potential. If one didn't possess such talent, one could only stare at it helplessly. Placing the stone of insight in his palm, Xianxia grasped it tightly and entered the heart of tranquil water state. In an instant, he was devoid of emotions and anxiety. This state could suppress one's frustrations and impatience, allowing one to analyze and deal with matters calmly. It was the dream of every cultivator. However, in order to reach this state, one had to be extremely focused. In the entire Hongtian Academy, only the principal was able to do so. This was precisely the reason why Shen Bairu nearly fainted from shock when she saw Xianxia reaching such a state. Upon reaching the heart of tranquil water state, the stone of insight in Xianxia's hand shook and a row of numbers slowly appeared. Upon seeing the words, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ling had said that the heart of tranquil water at the state of fulfillment wouldn't display any words. Since there were words, it meant that he had reached the state of insight. His worries were groundless. He did possess the talent of a master teacher. Previously, when others executed their battle techniques, he didn't sense any order or sense of order. He thought that he didn't possess such talent, but it seemed like his worries were unfounded. No matter what, he was a powerful existence who possessed the Library of Heaven's path. How could he not possess the talent of a master teacher? Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia opened his palm and looked at the stone of insight. Reaching 3 meant that one could take the 1-star master teacher examination. Logically speaking, a genius like him should at least reach 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, otherwise, it wouldn't be befitting of his identity. Gleeful, the numbers on the stone of insight finally stopped shaking and appeared before him. Just as he was fantasizing about taking the master teacher examination, Xianxia saw the words on the stone of insight. In an instant, his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets and he spurted a mouthful of blood. Is this for real? His face twitched and he was on the verge of tears. A few dry words appeared on the stone of insight, 0. 1. You shouldn't toy with me like this. From Lu Ling's tone, it sounded like others were at 3 or 4, and there were even talented geniuses at 5, 6, and 7. Initially, Xianxia thought that even if he wasn't a genius, he should at least be qualified to take the master teacher examination with a minimum cutoff of 3. 0, 1. Brother, do you dare to lower it further? I don't believe it. On the verge of tears, Xianxia placed the stone of insight on his palm once more. A moment later, staring at the 0.09 on the stone of insight, Xianxia felt as though someone had slapped him on the face. His lips twitched uncontrollably. The heck, you really dare to lower it further? He had always thought that he was a genius among geniuses, but in the end, this reality was too much of a slap to his face. How could he take the master teacher examination with such a low score? Take the master teacher examination my ass, he would probably be chased out even if he were to compete for the position of an apprentice. I don't believe it. After a few more tries, Xianxia finally understood that his soul depth was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. Every time he took the test, he would deplete his soul depth by 0.01. As for now, he was only left with 0.05. I can only ask Lu Ling and the others if there is any secret to raising my soul depth. Otherwise, with such a low soul depth, it would be impossible for me to take the master teacher examination. Suppressing the urge to faint, Xianxia consoled himself. Right now, he could only hope that Mingshi Tang had the secret to raising his soul depth. By then, he could make use of the Library of Heaven's Path to compile a Heaven's Path manual and improve swiftly. Otherwise, with his current soul depth, he wouldn't even be qualified to become a star teacher. Just when he was contemplating what he should do with his low soul depth, he heard a knock on the door. Is Xianxia Laosher in? Emperor Shenjue? Xianxia recognized the voice and said, "Come in." Jia, the door opened and two people walked in. One of them was Emperor Shenjue and the other was a handsome middle-aged man. Taking a closer look, he bore some resemblance to Xiaoya. "Miss Zhang, this is Xiaoya's father, City Lord Zhao Feng. He has specially come over to thank you for taking care of his daughter." Emperor Shenjue spoke humbly. Even though the other party wasn't a master teacher yet, he was Yangshi's direct disciple and the senior of Lushi and the others. Before such a person, even the emperor of a country wouldn't dare to put on airs. "I am Zhao Feng." Paying respect to Miss Zhang, City Lord Zhao Feng stepped forward. "Since you are Xiaoya's father, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Sit." Xianxia greeted. "I have heard from Yao Han about how Miss Zhang has taken care of my daughter over the past few days, and I am extremely grateful for it. I know that given Miss Zhang's identity and capability, you don't lack gold coins. Thus, I sent my men to search for it, and coincidentally, I found a crystal of insight to thank teacher." After exchanging pleasantries, City Lord Zhao Feng passed an object over. "Insight jade?" Looking at the item that the other party passed over, Xianxia was perplexed. The crystal of insight is similar to spiritual energy for cultivators. Not only can it replenish one's depleted soul depth, it can also gradually raise it. It is an item used by master teachers to cultivate their soul depth, and it is extremely valuable. I have searched through countless jade mines in Bayou City, but this is the only one I have found. City Lord Zhao Feng explained. It can raise one's soul depth? Xianxian's eyes lit up. Truly, sending a pillow when one is sleepy. Just when he was worrying about his low soul depth, this City Lord Zhao Feng suddenly sent him this crystal of insight. This is great. How can I accept such a valuable item? Xianxian felt a little embarrassed. There was only one in the entire Bayou City, so its value couldn't be measured with money. It seemed like the other party had put in a lot of effort to search for it. The favor that Miss Zhang has shown my daughter is worth more than a single crystal of insight. City Lord Zhao Feng said respectfully. Seeing through Xiaoya's unique constitution and paying a huge price to help her awaken it. The favor was simply too great. Even though the crystal of insight was valuable, it was impossible for him to repay it. Then I'll thank you. Knowing that the other party was sincere in giving him this, if he were to reject it, he would be terrified. Furthermore, it just so happened that he had a use for it as well. Thus, he nodded his head and accepted it. Xiaoya is my student, and it is my duty to guide her in her cultivation so that she can raise her cultivation faster. This isn't a trade, and I don't need you to repay me for it. Xianxian waved his hands. However, I do need the crystal of insight. How about this? Xiaoya showed me the cultivation technique of your Bayou City back then, and I've modified it a little. I'll make a copy of it for you so that you can cultivate according to it in the future. Take it as payment for the crystal of insight. Cultivation technique? Modified. A little? Zhao Feng and Emperor Shenjue widened their eyes in bewilderment. The third chapter has arrived. Continue writing the fourth chapter. Xianxian, when no one is around to slap my face, I even slap my own face. Are you afraid now? If you are, hand over your monthly tickets. Every single cultivation technique was passed down through the blood, sweat, and tears of countless generations. Putting everything aside, just the white jade art that Zhao Qi practiced had been passed down for more than 300 years. Countless ancestors had practiced it before. If not for the fact that Xiaoya was a woman, she would have practiced this as well. He had started to sense spiritual energy at the age of 4, and he had been cultivating the white jade art for more than 40 years. He had never thought that there was anything wrong with it. Yet, this young Miss Zhang actually said that she had modified it. Was this for real? Modifying a cultivation technique was something that could only be done when one's understanding of power had reached the Xianxia realm. Thus, upon hearing Xianxian's words, not only City Lord Zhao Feng, even Emperor Shenjue was in disbelief. Even royal ancestor Shenhong, who had reached Xianxia realm, was unable to modify a cultivation technique that had been passed down for several hundred years. Yet, this young man. Could he really do it? Seeing the doubt in the duo's eyes, Xianxia didn't pay them any heed. He took out a brush and a piece of paper and started writing. Previously, when he compiled a new cultivation technique for Xiaoya and the others to practice, they were also behaving in such a manner. He was already used to such an attitude. It didn't take him too long to write down a cultivation technique. Taking the paper, City Lord Zhaoqi lowered his head to take a look. He realized that Miss Zhang had modified a few parts of the original cultivation technique. However, after taking a look at it, a bizarre expression appeared on his face. Is there a problem? Emperor Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Your Majesty, take a look. Zhaoqi passed the cultivation technique over. Xianxia casually flipped it open. After taking a look, he was also perplexed. Back then, I had the royal ancestor appraise your cultivation technique, and I have taken a look at it as well. It was grand and majestic. However, after modifying it like this, it is completely different from before, and there are even conflicting parts. Can it really be cultivated? As a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert and the emperor of a country, he was knowledgeable. He was able to tell the pros and cons of this modified cultivation technique. If one were to cultivate according to the cultivation technique, several of the acupoints would clash with one another, causing one Xianxia to go berserk. We'll know whether it can be cultivated or not after giving it a try. Seeing the doubt in the duo's eyes, Xianxia didn't flare up. I believe in Miss Zhang. City Lord Zhao hesitated for a moment before nodding. Even though the white jade art before him had been modified into a bizarre and confusing state, he still believed in Miss Zhang. To be able to see through his daughter's purine body with a single glance, and to be able to help the other 4 students improve so much in just half a month, regardless of whether it was her eye of discernment or her guidance on cultivation, she wasn't someone whom he could compare to. Thinking of this, City Lord Zhao memorized the changes and sat cross-legged on the ground, cultivating on the spot. Who? As he calmed his breathing, the surrounding spiritual energy immediately gathered and entered his body through his pores. As soon as he started cultivating, the crowd was able to see his true strength. Tongxian Realm Advanced Stage, Gugugugu. After cultivating for a short period of time, City Lord Zhao's originally rosy face had turned pale, and he was sweating profusely. His body could not help but tremble slightly. Seeing his appearance, Emperor Xianxia couldn't help but ask, Miss Zhang, did he cultivate wrongly? His breathing is hastened, and his mind is unstable. This is the sign of his cultivation going berserk. Under normal circumstances, when spiritual energy was refined into Xianxia, one would feel more and more comfortable. However, the City Lord Zhao before her was trembling uncontrollably, as though a bizarre force was trying to break out of his body. It was clear that something was wrong. Unlike Jushi Realm and Dantian Realm, Tongxian Realm cultivators were bound to suffer from cultivation going berserk. At best, their cultivation would be crippled. At worst, they would die on the spot. There was no way to salvage the situation. Don't panic. If City Lord Zhao feels that something is amiss, he will stop. Instead of replying to his question, Xianxia simply smiled calmly. That was right. City Lord Zhao had cultivated for many years. He wasn't a student who had just entered the academy. He would only blindly follow the instructions of the teacher and cultivate blindly. If he really felt that something was amiss, he would definitely stop. Understanding this point, Emperor Xianxia relaxed slightly. However, he was still frowning. He had seen the changes made by Miss Zhang, and it was completely different from the white jade art that City Lord Zhao had cultivated previously. In fact, there were even some parts that were reversed. Could it be that it was really possible to cultivate this way? One must know that messing with a cultivation technique could result in one's death. Furthermore, wasn't City Lord Zhao being too rash? Even though Miss Zhang had modified it, she hadn't verified it yet. Wasn't he afraid that something would go wrong if he were to cultivate this way? Just as his thoughts were running wild, City Lord Zhao's complexion turned even more awful. Unable to hold it in any longer, he spurted a mouthful of blood. City Lord Zhao, seeing him spurting blood, Emperor Xianxia was about to help him up when Miss Zhang's voice sounded, "Don't panic. Let's take a look at the blood he spurted first." Lowering his head to take a look, he saw that the blood on the floor was crimson. It was completely different from the usual crimson color. Emperor Xianxua's face froze. No matter how foolish he was, it was impossible for him to not realize that something was amiss. Just as Emperor Xianxua was conflicted over whether he should ask about it, he saw City Lord Zhao's aura gathering to its peak. Boom, an explosion sounded. It was as though his entire person had changed. His aura surged and his strength grew stronger. Tongxian Realm, Pinnacle? He achieved a breakthrough? Emperor Xianxua narrowed his eyes. No matter how foolish he was, it was clear that City Lord Zhao had benefited greatly from the cultivation technique. His cultivation had risen from Tongxian Realm Advanced Stage to Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. Even though it was only a minor breakthrough, the fact that he was able to achieve such a feat in such a short period of time was sufficient to show how formidable Miss Zhang's modified cultivation technique was. This cultivation technique, Emperor Xianxua couldn't help but pick up the cultivation technique to study it once more. However, Zhang Xian casually picked it up and tossed it lightly. Voila, the few pages fell into the furnace not too far away and were reduced to ashes. Emperor Xianxua was getting more and more confused. As the emperor of a country, he had always thought of himself as an intelligent person. However, after seeing Miss Zhang's actions today, he felt as though he was a fool. He couldn't make sense of the situation at all. She said that she would modify the other party's cultivation technique, but after taking a look at it, it was completely different from before. In the end, it was this cultivation technique that allowed City Lord Zhao, who had been stuck at Tongxian Realm Advanced Stage for many years, to achieve a breakthrough in an instant. Since it was so effective, this cultivation technique should be extremely valuable. Yet, it was destroyed by him on the spot. Since you have already modified someone else's cultivation technique, it is natural that you want him to cultivate diligently in the future. Why did you destroy it? As expected of Yangshi's disciple, his actions are unfathomable. Just as Emperor Xianxua was perplexed, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Yangshi, honestly speaking, this Yangshi's actions were even more bizarre. However, they were exceptionally effective. As expected of his direct disciple, Zhang Xian already possessed such a disposition. Thank you, Miss Zhang. Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, City Lord Zhao stopped his cultivation and turned to look at Zhang Laoshi respectfully once more. You know about it? Zhang Xian asked. Yes, I know about it. City Lord Zhao nodded his head. Alright, you can leave now. Zhang Xian waved his hands. City Lord Zhao nodded his head and backed out of the classroom. He didn't mention the burning of the secret manual at all. Seeing how the two of them were behaving oddly, Emperor Xianxua felt that it wasn't appropriate for him to probe further. Thus, he stood up and said, Miss Zhang, I'll be taking my leave too. After which, he hurriedly chased after the other party. Walking out of the classroom, he saw City Lord Zhao standing not too far away. He was looking at Miss Zhang's room with a solemn expression. What happened? Emperor Xianxua couldn't help but ask. The two of them were speaking in riddles, and he was about to faint. Your Majesty, you have seen the cultivation technique that Miss Zhang modified for me. What do you think? City Lord Zhao didn't answer Emperor Xianxua's question. I feel that the modifications are messy, making it hard for me to understand. After hesitating for a moment, Emperor Xianxua spoke of his thoughts. Even though he saw City Lord Zhao achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation technique with his own eyes, he still felt that something was amiss when he thought about the contents of the cultivation technique. That's right, it is indeed messy. To be honest, Miss Zhang intentionally modified it. City Lord Zhao nodded his head. Intentionally modified it? Emperor Xianxua fainted. You know that it was wrong, yet you still chose to cultivate it? Modifying a cultivation technique was no joke. It was easy for one's cultivation to go berserk. Yet, you chose to cultivate it despite knowing that it was wrong. What in the world were these two up to? Furthermore, if it was wrong, how did you reach Tongxian Realm Pinnacle? What in the world was going on? End of 4th update. Our Zhao clan's cultivation technique is grand and majestic. I believe your Majesty should be aware of this as well. Seeing the other party's confusion, City Lord Zhao Feng explained. Indeed. Emperor Xianxua nodded his head. Actually, many years ago, the Shen and Zhao clan were friends. they established Xianxia Kingdom together, and one of them guarded the land while the other guarded the wealth. Due to this, the two clans had been on good terms for generations, and they didn't even hide their cultivation technique from each other. Emperor Xianxia had come into contact with the Zhao clan's white jade art since young, and he was extremely familiar with it. It was forceful, and it wasn't suitable for a lady like Xiaoya to cultivate. City Lord Zhao Feng continued, ever since the establishment of Tianqian Kingdom, our Zhao clan has been guarding the White Jade City, and we even changed its name to White Jade. Logically speaking, jade nourishes man, and man nourishes jade, allowing one to cultivate at a faster pace. However, it is a pity that jade is of the cold attribute. It is still fine to come into contact with one or two pieces, but if one were to come into contact with too much of it, it would cause great damage to our white jade art. It isn't apparent at the start, but as the cold and heat clash for a prolonged period of time, it would form a unique hidden danger in one's body, and it would be passed down from generation to generation. This is also the reason why I have been stuck at Tongxian Realm Advanced Stage for so many years, unable to break through. City Lord Zhao Feng's talent back then wasn't inferior to Zhao Ye's. He was known as the Young Genius, and he reached Tongxian Realm in his 20s. However, it was a pity that he was unable to advance any further after reaching Tongxian Realm Advanced Stage. Even after more than a decade, he still hadn't made any progress. Initially, he thought that it was because he had used up all of his potential, but to think that it was a hidden danger that had been passed down from his ancestors due to spending all his time with the jade. Miss Zhang saw through this problem, so she intentionally altered the white jade art, causing the cold and heat to mix together. This way, the hidden danger in my body was completely removed. Without the hidden danger, coupled with the many years of accumulation, I managed to break through and reach Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. As Zhao Feng spoke, admiration could be seen in his eyes. Just by looking through the cultivation technique manual once and knowing that he was in Baiyu City, the other party was able to deduce all of this. Given Zhang Laosher's understanding of cultivation techniques and cultivation, even if he wasn't at the level of a Zhongsher, he wasn't too far from it. Since the hidden danger has been resolved, then the cultivation technique. Emperor Xianxia was still confused. Does your majesty want to ask why the cultivation method was destroyed? City Lord Zhao Feng chuckled. That cultivation technique was wrong in the first place. Its purpose was to help me get rid of the hidden danger. Now that the hidden danger has been removed, I'm afraid that I might really go berserk if I continue cultivating it. Therefore, Miss Zhang directly burned it. What she meant was that she could forget about this thing and there was no need for her to continue cultivating. I see. Only then did Emperor Xianxia come to a realization. The other party had made it sound easy, but he knew that it was definitely not easy. A cultivation method had been passed down for hundreds of years, and countless ancestors had studied it. Just by changing some of the methods to circulate true qi, he was able to eliminate the hidden dangers that had accumulated for generations. This kind of ability could no longer be described as terrifying. It was definitely terrifying. Not even the three master teachers were capable of such a feat. Father, your majesty, why are you here? While he was still in shock, he heard Zhao Ye's voice. The young boys and girls who were in the limelight today walked over. Oh, I paid a visit to Miss Zhang. Zhao Feng nodded. Aren't you going to participate in the freshman competition? Why? The previous competition was a teacher evaluation, and the only way to determine their ranking among the freshmen was through the freshman competition. Why did they return before the competition had even started? Given our current state, even if we wanted to fight, who would dare to compete with us? Zhao Ye spread her arms apart. That's true. Zhao Feng and Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Ye, Jing Yang, or Yuan Tao, they were able to stand against even Pishui realm experts. Given that they were stronger than most teachers, who would dare to compete with them, they would probably admit defeat the moment they saw them. Besides, given their strength, even if they were to become the champion of the freshman competition, there would be no glory to speak of. It would be better for them to withdraw from the competition. Right, father, have you met Miss Zhang? Do you need me to introduce her to you? Seeing the two standing at the entrance, Zhao Ye couldn't help but ask. I have already met your Miss Zhang. At this, Zhao Feng turned to his daughter and said, Xiaoya, it is your fortune to be able to come under Miss Zhang. In the future, you must be obedient and not throw a tantrum like your family. Xiaoya nodded her head. Also, Miss Zhang is a flood dragon of the heavens. He probably won't be able to stay in Tianqian Kingdom for long. If he wants you to follow him, you must grasp this opportunity tightly. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Zhao Feng switched to using telepathy to convey his words. Deep anticipation shone in his eyes as he said, perhaps. Only he can help you save your mother. Yes. Xiaoya clenched her fists tightly. Let's see how to use this insight crystal. The reason why he guided Zhao Feng was out of respect for Xiaoya. After the duo left, Xianxia lowered his head to look at the insight crystal in his palm. Logically speaking, with the Library of Heaven's path, he should be able to easily see through the problems and flaws of others in their cultivation. Even if he didn't possess the state of insight, it wouldn't matter. However, only those who possessed such talent and had reached 3 would be qualified to take the master teacher examination. Without the identity of a master teacher, he wouldn't be able to maintain his disguise for long. This was just like driving in his previous world. Without a driving license, even a racer would have to tread carefully on the road, fearing that he might be caught. More importantly, there were many books on Mingshi Tang. If he wanted to browse through them and raise his cultivation swiftly, he would have to possess the identity of a master teacher. Absorb. With a jolt of his mind, Zhang Xian's soul depth entered the 2nd level. As expected, he felt a refreshing sensation flowing through his body from his palm. The soul depth that he had expended previously was slowly recovering. It's really effective. Sensing the changes in his body, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He continued to immerse himself in absorbing the energy within the insight crystal greedily. After an unknown period of time, he finally felt the soul depth that he had expended previously recovering to around 0.1. However, after recovering to 0.1, he was unable to absorb any more energy. It was as though it was already full and unable to contain any more energy. Looks like without a cultivation technique, this thing is useless. It's just like without a cultivation technique, it's impossible to raise one's cultivation. Unable to absorb any more energy, Zhang Xian could only stop. In cultivation, the relationship between spiritual energy and jinqi was like flowing water, flowing from high to low. If one wanted to reverse the situation, one would have to make use of all kinds of methods, and cultivation technique was one of them. Even though the insight crystal could raise one's soul depth, without a cultivation technique to complement it, it was useless to the current him. Forget it, I'll stop studying it for now. Let's take a look at the Golden Book. Knowing that it was futile to dwell on it, Zhang Xian turned his attention to the Golden Book in the Library of Heaven's path. It appeared when those fellows were trying to clear his name. He hadn't had the time to examine it. Now that he had the time, he could study it once more. With a thought, the Golden Book appeared before him. Just like before, there was only a blank page. Whether it will appear to invoke gratitude or not is still something that needs further research. Just that, what is the use of this thing? Staring at the book before him, Zhang Xian was perplexed. The last time he was studying it, the book disappeared and he fell into a coma. When he woke up, the knowledge within the Library of Heaven's path had entered his mind, becoming his. Could it be that this seemingly awesome thing only had this little effect, but if that wasn't the case, there wasn't a single word or hint at all. Even Zhang Xian was getting more and more confused. I should try using the Library of Heaven's path. After studying it for a long time, Zhang Xian was still unable to make sense of it. Then, an idea popped up in his mind. He couldn't figure it out, but what about the Library of Heaven's path? Just like the poison gas from before, there wasn't anything that the Library of Heaven's path couldn't analyze. However, even though the Golden Book seemed to be in his hand, it was in his mind. He couldn't touch it physically, so he wasn't sure if he could form a book under such circumstances. Flaws. Grasping the book tightly, Zhang Xian probed it with his mind. He looked around, and it was just as he had guessed. It was impossible to see through the flaws of the book with one's mind. I can only guess using a crude method. After trying for a long time without any progress, Zhang Xian could only smile bitterly. Since that method didn't work, he could only make wild guesses on his own. Taking out a blank book, Xianxia wrote on a piece of paper. The Golden Book can only convert the knowledge in the library of Heaven's Path into the host's. Wang, an identical book formed in his mind. Flipping it open, he saw the flaws written on it. Converting knowledge is only one of its abilities, not the only one. There really is another use for it. Xianxia's eyes lit up. How could such an incredible book only have a single use for converting knowledge? It seemed like there were other uses for it. Just that, he could only rely on himself to guess what its uses were. The name of this book is The Golden Book. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia continued writing. Soon, a flaw appeared. Error in the name of the Golden Book. This book is called Book of Heaven's Path. Book of Heaven's Path? What a domineering name. But, just domineering isn't enough. I need to know what its uses are. Xianxia frowned. Since he already knew that one of its uses was to convert knowledge, what was the other? Is it possible to convert it into a cultivation technique that can raise my soul depth? Just as Xianxia was thinking about how he should experiment, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Since the Book of Heaven's Path was so formidable, would it be able to generate a cultivation technique that could raise his soul depth as well? Just as Xianxia's mind was wandering, the Golden Book before him suddenly shook violently, and a brilliant light shrouded the entire library of Heaven's Path. This time, Xianxia didn't fall unconscious. It didn't take long for him to recover. He hurriedly took a look, and just like before, the Golden Book was still there, just that the blank page had disappeared once more. Could it be that it has really created a cultivation technique that can raise my soul depth? He was just thinking about how to raise his soul depth, and the golden page was already used up. Could it be that the Library of Heaven's Path really has a secret art that can raise one's soul depth? With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia hurriedly looked around. After searching for a long time, he realized that the library was still filled with the same books. There was nothing new, and there were no cultivation technique manuals. Did I waste them for nothing? Xianxia felt awkward. If that was the case, he could only cry. Putting aside its other uses, just the fact that it could make the knowledge in the library his own was incredible. After all, if all the books in the kingdom's book collection vault were to become his knowledge, even if there weren't any profound theories, he would still be able to understand many occupations. In the end, everything was gone just like that. Was there a need to be such a scam? Unwilling to give up, Xianxia searched for a long time but was unable to find any cultivation technique manuals. Thus, he could only leave the library gloomily. The moment his consciousness left the library, he heard a commotion. I don't think that Miss Zhang is cultivating. What is she doing if not cultivating? Her eyes are tightly shut, and there isn't any movement at all? Could it be that she is asleep? If she is cultivating, there should be spiritual energy in the surroundings, but there isn't any at all. If she isn't cultivating, she isn't sleeping. Could it be that Miss Zhang? Miss Zhang, don't go, I can't bear to part with you. Before he could say anything, he was hugged by a fatty, and the shaking made him dizzy. Don't go, leave your head. My consciousness was too focused in the library, and I didn't pay attention to my surroundings. Why do you sound as though I have passed away? Black lines streaked across Xianxia's face, and he nearly went berserk. Shut up. With a cold bellow, Xianxia opened his eyes. Ah, Miss Zhang, you aren't dead? That's great, I thought you were dreaming. Seeing Miss Zhang's face gradually turning pale, Yuan Tao's voice grew softer and softer. When they entered the classroom, they saw Miss Zhang sitting motionlessly on the chair with her eyes tightly shut. Initially, they thought that she was resting, so they didn't pay much attention to it. However, after waiting for 10 minutes, there was no response at all. In fact, even after shouting a few times, there was no response at all. Thus, they panicked. They rushed over anxiously, and this time, the previous scene occurred. Just as Xianxia was about to teach Yuan Tao a lesson, he saw Xingyang walking over. Teacher, Wang Chao Laosher and Master Wang Chong have been waiting outside for a long time. Do you want to meet them? Wang Chao? Wang Chong? Let them in. Xianxia waved his hand. Wang Chong and his unfilial son, Wang Chao, pay their respects to Miss Zhang. The moment he entered, Wang Chong lowered his posture. Xianxia knew that he must be apologizing for his son, so he didn't say anything. Although this Wang Chao had targeted him time and time again, he had not caused any substantial damage. Frankly speaking, he was not a bad person. The reason why he had targeted him was because he wanted to stand up for his good friend. Since even Lu Sun was willing to forgive him, this fellow was nothing to him. As for Wang Chao, he initially harbored hostility toward Zhang Xian. However, upon hearing that Wang Chong was willing to impart the Heaven's Path spear art to him, his entire body trembled in agitation. He had seen the prowess of the Heaven's Path spear art clearly from his seat as the chairman, and his heart was itching to learn it. Now that he had received permission to learn it, his resentment toward this Miss Zhang had turned into admiration and gratitude. After the duo left, clan head Wang Hong, clan head Bai Ming, and the others paid their respects. Following which, under the dumbfounded gazes of Xiaoye and the others, the principal, Elder Tian, guild leader Ouyang, Shenbai Ru Laosher, Hanqiong Laosher, the previously secluded and narrow classroom, where not even a shadow could be seen, had now become the center of the entire academy. Every single one of high status and influential figures in Tianxian Academy came running over to pay their respects. Zhang Xian hated dealing with such matters. However, since they had specially paid a visit, he couldn't chase them away. Thus, he could only bite the bullet. However, it was fortunate that these people seemed to know that he wasn't too fond of them, so they didn't stay for long before leaving. Zhang Xian, are you leaving Hongtian Academy? Shenbai Ru, who was the last to enter, stayed for a moment before asking. Initially, as the number one beauty of the academy, she was a brilliant teacher, and it was natural for her to have nothing to do with such a low-level teacher. Who could have known that Zhang Xian would make such a name for himself in less than 20 days, even becoming the senior of the 3 master teachers? With such a bright future ahead of him, a small place like Hongtian Academy wouldn't be able to accommodate him. It was only a matter of time before he went further and further away. Understanding all of this, her heart ached. Even though the two of them were only colleagues, the young man before her was the first person who had piqued her curiosity and attention. If she were to leave just like that, she would feel a little reluctant. Oblivious to the chaotic thoughts in the girl's mind, Zhang Xian nodded his head. The reason why he was staying in the academy was because of his students. Now that they had matured, he had obtained the qualification to become a star teacher and apprentice, and his cultivation had reached Tongxian realm pinnacle. It was about time for him to explore the world. More importantly, he wanted to resolve the poison aura in his body as soon as possible. Otherwise, anyone would feel uncomfortable carrying a ticking time bomb with them all the time. They didn't want to die so soon after coming back to life, and before they could even enjoy their new life. Then, where are you going? Beiwu Kingdom? Upon hearing the confirmation, Shenbai Ru couldn't help but ask. Even though she was reluctant to part with him, she knew that the gap between the two of them would only grow wider in the future, and it would be impossible for them to meet ever again. In the end, they were people from 2 different worlds. No, I want to go to Tianwu Kingdom. Zhang Xian replied. There was a high chance that the poison temple could be found in Tianwu Kingdom's Red Lotus Ridge. Since he was leaving Tianxian, naturally, he had to take a look. Tier 1 Tianwu Kingdom? So far away? Shenbai Ru was taken aback. Even though the 2 kingdoms are adjacent to each other, they are actually several tens of thousands of kilometers apart. How are you going to get there? I'm still considering it. Zhang Xian hesitated. Through the geographical maps in the book collection vault, Zhang Xian knew that the continent he was on was vast and boundless, and he had no idea how vast it was. The other party was right. Even though Tianwu Kingdom seemed to be adjacent to Tianxian, they were actually several tens of thousands of kilometers apart. Even the fastest steed would require several months of travel to reach the other. If not for the distance, a small place like Tianxian would have long been annexed by powerful countries. How could they allow it to exist independently? By the side, Han Qiong stretched her back lazily and interjected with a smile. What's there to consider? You can just ride on the Beast Mount at the Beast Hall. Beast Hall? Beast Mount? Just like the Apothecary Guild and Blacksmith Guild, the Beast Hall is also known as the Beast Tamer Guild. It's an organization formed by beast tamers. They have tamed innumerable aerial savage beasts to serve as a means of transportation, and they are known as beast mounts. Even though Tianwu Kingdom is far from here, riding on a beast mount will only take a few days. Han Xiong said. Oh? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the same as the planes in his previous life? Han Xiong, don't spout nonsense. Shen Bairu rolled her eyes. The lightning beast mount you speak of is said to possess the strength of a Xianxia realm expert, and there's only one of them in the entire beast hall. Only highly esteemed master teachers or official beast tamers are qualified to ride on it. The ones that we usually ride on are extremely slow, and it's already not bad if we can fly 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers in a day. Shen Laosher is right. Not just anyone can ride on a lightning beast mount. Even apprentice master teachers aren't qualified to ride on it. Han Xiong nodded. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. If anyone could ride on such a fast beast, then it wouldn't be a privilege anymore. Thus, he didn't pursue the matter and continued asking. Is there a beast hall in Tianxian Kingdom? He had seen the Apothecary Guild, Blacksmith Guild, and Teacher Guild, but he had never heard of a beast hall. Even though he hadn't spent too much time in the capital after his reincarnation, his previous self had grown up here. If there really was a beast hall, he would have long heard of it. How could he possibly be ignorant? There is a beast hall, but it isn't located in the capital. Instead, it's located in a mountain range not too far away. Shen Bairu chuckled lightly. You should know that savage beasts like to live a carefree life, and the mountains are their natural habitat. If the beast hall were to be built in the capital, many people would be frightened by the sight of savage beasts flying around. You're right. Zhang Xian nodded. Savage beasts were ferocious, and without a large enough environment, they wouldn't be able to survive for more than a few days if they were kept in cages. It was just like how wild rabbits and wild boars were difficult to domesticate. Why? You want to look for the beast hall? Do you need me to bring you there? I've been there several times, and I know the location of the beast hall very well. I have some acquaintances there, and if I bring you there, they might be able to help you find a good aerial savage beast. Han Xiong Laosher smiled. Humph. Hearing her good friend's blatant words, Shen Bairu frowned. Miss Zhang, don't listen to her nonsense. If you really want to go to the beast hall, I can bring you there. I'll have to trouble Shen Laosher then. Faced with this alluring Han Laosher, Zhang Xian felt a headache coming on. He clasped his fist and said, I'll have to trouble Shen Laosher then. Compared to her, he felt more comfortable with Shen Laosher. Besides, no matter what, the two of them were rather familiar with each other. All right. Shen Bairu nodded her head. When do we set off? So that I can make some preparations? I have a public lecture tomorrow, and I'll be leaving right after that. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian said. It was best for him to resolve the poison aura in his body as soon as possible. Since he had already decided to leave, there was no need for him to hesitate any longer. All right, I'll be making preparations then. Shen Laosher nodded her head before leaving with Han Xiong. The moment they left the classroom, Shen Bairu turned to look at Han Xiong and asked, Han Laosher, it can't be that you are interested in Miss Zhang? Me? Han Xiong looked at Shen Bairu with a smile. I should be the one asking you that question, right? I was just testing you to see how you would react. To think that you would agree to bring him there. Hee hee, this shouldn't be something that a cold beauty like School Belshan should do. Shen Bairu's face reddened. I know that you might have feelings for him. To be honest, anyone would be interested in such an outstanding man, but, Han Xiong shook her head. Instead of the frivolous attitude she had before, there was a grim look in her eyes. To possess strength and talent, and to be able to ignore the gains and losses, enduring for so long. As long as he doesn't die, it's only a matter of time before he shocks the world. This kind of person, we aren't worthy of him. Oblivious to the thoughts of Shen Bairu and the others, Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella, contemplating what he should do before leaving. At this moment, he suddenly saw a group of eyes surrounding him. Miss Zhang, don't abandon us. You want to go to Tianwu Kingdom? Bring us along. We want to go with teacher. They were Xiaoya, Xingyang, and the others. They had heard the conversation between Xianxia and Shen Bairu and the others, and intense anticipation surfaced in their eyes. You want to go with me? Xianxia glanced at them and said, you have to consider this carefully. I want to go to a kingdom of a higher tier, and this isn't a game. There are many powerful experts there, and there will be many unknown dangers. The slightest carelessness could bring disaster upon you, or even death. We know. The few of them replied resolutely. Even though they had only interacted with Miss Zhang for a short period of time, they knew that she was sincere and devoted to them without asking for anything in return. In their hearts, they had already developed a teacher-student relationship with her. There's no need to rush into a decision. I'll give you a night to consider. Give me your answer tomorrow. Xianxia waved his hands. Honestly speaking, it wasn't just the other party. After teaching these students for so long, Xianxia had developed feelings for them as well. If he were to bring them along, he hoped that they would consider it carefully and willingly. Furthermore, even if he were to bring them along, he wouldn't allow them to follow behind him. After all, the Red Lotus Ridge could be the nest of the poison masters, and it was extremely dangerous. Even he couldn't guarantee his own safety, needless to say, these half-baked fellows. Miss Zhang, I don't need to consider. Everything I have now is given to me by you. I'll follow you wherever you go. Yuan Tao shook his head and kneeled onto the floor. Determination reflected in his eyes. He was an orphan without any cultivation resources, and he was originally the weakest student in the academy. It was Miss Zhang who guided him step by step, giving him the best cultivation technique, the best pills, and the best guidance. Only then did he reach his current level of strength. Thus, there was no need for him to consider. He would follow wherever Miss Zhang went. Me too, Miss Zhang, please don't chase us away. We are willing to be your students, for the rest of our lives. The second person to kneel down was actually the usually weak Wang Ying. Miss Zhang, please bring us along. Then, Xiaoya, Xingyang, and Lu Yang followed suit and knelt down. Their eyes were firm and unshakable. Even though his 5 students were young and tender, they still had the determination to die without regret. Even though Xianxia had lived 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. I can bring you all away, but you can't travel with me. I'll have Lu Shi and the others bring you all to Tianwu Royal City. When I'm done with my business, I'll look for you. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. As long as he could resolve the poison in his body, he would surely head to Tianwu Royal City's Mingshi Tang Academy to take the master teacher examination. With the protection of Lu Shi and the others, it should be much safer for them to head over first. Thank you, teacher. Hearing that Xianxia was willing to bring them along, the 5 of them were so excited that their eyes reddened. Actually, they didn't know how the decision they made today would affect the future of the continent, and how far the 5 of them had reached. Alright, you all should return and prepare. After leaving Tianqian Kingdom, we don't know when we'll be able to return. Xianxia waved his hands. Yes. The 5 of them nodded their heads and left. After making arrangements for his students, Xianxia returned to his residence. Upon seeing Lu Ling and the others waiting for him, he told them that he would be leaving soon, and they couldn't help but feel sad. After which, he had them take out their cultivation techniques and offered them some pointers. In the end, Lu Ling was the first to achieve a breakthrough to Zhongshe realm. Xingfei had just achieved a breakthrough not too long ago, so it was difficult for him to improve in such a short period of time. However, Zhuangxian's improvement was huge as well. As long as he reinforced his cultivation, he should be able to reach Zhongshe realm within half a month. After instructing the 3 master teachers to take care of that direct disciple, Xianxia called Sun Cheng over. Old master, don't leave me behind. I want to follow behind you. Upon entering, Sun Cheng immediately kneeled on the floor. Just like Yuan Tao, he didn't have an impressive background. Before meeting Xianxia, he was just an insignificant figure in Tianyu trading firm who rented out a house. He didn't have any standing to speak of. It was all thanks to the person before him that he was able to achieve his current respectable status. His heart was filled with gratitude and reluctance. If you really want to follow me, head to Hongtian Academy to look for Xianxia Laoshi and serve him loyally. I'll come back to take a look when I'm free. Xianxia said. Even though Sun Chang's cultivation wasn't high, he was an expert in business. After becoming a master teacher, he would be in charge of more and more matters, and he would need someone to manage them. Knowing this fellow's background, he was a good choice. Yes. Hearing that the old master didn't intend to abandon him, Sun Chang nodded his head in excitement. Your current cultivation is still too low. This is a cultivation technique that I specially created for you. Cultivate it well. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll have the strength to match your status. Passing over a secret manual, Xianxia stared at the fatty before him and said seriously, Don't disappoint me. Old master, I'll work hard. Sun Chang's face turned grim. The old master was right. His strength was his weakness. As the butler of a master teacher, he was only at fighter 4 Dampiga realm. He was simply too weak. It was one thing for him to muddle through his days in the past, but if he wanted to follow the old master in the future, he wouldn't be able to do so without sufficient strength. You can leave now. After arranging everything, it was already deep into the night. There was still a public lecture to be held tomorrow, so Xianxia didn't cultivate and went straight to bed. Even though he was still perplexed as to where the Book of Heaven's path had gone, he couldn't do anything about it. Lu Sun was the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Lu clan, one of the 4 great clans of Tianxian City. At the age of 23, he had already reached Pishui realm primary stage. More importantly, his teacher was a 1-star master teacher in Jinyang Kingdom, and he had a deep understanding of cultivation. After studying abroad for 3 years, he had rushed all the way back to the Lu clan. Just as he was about to push open the door and enter, he saw his clansmen rushing out of the Lu clan. Hurry up, or else it will be too late. Indeed, we have to hurry. This is a good opportunity. If we miss it, we will definitely regret it for life. Those who came out were all from the younger generation, but there were also middle-aged men in their 30s. Every single one of them was holding a book and a brush in their hands, and anxiety could be seen on their faces. What is going on? Is someone trying to cause trouble for our Lu clan? Seeing their expressions, Lu Sun frowned. Driving his Xianxia, he put his guard up. However, the thought flashed through his mind and he quickly discarded it. If someone were to cause trouble for them, the upper echelons of the Lu clan would definitely be here. It was impossible for it to be just the younger generation. More importantly, if they were to fight, what was the use of holding a book and a brush? After all, they couldn't possibly use a brush to paint the enemy's face with ink. Cousin Lu Sun, you're back. Just as he was perplexed, a young lady walked up to him. What are you all? Yuer was his cousin, and they grew up together. It was said that she had just entered the True Martial Academy this year and became Lu Sun Laosher's student. She had a bright future ahead of her. Oh, Xianxia Laosher is going to conduct a public lecture, so we are going to listen to it. Since you're back, why don't you come along as well? Yuer smiled. Xianxia Laosher? Lu Sun frowned. That trash of a teacher you mentioned in your letter? What's so good about his lecture? Even though he had been away from Tianxian Kingdom for quite some time, he was still aware of the happenings here. Xianxia was the first from the bottom in history. Even if one was several thousand kilometers away, he would have heard of it. He isn't trash, he is a true star teacher. Yuer tugged on his hand. Let's hurry up. Otherwise, we won't be able to find a good location. Won't be able to find a good location? There's a lecture so early in the morning? Lu Sun asked in bewilderment. It's not early in the morning, it's noon. Noon? Lu Sun nearly fainted. It wouldn't be too late for them to head there at noon. Why are they in such a hurry when the sun has just risen? Just listen to me and hurry up. I'll tell you the details when we arrive. Yuer anxiously walked in the direction of Hongtian Academy. Seeing how anxious she and her clan members were, Lu Sun couldn't hold himself back anymore and followed closely behind. Those are from the Bai clan? Not too long later, they saw a group of people rushing over as well. There were even more people than them. Not only were they from the younger generation, even a few white-bearded elders were among them. Their eyes were gleaming, as though there was a huge treasure waiting for them to unearth. With just a glance, Lu Sun recognized them. They were from the Bai clan, one of the 4 great clans. That is. Clan head Bai Ming? He is here as well? Perplexed, Lu Xun turned to look at the person leading the group. Upon seeing his appearance, his entire body trembled. It was clan head Bai Ming. He didn't expect him to be leading the group in the same direction as his cousin and the others. That is. Clan head Wang Hong? Before he could recover from his shock, another group of people appeared not too far away. They were also heading toward Hongtian Academy. He recognized the person leading the group, clan head Wang Hong of the 4 great clans. It was said that clan head Wang Hong had always been proud and powerful. He was the leader of the 4 great clans. Why would he be here as well? Furthermore, he was holding a book and a brush in his hands. Do clans do Miaoshuan? Do Yuan? And the younger generation of the Du clan? After walking for a while more, he saw the members of the Du clan. Just like the others, they were also holding onto a book and a brush, and they were all rushing forward excitedly. To think that the 4 great clans would be gathered here. Lu Xun felt his head spinning and he was about to collapse. What is going on? Unable to hold himself back, he turned to his cousin. They are all here to listen to Miss Zhang's lecture. Said. Listen to her lecture? Could it be that this Miss Zhang is a master teacher? Lu Xun was perplexed. Other than a master teacher, he couldn't think of anyone who could have such charisma to make the clan heads of the 4 great clans of the capital personally lead a group here. He isn't a master teacher. Shook her head. He isn't? Then. Perplexed, Lu Xun was just about to ask why so many people were rushing over if he wasn't a master teacher when a young lady's voice sounded. Even though he isn't a master teacher, he is a master teacher. Senior. The eldest senior of a master teacher? It was one thing if he hadn't heard the explanation, but after hearing it, he was even more confused. Lu Xun felt as though he was going crazy. As a student, he knew how high the standing of a master teacher was. Even the emperor of Tianxian Kingdom wouldn't dare to act presumptuously before them. With a single word, they could massacre an entire city and destroy a country. This was a master teacher, the eldest senior of such a person. Are you for real? When did such an incredible figure appear in Tianxian Kingdom? In that instant, he subconsciously thought that the other party was definitely not the Xianxia that he knew of. That person was trash, and this was the eldest senior of a master teacher. How could he possibly compare? With such thoughts running wild in his mind, he followed behind Xianxia into Hongtian Academy. Countless people had gathered in the academy, and every single one of them was holding a brush and paper in their hands as they headed toward the dueling ring excitedly. This is the famous Lone Ranger of the kingdom, Ashen Swordsman by Song? The saber master Zhu Hongyi who dared to laugh at the world? The old master Zhao who shook the world with a single saber strike? The Yi Tianxiong who shook the world with a single arm? Are you certain that these people are here to listen to the lecture? Recognizing quite a few of them, Lu Xun's heart twitched, and he nearly fainted. These were all influential figures who had been famous in Tianxian Kingdom for a very long time. Even his father, the clan head of the Lu clan, had to treat them with respect. In fact, even the emperor would find it difficult to invite them over. Yet, at this moment, they were holding brushes and books in their hands, overjoyed. What kind of public lecture was this? That's right. Nodded her head excitedly. Yesterday, Miss Zhang said that she would be lecturing on the basics of cultivation, and this news spread far and wide. Thus, all of these people came. Wait a moment, you said that you are going to lecture on the basics of cultivation? Lu Xun staggered, and he nearly fainted. The basics of cultivation usually talked about how to cultivate, how to gather spiritual energy, and how to use spiritual energy to temper one's body. Generally speaking, it was only useful for those below Fighter 2 Dan. What in the world were these elders, clan heads, and Tongshan realm experts doing here? Are you sure that they are here to listen to the basic knowledge class and not to commit murder and arson? Yes, I was very close to the competition stage at that time, so I heard everything clearly. Nodded. Thinking of Miss Zhang's tall and heroic figure yesterday, she couldn't help but be fascinated. Countless Tongshan realm experts came to listen to a lesson on the basics of cultivation. Why did Lu Xun find it inconceivable? As expected, I'm late. Just as he was overwhelmed with shock and disbelief, he suddenly heard his cousin exclaiming in shock. He couldn't help but raise his head to look, and his eyes narrowed once more. Hongtian Academy's spacious dueling ground, which could accommodate up to 10,000 people, was already filled with people. There were even quite a few of them who had laid down their mattresses on the ground. From the looks of it, they had been waiting here since yesterday. The ones squeezing in front are teachers of the academy? Sitting at the very front of the crowd were the teachers of the academy. Although they weren't sleeping on the floor, the heavy dew on their bodies showed that they had been waiting here for an entire night. Previously, he thought that his cousin and the others were too anxious, rushing here to listen to the afternoon lesson at daybreak. Never in his dreams could he have imagined that the teachers of the academy would wait for an entire night just to listen to the lesson. There are no more seats left, so we can only stand, Yuer said with a tearful face. There was already a huge crowd in front of them. Other than the teachers and students of Hongtian Academy, there were also representatives from the various powers in Tianxian Royal City. If not for the fact that they knew that someone was going to give a lecture, they would have suspected that a riot had broken out and that they were trying to overthrow the kingdom. Yuer, what kind of person is Elder Xianxia? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Lu Xun turned to look at his cousin once more. Her eyes had already turned from blank to passionate. Elder? Elder? That's right. Lu Xun nodded his head. In his view, even his teacher wouldn't be able to attract so many people to listen to a lesson on the basics of cultivation. This Miss Zhang was the senior of a master teacher. Even if he wasn't a master teacher, he was definitely not young. It wouldn't be wrong to address him as elder or elder. Cough cough, Xianxia Laosher isn't even 20 yet, he isn't even older than you. Seeing his serious expression, Yuer's face reddened. Not even 20 yet? Lu Xun froze. Not even 20 yet. A senior of a master teacher. So many people were willing to wait for an entire night just to listen to a public lecture? Lu Xun felt as though his view of the world had been refreshed. Unable to hold it in any longer, he asked, Can you tell me more about this Miss Zhang? If you want to talk about this Miss Zhang, you have to start from the envoy evaluation, oh, no, from the cultivation of the student she taught going berserk. Before he could finish his words, a commotion sounded in front of him. Lifting his head to take a look, he saw 3 elders walking over with widened strides. Wherever they went, the crowd would open up a path for them. Is that Beishu Kingdom's Lushur and Zhuangshur? And Hanwu Kingdom's Xingshur? Lu Xun recognized the 3 figures upon seeing them. As a student of a master teacher, he was fortunate enough to meet the 3 of them once. Back then, the master teacher who taught him treated them respectfully, admitting that he was inferior to them. To think that they would come to Tianxian Kingdom, and could it be that they are here to listen to my lecture as well? The intense shock left him in a daze. Indeed, Miss Zhang is their senior. Yuer nodded. There. Lu Xun burst into tears. He thought that he would be able to brag about his 3 years of studying under a master teacher, but now he realized that he was nothing at all. To become a star teacher before 20, and on top of that, he was the senior of 3 master teachers. What kind of person was this Miss Zhang? By the time Xianxia woke up, it was already close to noon. He had Sun Chong prepare some food for him, and after a hearty meal, he strolled back to the academy. Initially, he thought that no one would come since it wasn't time yet. However, when he arrived at the dueling ring, he was shocked to see that it was completely packed. There were simply too many people who requested to acknowledge him as their teacher yesterday. Left with no choice, he agreed to a public lecture. Initially, he thought that no one would come. After all, it was just a lecture on the basics, and it was only effective for those beneath Xianxia realm. But why was there such a huge crowd? Pardon me, can you let me pass? After circling around the dueling ring, unable to find an entrance, Xianxia couldn't help but pat the shoulder of a young man. Go in? Why? You want to cut the queue? I've been queuing up since morning. If I want to listen to Teacher Zhang's lecture, I have to queue at the back. The young man waved his hands impatiently. Honestly speaking, Lu Xun felt stifled. This fellow was too blind. He and his younger sister had been queuing up since morning, but they could only stand at the outer perimeter. Yet, you came at noon, and you want me to move aside. You must be joking, there are so many people around, and you want me to move aside? Do you think that I'm a pushover? Besides, even if I move aside, will you be able to enter? Hugh at the back? Xianxia had a bizarre expression on his face. Where did these fellows pop out from? That's right. You either came early or queue up. To think that you want to cut the queue. Brother, don't blame me for not warning you. Even if I allow you to enter, the people inside will beat you to death. Lu Xun said seriously. After hearing Xianxia Laoshir's story, he was filled with admiration. At the same time, he finally understood why so many people rushed here to listen to Xianxia's lecture. The direct disciple of a 2-star master teacher was able to raise a 1-dan Jushi realm student to a Pixue realm pinnacle expert in just half a month's time. Regardless of which one it was worthy of countless people coming here. Even if they weren't here to learn, they could make use of this opportunity to get on his good side. If Xianxia were to come personally, that would be perfect. In truth, these Tongxian realm experts weren't here to listen to Xianxia's lecture. Rather, they were here to try to get on his good side, and perhaps even to contact Xianxia. After all, a word from a direct disciple was much more effective than a butler. Cough cough, don't worry, they won't beat me. Seeing that he had met a fellow who didn't recognize him, Xianxia could only shake his head helplessly. They won't? Seeing that the other party didn't believe his words, Lu Xun was displeased. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Fine, I'll let you in. Don't blame me for not warning you when you get beaten up. Thank you. Seeing Lu Xun step aside, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He took a step forward, but just as he was about to continue walking, a lady in front of him seemed to have heard the commotion and turned around. Ah, Miss Zhang, you're here. The lady's face reddened. Everyone can add Lao's official account and search for Sweeping the World on WeChat. On the night of the 30th, Lao will be performing a song for everyone. Also, it's the end of the month, and since everyone has a monthly ticket, why don't you vote for it? There's a lot of people following closely behind. Thank you to Alliance Head. I like to read happily for your tip, and for the first update. Xianxia nodded his head and walked forward. The loud voice of the lady attracted the attention of quite a few people. Hearing that someone was about to conduct a lecture, they immediately opened up a path for her. He is Miss Zhang? Seeing the young man whom he had taught a lesson walking up the stage, Lu Xun's mouth twitched violently. Didn't they say that Miss Zhang was close to 20? Why does she look so young? More importantly, for such a huge public lecture and such a grand occasion, it would be best for him to dress more formally. Dressed in casual clothes, his entire body wasn't even worth a single gold coin. Aren't you being too casual? Thinking that he was being accused of cutting the queue, Lu Xun felt like crying. If he didn't cut the queue, what kind of lecture would they be here for? Would they be drinking the northwest wind? However, he didn't hesitate for too long before coming to a stop. This was because Zhang Laoshir's lecture was about to begin. Her voice was transmitted through Xianxia. Even though it was a public square filled with tens of thousands of people, every single word sounded clearly in one's ears. Initially, Lu Xun didn't think much of it. After all, he had been listening to the lectures of master teachers for the past 3 years, and he was already used to it. However, it didn't take long for his face to redden. His eyes gleamed as though he was drinking divine wine. Even though Miss Zhang was only lecturing on the basics of Jushi realm and Dantian realm, she was able to explain the essence of cultivation in simple terms. Upon hearing her words, the Xianxia in one's body would naturally be drawn in and circulate according to her instructions. After a moment of circulation, one would feel a sense of comfort throughout his body. His cultivation, which he found difficult to advance previously, actually began to increase slightly. Even though it was only a slight increase, it was equivalent to several days of hard work. To be able to raise one's cultivation just by listening to the basics. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Even his teacher's lecture was unable to achieve such a feat. Astonished, he couldn't help but look at the others. Only then did he realize that everyone was immersed in the lecture. This was especially so for Yuer and the others, who were only at Jushi realm. Following his instructions, they drove their Xianxia, causing spiritual energy to surge toward them. Every single one of them had improved tremendously. There were also quite a few who had reached a bottleneck and achieved a breakthrough. Could this be the legendary impartation of heaven's will? Lu Xun's pupils shrank as he clenched his fists. Legend had it that some high-ranking great teachers would be able to form a unique field of aura when they explained the content that was in line with the most fundamental true meaning of cultivation. In this field of aura, the learner would involuntarily circulate their inner chi according to the teacher's words, and from then on, they would unknowingly improve. He had heard his teacher mention this before, but it was a pity that even he had never succeeded. It was said that even 3-star and 4-star master teachers would find it difficult to achieve such a feat, yet a star teacher who wasn't even 20 yet did it. Am I seeing things? That's right, it's the impartation of heaven's will. Even though it's only the most basic form of it, it's the real deal. He could not believe it, but Lu Ling and the others at the front suddenly stood up. Their pupils constricted, and their snow-white beards trembled. Impartation of heaven's will isn't an ability unique to master teachers. For it to appear, there are 2 conditions that must be fulfilled. First of all, the content of the explanation pointed directly to the true meaning of cultivation, without the slightest mistake. Secondly, the lecturer must possess the state of insight's heart like still water and have a scale of 3 or above. Xianxia's mouth widened in shock. Impartation of heaven's will was different from bewitchment in battle techniques. Instead of bewitchment, one's words were naturally aligned with the true meaning of the great Tao, thus drawing in the formless energy in the world. The reason why master teachers were revered was because of this ability. Impartation of heaven's will. In order to induce the impartation of heaven's will, even if the lecturer knew the true meaning of cultivation, he would still have to possess the state of insight's soul depth. Without a soul depth of 3, it was impossible for so many people to fall into a trance. Could it be that he has already broken through heart like still water and reached 3? Xingfei widened his eyes in bewilderment. It was just yesterday that this fellow knew nothing about soul depth. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his soul depth had already reached 3, even though the requirement to take the master teacher examination was to have a soul depth of 3, not everyone would be able to reach this level right after a breakthrough. Take the few of them for example. When they first broke through, their soul depth was only around 1.5. They had to cultivate under the tutelage of master teachers for a long period of time before they were finally qualified to take the master teacher examination. Yet, this fellow only knew about it yesterday, and he was already making a breakthrough today. Do you have to be so fast? For others, making a breakthrough is as difficult as killing someone. Yet, for you, it is as simple as eating and drinking. Since his soul depth has reached 3 and he possesses the abilities of a painter and an apothecary, it seems like our senior is already qualified to take the master teacher examination. Lu Ling exclaimed in agitation. Previously, he was still thinking that even if Xianxia was qualified to take the master teacher examination, it would take him quite some time. After all, one's soul depth required time to temper. Yet, in just a single night, not only did the other party achieve a breakthrough in heart like still water, his soul depth had even reached 3. What is a genius? This is what one is. Compared to him, all of the formidable figures they had met before were nothing more than weaklings. It was no wonder why he was able to become Xianxia's direct disciple. His talent was truly astounding. While the few of them were shocked, the crowd below was mesmerized. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia finally came to a stop. Thank you, Miss Zhang, for your guidance. Waking up from their trance, everyone knew that they had benefited greatly from Xianxia's teachings. Thus, they hurriedly kowtowed to him. From today onward, Miss Zhang was already half a teacher to them. This was a friendship that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Otherwise, they would be disdained by everyone and would not be tolerated by morality. Xianxia didn't expect the effects to be so good. It was completely different from when he was lecturing Xingyang, Xiaoya, and the others. Nodding his head in satisfaction, he walked down from the dueling ring and was immediately surrounded by Lu Ling and the others. Senior apprentice brother, can I check your soul depth? Lu Ling's body trembled in agitation. Soul depth? Not expecting the other party to ask about this, Xianxia's face turned awkward. He felt so ashamed that he wanted to dig a hole. Forget it, my soul depth is too low. It's better for me not to embarrass myself. If the others were to know that his soul depth was only 0.1, they would definitely laugh their heads off. It was better for him not to embarrass himself. Too low? Lu Ling and the others swayed. A soul depth exceeding 3 is considered low. Furthermore, what do you mean by that embarrassed look of yours? Do you think that a soul depth of 3 isn't worth mentioning? The heck, if other master-teacher apprentices were to achieve a soul depth of 3 and above, they would immediately be elated, thinking that they were a once-in-a-century genius. Yet, you are so embarrassed that you can't even show your face. I'm sorry, senior, aren't your expectations a little too high? To be able to recite the importation of heaven's will, it means that your soul depth has exceeded 3. I would like to see. What is senior soul depth? Suppressing the urge to spurt blood, Lu Ling said. What is the importation of heaven's will? Xianxia blinked his eyes. Lu Ling and the others staggered, and tears streamed down their cheeks. It was truly impossible to compare one person to another. Master teachers like them had worked hard their entire lives, but even so, they were unable to recite a single importation of heaven's will. Yet, this fellow was able to recite one that even they didn't know. Suppressing the stifled feeling in his heart, Xianxia explained the importation of heaven's will in detail. Only then did he see the young man opposite him widening his eyes in disbelief. You're saying that my soul depth has reached at least 3? Xianxia was stunned. When he tested it yesterday, his soul depth was only 0.1. How did it suddenly reach above 3? Indeed. Senior, did you not test your soul depth when you broke through Heart of Tranquil Water? Facing this ignorant senior of theirs, Lu Ling and the others felt like they were going to faint. When others achieved a breakthrough, they would make a huge fuss about it so that everyone would know about it. Yet, this fellow was acting so ignorant that he didn't even know about it. Wasn't he being too low profile? Could it be the golden page? Paying no heed to the looks of admiration on their faces, Xianxia suddenly recalled a matter. Yesterday, the golden page disappeared, but he didn't find any use for it. Could it be that it increased his soul depth? That was highly possible. That was the Book of Heaven's Path. Since he was able to assimilate all of the knowledge in the Library of Heaven's Path, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to raise his soul depth. At this point, Xianxia glanced at the expectant faces of the crowd. Flicking his wrist, he took out the Stone of Insight. He drove his consciousness. Weng, a line of words appeared on the Stone of Insight. Before Xianxia could take a look at it, Lu Ling and the others stared at him blankly, as though they were looking at a monster. Senior apprentice brother, your mental state, Lu Ling, Xianxia, and Jingfei trembled as though they were convulsing. What's wrong? Seeing the dumbfounded looks on the trio, Xianxia couldn't help but lower his head to take a look. With a single glance, he was taken aback as well. A few clear numbers had appeared on the jade stone, 5. 1, 5, 1. This time, not only did the others have such an expression, even Xianxia was on the verge of fainting. He had tested it many times yesterday, and the highest was 0.1. Why did it suddenly rise to 5? 1, could it be that that golden page raised my soul depth by 5, 0? Xianxia's mouth twitched. His eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. He knew that the Book of Heaven's Path was incredible, but he didn't expect it to be this incredible. What mind state cultivation technique? What enlightenment crystal? Before this thing, all of them were nothing more than trash. To raise his soul depth by 5.0 in an instant. If word were to spread, he would surely be scared to death. A soul depth of 3 qualifies one to take the 1-star Master Teacher examination. A soul depth of 6 qualifies one to take the 2-star Master Teacher examination. To be able to raise one's soul depth to 5.1 right after comprehending Heart of Tranquil Water, as long as he learns the cultivation technique, he would probably be able to take the 2-star Master Teacher examination in a few years. Recovering from the shock, Lu Ling and the others' faces flushed in agitation. When they first comprehended Heart of Tranquil Water, their soul depth was only around 1.5, yet, this fellow before them had a soul depth of 5.1. With such talent, as long as he cultivated diligently, he would be able to leave them in the dust in a few years' time. By then, he would even be able to take the 2-star master teacher examination. As expected, there was a huge gap between geniuses and mortals. Teacher. While they were still in shock, Lu Xun parted the crowd and walked up to them. Previously, he didn't attend Xianxia's lecture. It wasn't that he was disrespectful, but that he was on the verge of a breakthrough and he couldn't afford to be distracted. How is it? Upon seeing him, Lu Ling and the others immediately turned to look at him. Teacher told me yesterday that it was because I was too headstrong and placed too much stress on my father that I was unable to reach Heart of Tranquil Water. After thinking about it, I came to a realization and reconciled with my father. As expected, my sealed soul depth began to loosen, and eventually, I successfully achieved a breakthrough. At this, confidence returned to Lu Xun's eyes. All along, he had been unable to raise his soul depth to the level of Heart of Tranquil Water. Initially, he thought that it was due to his lack of accumulation. However, after Lu Shi's guidance, he realized that it was because he was too obsessed. He didn't expect that after improving the relationship between father and son, he would break through as he wished, to reach Heart of Tranquil Water in his 20s. In the entire Tianqian kingdom, he could probably be considered as having broken the record. He had always been beaten by this Xianxia to the point that he could not breathe. Now that he was the first to break through heart like still water, he should be able to hold his head high. With his back ramrod straight, Lu Xun wore a warm smile on his face. Have you taken the test? What's the scale? Hearing that Zhang Xian had achieved a breakthrough, Lu Ling couldn't help but ask in delight. It's been tested. Lu Xun chuckled lightly. The excitement in his eyes was hard to conceal. Teacher said that if one can reach 1.0 upon reaching Heart of Tranquil Water, there is a 50% chance that one will become a master teacher in the future. At 1.5, there is a 70% chance that one will succeed. As for me, I am. He paused for a moment and looked around. It's 1.8. Placing his hands behind his back, Lu Xun thought that after announcing his results, the 3 master teachers would be shocked and excited. After all, his score was even higher than the 3 master teachers when they were young. Who knew that after hearing his results, they would respond with an "oh," and ignore him? Instead, they turned to look at Zhang Xian with fiery gazes. Seeing how he was ignored despite his high score, Lu Xun felt dismayed. Logically speaking, shouldn't they be so excited after hearing his results that they would rush over to praise him? Why did they surround Miss Zhang instead? Perplexed, Lu Xun turned to look at the stone of insight in Zhang Xian's hands. With a single glance, his body froze. 5.1. Lu Xun's body twitched, and he burst into tears. The heck, isn't this the same as sending his face to be slapped? To think that I was gleeful for such a long time. I thought that I would be able to perform well. Shanluo mountain range was vast and filled with tall trees and vegetation. On top of that, savage beasts roamed the area. Without sufficient strength, it would be difficult for one to traverse the area. I've been here once, and it is extremely well hidden. If one were to get lost in the forest, it would be difficult for one to walk out. Shen Bairu led the way with a smile. Zhang Xian followed closely behind. After the public lecture was over, Zhang Xian entrusted Xiaoya, Xingyang, and the others to the 3 master teachers for them to bring them to Tianwu Royal City. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian and Shen Bairu entered Shanluo mountain range, where the beast hall was located. Savage beasts roamed the mountain, and vegetation abounded in the area. If not for Shen Laoshi having been here before, Zhang Xian might have lost his way and become trapped within. After walking for 3 days, he felt a little exhausted. Isn't the beast hall a little too well hidden? Do they not need to live a normal life? Zhang Xian was perplexed. As long as one was human, one would need to interact with others to buy resources and food. Given that the beast hall was hidden in the depths of the forest, it wasn't convenient for them to buy anything. The people from the beast hall have aerial savage beasts. Even though we have walked for 3 days, to them, it would take less than an hour. Shen Bairu shook her head. The first time she followed someone to the beast hall, she had the same thought as well. However, only after arriving at the place did she realize how laughable her thoughts were. Furthermore, you will realize that the Beast Hall isn't too far away from the neighboring Beiwu Kingdom, Hanwu Kingdom, and the other kingdoms. Every day, there are many people coming to the Beast Hall, so there is no lack of resources. Shen Bairu continued. There was a map of the neighboring kingdoms in the Kingdom's Book collection vault, and in the past few days, Xianxia had studied it. Indeed, the distance between the two kingdoms wasn't too far. If not for the natural barrier of Xianluo mountain range, Tianxian royal city wouldn't have been so peaceful over the years. There are so many savage beasts in Xianluo mountain range. Why don't cultivators tame one or two of them instead of going to the Beast Hall? There were many savage beasts in the mountain range, and they had encountered quite a few in the past 3 days. It was fortunate that they weren't weak, so they didn't face any problems. Since there were so many savage beasts here, they could easily tame one or two of them. Why would they go through the trouble of going to the Beast Hall? I had the same thought as well. Putting aside the fact that savage beasts are wild and difficult to tame, we haven't seen any aerial savage beasts that can carry a person. Shen Bairu chuckled lightly. Xianxian hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. An aerial savage beast that could carry a person had to be much larger than a human. In the past few days, all of the savage beasts they had met were walking beasts that could run, and they weren't too big either. These aerial savage beasts are rare, and they can fly away even if you can't defeat them. It's difficult to capture them. Of course, this isn't the most important point. If you use force to make them submit, they might feign submission and go back on their words in the sky. Wouldn't you be in trouble then? Shen Bairu said. Xianxian cowered in fear. Aerial savage beasts were different from other savage beasts. If one didn't submit to them wholeheartedly, a flip in the air would spell certain death. As a unique occupation, Beast Tamer is able to ensure that savage beasts are 100% obedient, preventing such a situation from occurring. This is the reason why it's one of the top occupations in the upper 9 paths. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous if a savage beast were to turn traitor. Even if a cultivator's cultivation had reached Xianxia realm, falling from a high altitude would only result in death. Thus, without the means of a beast tamer, it was best not to provoke aerial savage beasts. Even if one were to tame one forcefully, it would be impossible for one to avoid the other party's wrath. Just like master teachers, beast tamers can be divided into different grades. The higher the rank, the stronger the savage beast they can tame. Before becoming an official beast tamer, one has to take the apprentice beast tamer examination. Seeing that Xianxian didn't know much about beast tamers, Shen Bairu explained, the Han Xiong you met previously is actually an apprentice beast tamer. That's why I told you that she has an acquaintance in the Beast Hall. I came here with her the previous time. Xianxian replied. There weren't many records on beast tamers in the Kingdom's Book collection vault. However, he still knew the basics, so it wasn't a secret. An apprentice beast tamer was similar to an apprentice apothecary. The latter had to learn about the medicinal properties of medicinal herbs while the former had to learn about the species, offensive prowess, and habits of savage beasts. Only by memorizing all of these would one be able to understand the strength of savage beasts and have a chance to tame them. Otherwise, if a savage beast were to fly out, one wouldn't even know about it. Putting aside taming it, one might even be killed by the other party. Some of the more ferocious savage beasts were hostile toward humans. Let's hurry up. We're only a day's journey away from the Beast Hall, so we're not too far away. After chatting for a while longer, Shen Bairu smiled. Just as the two of them were about to continue forward, they heard some rustling sounds ahead of them. Lifting their heads, they saw a group of people not too far away. There were around 7 to 8 of them, and they were squatting together, seemingly discussing something. Most of them were at Pishue realm, and there was only a 27-year-old young man who was at Dingli realm pinnacle. Even though his cultivation was low, he seemed to be the leader of the group. His every movement carried an air of elegance. Who are you? The two of them didn't conceal their movements, so naturally, the other party noticed them as well. With a loud bellow, they drew their weapons. Knowing that they were close to the Beast Hall, Shen Bairu didn't panic. Instead, she stepped forward and said, "The two of us are from Tianxian Royal City, and we're on our way to the Beast Hall. You want to go to the Beast Hall? The young man glanced at the beautiful teacher, and his eyes lit up. As the #1 beauty of Hongtian Academy, Shinbairu's appearance went without saying. Even though she was in a sorry state over the past 3 days, it was impossible for her to conceal her elegance. We're heading back to the Beast Hall as well, but before that, we have something to do. As long as you don't disturb us, we can bring you back with us. The young man waved his hands. There's no need for that. Where is the Beast Hall? We can head there ourselves. Shinbairu shook her head. Then, she continued forward with Xianxia. Hold it right there. You can't walk in front. Barely after taking 2 steps, the others bellowed. Walala, the sound of weapons being unsheathed sounded once more. We can't leave? Does this road belong to you? Shinbairu's face darkened. Xianxia also turned to look at them. Due to the purity of his Jinqi, even Lu Shi and the others were unable to see through his disguise. Naturally, these people wouldn't be able to either. Having reached Tongxian realm pinnacle, as long as a Zhongshe realm expert didn't appear, there was nothing for him to fear. If this group of people were to cause trouble for him, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson. However, before they could say anything, the young man waved his hands grandly. What are you doing? Put it down. Not everything can be resolved with brute force. Yes. Everyone kept their weapons. Don't panic, we don't mean any harm. Truth be told, I am the 7th Prince of Hanwu Kingdom, Yun Tao. I am currently undergoing the 1-star Beast Tamer examination, and I have already passed the first stage. As long as I can tame a Pishue realm savage beast, I will pass the examination. Stepping forward, the young man revealed a faint smile. The reason why they stopped the 2 of you is because I need to tame a gold-alloyed panther. This fellow is extremely fast, and we have been chasing after it for more than 10 days. It wasn't easy for us to track it down, and it isn't too far ahead. Thus, we specially set up a trap here, waiting for it to walk right into our trap. The reason why we stopped the 2 of you is because we don't want to alert the other party, causing our 10 days of hard work to go down the drain. I hope that you can forgive us. If we have offended you in any way, I will apologize to you personally after we capture the gold-alloyed panther. Then, we'll wait here for a moment. Seeing the other party's courteous words, Shinbairu glanced at Xianxia. Seeing that the other party didn't object, she nodded her head in agreement. Xianxia was an amiable person, and he was an amiable person as well. Since the other party had explained the reason and his attitude was sincere, he didn't mind it at all. It just so happened that they were tired from the continuous journey. Taking a break wasn't a big deal, and they could also ask about the situation in the Beast Hall. Thank you for your understanding. Seeing them stop, Yun Tao nodded his head in satisfaction. After instructing the others to continue setting up the trap, he walked up to Shinbairu. May I know how to address the 2 of you? I am Shinbairu, and this is Xianxia. Shen Laosher nodded her head. So it's Miss Shen, nice to meet you. Yun Tao nodded, automatically ignoring Xianxia. He couldn't be blamed for underestimating Xianxia. After all, Xianxia's clothes were nothing more than street goods. Having cultivated the Heaven's Path golden body, his skin was smooth, making him look no different from a 17 or 18-year-old young man. At first glance, one would think that he was just a lackey. May I know why young mistress is heading to the Beast Hall? If nothing goes wrong, I will surely pass the Beast Tamer examination. My words hold some weight in the Beast Hall. Yun Tao smiled faintly. His tone was filled with confidence. We appreciate 7th Prince's goodwill, but we are only here to rent an aerial savage beast. It's not troublesome at all. Shinbairu shook her head. As the ice goddess of Hongtian Academy, she was already familiar with this kind of flirting. Thus, she was able to brush it off easily. It's fate that brought us together. Miss Shen, there's no need for you to stand on ceremony with me. Without the guidance of a beast tamer, it would be very dangerous for you to pick a good aerial savage beast. How about this, I'll bring the golden alloyed panther back to the Beast Hall and pick one for you personally. Yun Tao said. There's no need for that. Shinbairu waved her hands. Even though the aerial savage beasts in the beast hall are all tamed and there shouldn't be any problems with them, the same savage beast has different endurance and adaptability. If you don't pick one properly, it could easily be attacked by other savage beasts in the air. Miss Shen, there's no need for you to stand on ceremony. Stroking his sleeves lightly, Yun Tao exuded a suave aura. His tone was filled with concern, and his attitude was sincere. The lady before him was the most beautiful person he had ever seen, be it in terms of disposition or appearance. Naturally, he had to display his excellence to win her heart. Shen Bairu wanted to reject his offer, but upon recalling that it was Miss Zhang who wanted to ride on an aerial savage beast, she couldn't help but nod her head. I'll have to trouble you then. It's no trouble at all. I've been studying beast taming for 12 years now, and I'm familiar with almost all of the savage beasts in the beast hall. Their habits, endurance, age, reaction speed. I know them all like the back of my hand. Don't worry, there won't be any problems with me picking one for you. If not for our affinity, even if someone were to fork out a huge sum of money, they might not be able to get me to do it personally. Seeing that she had agreed, Yun Tao's eyes lit up, and he spoke even more enthusiastically. Previously, an official from your Tianxian city came over and requested my help, but I rejected him. Seeing how this fellow was trying to show off how capable he was, Xianxia couldn't stand it any longer. Shaking his head helplessly, he turned to look at the others. The trap they were talking about wasn't just digging a hole and placing dried leaves and straw on it. This kind of rudimentary trap might be able to deal with wild beasts, but savage beasts possess intelligence. If they were to do so, not only would they fail to capture it, they might even be viewed as an insult to its intelligence, and it would fight to its death. Lifting his gaze, Xianxia saw that the Pixue realm experts beside Yun Tao were holding dark gray flags in their hands, and they were inserting them into the hole according to their calculations. Could this be a formation? Seeing their actions, a name popped up in Xianxia's mind. Formation Master was one of the top occupations of the Upper Nine Paths. It was on par with apothecaries, and it could be considered as a popular occupation. Even though there were records regarding formations in the kingdom's book collection vault, they weren't detailed. They only mentioned how powerful the formation was, but as for how to set it up and how to activate it. After all, Tianxian Kingdom was just an insignificant place, and it didn't even have a formation master guild. As such, the information it had was limited. Even though there weren't many records, their actions were exactly the same as the formation described in the book. Xianxia was able to recognize it with a single glance. It was said that once a formation was successfully set up, it would form a unique aura. Once triggered, it would produce all kinds of unique effects. For example, a confinement formation could trap a person, preventing them from escaping. An illusory formation could cause one to hallucinate, causing one to lose sight of one's location. A slaughter formation could kill a person instantly. This was the first time Xianxia had seen someone setting up a formation, so he was curious. Just with these things, you can trap that gold-alloyed panther? After looking at it for a moment, Xianxia realized that he couldn't understand anything at all. Thus, he shook his head helplessly. Formation, just like pill forging, painting, and painting, was a profound field of study. Without any specialized training, it was impossible for one to understand the purpose of these things. Miss Zhang, what's wrong? Just as he was looking at the formation, he heard Shen Bairu's voice. Turning around, he realized that she couldn't stand the other party's narcissistic words and had walked over. Oh, let's see what kind of trap they are setting up. Xianxia said. This seems to be a formation. Our Tianxian Kingdom doesn't have a formation master guild, so we don't have any books on it. As such, we don't know much about it. Shen Bairu recognized it as well. Indeed. To be able to form a formation with just these small flags, it is indeed incredible. Xianxia remarked. None of the occupations of the Upper Nine Paths are simple. Legend has it that even a half-zongsher would find it difficult to escape from a formation set up by an official formation master. Even though they seem to be placing the flags randomly, there must be a reason behind it. Shen Bairu nodded. Since I don't know anything about it, I'm just taking a look. Xianxia chuckled. Without several years of research, it would be difficult for one to understand the profoundness of formations. Since he didn't know anything about it, he might as well take it as a novelty. Taking a look? Yun Tao walked over. Tilting his head, he glanced at Xianxia and chuckled softly. Formations are vast and profound. Are you able to understand it? I am a layman and have never studied it before. Indeed, I don't know much about it. Xianxia didn't bother to put on a pretense. With a sincere expression, he asked, judging from your tone, Seventh Prince seems to be well versed in formations? Of course. The corners of Yun Tao's mouth curled up, revealing a proud expression. To tell you the truth, I'm not only a beast tamer, but I also study array formation in my spare time. I'm a true array formation apprentice, and I have a deep understanding of many array formations. Apprentice formation master? Xianxia and Shen Bairu stared at one another in astonishment. Taking the beast tamer examination and being an apprentice formation master, he actually knows 2 of the top occupations of the upper 9 paths. Even though this Yun Tao is a little arrogant and likes to show off, he does have the qualifications to do so. Since you don't know anything about formations, allow me to introduce it to you. Seeing the astonishment of the duo, Yun Tao was gleeful. Chuckling, he tilted his head upward, as though he was passing judgment on the world. The formation that they are setting up is called the Greenwood Confinement Formation. With the Heavenly Spirit 36 stars as the foundation and the Disha 72 stars as the formation flags, it harnesses the attribute of wood and the spiritual energy of the 8 paths. It is a unique formation that possesses incredible strength and prowess. Greenwood Confinement Formation? Just these small flags? That's right. The formation flags are just supplementary. In truth, setting up a formation isn't just about the positioning and the slightest mistake. The most important thing is to activate it. After they are done setting up the formation, I will activate it. Once it succeeds, the gold-alloyed panther will be trapped within. Even though it won't be in any danger, it will be unable to escape. In the midst of their conversation, the few of them had already placed the formation flags in a specific location. Chuckling lightly, Yun Tao walked forward and took out a small golden flag. With a light flick of his wrist, he inserted it into the center of the formation flags. Wang, with a light buzz, the formation seemed to have been activated. The formation flags that were clearly visible previously were hidden amidst the lush green grass, making it difficult to notice them. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that there was a formation hidden here. Incredible. Just as Xianxia was about to say something, his mind jolted. A book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. At first, he was perplexed, but soon, he came to a realization. Yun Tao was an apprentice formation master. Setting up an activation formation was similar to how apothecaries forge pills and fighters practice battle techniques. Similarly, it could trigger a reaction in the Library of Heaven's Path. With a jolt of his mind, the book appeared before him. There were 4 large words written on it, Greenwood Confinement Formation. Flipping it open, the flaws of the formation were recorded. Greenwood Confinement Formation, a wood attribute formation. Using greenwood as the formation flags, it possesses the ability to seal and trap. 300 years ago, it was created by 2-star formation master Tao Yuan. There are 17 flaws, which are. This is a simplified version. There are 72 flaws, which are. After flipping through the book, Xianxia was slightly taken aback. With a bizarre expression, he turned to look at the complacent 7th prince beside him. Are you sure that this formation can really trap the gold-alloyed panther? I am too busy. I think that I will have to give up on the eruption tomorrow. Woo-woo, I need to worry. I need consolation. Of course. I spent a huge sum of money to purchase this formation from the Formation Master Guild. It can even trap a Tongxian realm primary stage expert, needless to say, a mere Pishue realm savage beast. Yun Tao waved his hands and looked at Xianxia calmly. Why? Are you doubting the prowess of the Greenwood Confinement Formation? That's not it. Xianxia shook his head. I just feel that there's something wrong with the setup of the formation, and it might not be able to exert its full might. Shameless boasting. Do you know what a formation is? Where did this country bumpkin come from? How dare you doubt the formation set up by His Highness? You overestimate yourself." Before Xianxia could finish his words, a group of furious voices interrupted him. They were Yun Tao's subordinates. They had heard the conversation between this lad and their prince. A fellow who didn't even know what a formation was actually saying that there was something wrong with the setup. "Why are you so thick-skinned? Do you know what use these formation flags have? Do you know how powerful this formation will be after it is activated?" He didn't know anything, yet he was making irresponsible remarks. He was truly audacious to the extreme. Cough cough, Miss Zhang, if you don't know anything, please don't say it. Hearing the crowd's reprimand, Shen Bairu's face reddened. She was speechless toward Miss Zhang. "Aren't you mocking Prince Yun Tao to his face by saying that there's something wrong with the setup? Even though this fellow is a little arrogant, he is indeed capable. Since you don't know anything about formations, don't say anything. It isn't wise to offend a fellow who is about to become a beast tamer before heading to the beast hall." Seeing the indignant crowd, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Indeed, words of wisdom are unpleasant to the ear. He wanted to say a few more words, but since they had such an attitude, he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. The way of formations is as vast as the ocean. Since you don't know anything about it, don't spout nonsense. It is fortunate that I am magnanimous. Otherwise, I could have taught you a lesson with those words. Even killing you would be considered a light punishment. Interrupting the crowd, Yun Tao glanced at Xianxia and harumphed coldly. Then, with confidence and pride, he pointed forward and said, "This is the Greenwood Confinement Formation. Its prowess is greatly boosted by the presence of wood. This place is filled with vegetation and weeds, making it the most suitable place to set it up. Later on, I'll show you the might of the formation and capture the gold-alloyed panther." "All right." Seeing the confidence on the other party's face and the desire to impress Shen Bairu, Xianxia didn't say anything else and stood quietly by the side. Only then did Yun Tao nod in satisfaction. Just as he was about to continue boasting about the power of the formation, he heard a roar in front of him. Immediately after, they saw a huge figure rushing over. Gold-alloyed panther, this Pishue realm's savage beast, including its tail, was 4 meters long. Its golden body was filled with green spots. Even though it was several hundred meters away from the group, it exerted a powerful pressure on them. "He's here," Yun Tao's eyes lit up. He couldn't be bothered to waste time with Xianxia any longer and looked forward anxiously. The gold-alloyed panther took a few steps forward leisurely. Upon seeing the group, it instinctively retreated a few steps, intending to leave. "Quick, light this thing." Seeing the other party's actions, Yun Tao hurriedly instructed a subordinate. It had taken them more than 10 days to find it. If it were to escape, it would be difficult to find it again. "Yes." Only then did the subordinate react. He took out a bag and lit it up. In an instant, a pungent stench filled the air, causing everyone to feel dizzy and nauseous. This should be the excrement of a female gold-alloyed panther. When it is ignited, it releases an extremely pungent smell. While it is disgusting to humans, it is irresistible to male gold-alloyed panther. Shen Bairu seemed to know a little about beast taming, and she introduced it to Xianxia softly. Suppressing his dizziness, Xianxia couldn't understand why this fellow would like such a smelly thing. He turned his gaze forward, and as expected, the gold-alloyed panther, who was intending to leave, hesitated for a moment before walking over. As the fellow got closer and closer, everyone could feel the immense pressure it was exuding. Even though it was a Pishue realm's savage beast, 7 to 8 humans of the same cultivation realm wouldn't be a match for it in a real battle. Savage beasts were born with incredible speed. On top of that, they had a massive body and fur as a shield. Even though it sounded like a Pishue realm's savage beast, it was actually capable of challenging those of a higher cultivation realm. In other words, this gold-alloyed panther could even put up a fight against a Tongxian realm primary stage expert. "Prepare to activate the formation." Seeing the gold-alloyed panther approaching the Greenwood Confinement Formation, Yun Tao clenched his fists in excitement. As long as he could capture this fellow and tame it, his identity as a beast tamer would be sealed. With such an identity, he would surely be able to stand out from the other princes. Even if he wasn't able to inherit the throne, he would still be favored by the other princes. But before he could recover from his joy, the huge fellow stopped 10 meters away from the formation. As a Pishue realm savage beast, it possessed its own intelligence. Clearly, it had already realized that Yun Tao and the others were up to no good. If not for the smell of burning feces, it would have fled long ago. Attack it and find a way to enrage it. As expected of an existence that was on the verge of becoming a beast tamer. Even though Yun Tao was dismayed, he still instructed his subordinates based on his understanding of savage beasts. Yes. His subordinates were already prepared. They nodded their heads, drew their bows from their backs, nocked the arrows, and shot at the gold-alloyed panther. Woo-woo-woo, the Xianxia of a Pishue realm expert complimented the unique arrows with a whimper in the air. Even before the arrows reached the gold-alloyed panther, it already felt threatened. Its fur stood on end, and it leaped to the side to avoid the arrows. Even though it was huge, its body was exceptionally agile. Its speed was probably on par with Lu Xun's Illusory Shadow's 9 celestial steps. Continue. Yun Tao bellowed. Hearing the command, the group hastened their pace, and the arrows fell like rain. Roar, seeing the number of arrows increasing, the gold-alloyed panther seemed to have been thoroughly provoked. With a loud roar, it charged at the group. Wung, before it could take a few steps, it stepped into the area where the formation flags were set up. A light buzz sounded, and the greenwood confinement formation was activated. The gold-alloyed panther felt as though it had fallen into a swamp, or as though it was trapped in a metal cage. No matter how it tried, it was unable to advance. This is a formation? Incredible. Shen Bairu's face turned grim. She had witnessed the might of the gold-alloyed panther with her own eyes. It was as if she was dealing with a powerful savage beast. 2. Think that it would be trapped within a formation set up by a few formation flags, unable to escape at all. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have never believed it. If she had accidentally barged in, she would have been unable to escape as well. Looks like I have to be wary of formation masters when I go out in the future. Shen Bairu thought warily. The main reason why formation masters were so highly respected was because they possessed the ability to kill enemies beyond their cultivation realm. As long as they had sufficient time to set up the formation, they would be easily killed even if they were stronger than the other party. Let's see where you can escape to this time. Oblivious to the fear in Shen Bairu's heart, Yun Tao laughed heartily. He glanced at Zhang Xian gleefully. Didn't you say that there was something wrong with the formation? Isn't it trapping it now? Placing his hands behind his back, Yun Tao turned to his subordinates and instructed, everyone, there's no need to panic. Let the formation trap this fellow for a while longer and exhaust its stamina. Yes. Everyone nodded their heads and surrounded the formation. Roar, just as Yun Tao and the others were planning to subdue the gold-alloyed panther after it ran out of stamina, they heard another furious roar. The latter charged madly at the formation. Voila, the array formation shook and the previously hidden array flags once again appeared. Your Highness, what should we do? Seeing the formation flags being knocked out, a Pishue realm expert turned to Yun Tao and asked. What are you panicking for? Don't worry. The greenwood formation makes use of the terrain to absorb the surrounding wood attribute energy to augment its defense. It's impossible for the gold-alloyed panther to knock it open. Yun Tao smiled confidently and waved his hand. Just as he was about to say something, the ground rumbled again. A few formation flags could no longer withstand the impact and flew into the air with a sough. The moment the formation flags flew out, the greenwood confinement formation was broken. The enraged gold-alloyed panther flashed and appeared before Yun Tao. Raising its claws, it charged forward. Ah? Just as Yun Tao was bragging, thinking that his greenwood confinement formation would be fine, the gold-alloyed panther suddenly appeared before him. He shrieked in fright and nearly collapsed to the ground. Beast, don't be arrogant. Your Highness, be careful. A few of his Pishue realm subordinates reacted and rushed forward. They drew all kinds of weapons and in an instant, saber chi and sword chi flew toward the gold-alloyed panther. Roar, ignoring these attacks, the gold-alloyed panther whipped its thick tail toward one of the subordinates. At the same time, it swiped its claws to the left and right with great might. Pa 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 pa, as expected of a Pishue realm savage beast. Yun Tao's subordinates felt their bodies jolt and their faces reddened. They hurriedly retreated, and at the same time, they felt a sweetness in their throats as they spurted blood. Even though the few of them were formidable, they were still lacking against a frenzied Pishue realm savage beast. Run! Seeing that even his subordinates were unable to stop the gold-alloyed panther, Yun Tao nearly fainted from fright. Shouting, he was just about to escape when the gold-alloyed panther turned around and charged towards Xianxia and Shinbairu. It's over. Yun Tao's body froze. Even so many of his subordinates were unable to stop the gold-alloyed panther. Considering that the beautiful lady was only at Dingli realm pinnacle, that ignorant brat must be even weaker. Just as he thought that the both of them were doomed, the helpless voice of that ignorant brat sounded. Are you dumb? They are the ones who want to capture you, why are you looking for me? Hearing those words, everyone's body swayed. Is this brat a retard, to speak such words despite being provoked? Isn't he courting death? Just when everyone thought that the lunatic fellow was doomed, the helpless voice of the other party sounded once more. If you don't leave, I'm going to make a move. Forget it, it seems like you won't be able to reason with me. Go to the side and play. The sound ended, followed by a paw sound. So, the massive body of the gold-alloyed panther was instantly sent flying. Its head crashed into a tree, and white foam spewed from its mouth as it convulsed. What? Yun Tao and the others nearly fainted. What was going on? That was a Pishue realm gold-alloyed panther, an existence comparable to a Tongxian realm primary stage expert. Furthermore, its defense was invincible. Yet, it was sent flying with white foam spewing from its mouth. How much damage did it receive? Everyone turned to look at the ignorant lad. He walked up to the gold-alloyed panther helplessly and squatted down. Disappointment could be seen in his eyes. I've already told you, they are the ones who want to capture you. Please don't cause trouble for me. Pooh, hearing those words, Yun Tao and the others twitched. Your head, you can't do this. No matter what, it is fate that brought us together. We should be on the same side. What do you mean by this? Who in the world would instigate a savage beast to cause trouble for them? Roar, hearing the other parties nagging, the gold-alloyed panther struggled to its feet in embarrassment. Roaring once more, it swiped its claws at the chattering fellow. In the end, it's a savage beast. I've wasted my time talking to you. Under everyone's nervous gazes, the fellow named Xianxia ignored the other party's claws and continued nagging. Just as the claws were about to land on his head, he raised his palm. The claws that could even shatter steel with a single swipe were suspended in the air as if time had frozen. Then, with a flick of his palm, the 4 to 5 meters long gold-alloyed panther, which weighed several thousand jin, was flung into the air. Then, he threw it onto the ground once more. Pung 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 pung, a huge crater immediately appeared on the ground. Yun Tao and the others felt their bodies trembling. They were on the verge of going insane. This was a gold-alloyed panther, one of the most ferocious savage beasts in the forest. It possessed immense strength, and yet, someone actually grabbed its claws and whipped it. What kind of strength was this? He is probably at least at Tongxian realm pinnacle, or even half-Xianxia. The lips of one of the subordinates quivered. Half-Xianxia? Did I just mock a half-Xianxia? I even said that I would teach him a lesson. Even killing him would be considered a light punishment. Yun Tao felt an urge to vomit blood. Do you have to be so ridiculous? If you're a half-Xianxia, you should have said so earlier. No matter how bold I am, I wouldn't dare to offend you. Watch carefully this time. They are the ones who want to capture you, not me. After smacking the gold-alloyed panther a few times and seeing that it was on the verge of fainting, Xianxia finally stopped. Everyone was gloomy, but he was even more gloomy. He was just a bystander. He was just passing by, and out of goodwill, he said that this array formation might not be reliable. It was fine if they didn't believe him, but they even made it sound like he was bragging. Xianxia couldn't be bothered with him. He had thought that he would be able to let this matter rest, but who could have known that? That fellow would come looking for trouble as well. The one who wants to take the beast tamer examination is Yun Tao, and he is the one who set up the formation. Why is he looking for me instead of the culprit? As expected of a savage beast, it has no taste at all. Let's go. Xianxia shook his head and turned to Shinbairu. The gold-alloyed panther was already riddled with wounds, and it was on the verge of death. Mr. Shen walked over. She knew that Xianxia's cultivation had reached Tongxian realm pinnacle, and the gold-alloyed panther wasn't a match for him. As such, it wasn't surprising for such a situation to occur. The two of you. Seeing that the two of them were about to leave, Yun Tao was just about to step forward to stop them when the gold-alloyed panther struggled to its feet once more and stood in front of Xianxian. With its front paws on the ground, it looked as though it was kneeling, and anticipation shone in its eyes. This is voluntary submission? The gold-alloyed panther is submitting to him? As an apprentice beast tamer who could take the beast tamer examination at any time, Yun Tao was well aware of the habits of savage beasts. The gold-alloyed panther before him was clearly intimidated by Xianxian's absolute strength, and it was intending to submit to him. He wanted to tame it so that he could pass the beast tamer examination. He had chased it for more than 10 days, and it wasn't easy for him to meet it. Yet, it was actually submitting to someone else? Yun Tao felt stifled, and he nearly spurted blood. However, there was nothing he could do. Once a savage beast submitted, it meant that it was fearful of its master, and it wouldn't dare to retaliate. Even if he were to rush over and use all of his means, it would be useless. A savage beast would only acknowledge a single master in its entire life. Since it was kneeling down, it meant that it had already submitted to Xianxian. It was too late for him to do anything else. It's mine. Tears streamed down Yun Tao's face, but he didn't dare to say anything. Just as he thought that the other party would be delighted to see the gold-alloyed panther submitting to him, the young man frowned. Are you done yet? Scram, or else I'll beat you up again. Woo-woo. The gold-alloyed panther lowered its head and whimpered. Why? Still unwilling to submit? Xianxian raised his leg and prepared to kick it. Cough cough, Elder Xianxian. Seeing that the other party was oblivious to the fact that the gold-alloyed panther had submitted to him, Yun Tao couldn't help but step forward. Previously, he thought that the other party was just a lackey, so he didn't pay him any heed. However, now that he knew that the other party might be a half-Xianxia expert, he didn't dare to act arrogant anymore. Elder? Xianxian didn't expect this pretentious fellow to address him in such a manner. However, after a moment of contemplation, he came to a realization. This gold-alloyed panther has already submitted to you. If you are willing to tame it, touch its forehead and drip a drop of your blood on it. That way, it will be completely loyal to you. If you are unwilling, you can just turn around and leave. Yun Tao said. At this moment, he could tell that even though the fellow before him was powerful, he knew nothing about beast taming. Otherwise, it was impossible for the other party to be oblivious to the act of a savage beast submitting to him. Submit? Xianxian was taken aback. Why would it submit to him after a beating? Looks like beast tamers aren't that easy after all. If Yun Tao were to know of his thoughts, he would definitely spurt blood out of frustration. There were many ways to make a savage beast submit willingly, such as enticement, gratitude, suppression. Of which, suppression was to use the other party's most proficient offensive moves to render the other party unable to retaliate. The gold-alloyed panther possessed invincible physical defense and incredible speed. Even a Tongxian realm expert would find these means a headache to deal with. However, against Xianxian, who had cultivated the Heaven's Path movement art and Heaven's Path golden body, it was as easy as playing a child's play. Regardless of which, it was no match for the human before him. Thus, this fellow submitted to him willingly. Even though it sounded simple, it was difficult to do so. Putting everything aside, it was almost impossible to find a Xianxia realm cultivator who possessed a physical body stronger than Xianxian. Even if there was one, who would go to the trouble of taming a Pixue realm gold-alloyed panther, of course, it was just that Yun Tao didn't know the difficulty involved. Woo-woo. The gold-alloyed panther looked at Xianxian expectantly. Do you know how to fly? Seeing its expression, Xianxian hesitated for a moment before asking. The gold-alloyed panther nearly fell to the ground. It was a savage beast that ruled over the continent, how could it possibly fly? If you don't know how to fly, you're useless to me. Xianxian frowned. The Tianwu kingdom he was heading to was several tens of thousands of kilometers away. No matter how fast this fellow ran, it would take at least a month or two for him to arrive. It was far from comparable to the speed of an aerial savage beast. Besides, the gold-alloyed panther's strength was no longer of much use to him. In other words, the gold-alloyed panther was of no use to him. Seeing Xianxia's hesitation, Yun Tao and his subordinates were on the verge of going insane. "Brother, do you have to be so conflicted? For this savage beast, we have chased it for more than a dozen days and prepared for it for more than 2 months. In the end, we tried to tame it, but the other party ignored us. On the other hand, you are willing to submit to us, but you are still unwilling. Why is there such a huge gap between us? Forget it, since you want to acknowledge me as your master, I don't mind taking you in." After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia nodded. In any case, he didn't have a savage beast. Since this fellow was willing to submit to him, he would just accept it. After all, it would be cool to have a Pishue realm savage beast. Following Yun Tao's instructions, Xianxian placed his hand on the gold-alloyed panther's forehead and fed it a droplet of blood. The moment the droplet of blood entered the gold-alloyed panther's body, it seemed to have activated some kind of ritual. His consciousness formed a bridge with the gold-alloyed panther, and as its master, he could easily kill the other party if he so wished. Furthermore, through this bridge, he could clearly sense the gold-alloyed panther's will to submit to him, and he could easily issue commands to it. It was no wonder beast tamers were feared by others. Just the fact that they could control savage beasts in battle was already a fearsome feat. "Since you are willing to submit to me, you shall become my mount. I'll lead the journey to the beast hall in your stead." Xianxian waved his hands grandly. After which, the gold-alloyed panther looked at him with an aggrieved expression. After struggling for a moment, it fell to the ground once more, unable to get up. Xianxian had gone too far with his attacks previously, causing the gold-alloyed panther to be severely injured. At this moment, it found it difficult to even stand up, needless to say, serve as a mount. "Elder Xianxian, it is severely injured. It will need half a month to recuperate before it can walk freely," Yun Tao said after taking a glance at the gold-alloyed panther. "Recuperate for half a month?" Xianxian frowned. The reason why he rented an aerial savage beast from the beast hall was because he was in a rush. After all, the longer the poison lingered in his body, the more damage it would cause. It would be a waste for him to wait here for half a month for a useless savage beast. "You're an apprentice beast tamer. Do you have any methods to swiftly heal its injuries?" Xianxian asked. When humans were injured, they could consume pills or circulate their Xinqi to alleviate the pain. Savage beasts should have similar methods as well. Xianxian wasn't too sure about these, but since Yun Tao was intending to take the beast tamer examination, he should know a thing or two. Savage beasts possess different constitutions from humans, but the methods to swiftly heal their injuries are basically the same. The first method is to find suitable medicinal herbs and forge them into recovery pills that the savage beast can consume. These pills can swiftly alleviate its injuries, and if we can find the right ones, it should be able to recover within 2 days. Yun Tao pondered for a moment before replying. 2 days? Xianxian shook his head. He felt that there was still too much time. Are there any other methods? What I just did is an apothecary's method, and it is the most common method used by most people. The second method is a treatment method unique to beast tamers, and it requires one to become an official beast tamer. Furthermore, it is only effective on one's tamed beast. Yun Tao glanced at it. Beast tamers had their own unique methods to treat their tamed beast. It required both the beast and the human to cultivate a unique cultivation technique together to nurture their compatibility, and it would take at least half a year. This fellow knew nothing about beast taming, and he had just tamed the gold-alloyed panther beast. The third method is a master teacher's method. The ferocious gold-alloyed panther has already reached Pishue realm pinnacle. As long as it reaches Tongxian realm, it should be able to recover from its injuries immediately. After speaking of the second method, Yun Tao hesitated for a moment before continuing. There were only 3 methods to swiftly heal a savage beast. They were the means of an apothecary, beast tamer, and master teacher. Any one of them would work, but from the looks of it, it was difficult to achieve any of them. Help it to achieve a breakthrough? Recover from its injuries immediately? Xianxian's eyes lit up. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have any medicinal herbs to treat the savage beast, even if he did, 2 days was too long. As for the second method, he knew nothing about beast taming, needless to say. As for the third method, he possessed the Library of Heaven's Path, and it would be easy for him to help both humans and beasts achieve breakthroughs. Previously, he had resolved the trauma of the sky-shattering lion and even raised its cultivation to Tongxian realm. In order to protect his grandson, Elder Xianxia went against him, resulting in him being stripped of his teaching license. However, after all, the so-called intentional oppression was an accusation that Xianxia gave him in order to rid himself of the influence of his predecessor. In order to make up for it, he resolved the trauma of the sky-shattering lion before he left. With the protection of a Tongxian realm savage beast, even if he were to be stripped of his teaching license, he would still be able to thrive. At least he had done him justice. It was precisely because of this experience that the most difficult method to others turned out to be the easiest in his eyes. At this point, Xianxia looked at Xianxia expectantly. "Gold-alloyed panther, why don't you try punching me?" "Cough cough, what I mean is, attack me." When this fellow attacked him previously, there wasn't any flaw in its mind, so the book didn't appear. If he wanted to help it achieve a breakthrough, he would have to first understand its physical condition. Shen Bairu, Yun Tao, and the others stared at one another speechlessly. What was this fellow up to? He had already given them the 3 methods, yet he didn't choose one. Yet, he wanted the gold-alloyed panther to attack him. What was wrong with him? This fellow couldn't even stand up, and you want me to attack you? Do you want to beat it up? Roar. The gold-alloyed panther was also dumbfounded. Hurry up and do it. Seeing its hesitation, Xianxia continued. If this fellow didn't attack him, he wouldn't be able to form a book. Xianxia didn't know what was wrong with it, so he couldn't help it achieve a breakthrough. Roar. The gold-alloyed panther lowered its head. It didn't dare to attack its master. Besides, even if it wanted to, it needed the strength to do so. How could it possibly make a move when it couldn't even stand up? You don't attack when I tell you to, but when I tell you not to, you act faster than anyone else. Seeing this fellow remain motionless like an obedient kitten, Xianxia was speechless. When I told you to beat up Yun Tao, you chased me relentlessly, and now you're acting like this. In the end, it was still a savage beast. It was unreasonable. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Shaking his head, Xianxia walked up to the gold-alloyed panther and said benevolently, "Don't be nervous, raise your head." The gold-alloyed panther raised its massive head. The others also turned to look at Xianxia, curious to see what he was up to. Right, just like this. Seeing the savage beast raise its head obediently, Xianxia raised his palm and paw, slapped it. Roar. The gold-alloyed panther didn't expect Xianxia to hit it even after it had submitted to him. It roared resentfully, and its massive body swayed. Putong. It fell to the ground and fainted. What? The others stared at one another, and they felt as if they were about to faint. This is your tamed beast, and... aren't you going to treat it? Why did you knock it out? Ignoring the shocked crowd, Xianxia touched the other party's body. Weng, a book appeared in the library. Flipping open the book, Xianxia browsed through it before nodding his head in satisfaction. Turning to Yun Tao, he asked, "This? It has fainted. How do I wake it up?" Yun Tao and the others felt as if they were going insane. Just when everyone thought that you were asking about the treatment method to treat your tamed beast, you actually knocked it out with a slap. Just when everyone thought that you had some ulterior motive, you actually wanted to wake it up. Brother, can't you play by the rules? What are you trying to do? No one could have guessed it. Why? You don't have a solution? Xianxia frowned. Yes, there is. Suppressing the urge to pull out his hair, Yun Tao hurried forward. He was well aware of the habits of the gold-alloyed panther. Pressing his finger on a spot, it didn't take long for this fellow to wake up. Roar. The awakened gold-alloyed panther turned to look at Xianxia. Its eyelids twitched, and it was on the verge of tears. There's no need for that expression. Let me ask you, do you want to recover from your injuries immediately? Furthermore, you want to reach Tongxian realm? Ignoring the resentment on the other party's face, Xianxia said, "If you agree, then don't waste my time." If not, I'll leave immediately. You'll still be the overlord of the forest, and I'll still be myself. Just take it as though I've never submitted to you. If this fellow couldn't recover from its injuries quickly, it would be useless to him. Thus, there was no need for him to waste any more time. Roar. Even though it was hesitant, the gold-alloyed panther still nodded its head. It's good that you agree. Xianxia nodded his head. With a swift movement, he appeared before the gold-alloyed panther and struck its massive body. Pa 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 pa, 36 consecutive light sounds echoed. Every single strike landed on the acupoints of the gold-alloyed panther, and a surge of pure Xianxia flowed through its body. This. Others were confused by Zhang Xian's actions, but Yun Tao, who was on the verge of becoming a beast tamer, could tell what he was doing with a single look. Didn't he say that he doesn't know how to tame beasts? How can he accurately strike the acupoints of the gold-alloyed panther? With his mouth agape, Yun Tao's body trembled. The body structure of a savage beast was completely different from that of a human. Naturally, human cultivation techniques were useless here. Logically speaking, for a person who didn't know anything about beast taming, it would already be incredible if he could find the acupoints of a savage beast, needless to say. After the previous incident, Yun Tao knew that the person before him was completely clueless about beast tamers. Yet, such a clueless person was able to strike the acupoints of a savage beast without the slightest mistake. What in the world was going on? Furthermore, why did he strike these acupoints? Could it be that he was really intending to help the gold-alloyed panther reach Tanshan realm? Are you for real? This was something that even official beast tamers weren't capable of. While Yun Tao was shocked, Zhang Xian had already finished striking the acupoints of the gold-alloyed panther. The pure Xianxia in his body flowed frenziedly through the thick meridians of the gold-alloyed panther. Coming to a halt, Zhang Xian wiped the sweat off his forehead. Indeed, helping a savage beast raise its cultivation was different from helping a human. The gold-alloyed panther was simply too huge, and the amount of Xianxia it required was several times that of a human. If not for the fact that he cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, granting him pure and concentrated Xianxia, he might have already been sapped dry of Xianxia and collapsed weakly on the spot. Even so, he had still expended a huge portion of his Xianxia, leaving him exhausted. Jai. He stopped, and a sound reminiscent of frying beans sounded from within the body of the gold-alloyed panther. Under normal circumstances, the strength of a savage beast was determined by its race and talent. Unless its bloodline evolved, it would be difficult for it to raise its cultivation. After all, even though their intelligence far surpassed that of wild beasts, it was still far from matching up to humans. As such, they were unable to cultivate cultivation techniques. This was precisely the reason why it was difficult for even official beast tamers to raise their tamed beasts. But Zhang Xian was different. High-tier savage beasts only had a pure bloodline. The Heaven's Path Xianxia in his body was able to cleanse the impurities in his bloodline, thus making it purer. As the impurities in his bloodline lessened, his cultivation would naturally rise as well. Boom! The crisp sound didn't last for too long within the body of the gold-alloyed panther. Soon, as though a balloon, its body began to swell rapidly. From its original 4 to 5 meters long, it grew to 6 to 7 meters. At the same time, the disposition of the savage beast underwent a massive transformation. It became more powerful and fearsome. Dang! Feeling the pressure from the gold-alloyed panther, Yun Tao and the others hurriedly retreated. No matter how foolish they might be, it was clear to them that the fellow before them had achieved a breakthrough. With just a casual slap on its body, a Pishue realm gold-alloyed panther broke through to Tanshan realm. Yun Tao felt his head spinning. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Having stayed in the beast hall for many years, he knew how difficult it was to raise the bloodline of a savage beast. Even a 2-star beast tamer in the beast hall would need several years of effort to achieve such a feat, yet, the fellow before him did it in just a few breaths. What in the world was going on? Yun Tao wasn't the only one. Shen Bairu also widened her eyes in shock, and her mouth was agape. She had guessed that Miss Zhang would do something unexpected, but the sight before her still left her dazed. This was way too unexpected. To make the gold-alloyed panther achieve a breakthrough so casually. Even an ordinary master teacher would be incapable of such a feat. What in the world did this fellow learn from Xianxia, who, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the gold-alloyed panther finally completed its bloodline evolution, and its cultivation had stabilized to Tongxian realm primary stage. Roar, with a sudden surge in its strength, the injuries on its body recovered completely. Standing up abruptly, it let out a long roar that reverberated in the surroundings. After roaring, the taller gold-alloyed panther walked up to Xianxia and knelt down. Its eyes were filled with admiration and adoration, and there was no longer any doubt in its mind. Previously, when the other party knocked it out, it was still wondering if it had acknowledged the wrong master. However, at this moment, it realized that its master's means were boundless and vast. From then on, it submitted wholeheartedly to Xianxia. Since you've achieved a breakthrough, let's set off. Leaping onto the back of the gold-alloyed panther, Xianxia beckoned to Shenbairu, and with a wave of his hand, they continued on their way to the beast hall. Currently, the average rating is over 19,000. Laoe intends to achieve an average rating of 20,000 this month, so I've combined the two chapters together. It's a huge 6,000-word chapter, which isn't a small number of words. For those who haven't subscribed yet, I hope that you can do so that the average rating of 20,000 will explode. At the same time, I wish everyone a happy new year. Elder Xianxia. Seeing that the duo was about to leave, Yuntao hurriedly stepped forward. We're heading to the beast hall, so we won't delay you from catching savage beasts any longer. Farewell. Xianxia waved his hands. The reason why he didn't leave earlier was because he was afraid of alerting the other party. However, now that the gold-alloyed panther had been tamed, this reason was no longer valid. There was no need for him to remain here any longer. Continue catching. Yuntao didn't cry. There was a time limit to the beast tamer examination, and he had already spent most of the time chasing after the gold-alloyed panther. Even if he were to look for other savage beasts now, he would have to find one first. Besides, even if he were to find one, the formation wouldn't work. Putting aside taming it, it was hard to say whether he could even survive. Elder, may I ask you something? Tossing aside the frustration in his heart, Yuntao clasped his fist. Xianxia turned to look at him. Just now. How did you know that there was a problem with my formation and that it wouldn't be able to trap the gold-alloyed panther? Yuntao asked. He wasn't the only one who was perplexed. The others also turned their gazes over. Even Shenbairu's eyes were glowing. From his words and actions, it was clear that the fellow before them knew nothing about formations. Yet, he was able to see through the problem with just a glance. This was truly unbelievable. Simple. Xianxia didn't hide anything from him. Turning around, he said, the Greenwood confinement formation uses greenwood as the formation flags, and it requires wood to maintain it. The location you chose is filled with greenery, and there is no mistake in your setup. However, there is one thing that you missed out on. Elder, please enlighten me. After pondering for a long time, Yuntao couldn't find anything wrong with it. The mountain range beneath us. Xianxia lifted his head to look at the mountain range leisurely. Mountain range? Yuntao was even more confused. What was wrong with the mountain range? He had set up the Greenwood confinement formation when he first bought it, and there was nothing wrong with it. Even a Tongxian realm primary stage expert would find it difficult to break it, let alone a Pixue realm cultivator. This mountain range stretches from north to south, and it's very stable and atmospheric. When the airflow comes in, it sinks down but doesn't rise up easily. In some places where there is less soil, the vegetation is yellow and withered. Looking at the broken parts of the rocks, there's a faint red color. Xianxia sat on the back of the gold-alloyed panther and pointed. From this, we can see that there must be an iron mine under this mountain range. Among the 5 elements, wood subdues earth, and metal subdues wood. The trapping array is countered by the metal element, so how can it unleash its full power? Yuntao's entire body shook. He had once heard from his teacher that when setting up a formation, not only must one strictly follow the direction of the formation diagram, but more importantly, one must draw support from the surrounding environment, the momentum of heaven and earth, and even the sun, moon, and stars. He thought that it was all nonsense, but who could have thought that it would actually be true? To be able to deduce that there might be an iron mine beneath just by looking at the direction of the mountain range. What kind of eye of discernment was that? Even a 3-star array master would find it difficult to do so. Just now, he actually put on an act in front of such a person and asked if he could understand. Yun Tao felt a burning pain on his face. He wasn't the only one shocked. Seated on the back of the gold-alloyed panther, Shen Bairu's mouth twitched. She was also on the verge of fainting. Brother, didn't you say that you don't know anything at all? You don't even know what a formation is. Why did you manage to see through everything in the blink of an eye? Do you have to be so heaven-defying? It was laughable that she thought that the other party was spouting nonsense. This fellow, recalling her previous experience, she felt helpless. This fellow really couldn't be judged by common sense. Otherwise, she would have been crushed to death sooner or later. That's all I have to say. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. After explaining the problems with formations, Xianxia waved his hands and prepared to leave. It's already too late to catch the savage beast now. I would like to follow Elder back to the beast hall. May I know if that's possible? Since the examination had failed, he decided to let go of his worries and befriend the other party. Regardless of whether it was his strength, the means he used to make the savage beast achieve a breakthrough, or his understanding of formations, this elder Xianxia was simply too mysterious. He was worth befriending. Up to you. The gold-alloyed panther is extremely fast. If you can keep up, just follow me. Even though this fellow liked to put on an act, he was a capable person. Furthermore, he was an apprentice beast tamer. With him leading the way, they should be able to find a better aerial savage beast, thus making their journey to Tianwu Kingdom much smoother. However, the gold-alloyed panther's back was already a little cramped for 2 people. Any more and they wouldn't be able to fit. Thank you, Elder. Hearing the other party's agreement, Yun Tao heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly nodded. Let's go. Ignoring the other party, Xianxia willed the gold-alloyed panther to move forward. Before its breakthrough, the gold-alloyed panther's speed was already extremely fast. Now, it was as fast as a galloping horse. Even though the terrain was complicated, it didn't show any signs of slowing down. Initially, Yun Tao and the others were still able to keep up. However, after a while, their Xianxia was depleted and their faces paled. They were on the verge of spurting blood. Let's take a rest. After walking for close to 2 hours, seeing that they were exhausted, Xianxia and Shen Bairu leaped off the back of the gold-alloyed panther and rested on the spot. Initially, it would take them a day and a night to reach the beast hall. However, with this fellow, they would only need 2 hours to reach the beast hall. Elder. Knowing that the other party was stopping to take care of him, Yun Tao heaved a sigh of relief. After resting for a moment, he felt that he had recovered from his injuries. Thus, he walked forward and greeted the other party respectfully. Since I tamed the gold-alloyed panther during your beast tamer examination, does that mean that I won't be able to pass? Along the way, Xianxia finally understood the situation. The other party had chased after the gold-alloyed panther for more than 10 days, but in the end, he ended up benefiting from it. A single savage beast was a small matter, but the other party might very well fail the beast tamer examination. This? Yun Tao replied awkwardly, if Elder hadn't tamed the gold-alloyed panther, we might have already lost our lives. Compared to our lives, failing the examination means nothing. Xianxia nodded. Even though this fellow was arrogant, he was rather reasonable. The Verdantwood confinement formation was unable to stop the gold-alloyed panther. If he wasn't present back then, this fellow and his Pishue realm subordinates would have surely died. Even though he had tamed the gold-alloyed panther, he had saved their lives as well. What are the steps required for the beast tamer examination? After traveling for half a day, he knew that riding on a savage beast would save him a lot of effort. If he could pass the beast tamer examination, it would be much more convenient for him to travel in the future. If Yun Tao were to know of his thoughts, he would definitely feel so depressed that he would want to die. In order to take the beast tamer examination, he had spent many years studying with savage beasts, but he was still unable to pass the examination. Yet, this fellow felt that the journey was tiring, so he decided to learn it. Firstly, you have to become an apprentice beast tamer. The apprentice beast tamer examination consists of 2 parts, theory examination and identifying savage beasts. Only after passing the examination will you be qualified to take the beast tamer examination. Similarly, there are 2 steps as well. Firstly, you have to obtain the acknowledgement of a savage beast. Secondly, you have to tame a real savage beast. Yuntao said. You have to obtain the acknowledgement of a savage beast? The examinee has to be alone with 5 savage beasts. Within 2 hours, you have to obtain their acknowledgement so that they won't attack you. If you are unable to do so, it means that you don't understand savage beasts well. As for taming a savage beast, there is a requirement as well. It has to be a realm higher than you. Yuntao explained. Otherwise, if your cultivation is too low, you can use brute force to force the other party into submission. This way, you won't be able to display your capabilities as a beast tamer. Xianxia nodded his head. To put it bluntly, the beast tamer examination was similar to the apothecary examination. The apprentice beast tamer examination required theoretical knowledge, but to become an official member of the beast tamer examination, one had to put it into practice. The latter required one to forge a grade 1 pill, whereas the beast tamer examination required one to tame a savage beast stronger than oneself. It was no wonder this fellow was chasing after the golden alloyed panther. He was a Dingli realm pinnacle expert, and the latter happened to be a realm higher than him. Once he succeeded, he would be considered to have passed the examination. There is a time limit to taming a savage beast. It can't exceed half a month. Just looking for this golden alloyed panther took me more than 10 days. If I were to look for another one now, it would be impossible for me to do so. Besides, if I were to meet a savage beast even more ferocious than it, I might even lose my life. Yuntao was also very open-minded. The reason why he was able to survive this time was due to the young man before him. He might not be so lucky next time. It seemed that he would have to make more preparations before taking the beast tamer examination in the future. Otherwise, if he were to fail the beast tamer examination, it would be too late for him to cry. Every year, there were many apprentices who died in the hands of savage beasts while taking the beast tamer examination. It's good that you've thought it through. However, I did delay your matters. How about this? If you wish to tame another savage beast, I can help you. Xianxia said. His main goal was to see how one could tame a savage beast that was weaker than him. Through the golden alloyed panther, he knew that if one couldn't make a savage beast admit defeat willingly, it would be difficult to establish a contract, needless to say, taming one. In the future, even if he didn't take the beast tamer examination, he would still have to tame a savage beast if he wanted to travel quickly. After all, he couldn't possibly meet a savage beast that happened to be weaker than him every single time. What if he were to meet a stronger one? At this moment, he could make use of this opportunity to see how this fellow did it and learn a thing or two from him. Of course, he couldn't say this out loud. Otherwise, wouldn't the image of a senior he had painstakingly built crumble? Through the matter with Xianxia, he knew that sometimes, acting as a senior would make things much easier. However, if he didn't act properly, there was a high chance that he would be beaten to death. Senior. You want to help me? Hearing his words, Yuntao's body trembled in agitation. He had witnessed the strength of this senior Xianxia. If he were to make a move, he would definitely be able to capture a Pishue realm savage beast easily. As long as he could capture it, he would be able to tame it. Xianxia nodded his head with an unfathomable look on his face. That's great. As long as Senior makes a move, I will definitely succeed. Clenching his fists tightly, Yuntao's eyes reddened in excitement. Calm down. Even if I were to make a move, will you be able to find a suitable savage beast? Xianxia said. Savage beast. Yuntao's face immediately turned bitter. That's right. It took him more than 10 days to find a Pishue realm gold alloyed panther. If he couldn't find a suitable one, it would be useless even if the other party agreed to help. Your Highness, have you forgotten about that? A subordinate stepped forward. What? Yuntao was perplexed. The one that comes here every day to cause trouble. The subordinate said. That fellow? Yuntao recalled something and an awkward expression appeared on his face. It's already too late to find another savage beast. If you can capture that fellow and tame it, you will have passed the examination. As long as you become a beast tamer, you can take your time taming savage beasts in the future. The subordinate continued. This. Yun Tao hesitated for a moment before turning to look at Xianxia. Senior, there is indeed a savage beast that requires your help. Oh? Xianxia turned to look at him. It's a strange bird, Yun Tao said. An aerial savage beast? This Yun Tao was a Pishue realm pinnacle cultivator. Since he was stronger than him, it meant that the other party was a Pishue realm cultivator. Furthermore, it was a bird. Could it be that he wanted to tame an aerial savage beast? Along the way, they had met many aerial savage beasts, but they were able to soar several thousand meters in the air. Even if they wanted to capture one, they were unable to do so. It can't be considered an aerial savage beast. It isn't big, just slightly larger than a palm. Yun Tao's face reddened. Slightly larger than a palm? Xianxia was taken aback. From Shen Bairu's words, he knew that aerial savage beasts were several zhang long, and their wingspan was around 2 to 3 zhang. Only with such a large wingspan would they be able to carry a person and soar through the skies. A palm-sized beast. Indeed, it couldn't be considered an aerial savage beast. It could only be considered a bird. That's right. However, even though that fellow is small, it is a true savage beast. Furthermore, it has reached Pishue realm primary stage, slightly stronger than me. However, it isn't a combat-type savage beast, so it isn't a match for me. However, its speed is extremely fast, making it impossible for me to catch up to it. Yun Tao explained. Small in size but fast in speed? Even if we want to tame it, it won't be easy to find it. Xianxia frowned. It was already difficult to find large and slow savage beasts, so how could one possibly find a flying savage beast that was only the size of a palm in the midst of such a vast forest? Furthermore, it was able to fly freely in the sky. Taming it would be even more difficult than taming the gold-alloyed panther. Hearing those words, Yun Tao replied in embarrassment, it's impossible to find it. However, that fellow has been harassing us for the past few days. Even if it doesn't look for us, it will definitely come over. Harassing? Xianxia was perplexed. Even though he didn't have a deep understanding of savage beasts, they were naturally wary of humans. Usually, when they realized that they couldn't defeat a human, they would avoid them as far as possible. Why would they harass them every single day? I was the one who destroyed its nest. That fellow was so angry that it came over every single day. Soon, Yun Tao explained the matter to Xianxia. After hearing the story, Xianxia shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. That strange bird loved to eat the wild honey in the forest. Oblivious to its intentions, Yun Tao accidentally found its nest and the honey stored within. Thus, he took everything away. That fellow had been storing the honey for many years before it found out that it had been stolen. Thus, it flew into a rage and chased after Xianxia. However, due to its small size and lack of combat prowess, it wasn't a match for Yun Tao and his subordinates. Since it couldn't snatch the honey back, it followed behind them every single day, coming over to cause trouble at fixed times. It had already been 7 to 8 days. Calculating the time, it should be coming over today. Seems like that fellow is quite stubborn. Hearing the grudge between a man and a bird, Xianxia chuckled softly. How does it cause trouble? Shen Bairu asked curiously. Since it came over at fixed times to cause trouble, why couldn't they find a way to capture it when there were so many Pishue realm experts around? Yun Tao's face turned as red as an apple. Cough cough, when it flies above me, it poops. Ah? Xianxia and Shen Bairu stared at one another, and they nearly burst out laughing. It had to be said that this bird was indeed bizarre. Every single time, it would land on me. After it was done, it would fly several dozen meters away to provoke us. By the time we caught up with it, it would fly away again. Every single day, it would be tormented for 4 hours. Honestly speaking, Yun Tao was also speechless toward this strange bird. Didn't he just steal its honey? Yet, it kept pestering him every single day, tormenting him to the point of insanity. If not for the fact that he wanted to pass the beast tamer examination, he would have considered revealing this matter. After all, it was simply too embarrassing. To think that the seventh prince of Hanwu Kingdom would be treated as a toilet by a strange bird. Whenever it felt like pooping, it would fly over. Just the thought of it drove him mad. Then why don't you just return the honey back? Shen Bairu covered her rosy lips. I did return it, but that fellow continued to cause trouble every single day. Its speed is too fast, making it impossible for me to hit it with my arrows. I was intending to deal with it after I tamed the savage beasts. Since I failed to tame the gold-alloyed panther, if I could capture it and tame it, I would still pass the examination. At this point, Yun Tao hesitated for a moment before continuing, just that. That fellow's speed is simply too fast. Even arrows are unable to catch up to it. To capture it is simply too difficult. May I know if Elder has any ideas? I don't even know what that fellow looks like or how fast it is. How could I possibly know how to capture it? Xianxia shook his head. He had never even seen this strange bird before, so how could he possibly know how to capture it? Ah, right. Didn't he say that every time this strange bird came to cause trouble, it would fly several dozen meters ahead to provoke us? Back then, it wasn't able to fly, so you could just rely on your movement technique to catch it. Shen Bairu suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Zhang Xian. She had seen Wang Ying execute his movement technique before, and his speed was so fast that it was as though teleportation. No matter how fast this bird was, it shouldn't be a problem for Miss Zhang. I can consider it. Zhang Xian nodded his head. After reaching Tongxian realm, the distance and number of times he could execute the Heaven's Path movement art had increased. Previously, when he executed his full strength, he was able to cover 20 meters in a tenth of a breath. Now, he was able to cover 40 meters in a tenth of a breath. Furthermore, the number of times he could execute the move had increased from 1 to 2. Of course, this was under the condition that he executed his full strength. If he were to execute the simplified version of the Heaven's Path movement art like Wang Ying, given his Xinqi reserves, 20 to 30 uses wouldn't be a problem. However, his speed would be significantly reduced. The complete version would allow him to cover 40 meters in a tenth of a breath. On the other hand, the simplified version would only allow him to cover 3 to 4 meters in a tenth of a breath. Furthermore, the burden on his body was significantly lower as well. This was precisely the reason why Wang Ying was able to execute the move 5 to 6 times consecutively during his battle with Du Lei before he felt exhausted. Even so, it was still a fearsome feat 3 to 4 meters in a tenth of a breath. Similarly, 30 to 40 meters in a breath. Most people wouldn't even be able to react in time before they were struck. No matter how fast this bird was, it was still a Pishue realm cultivator. Compared to the Heaven's Path movement art, it was still lacking. Relying on my movement technique? I don't think that's possible. Hearing the conversation between the two, Yun Tao couldn't help but shake his head. Their Hanwu Kingdom's most profound movement technique, heavenly tortoise footwork, was already extremely fast. However, compared to this strange bird, it was still lacking. Not to mention, there was a limit to one's stamina. Even though Elder Zhang Xian specialized in strength, his speed was likely to be lacking as well. Even if he knew a powerful movement technique, it would still be difficult for him to catch up to the strange bird. Besides, the other party was from Tianxian Kingdom, so what kind of movement technique could he possibly know? Based on what he knew, the most profound, illusory Shadow's 9 palace steps of that kingdom was only mediocre. It was far from being comparable to the heavenly tortoise footwork. If he couldn't even catch up to the latter, needless to say, the former. At this point, Yun Tao continued, this strange bird is extremely vigilant. Every single time, I would stop within its reaction range. Even arrows are unable to hit it, so it's impossible for me to catch it with my bare hands. What I'm thinking is that if we can set up a trap or something similar, perhaps, we might stand a chance. We've set up traps before, but none of them worked. One of the subordinates said. Hearing those words, Yun Tao nodded helplessly. Rubbing his glabella, he said, indeed. We've set up traps before as well, but none of them worked. That strange bird knows that we're prepared, so it refuses to fall for our trap. Woo-woo-woo, before he could finish his words, the sound of a gust of wind echoed in the air. It seemed as though something was falling from the sky, heading straight for Yun Tao's head. It's coming. Hearing the gust of wind, Yun Tao's complexion darkened. Knowing that it was the strange bird, he immediately leaped to the side. Pada, but, barely after taking a few steps, he suddenly smelled a foul stench. His body was covered in white spots. Even without looking, he knew that he had fallen for it again. Sensing the stench on his body, Yun Tao felt like crying. He turned around, only to realize that it was just a stone that had fallen where he was standing previously. The strange bird seemed to have known that he would dodge, so it intentionally threw a stone to distract him. That fellow knows how to predict its movements? Seeing this sight, Xianxia was taken aback. Previously, he only thought that the strange bird was vengeful, but to think that it would be so intelligent. It was completely different from the reckless gold-alloyed panther. Raising his head, a small bird appeared in his sight. Just as the other party had said, it was only slightly larger than a palm. Its entire body was black, and its appearance resembled that of a crow. The sharp aura it exuded was similar to that of a Pishue realm expert. Savage beasts were of different sizes. Some were as large as the gold-alloyed panther, while others were smaller. After dragging Yun Tao along, the strange bird gleefully said, "Goo goo." After calling out twice, it flew to a spot around 30 meters away from the group and stared at Yun Tao with its black eyes, seemingly mocking him. Damn it, being dragged along by the other party once more, even though Yun Tao was furious, he felt even more stifled. Before he could think of a solution, that fellow had already appeared. It was impossible for him to capture it now. Just as Yun Tao was conflicted over what he should do, his vision blurred. A figure suddenly appeared before the strange bird and pinched it lightly with his thumb and index finger. Before the strange bird could react, it had already fallen into the other party's palm. This is a movement technique? How is this possible? Yun Tao froze. Author's note: as usual, I will publish the 2 chapters at the same time. I will try to reach 20,000 by the end of this month. At the very most, I will have to wait until the day after tomorrow. Actually, I am also conflicted over this matter. This way, I won't be able to use my chapter-breaking talent, and I won't be able to make you feel as though you are in heaven. Don't worry, at the very most, the chapter-breaking will return on the 1st of this month. Also, I believe that all of you have heard the song that was released on the public account yesterday. Moving, mesmerizing, sexy, and magnetic. It would linger for 3 days straight and make people forget to leave. Especially the high notes, which pierced through the clouds and definitely exceeded 52 degrees. I always thought that I could be a singer, but it was a pity that I was born at the wrong time. Otherwise, Andy Lau wouldn't have anything to do with me. Sigh, life is as lonely as snow. How is this possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? An uproar broke out in the surroundings. Even though Yun Tao's subordinates didn't say anything, they shared the same thoughts as their prince. It was impossible for a cultivator to capture this strange bird with just their movement technique and speed. As the subordinates of the prince, they had seen many Tongxian realm experts, and they were familiar with many swift ones as well. However, the sight before them still left them dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed dozens of meters and appeared beside the strange bird. This was way too fast. Is this really a movement technique? Could it be that we have underestimated him? This Xianxia is a Xianxia realm expert? The few of them shuddered. Even though there were Xianxia in Hanwu Kingdom, they rarely made a move. Even they didn't know how fast they were. However, it was rumored that a fighter 8 Dan Xianxia realm expert would possess unfathomable strength. The young man before them was able to subdue the gold-alloyed panther with a single hand and catch the strange bird with 2 fingers. His strength was so profound that even if all of them were to work together, they wouldn't be able to match up to him. Could he really be such an expert, Xianxia realm? That was the strength of the old ancestor of a Tier 2 kingdom, an existence akin to a living fossil. To think that he would appear before them, and he didn't even seem to be in his 20s. Could it be that he wasn't from Tianxian Kingdom, but the young master of a prestigious clan in a conferred kingdom? Otherwise, how could he possess such strength and such incredible movement technique at such a young age? Regardless, he wasn't someone they dared to offend. The few of them swallowed a mouthful of saliva, not daring to even breathe loudly. He's even faster than Wang Ying. Shen Bairu's face paled. Even though she had prepared herself for Wang Ying's might, she was still astonished to see Xianxia execute it. If he were to make a move on her, she would probably be smashed to death before she could even execute a move. Goo! Yun Tao and the others were on the verge of fainting from fright. On the other hand, the strange bird widened its eyes in shock. Initially, it had planned to flee the moment the group approached or used their weapons. Then, it would come back to wreak havoc. What in the world was up with this person? If only it knew that someone was so fast that even it couldn't react in time, it wouldn't have come to wreak havoc. He isn't that fast either. Pinching the strange bird, Xianxia shook his head. Just a moment ago, Yun Tao was talking about how he could not hit anything with his arrows. Initially, he thought that Yun Tao was really formidable, so he used the complete version of his movement technique. But in the end, what the hell, he was like a zombie, not moving at all. If he had known this would happen, he would have used the incomplete version. Due to the sheer speed at which he was moving, Xianxia felt a little excruciating pain all over his body. If not for the fact that he had cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, he would have spurted blood from trying to forcefully increase his speed. His voice was not loud, but everyone was a martial artist, so they heard him clearly. Their mouths twitched. It's not that it's not fast, it's just that your speed is too heaven-defying. This fellow hasn't even reacted yet. Ignoring the crowd's shock, Xianxia revolved his cultivation technique to recover from the pain in his body. Then, he turned around and instructed, "Come over and tame it." Yes. Yun Tao hurriedly walked over, took out a unique rope, and tied the strange bird up so that it was unable to fly. Only then did he release his hand that was suppressing the other party. Seeing that Yun Tao was trying to tame it, Xianxia focused his attention on it. However, after a moment, he found it boring. Actually, it was similar to taming dogs and cats at home. He would prepare many good things that the savage beast would be unable to reject in advance to attract its attention. After which, he would use other means to nurture its goodwill and win its trust. Normally, it would take at least 3 to 4 days to tame a savage beast and establish a contract with a human. Currently, Your Highness is trying to nurture its relationship with it. When their relationship reaches a certain level, there's a chance that it will submit to you. At that time, the human and the savage beast will cultivate a cultivation technique that can complement each other's strength, and you will be able to gain complete control over it. Fearing that Xianxia would grow impatient, one of his subordinates stepped forward. 3 to 4 days? That's right, and that's on top of that. There are some formidable savage beasts that even official beast tamers will have to spend a great deal of effort to tame. In order to tame a half-Xianxia savage beast tamer Hukun of our Hanwu kingdom spent 3 years accompanying the savage beast in the marshlands. Every day, he would bring out its favorite food, and as time passed, the savage beast was moved and submitted to him. From then on, the story became a legend. The subordinate nodded his head and said, "This? You call it a legend?" Xianxia was truly helpless. To spend 3 years just to tame a savage beast, he really didn't have the time or patience to do so. Indeed. Savage beasts are powerful, but they have their pride as well. If you don't move it, how can it possibly submit to you willingly? At this point, a fervent glint appeared in the subordinate's eyes. Putting aside 3 years, even 10 years in exchange for the loyalty of a half-Xianxia savage beast is worth it. Seeing the agitated look on the subordinate's face, Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. Indeed, without the Library of Heaven's Path, it was impossible for others to achieve breakthroughs as easily as him. Some people, when they reached the limit of their potential, would be stuck at the same spot for the rest of their lives. Take Shen Hong, Lu Ling, and the others for example. If they didn't meet him, it would be impossible for them to achieve a breakthrough. Under such circumstances, if he could tame a savage beast of this level, his strength would surely soar. Putting everything aside, if Emperor Shen Jue could tame a savage beast in Tianqian Kingdom, even if Shen Hong were to die, the kingdom would be able to rest in peace. One must know that not only are savage beasts capable of challenging those of higher cultivation realms, their lifespan is also far beyond that of humans. Taming a savage beast would mean that the kingdom would be safe for at least 100 years. Putting aside 3 or 5 years, even 10 or 20 years was a possibility. After all, it was impossible for others to surpass the gold-alloyed panther in terms of strength and allow it to achieve a breakthrough within a short period of time. How long will it take for him to tame this strange bird? After coming to this realization, Xianxia lost interest in watching the beast tamer's means. Thus, he asked. "I'll help Elder ask." The subordinate hurriedly ran over. A moment later, he returned and said, reporting to Elder, "His Highness said that he has already communicated with the other party. In around 2 days, he should be able to achieve elementary taming. In the beast tamer examination, elementary taming is sufficient. There's no need for it to submit completely." Elementary taming? That means to have the strange bird stay by his side. Even if he doesn't restrict it, it won't leave. The subordinate explained. 2 days? Xianxia shook his head. That's way too slow. 2 days of effort to tame a savage beast. Rather than going through so much trouble, he might as well rent one from the beast hall. Looks like there's no point in learning beast taming techniques. Let's go over to take a look. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia walked over to Yun Tao and the strange bird. "Elder." Guessing that the person before him might be a Zongshi, Yun Tao felt even more impressed and respectful. "You need 2 days to achieve elementary taming of this fellow?" Xianxia asked. "Yes." Yun Tao stared at the bizarre bird before him in excitement. "I communicated with it using a language that savage beasts can understand. As long as it stays by my side, it will be able to get as much honey as it wants. Only then did it agree to interact with me. The next 2 days will be the observation period. As long as I can get my hands on the honey, I'll be considered to have succeeded." Goo. After hearing Yun Tao's words, Xianxia lifted his head to look at the strange bird, only to see it tilting its head up proudly, as though saying, "I'm testing you, and I'm doing you a favor. There's no way to speed it up?" Frowning, Xianxia asked. "Goo. Goo. Goo." The strange bird called out a few times. After hearing those words, Yun Tao's face turned slightly awkward. It said that Elder's rudeness has infuriated it. 2 days is already considered short. If you try to bargain with me, you can extend it to 10 days or a month, short. Seeing how arrogant the strange bird was, Xianxia shook his head. "I don't think so. I think that it will submit within 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Yun Tao was taken aback. Then, he smiled awkwardly. How is that possible? It was impossible to tame a Pishue realm savage beast within 10 minutes. Even the most formidable Grandmaster beast tamer in the beast hall wouldn't be able to do it. Simple. Xianxia shook his head. Stretching out his hand, he said, "Pass it to me." Yes. Even though Yun Tao didn't know what Xianxia was up to, he didn't dare to turn him down. Thus, he passed the strange bird over. Receiving the fellow, Xianxia looked at it. "Submit to him right now and become his tamed beast." Goo. Hearing those words, the strange bird glared at Xianxia unhappily. It seemed to be questioning why Xianxia would do so. It seemed to be saying, "If you want me to become your tamed beast, you should treat me better. Alright, since you aren't willing to do it, you can die now." Unable to be bothered with the other party, Xianxia sent a slap over. Pada, before the strange bird could react, it was sent flying to the ground and fell to the ground in a daze. "Elder." Yun Tao's mouth twitched. He nearly went insane. Who in the world would tame a savage beast like that? Even if he managed to tame it, if the other party were to change his mind, it would be even more troublesome in the future. The others were also dumbfounded. "Are you really taming it? You are trying to kill it." Goo. Clearly, it didn't expect the fellow before it to be so ferocious, nearly killing it with a single slap. The strange bird's eyes reddened in anger. It struggled to resist, but before it could even stand up, a foot suddenly came flying toward it. So, like a rubber ball, the strange bird was sent flying, and its head crashed into a massive boulder. Huge mouthfuls of blood spewed from its mouth. "I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me and pledge your loyalty. I'll treat your injuries and raise your cultivation. Otherwise, die." Xianxia stared at the strange bird impassively. Goo, struggling to open its eyes, the strange bird hesitated for a moment before calling out. Hearing this voice, Yun Tao was taken aback. His face flushed in agitation. Elder. It agreed to it, agreed to it? Yun Tao's subordinates and Shen Bairu felt their heads spinning, and they nearly fainted. The heck, this works too. When did beast taming become so simple? It's good that you agreed to it. I thought that you would be willing to sacrifice your chastity to the very end. It was just a small savage beast. Not only did it fear the strong and bully the weak, it ate delicious food, and it even needed to be served. Xianxia couldn't tolerate such a bad habit. If it wanted to die, he could just beat it to death. In any case, Shanluo mountain range was lacking in everything but this. Sign the contract. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste his breath, so he casually tossed it over. Hurriedly catching the strange bird, Yun Tao signed the contract according to what Xianxia had said previously. All right, give it to me. Seeing that the contract was completed, Xianxia flicked his finger and knocked the strange bird out. Then, just like how he did with the gold-alloyed panther, he caressed it and woke Yun Tao up. The next moment, he tapped on the body of the strange bird. His fingers moved like the wind, and his Xinqi moved like a sword. Surge after surge of pure Xinqi seeped into the strange bird's body, causing it to undergo a qualitative transformation. Palipala, dozens of breaths later, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The body of the dying strange bird abruptly grew larger, and its aura surged, reaching Pishue realm intermediate stage. Along with the rise in its cultivation, the injuries it suffered previously also healed. Ka? Sensing the changes in its body, the monstrous bird widened its eyes in disbelief as it stared at Xianxia in disbelief. The reason why it was so fond of the honey wasn't just because of its appetite. More importantly, it could raise its cultivation. Yun Tao's theft was equivalent to ruining its foundation of cultivation. This was the reason why it was so angry. Unafraid of wasting time, it came to wreak havoc every day. Just a moment ago, the fellow before it had beaten it into submission. Initially, it was intending to agree to it for the time being so that it could find a way to harm the other party in the future to avenge the humiliation it suffered today. Never in its dreams did it expect that the fellow who beat it up would be able to help it achieve a breakthrough in just a few blows. This was a bottleneck that had held it back for many years. To break through it in an instant, the strange bird suddenly felt that perhaps submitting to a human wasn't a bad thing. Thinking so, its previous perfunctory attitude turned into sincerity. Bending its body, it lowered its head respectfully. The arrogance it had previously was nowhere to be seen. This, savage beasts didn't know how to disguise themselves. Seeing the strange bird's attitude, everyone was dumbfounded. Other people had to beg their parents in order to tame a savage beast. Even if they served the savage beast well, they might not succeed. Yet, this fellow submitted to it after just a beating. Initially, they thought that the gold-alloyed panther was just a coincidence. But now that it appeared again, it was clear that the other party was truly capable. It's impossible to learn this. I can learn the first step of taming a savage beast, but the second step of helping it achieve a breakthrough and recover from its injuries is something I can't do even if I were to die. Honestly, you can't even learn the first step. What do you mean by that? Isn't it just beating it up? Beating it up? It's not that simple. If you want to tame a savage beast, you won't really beat it to death. Instead, you should know when to stop. This way, the savage beast will be less fearful of you. On the other hand, if Senior Xianxia didn't submit to him, he would have really killed it. More importantly, Xianxia's speed was superior to that fellow's, and he didn't even bother concealing his killing intent. It was due to this that the strange bird felt fear from the depths of its heart. Otherwise, given the pride of a savage beast, how could it submit so easily? Now that you put it that way. That does seem to be the case. Even though Xianxia had tamed the gold-alloyed panther so easily, the others knew that not even official beast tamers could do the same. The strange bird was proficient in speed, and to crush its confidence with speed alone was enough to stump countless experts. Since this fellow has submitted, we can leave now. The reason why Xianxia helped the other party was so that he could leave as soon as possible. Since he had already tamed the gold-alloyed panther, there was no need for him to remain here. Yes. Overjoyed, Yun Tao nodded his head profusely. Initially, he thought that the gold-alloyed panther was destined to fail the examination after being tamed by the other party. Never. In his dreams did he expect the other party to succeed. He looked at Xianxia with gratitude. Now that the matter was settled, all that was left was to return. Sitting on the back of the gold-alloyed panther, Xianxia and Shen Bairu hurried back. Even so, Yun Tao and the others nearly ran out of breath. Tears streamed down Yun Tao's cheeks as he ran. The other party sat majestically on the back of a savage beast while he could only carry that silly bird and run behind him until his legs broke. They had both tamed savage beasts, but the difference was huge. 2 hours later, a massive valley appeared before them. What concentrated spiritual energy! Upon arriving, Xianxia immediately felt that something was amiss. The concentration of spiritual energy in the valley was at least twofold. Stepping into the valley, one's pores opened up uncontrollably, and the spiritual energy cleansed one's physical body. It felt as though one was soaking in a hot spring. After cultivating here for a long period of time, one's cultivation would definitely be much higher than in the outside world. The Beast Hall has set up a spirit gathering formation in the entire valley. This way, spirit flowers and herbs will grow better and the constitution of savage beasts will be strengthened, thus increasing the chances of them achieving a breakthrough. Shen Bairu said. The first time she came here, she was astonished as well. To set up a formation in the entire valley and increase the concentration of spiritual energy by twofold. How extravagant was this? Only the Beast Hall, who didn't lack money, could afford to do so. Indeed. Xianxia nodded his head. Taking in a deep breath, he could feel the cells in his body becoming more active. The first 7 dan of a fighter were 1 dan jushi, 2 dan dan tian, 3 dan jinqi, 4 dan pigu, 5 dan dingli, 6 dan pishue, and 7 dan tongxian. The first 3 dan were low in cultivation and didn't require much spiritual energy. 4 dan pigu, nourishing the physical body with jinqi, 5 dan dingli, increasing the strength of one's jinqi, 6 dan pishue, opening the acupoints in the body, 7 dan tongxian, harmonizing one's jinqi and unobstructed one's meridians. These 7 dan didn't require too much spiritual energy. Thus, even in a place like Tianxian Kingdom, which was barren of spiritual energy, it was easy to reach them. However, without sufficient spiritual energy, it would be difficult for one to reach Xianxia realm. Xianxia encompasses the entire world and the energy within one's body is as vast as the ocean. Without sufficient spiritual energy and accumulation, it is nigh impossible for one to achieve a breakthrough. Taking Xianxia as an example, even with the Heaven's Path divine art, without sufficient spiritual energy, it would be futile. If Xianxia realm is a vast ocean, then the spiritual energy in Tianxian Kingdom is a trickling stream. Without decades of accumulation, it would be difficult to fill it up. However, if it were to be irrigated by a river, the speed would be much faster. Even though the spiritual energy in this place was only twofold, the speed of one's cultivation would increase exponentially. Looking around, the vegetation in the surroundings was clearly denser than the outside. From time to time, birds and savage beasts would fly over. Their bones were thick and their bodies were majestic. In the words of my previous life, the Beast Hall is like an airport. It is built far away from the city, and those who are in a rush for a long journey would make a special trip here. Looking at the numerous savage beasts flying around, a thought emerged in Xianxia's mind. Previously, he was wondering why the Beast Hall wasn't built in the capital. However, after seeing these massive savage beasts, he came to a realization. Every single one of these fellows was massive. If they were placed in the capital, it would be easy for them to get into conflict with others. No king would be willing to see such a sight. The Beast Hall is right in there. Let's hurry in. Following the path in the valley, the group proceeded forward. Not too long later, a town-like structure appeared before their eyes. Spanning a radius of several dozen li, the buildings were arranged neatly, creating a beautiful sight. The streets were bustling with people. Even though it paled in comparison to Tianxian Kingdom, it was already comparable to a second-tier city. This is the Beast Hall? Xianxia blinked his eyes in shock. Initially, he thought that the Beast Hall was similar to the Apothecary Guild, just a small hall located in the middle of a forest, isolated from the world. Never in his dreams could he have imagined that it would be such a flourishing city. Initially, there was only a single hall here. However, as time passed, more and more people came here to trade, and some were descendants of the Beast Hall. As time passed, more and more people came here, and this place gradually grew into a city. Yun Tao explained. Xianxia nodded his head. There were many kingdoms in the vicinity of Xianluo mountain range, and there were many people who wished to ride on aerial savage beasts to protect their clans. On top of that, the spiritual energy here was abundant. As time went by, it was understandable that a city of such scale had developed. Just like an airport, as time passed, it would also form a huge industrial chain that attracted countless people. It was no wonder Shen Bairu's expression when he asked why the people from the Beast Hall didn't come out to buy anything. From the looks of it, she had been here before and knew about the situation here. Let's go to the Beast Hall. After entering the city, the group strolled along the streets, but they didn't find anything interesting. Thus, Xian instructed, and the group headed straight for the towering building at the very center of the city. As the foundation of the city, the Beast Hall was a huge and majestic building. Its entire body was gray in color, and it was at least 100 meters tall. At the entrance, there were two massive savage beast sculptures, and they exuded a powerful aura. Right in front of the building, there was a plaque several dozen meters long, and the words Beast Hall were written in bright red. It was hard to tell what material was used to write it, but it exuded an oppressive aura. It's the blood of a high-tier savage beast, Yun Tao said. These savage beasts are innately powerful, and even after their deaths, their might doesn't disappear. The words written in their blood instills fear in anyone who sees them, preventing them from acting recklessly here. Xianxia nodded his head inwardly. It had to be said that the Beast Hall did a good job maintaining its image. Putting aside others, even Xianxia was filled with awe even before entering. Walking through the entrance, the interior was similar to the apothecary guild. It was a vast hall, and there were many people walking to and fro within. There were even long queues formed among the crowd, and it was bustling with activity. That is Pixue Realm Pinnacle? That is Tongxian Realm Intermediate Stage? And Tongxian Realm Pinnacle? Scanning the surroundings, Xianxian couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. The lofty Tongxian Realm experts in Tianxian Royal City were as common as cabbages here. In fact, even an inconspicuous old man in the queue could be a Tongxian Realm Pinnacle cultivator. On the other hand, Pixue Realm experts, who could become an elder of a clan, were the most inconspicuous ones here. One could easily find a few of them here. Shush. There are only 10 slots for the trip to Hanwu Kingdom's Sibei City, and it's already full today. If you want to go, come and queue up tomorrow. This is for the trip to Anyuan Kingdom's Northern Meadows City. We're still short of 3 people. If you want to go, hurry up. If you're late, there won't be any slots left. We're selling the offspring of a Tongxian Realm savage beast, red-tailed fox. If you're interested, hurry up and come over. At the front of the crowd, all sorts of noises could be heard. Xianluo mountain range is backed by the 10 kingdoms. Beiwu Kingdom, Hanwu Kingdom, Tianxian Kingdom. All of them come here to trade. Every day, there are many people, especially those who are on long trips. There are only so many savage beasts in the entire Beast Hall, so it's impossible for everyone to get a seat. Most people have to queue up in advance. Some people have to wait here for half a month, but they still can't get a seat. Looking at the noisy crowd, Yun Tao explained. Can't get a seat even after half a month? Xianxian was taken aback. He had already guessed that it was impossible for the Beast Hall to have sufficient savage beasts, but he didn't expect it to take so long. If he had to wait here for half a month, he might as well ride the gold-alloyed panther straight to Tianwu Kingdom. Elder, rest assured. Seeing Xianxian's expression, Yun Tao chuckled. As long as I complete the examination and become an official beast tamer, I'll be qualified to choose an aerial savage beast for elder. I won't have to wait here like everyone else. Hearing his words, Xianxian heaved a sigh of relief. Every occupation had its own privileges. It was just like how apothecaries were given priority when purchasing pills from the apothecary guild. It was the same for beast tamers. If others wanted to ride an aerial savage beast, they would have to queue up and wait. A fixed number of slots would be given out every day. However, official beast tamers were different. They could ride on an aerial savage beast directly. Then, let's go and complete the examination. Seeing the long queue, Xianxia's scalp tingled. He waved his hands casually. That's where the beast tamer examination is held. Yuntao led the way. The few of them walked over, and upon seeing the ferocious gold-alloyed panther beside Xianxia, they hurriedly stepped aside. At this moment, the gold-alloyed panther no longer exuded the sharp aura it had when it first achieved a breakthrough. Other than its massive size, it didn't look too different from before. At first glance, one would think that it was only at Pixue realm. However, even though it was a Pixue realm savage beast, no one dared to offend it. It wasn't because of its strength, but because they were in the beast hall. Those who were able to bring such a massive savage beast along with them were bound to be either beast tamers or apprentices. Regardless of which it was, they couldn't afford to offend them. With no one obstructing them, they were able to move swiftly. Not too long later, they arrived before a massive room. At the entrance of the room, there were 5 large words written on it: Beast Tamer Examination. Unlike the alchemist assessment area, it was much more spacious. There's still some time before the examination ends. It's not too late, let's go in. Thinking that he would be able to become an official beast tamer very soon, Yuntao's eyes gleam in excitement. Chuckling, he walks in. Isn't this Yuntao? Why are you back so soon? Did you come back dejectedly because you thought you couldn't pass the test? Before they even entered the door, they heard a slightly mocking voice. Turning his head, he saw a young man swaggering over with his subordinates and a huge tiger head beast. This tiger head beast is even larger than the gold-alloyed panther, and its aura is even more fearsome. It feels as though it could tear the heavens apart. However, in terms of strength, it is still slightly lacking. It is only at Pixue realm primary stage. This is the 6th prince of Beichen Kingdom, Zhu Jinhuang. He has always been at odds with our prince. Seeing Xianxia's bewilderment, one of Yuntao's subordinates sends a telepathic message to him. Beichen Kingdom? A map of the surrounding area appears in Xianxia's mind. Just like Hanwu Kingdom, Beichen Kingdom is also a Tier 2 kingdom. Due to its close proximity to Hanwu Kingdom, there is constant friction between the 2 kingdoms. As members of the royal families of the 2 kingdoms, it is normal for them to view one another with hostility. The conflict between the 2 of them isn't because of their territories, but because, before Yuntao's subordinate can finish his words, footsteps could be heard. Following which, another group of people walks over. Jinhuang, how can you say such words? Don't you see the gold-alloyed panther behind him? With such a huge fellow, it's natural for him to pass the examination. The white-robed young man leading the group chuckles lightly. Then, he frowns. Just that. Why do I feel that the gold-alloyed panther doesn't seem to be close to him? Could it be that it isn't his tamed beast? On the surface, it sounds as though he is helping Yuntao out of this predicament, but in truth, his lips are curled up mockingly. This is the 9th prince of Qianyuan Kingdom, Zhou Xian. He isn't on good terms with his highness either. Yuntao's subordinate sends another telepathic message. Qianyuan Kingdom is also a Tier 2 kingdom, and it isn't too far away from here. It isn't close to Tianqian Kingdom, but it is close to Tianwu Kingdom. Oh, now that you mention it, I finally noticed it. Glancing at the gold-alloyed panther, Zhu Jinhuang chuckles. Yuntao, it can't be that you didn't manage to tame a savage beast and intentionally borrowed one from someone, right? If that's the case, I advise you to be careful. If the beast hall finds out about this, you will be banned from the examination for life. At that time, you can only leave obediently with your tail between your legs. The beast hall has a clear rule that if one were to borrow another's savage beast for the beast tamer examination, they would be banned from the examination for life. This means that they would never be able to become a beast tamer again. As apprentice beast tamers, Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang's eye of discernment isn't weak. With a single glance, they can tell that the gold-alloyed panther is close to Xianxia, but unfamiliar with Yuntao. Clearly, it isn't his tamed beast. As long as he fails the examination this time, let's see if he still has the face to pursue Mou Xiaojia. Zhou Xian says. Pursue? I'd like to see him scram as far as he can. A genius like Mo Xiaojie isn't someone a dabbler like him can blaspheme. Zhu Jinhuang harumphs coldly. I'm not qualified? The two of you aren't any better than me. Don't make sarcastic remarks here. If you have the ability, become a beast tamer first. Seeing the two of them attacking him, Yun Tao flings his sleeves. Is that so? You seem to be quite confident. However, I'll make sure you cry later on. Not only do you have to pass the beast tamer examination, you have to be graded as well. Let's see what grade you'll be graded later on. Zhou Xian says. You should worry about yourself first. I fear that you won't even be able to reach the 3rd grade and will have to leave with your tail between your legs. Yun Tao says. You. Zhou Xian's eyes narrow. I hope that you'll still be so confident after the examination. Humph. The three of them are at loggerheads with one another. Their subordinates also look at one another with hostile gazes. Hearing their conversation, Xianxia comes to a realization. The conflict isn't over the territories of the kingdoms. It seems like it's because of a lady named Mo Xiaojie is a famous genius among apprentice beast tamers. She took the beast tamer examination together with the princes, and she shines brightly. The princes of these kingdoms are all secretly in love with her, and they are competing with one another in hopes of winning her favor. Yun Tao's subordinate continues. Knowing that this is the reason, Xianxia shakes his head. He thought that the princes would fight with one another over territories. To think that it would be because of a woman. It's Mo Xiaojie. Look at the savage beast behind her, incredible. While the three of them are in a standoff, a commotion suddenly breaks out in the surroundings. A graceful figure slowly walks over. Behind this figure is a tall eagle. It has a metallic back and golden wings, and its eyes are sharp as lightning, striking one's guard. A Tongxian realm savage beast? Zhangxian's eyes widens. This eagle has reached Tongxian realm advanced stage, much stronger than the gold-alloyed panther beside him. Furthermore, the aura it emanated was reminiscent of a storm. Most likely, in terms of speed, it was even stronger than the strange bird from before. Mo Xiaojie. Upon seeing the figure, the eyes of Yun Tao, Zhu Jinhuang, Zhou Xian, and the others light up, and they hurriedly rush forward to welcome her. She is Mo. Only after looking at the eagle did Xianxia turn his attention to the slender figure. She is a lady around 23 to 24 years old. She is dressed in a light green robe that accentuates her beautiful figure perfectly. Her slender waist and long black hair flows down her back, complementing her snow-white skin, giving her a unique sense of beauty. In terms of appearance, she is on par with Shen Bairu, perhaps even surpassing her. It can be said that she is comparable to Xiaoya, who has awakened 10% of her purine body. She is indeed beautiful, but she has a cold disposition. She doesn't seem to care about the attitude of Yun Tao and the others. As expected of Mo Xiaojie, you are indeed extraordinary. Zhu Jinhuang steps forward with a smile. You are probably the only one who can tame a Tongxian realm viridescent eagle. Incredible, incredible. Of course, it is just a small viridescent eagle. With Mo Xiaojie's help, wouldn't it be a walk in the park? Zhou Xian smiles brightly. In response to the compliments of the two, Mo Xiaojie glances at them. Her cold face is devoid of any expression. She glances at Shen Bairu, pauses for a moment, and walks over. You are here for the beast tamer examination too? Where is Han Qiong? She didn't come? Even though her voice is clear and moving, it carries an unapproachable aura. She didn't come. I came here with a friend. Shen Bairu points at Zhangxian. Mo Xiaojie glances at Zhangxian before turning her gaze away, as though he is air. Then, she turns around and walks into the room. Even though Zhu Jinhuang and the others are ignored by the other party, they aren't displeased. Instead, they follow her in. You two know each other? Zhangxian doesn't mind Mo Xiaojie's disregard. Instead, he looks at Shen Laosher doubtfully. I met her once when I came here with Han Qiong. Shen Bairu nods her head. Is she really just a talented apprentice beast tamer? Zhangxian is perplexed. Even if this girl is beautiful and talented in beast taming, it shouldn't be sufficient for the princes of the three kingdoms to treat her with such respect, regardless of whether it's Hanwu Kingdom, Beichen Kingdom, or Qianyuan Kingdom. As Tier 2 kingdoms, they have quite a number of beast tamers. A mere apprentice beast tamer shouldn't be enough for the princes to treat her so humbly. In Tier 2 kingdoms, putting aside beast tamer apprentices, even master teacher apprentices don't have such standing. The higher the tier of the kingdom, the more esteemed the royal authority is. Unless one is a high-ranked professional, one wouldn't attract the attention of others. It is impossible for a mere master teacher apprentice to be treated so respectfully by Emperor Xianxia like in Tianqian Kingdom. She isn't just an apprentice beast tamer. I heard from Han Qiong that she has another identity. Tianwu Kingdom's third princess. Shen Bairu ponders for a moment before replying. Tianwu Kingdom's princess? Zhang Xian comes to a realization. That's more like it. Tianwu Kingdom is a Tier 1 kingdom, the undisputed hegemon of the 12 neighboring kingdoms. The status of the princess of Tianwu Kingdom is even more esteemed than that of the kings of some smaller kingdoms. If he can marry her, his identity as the prince consort will be of great help to him in the future. It seems that Zhu Jinhuang, Zhou Xian, and even Yin Tao have this intention in mind. However, to Zhang Xian, it doesn't matter whether she is the princess or not. It's useless to rely on others. The most important thing is to rely on oneself. While the duo was speaking, Zhang Xian walked into the room. Unlike the outside, the room was deserted. There were only a few groups of people who had just entered. There are a total of 4 candidates in this batch, and all of them are back. Who do you think will be the one to assess us? Of course, it's the Hall Master. He is the highest-ranked 2-star beast tamer in the Beast Hall, and he is the one who oversees every single examination. Indeed. I heard that the Hall Master is extremely strict with his examinations. I wonder if that's true. Who cares if it's true or not? Our prince has already tamed a savage beast and meets the requirements. There shouldn't be a problem for him to pass. Walking into the room, Zhang Xian heard whispers in the surroundings. The 3 princes had brought quite a few attendants with them, but Mo Xiaojia was standing alone by the side. She emanated a cold aura, and no one dared to approach her. Judging from her tone, it seems like she has a grudge with Han Laosher. Seeing how the 3rd princess of Tianwu Kingdom didn't bring a single attendant with her, as though she didn't want anyone to disturb her, Zhang Xian couldn't help but recall the conversation between her and Shen Bairu. It can't be considered a grudge. Han Laosher is also an apprentice beast tamer, and the both of them have spent some time in the Beast Hall. As they are both beauties, it's natural for them to compare with one another. However, I didn't expect her to be able to take the beast tamer examination so quickly. Her talent is indeed incredible. Shen Bairu was astonished. Her talent? Zhang Xian was perplexed. She is talented just because she took the beast tamer examination? It seems like you don't know. Princess Mou has only been a beast tamer for less than a year. Shen Bairu said. Less than a year? Then she can indeed be considered as a genius. Zhang Xian nodded. Even though he didn't know much about beast tamers, he knew quite a bit about apothecaries. Since the 2 occupations were on par with one another in the upper 9 paths, it was bound to be difficult. In less than a year, not only did she become an apprentice beast tamer, she even took the beast tamer examination. Her talent was indeed frightening. More importantly, not only did she learn beast tamer, she is also a 1-star apothecary, and she isn't too far away from becoming a 2-star apothecary. More importantly, she is a master teacher apprentice. It's said that the reason why she came here to take the beast tamer examination is to temper her soul depth. Once she is qualified, she can take the 1-star master teacher examination. Shen Bairu's expression turned grim. 1-star apothecary? Master teacher apprentice? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Even though the other party's talent was similar to his, he knew that the other party's talent was indeed much higher than his. The reason why he took the 1-star apothecary examination was due to his opportunistic means. Relying on the might of the Library of Heaven's Path, if he were to forge a pill, he would only be able to concoct medicinal powder at most. He wouldn't even be able to concoct ordinary pills. To be able to pass the 1-star apothecary examination at such a young age and become a master teacher apprentice on top of that. It was no wonder she was known as a genius. While the duo was conversing, an elder walked in. "Silence, I will be in charge of your examination today." Upon seeing the elder, everyone was taken aback. "It's Beast Tamer Hong from the Beast Hall? Why would he be in charge of the examination?" Yun Tao was perplexed as well. Logically speaking, the hall master and the others have to be present for the examination. Furthermore, there has to be a 2-star Beast Tamer present as well. Even though Beast Tamer Hong's standing isn't low, he is only a 1-star pinnacle Beast Tamer. As such, he isn't qualified to be in charge of the examination. Seemingly noticing everyone's doubts, Beast Tamer Hong said, "Today, the hall master and the others have important matters to attend to, so I will be conducting the examination in their stead. Rest assured, I will follow the procedure strictly. Thus, there is no need for you to worry. Besides, there is a record crystal in the surroundings recording everything. As long as you meet the requirements, you will pass the examination and become a member of the Beast Hall." "Yes." Everyone nodded their heads and fell silent. Regardless of whether it was an apothecary or beast tamer, the examination had to be recorded on the spot so that it could be checked later on. With such a thing in place, no one dared to cheat. Since all of you are apprentice beast tamers and have passed the first examination, I believe that you should already know the content of the second examination. However, I'll have to explain it to you first. Beast Tamer Hong scanned the surroundings. For this examination, you have to tame a savage beast that is stronger than you. Even though elementary taming is sufficient, it will be graded accordingly. The more powerful the savage beast is, the more loyal the savage beast is, and the higher the grade of the savage beast. Under normal circumstances, savage beasts are divided into 3 grades. The higher the grade of the savage beast, the higher the grade of the savage beast. I believe that none of you have any objections to this, right? No. Yun Tao and the others hurriedly nodded their heads. Alright, let's begin the examination then. The first one, Zhou Xian. Beast Tamer Hong looked over. Yes. Zhou Xian stepped forward. What did you tame? Beast Tamer Hong asked. Reporting to Beast Tamer Hong, I tamed that howling tooth wolf. It is a Pishue realm primary stage savage beast. Zhou Xian pointed and his subordinate immediately brought a 3-meter-long wolf over. The wolf was covered in gray and sharp teeth could be seen at the edge of its mouth. It gave off a ferocious vibe. Nodding his head, Beast Tamer Hong took out a crystal ball and passed it over. This is a Will Inquisition crystal used to test the loyalty of a savage beast. It can display a numerical value. For initial taming, the loyalty of a savage beast is between 15 and 30. The higher the numerical value, the higher the grade. Will Inquisition crystal? Upon seeing this, Xianxia nodded his head. Back then, during the Enlightenment Will trial, he used this to test Liu Yang's trust level as well. It seemed that not only could it test a person's trust level, it could also test a savage beast's loyalty level. Thinking about it, Xianxian understood. This crystal was able to create illusions in the mind of those who came into contact with it. Using the illusions to determine the trust level and loyalty level should be extremely accurate. Just like how he tested the trust level, Zhou Xian first dripped a droplet of blood on it before communicating with the savage beast. Not too long later, a numerical value appeared on the crystal, 20. In less than half a month, your loyalty level has reached 20. You have met the criteria for initial taming. Not bad, not bad. Grade 2. Upon seeing the numerical value, Beast Tamer Hong stroked his beard and nodded his head in satisfaction. Finding a savage beast and taming it in less than half a month, he was definitely qualified to become a 1-star beast tamer. His Highness is indeed incredible. A Grade 2 beast tamer hasn't appeared in the Beast Hall for many years. Indeed, he's incredible. Upon hearing the results, discussions broke out among the crowd. A Grade 3 beast tamer was considered a pass. A Grade 2 beast tamer was considered a genius among those who had just become a beast tamer. Grade 2, not bad. However, I'm not weaker than you either. Not expecting Zhou Xian's result to be so high, Zhu Jinhuang was taken aback for a moment. Then, with a faint smile, he walked over as well. Soon, the results were out. The loyalty level of his tiger head beast was also around 20. Grade 2. It's Mo Xiaojia's turn. Mo Xiaojia's aerial savage beast is difficult to tame in the first place. On top of that, it's a Tongxian realm savage beast as well. Indeed, her result is probably beyond grade 2. It has been 30 years since a grade 1 beast tamer appeared in the Beast Hall's beast tamer examination. Could it be that she has broken this rule? Seeing young Miss Mou walking forward, everyone revealed a nervous expression and looked over in unison. Reaching grade 1 in the beast tamer examination was similar to forging a perfect pill in the apothecary examination. If she were to succeed, she would be highly valued by the Beast Hall, and all kinds of resources would be allocated to her. It was already impressive that Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang were able to reach grade 2. However, Mo Xiaojia was clearly stronger than them. Everyone wanted to see if she could create history. Ignoring the discussions around her, Mo Xiaojia stepped forward. With a wave of her slender hand, the massive viridescent eagle slowly walked over. Just like the others, she completed the test quickly. Loyalty level, 30. Grade 1. It's grade 1. Upon hearing the results, the entire room burst into an uproar. Everyone knew that Mo Xiaojia was an unparalleled genius and would definitely reach grade 1. However, when they heard it for themselves, they were still astonished. Hehe, Yun Tao, it's your turn. We're all grade 2, and Mo Xiaojia is even grade 1. Given how arrogant you were previously, you can't possibly get a grade 3, right? If that's the case, I won't be able to face anyone anymore. Seeing that Yun Tao was about to step up, Zhu Jinhuang chuckled. Brother Zhu, I think that you're overestimating him. Putting aside grade 3, I think that he might not even be able to pass the examination. Zhou Xian harumphed coldly. This gold-alloyed panther isn't his, so where's the savage beast he tamed? Indeed, it can't be that he doesn't have a tamed savage beast, right? If he doesn't have a savage beast, it means that he has failed. The duo didn't bother to conceal their voices, and an uproar broke out in the room. Even Mo Xiaojia couldn't help but frown. Silence. Waving his hand, Beast Tamer Hong interrupted the argument. Then, he glanced at Yun Tao and asked doubtfully, what did you tame? Is it that gold-alloyed panther? No, that was tamed by Elder Zhang Xian. Yun Tao scratched his head awkwardly. I tamed a bird. The last chapter is 6,000 words, and it will be released at midnight today. Everyone, please prepare your monthly tickets for Laowa. Tamed a bird. Hearing those words, the commotion in the surroundings immediately fell silent. Everyone's mouths were gagged, and they stared at Zhang Xian with bizarre expressions. Are you scolding me, or have you given up on yourself because you didn't manage to tame something? Could it be that this fellow has been scared witless after seeing that the examinees were either grade 1 or grade 2? Tamed a bird? The heck, I tamed a hammer. To dare to say such words to Beast Tamer Hong, you sure are gutsy. This isn't gutsy, but there's something wrong with your head. He tamed a bird, but I tamed a ball. If that's the case, then I tamed a chili. Actually, if we tamed something, does that mean that we can all take the Beast Tamer examination? After a moment of silence, the entire room burst into laughter. The heck? Ever since the establishment of the Beast Hall, it had taken the Beast Tamer examination, but this was the first time someone had spoken of something he hadn't tamed so openly. If you don't have anything, why are you here? You even tamed a bird. Bird your head, can you be more gutsy than that? Haha, Yun Tao, all along, I thought that you were a figure, but to think that you really are a figure. To be able to speak of an untamed savage beast in such a righteous manner, I'm impressed. Impressed? Zhu Jinhuang shook his head. He was on the verge of cramping up from laughter. Is this fellow a retard? At most, he would fail the examination, but to tell Beast Tamer Hong that he tamed a bird. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Even though Beast Tamer Hong wasn't the highest-ranked beast tamer in the Beast Hall, he was known for his sternness. To speak in such a manner was a blatant provocation. He is really courting death. Zhou Xian also laughed. To think that he had treated this fellow as his opponent. Now, it seemed like he was truly embarrassed. Initially, he was worried that this fellow would amaze everyone with a single feat, but from the looks of it now, while they might be surprised, they were just rolling their eyes at him. Humph. They weren't the only ones laughing. Xianxia also placed her hands behind her back, lifted her flawless face slightly, and her rump lightly. If he could tame it, then so be it. If he couldn't, then come again. No matter how talented he was just an insignificant figure to attract the attention of others. While the crowd mocked Xianxia, Beast Tamer Hong nearly exploded on the spot. His hair stood on end, and he gritted his teeth so tightly that it sounded like he was on the verge of exploding. What did you say? As a renowned beast tamer of the Beast Hall, this was the first time he had received such a provocation. Bird your sister, come here and show it to me. If you can't take it out, believe it or not, you can pinch off your own and kick it like a ball? I mean, I tamed a bird, a strange bird. Only then did Yuntao realize his slip of the tongue. After explaining himself, he whistled. Woo woo. The strange bird flew in. As soon as this fellow entered the Beast Hall, no one noticed him. Most of the savage beasts in the Beast Hall were 3 to 4 meters long, and even the smallest ones were at least as tall as a human. Given the size of a palm, if one didn't take a closer look, one would think that it was a sparrow or a wild bird. As such, no one would think that it was an aerial savage beast. Moreover, even if he did, he would find it unbelievable. Beast tamers usually tamed savage beasts for battle, or at the very least, they would use them as a means of transportation. Given how small this fellow was, what could it do? To be honest, one plate was not even enough to eat. You call this a savage beast? It can't be that you caught it from a bird cage? What the heck, I thought that he was joking. To think that he would really tame a bird. However, what is the use of this bird? Is it to amuse others? Seeing that Yuntao had really tamed a bird and flew over, the room fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter once more. Look at Xianxia, the viridescent eagle she tamed is also a type of bird. It is majestic, and it exudes a killing aura. Yet, not only does it exude killing aura, it makes others laugh themselves silly, those who know you are here to take the beast tamer examination, but those who don't might think that you are here to do a circus. Is this the savage beast you tamed? Beast Tamer Hong's complexion didn't improve upon seeing the strange bird. His face was still as steely as a zombie, and his voice was cold. Yuntao nodded his head. According to the rules of the Beast Hall, one has to tame a savage beast stronger than him for the second test. This little bird can be killed with a single slap. To use it for the test. Are you sure you aren't joking? Beast Tamer Hong suppressed his rage. I'm not joking. Sensing that something was amiss with the other party's tone, Yuntao hurriedly explained, even though this strange bird looks small, it is powerful. Furthermore, it is extremely fast, so it must be a type of savage beast. Before he could finish his words, Beast Tamer Hong slammed the table and stood up abruptly. His eyebrows were twitching, and his face was trembling. Audacious! Yuntao, do you think that the Beast Hall is the same as your Hanwu kingdom? Do you think that you can cause trouble as you please? Beast taming requires practicality, and you mustn't be careless in the slightest. You passed the first test with outstanding results, and I thought that you would do the same for the second test as well. Who could have thought that? You would be playing to the gallery. As a Dingli realm pinnacle cultivator, you might not be able to tame a powerful savage beast. However, a Pishue realm primary stage cultivator should be able to do it, right? To think that you tamed a small bird here, and on top of that, it is a type of savage beast. Do you think that I'm blind? How dare you challenge the beast tamers of the Beast Hall examination and challenge us with a wild bird? Who gave you the guts to do so? Beast Tamer Hong's eyes were filled with rage. Waving his hands grandly, he said authoritatively, "Scram! You have failed the second test. If you want to take the test again, come back next year." Beast Tamer Hong, this strange bird of mine is a true Pishue realm savage beast. Even I am not a match for it. Not expecting Beast Tamer Hong to fly into such a rage, Yuntao's face paled in fright. He hurriedly tried to explain himself. Are you not done yet? Yuntao, didn't you hear me? Beast Tamer Hong told you to scram. Don't embarrass yourself here. You've lost all face as a beast tamer. Seeing that his opponent had failed the test and was even reprimanded, Zhu Jinhuang laughed excitedly. Disdain could be seen in his eyes. If you don't have the ability to tame beasts, don't try to act cool here. If you were to pass the test, would anyone who buys a bird at the bird market be considered a beast tamer? Zhou Xian also chuckled. In the first test, they were suppressed by Yun Tao. Initially, they thought that they would be able to come out on top in the second test. Never in their dreams did they expect this fellow to court disaster. It would have been fine if he could have tamed a Pishue realm primary stage savage beast. Why did he have to tame a wild bird that came out of nowhere? Beast tamer hung. Ignoring the mockery of the duo, Yun Tao turned to the elder before him. Haven't I made myself clear enough? Get out. Beast tamer Hong glared at him. Give me another chance. You can test it. This strange bird is really a savage beast, and its tier isn't low either. Yun Tao didn't expect such an outcome to occur. He panicked. He had just boasted to Elder Xianxia that he would help him select a savage beast after becoming a beast tamer. If he were to fail, he would be unable to fulfill his promise. Of course, he could just thicken his skin and apologize to Elder Xianxia. He believed that the magnanimous elder would forgive him. More importantly, if he were to fail the beast tamer examination and embarrass himself, he would be subjected to all kinds of oppression when he returned to the kingdom, and he would never be able to obtain the throne. Even if he wanted to pursue Miss Mou, it would be akin to a flower in the mirror, a moon in the water. I don't want to say it a third time. Leave on your own. Take it that I'm saving you. Some face. Ignoring his explanation, Beast Tamer Hong waved his hands grandly. If not for the fact that this fellow was a prince, he would have long given him a slap instead of wasting his breath on him. Scram. Yun Tao, if you don't leave now, I'll get someone to chase you out. Stepping forward, Zhu Jinhuang's eyes glowed with excitement. From today onward, this fellow was no longer a match for him. Hurry up and scram. If you continue to pester me, I won't go easy on you. Zhou Xian sneered coldly. With his hands behind his back, his eyes were filled with disdain. Yun Tao's face paled and reddened. He clenched his fists tightly. He thought that he would be able to pass the examination easily. Never did he expect such an outcome. Gritting his teeth, he was just about to turn around and leave when he heard an impassive voice. Yun Tao, since the beast tamers of the Beast Hall are all useless trash, it doesn't matter if you don't take the examination. At the source of the voice, Zhang Xian stood quietly amidst the crowd and looked at Yun Tao calmly. End of chapter 244. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.